Chapter 151 Long Live Legal Lie. Shiraha was eating dinosaur meat, waiting for Aqua to send a private message in Chinchu's belly. When he accidentally raised his head, he saw this Shinobug bubble, and his eyes were almost blind. The huge luminous sphere inside Chinchu directly replaced the outside sun. It is no wonder that the living creatures in the stomach can survive. The light bulb is a bit too bright, but it is filled with pure gold. The more he looks, the more he likes it. Dinosaurs are basically extinct creatures in the outside world, but they can still be seen inside this Chinchu. It's the first time Shiraha has eaten dinosaur meat when he grows up. But he must mention that dinosaur meat is really fragrant, so delicious that the tongue is about to melt. These dinosaur meat is delicious on Earth. He had an urge to breed in his heart. It would be so good to raise a group of dinosaurs, and then kill them and eat them after they are fattened up. How big is this Chinchu? The expressiveness of the animation is still not enough. There are at least 7 or 8 islands around here. It's good to take a trip to such a big place occasionally and do some leisure sports. Shiraha observes after 4 weeks. Everything was fine but no one was with him. Rockdal didn't know where he was dumped. It shouldn't be a big problem to add a shield to this kid. Shiraha's sister is 80% already in heaven. But with strong strength and guardian spirit, he doesn't need to worry too much. Tushan Rongrong squinted his eyes carefully and carefully looked at the photos sent by Aqua, trying to find out where he lost. This woman is not inferior to me in appearance, but she has clear blue eyes, except for her figure. Tushan Rongrong paused, subconsciously touched some part of her body, and the expression on her face began to change. It's a bit ugly. So flat. No, there is still a little bit of meat if you touch it seriously. I finally understand where I lost. Man, it's really a visual creature, except for a few more meats somewhere. This goddess is no better than me. Tushan Rongrong took a deep breath, then took out a small notebook and opened a page. I saw only 3 sentences written on that piece of paper. 1. Men are big trotter. 2. Men are all big carrots. 3. Why don't I have that futils of meat? She is not reconciled. Tushan Rongrong private message, Brother Shiraha, can you care about me? People just want to care about you. Are you there? Shiraha sent a message backhand. Not here. Then he started to concentrate on eating his own dinosaur meat. He now has nothing besides gold and the pirate flag, but he is not in the mood to molest Tushan Rongrong, not to mention that he has forgotten how to get out of this place. He remembered that Chinchu seemed to have 3 stomachs, and he was in a certain stomach. Each stomach contained a piece of indigestible land. If such a huge Chinchu wanted to kill, it would take a lot of time. I don't know how the Straw Hat Pirates came in. How did they get out? How should I leave this ghost place? Shiraha sighed while eating dinosaur meat. Tushan Rongrong saw the news from that bastard. Just 2 words, not here? This sentence is about to make her vomit blood. Isn't this sure that she is regarded as a fool? Tushan Rongrong squinted and looked at the message that was sent. The smile on her face just looked a little weird. She sent another message, Boss Shiraha, do you hate me? Give me a message too. Is it annoying? What is this beautiful fox demon fancy to me? Shiraha can think of a pure gold after thinking about it. But the demon family can't live. Is it very long? The world of the fox demon Kobni mother didn't specify how long the demon's lifespan was, but the old poison in 10,000 Poison Nation was an old monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years. There was no reason why Tushan Rongrong could not live that long. The lifespan of the fox demon is already very long. She didn't tell me what she was thinking. The ancients often said that people think about things that are good for physical and mental health when they are full, and Shiraha thinks this way now. Anyway, if you have nothing to do, please tease her first. After thinking for a while, Shiraha sent a message, I generally don't hate girls who don't wear clothes in front of me. This guy is really getting cuter. Tushan Rongrong looked at the news, squinted and smiled. Tushan Rongrong private message, the elders in the family said that girls can't wear clothes in front of the opposite sex. Shira's private message, Little fox demon, are you missing a husband? I can be your husband and take you to do some fun things. By the way, that kind of thing is very comfortable and happy. I don't believe you are in a hurry. No matter how deep your mind and your IQ are, you won't be indifferent when you hear these words. Considering that he is an immortal existence, Shiraha must be a wind even when he arrives in that world. The average man. To Shanrongrong sent a private message. I have something to do, so I won't talk about it. Some elders come to me, and I will talk next time. On that day, Tu Shanrong became angry, and the whole world caught his apprentice Yan Yu Ayu, and he cleaned up severely. This is too boring, I'm too invincible. Wouldn't it be okay if you exposed your true identity in the chat group at the beginning? You have to buy the little Lali from the 2nd grade, who is a few hundred years old and still pretends to be tender. Shiraha knew that in order to hide his identity in the group, Shiraha bought Takanashi Rika at the beginning to maintain his pure image. But after this time, Tu Shanrongrong should soon be in the group showdown. Hiding identity also doesn't make any sense. It seems to be really tender, too. A legal, 100-year-old Lali, with a tender face, is still a rich woman. The sensitive part of the fox demon should be the tail, which is a little bit inexplicable. After tasting the forbidden fruit, the energetic Shiraha wanted a girl. Since learning about the return of life and eating the forest berry, his body is getting stronger and stronger every day. It is estimated that few girls can stand it. His goal is those strong and beautiful girls. How can ordinary girls withstand his horrible devastation? Hey, did you kill those dinosaur meat? Can you give me a taste? I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I really want to eat meat. Suddenly a voice came from not far away. Shiraha was alarmed all at once. This is the voice of a girl. There are girls in this broken place? Isn't this Chincha's stomach? Chapter 152 of the main text. I found a girl inside Chinchu. Shiraha was taken aback by this discovery, and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a little girl with yellow hair hiding behind a big rock, looking at him eagerly, drooling in her mouth, pointing at the dinosaur meat that hadn't finished eating, and pointing at her belly. It's incredible that there are humans in this broken place, and it's still a girl. But such a small girl couldn't get in, and Shiraha didn't even think about it. He knew that he hadn't grown up yet. Little girl, do you know how to get out? This should have been swallowed by Chinchi and the people on the island. It is not impossible to survive in this place. At least, besides dinosaur meat, there are a lot of vegetables and fruits nearby. Shiraha doesn't want to complain about the unscientific things inside Chinchu. Anyway, there are more unscientific things in the pirate. The little yellow-haired girl stared at the cooked dinosaur meat. She rushed over, obviously she couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed in his direction. It's meat. I want to eat meat. I haven't eaten meat for more than 100 years. It's so delicious. It's delicious. But the meat belongs to this man. I don't care anymore. I just want it. Eat meat. The little girl ate the meat left over from Shiraha, shedding tears of excitement. Eat the meat first, and then just run away. I heard everything. Okay, Shiraha shouted at the little girl who was eating meat. I finally ate the meat. It turns out that the taste of meat is so delicious, I almost forgot. As the little girl said, tears and saliva flowed out. She has eaten vegetables for more than 160 years. Every day except for vegetables, she hasn't seen any meat. With her strength, she doesn't dare to hunt dinosaurs. She has to live carefully every day. If Shiraha hadn't come in, she wouldn't be able to eat meat. Wait a moment, and listen to me first. Who are you, and how do I get out of this place? Shiraha snatched the meat from the little girl's hand and stared at her coldly. Answer my question first, and I will give you something more delicious. With so many questions, how do I know which one to answer first? And give me the meat first. I want to eat the meat. The little girl covered looked at the meat on Shiraha's hands, Her mouth was unbelievable. Flow down. You tell me where I came from and your name first. The two chatted for a while. This girl named Ojia has lived in Chinchu for more than 100 years. Her hometown is the legendary island of Algaimi. She was targeted by Chinchu more than 150 years ago and swallowed it in one bite. So you have survived in this place for more than 160 years. How did you survive so weak? And those dinosaurs obviously run much faster than you. Shiraha looked at the little girl in surprise. I can't believe that these two short legs can run past those dinosaurs. Don't underestimate me, okay? Elizabeth. Ojia ate the meat contentedly and shouted with a smile. Following her cry, a water lizard that walks on 2 feet like a human and looks like a basilisk rushed from a distance at high speed, still floating on the water with light effort on stomach acid, and soon so I came to Ojia's side, showing that he was very intimate with this little girl. What do you call it? This thing is called Elizabeth, Shiraha asked, pointing to the water lizard. But seeing the behavior of the water lizard just now, he understood how the little girl survived from this place. With this water lizard that could only run on stomach acid, the dinosaurs couldn't catch her at all. Why not? I helped pick this name. Ojia finished eating the leftover dinosaur meat, holding her fingers in a meaty taste, and said while licking. The water lizard named Elizabeth heard Ojia's words and cried excitedly. It's boring to stay in this place for so long, right? Shiraha believed that if he were to live in this place for more than 100 years, he would be crazy, unless this place had a lot of beautiful girls and plenty of food. Of course it's super boring. No one speaks with me, I can only talk to myself. If Elizabeth was not with them, they would definitely not be able to survive. Ojia held the water lizard and said calmly, I live by eating vegetables and fruits every day. With Elizabeth, those who fear that Longy won't catch me. You have lived for more than 160 years, and you are still so young. Are you an adult? I think you are only more than 10 years old. Shiraha suddenly had a bold idea in his heart, afraid that he would not enter. What if this little girl breaks? I don't know. Anyway, I have lived for more than 160 years. I have lived here for a long time. Ojia looked at him and said, then turned around and said with another face that he thought others could not hear. It looks like he didn't come to find pure gold. He should have been swallowed by Master Lantern accidentally. If he knew about pure gold, a treasure that could buy the entire world, he would definitely threaten others to take him to find it. Then I'm still here. Don't you say what is in your heart in front of me. Okay. I heard all of them. Shiraha is very strange for such a stupid little girl. Even if she tricks her into doing fun things, she will be fooled into bed easily too. Will you become dumb after staying in this place for so long? Wahaha, what people said just now was just a joke. People with pure gold don't know anything. They don't know anything. I don't know what can buy the world's great treasure. Ojia touched Elizabeth. He was talking to himself again. He is so powerful. Let him stay and help me catch the dinosaurs. It seems that it is possible to live here together in the future. This way not only will someone stay here to accompany them in the future, but also let 1010 have meat to eat. It's great, Elizabeth. The water lizard screamed again and responded to the master's words. Sister, can you not say these things in front of me? Believe it or not, I have done some bad things to you. Shiraha looked at the little girl speechlessly, which was just plain ignorance. In addition to his existence, he also decided his own thoughts in front of him. If you want to keep me, you are really not afraid of what I will do to her. Your place is a bit different. And why are your clothes broken like this? Chapter 153 of the main text. This Lalai head has a little problem. You didn't fall into the stomach acid. It's impossible. Once you fall into the stomach acid of Lord Lantern, no one can survive. But I saw a dinosaur accidentally fell down and there were no bones left. At that time, it was a pity that it took me a long time to almost eat meat. Ojia curiously stared at Shiraha and said, looking at his tattered clothes. "Your place is a bit different from my body. Is that long black hair? There is still such a long hair? This is the first time I have seen you." Ojiu opened his mouth wide and widened again, looking at him with straight A's. He said in amazement, "If you don't tell me, I have forgotten. My clothes are about to be corroded and disappeared." "You wait a minute and don't say such misunderstandings. This is my leg hair and it is not a stimulating thing. There is nothing different. You will also it will grow hairy." Shiraha tore off his upper body clothes, revealing strong muscles to cover the more important lower body. "I don't want it. Long hair is too ugly." Looking at her white and tender legs, Ojia said with a look of disgust, "I'm not saying that there is hairy in your place." Shiraha explained loudly, "He needs a new dress and a place where he can change clothes." Although the little girl in front of him looks very young, she is actually over 100 years old, and she is so weak that she is not his food. But he also didn't want to change clothes in front of this little girl. "Where is that hairy?" Ojiu asked curiously. After spending so many years inside Chinchu, she is almost suffocating. Now that there is one more person, she is very happy, and this person seems to know a lot. This is a relatively private question. If you can really grow, you can pay attention to where the hair is suddenly overgrown, and some seem to be born without hair. I also heard from the hearsay. I'm a serious person. I won't tell you more. I will change my clothes first. Shiraha got a new dress from Xiang Kunlun in the chat group, and immediately ran to the small forest not far away. While running, he shouted, "Remember to wait for me where I am, and I will be back soon." "Hey, really? Just throw them down like this? The man is really unreliable. And it's best to use it. As long as I don't tell him how to get out, then someone will stay with me in this place in the future." People are so smart. "Hey ho," Ojiya said what was in her heart again, not far from Shiraha. "Not mistaken, I can hear you. And after I change my clothes, you have to tell me how to get out." Shiraha yelled while changing clothes in the grove. Ojiu opened her small mouth and looked at the small woods over there in shock. After Shiraha changed his clothes, he came back to Ojia's side. "Okay. How should Chinchu go out?" "And I am very interested in pure gold. Take me to find it," Shiraha said directly. These were the questions he wanted to ask. The trainee crew member Crocodile and the girl Yang Liuoki didn't know where they were going. The only thing he could do now was to collect a large amount of pure gold. This is the best way to make up for his injured heart. With a lot of pure gold, Akuka's life will be no problem, and Newgate's life can be guaranteed. In this way, Shira's major goal of going out to sea is considered complete. "You are really a bastard, with a pure gold idea, but because you have a nice face, I really misunderstood you." Ojia's expression kept changing, and she continued to say without anyone else, "I can use this first. The awesome guy helped me get the pure gold, and then I secretly took the pure gold away, escaped from a Lord Lantern's stomach with Elizabeth, and threw him here. What a genius." "Hey ho he, Maid is mentally retarded. It's a miracle that this little girl can live so big. It's a bit stupid." Shiraha looked at Ojiya, turned to Byakugan and said, "Yes, I don't know your plan at all. What a seamless plan. You are so genius." "Oh, do you think so?" "People are geniuses." Ojiya didn't find anything wrong, but said happily, "I'll take you to find pure gold. There are so many places there." "Pure gold, as long as I find it, I will give it to you." "People won't give you this bad guy with the pure gold idea." "After I find it, I will run away with pure gold and go out with Elizabeth to live a good life." "Come on, this girl is ill again." It seems that this unique trip can be easily solved, Shiraha thought in her heart. He understood that this 100-year-old legal lie should have not seen other people for too long, so he developed the habit of saying everything in his heart. After all, Chinchu's stomach is only a living person, and the one who can rely on is called Elizabeth's snakehead water lizard. 80% of them haven't communicated with others for too long. 10 talk to himself. "I will take you away. I only need a part of pure gold. After I go out, I will arrange for you so that you and Elizabeth will have a good life in 10 meat eating," Shiraha said seriously. He really couldn't feel hostile to this foolish little girl who was still about 10 years old, so he should take her out and arrange it in a small town with a relatively quiet living environment. I don't want to go out. I have nowhere to go after I go out. I will stay here. There is Elizabeth with me here, and my hometown is also here. Ojia was greedy by Shira's words that Tenten can eat meat, drooling, but still refused. Ojia's hometown city of Oreburg, Algaimi, was swallowed by Chinchu about 160 years ago. The scientist who can make pure gold can be regarded as a genius, and he can be regarded as a scientist who can extract pure gold from metal, such an unrealistic thing. Let's talk while walking. I'm very curious about which stomach is here. Can you tell me about it? Shiraha asked curiously. He remembered that pure gold seemed to be placed in the third stomach. Anyway, it was in the innermost stomach. He can leave this place as long as he has this thing in his hand, and no one can stop him from going to Onokuni Momonosuke. He is dead, and Jesus can't keep him when he comes. You also said that you didn't have the idea of playing pure gold. You even know that Master Lantern has several stomachs. Chapter 154. Shira's thoughts. You dare to say that you are not lying to me? You are a big liar who deceives the feelings of others. Oh, I see. You must take the opportunity to reduce my vigilance and then take away all the pure gold. Ojia looked at Shiraha with the scumbag cheating on her feelings, and said loudly, "Are you an idiot? Isn't it common sense that Chinchu has several stomachs?" Shiraha shouted at Ojia. "Don't you look at me with this expression? I have no interest in you at all." This kind of little girl who would fall apart and be badly played once week, he has no interest at all. In Tanayu, he was still a little interested. Not only could Momosuke be stifled in the cradle, but he could also have a nice girl who could get started without paying much affection. It was really a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Hey, is it common sense that Lord Lantern has several stomachs? I was also under Elizabeth's helping hand. It took a long time to find out that there are several stomachs here, Ojia said with a suddenly realized expression. You really know a lot. What? I should introduce you to Aqua. You must be very talkative. A girl who lived more than 100 years old. Her appearance and psychological age remained at about 10 years old, and she was so simple that she could live for so long. Itu accident. No one can find this giant Chinchu, otherwise the little girl would have been sold to some people with special habit. Who is Aqua? Ojiu asked curiously. A guy with a lucky score as high as your IQ. I unilaterally think that you are similar to her to some extent. Shiraha looked at this unmelted island and asked with a bitter expression, where shall we go now? Where to go? Where is your hometown? In the innermost stomach of Lord Lantern. That place is my hometown. If it weren't for the pure gold extracted by my father, my mother would not have been killed by a pirate. Ojia said angrily. Started this matter. Now Shiraha finally pieced together these scattered fragments of memory. Theatrical version, Heart of Gold. He remembered the movie version with Robin and Nami's fancy bondage and various benefits. The crucial moment is that welfare can best stimulate a man's potential. At the beginning, he was passionate about watching this theatrical version. After watching it, he went to the internet to find comments from various people and opened a certain website. Except for a few episodes that made him excited, what impressed Shiraha most was a song he liked very much. The first time I heard it, he was really impressed. In the original work, Ojia seems to be in conflict with his father. This is the result of the lack of communication between the father and the daughter. The purpose of the scientist's extraction of pure gold is for an incurable disease on his daughter, but the consequence of the successful extraction of pure gold is that they did not have the power to guard the pure gold and attracted various forces, including various forces such as the world government, marine and pirates. The pure gold on Shira's body was obtained from the dead squirrel vice admiral. The marine vice admiral didn't know the value of pure gold until he died, so he could only hide it carefully. I have a small piece of pure gold in this ring, and the only way to get out is from the place where Lord Lantern excretes. If you want to get out, you can get out through that method, but I still don't want to get out. There is no one outside. People you know, Ajia said sadly. Her hometown is gone. I'll just stay here. Take the pure gold. I don't bother to ask for it. If you really appreciate me, please help me catch a few more dinosaurs, Ajia said flatly. Are you really sure that your father is dead? Maybe he lives here just like you, Shiraha said. He has already recalled the content of this theater version, and the benefits in it are very impressive, especially the binding of Robin and Nami with iron chains, which must be another feeling that vines can't feel. He also wanted to try to tie up a few more girls with vines, and going out from Chincha's excretion. He wouldn't be able to go out that way even if he died. Impossible. That bastard. Father must be dead. I have lived here for more than 160 years. And I have never met him once. I know everything here. I have been there too, Ajia said excitedly. She had a big opinion of her father, and she still thinks that it was because of his father's research on pure gold that she killed her mother. Then have you been to the place where dinosaurs lived? Shiraha said, pointing to these dinosaur remnants. Mukuro. How could anyone live in that place? Fortunately, I thought you knew a lot and were very clever, but that's not enough. Ajia hugged Elizabeth, jumped up and rode on it, and shouted with a smile, quickly click on it, and it'll take you to find pure gold. Ajia's father, that scientist, seems to have lived in this place for more than 160 years. These two, father and daughter, were also in Chincha's stomach, but they had never met each other, which was an incredible miracle. Shiraha has a clear context on the whole matter. Ajia and his daughter are still alive. As long as he resolves the conflict between the two, father and daughter, after finding the pure gold, he will send them back to the land safely. After a wave of presents in this way, he can easily obtain pure gold extraction technology from Ajia's father and ask him to help build some pure gold rings and bracelets. In this way, the subtask can be completed, and Shiraha can continue to move in the direction of One Okinya alone. Chincha's 3 stomachs are all very big. Just relying on such a thin water lizard to take you alone is enough, but if you take me, it won't work. Even if this lizard can run on stomach acid, it won't last. How long will it take? Shiraha explained to Aka. He was not interested in this strange-looking lizard at all. It looked neither majestic nor beautiful. If it looks a little more normal, it is not impossible to use it as a tool. Flying swordsmanship requires physical strength, and sometimes it can save a little bit, but the appearance of the water lizard is unspeakable. Hey, what you said seems to make sense. Although Elizabeth is a water lizard that can run on water, it is also tired, and the soles of her feet can only resist gastric acid for a short time. So what should I do? Ajia tugged at her hair, said with a headache. There are still a lot of water lizards living on this island. This man is so powerful. Let him catch one. Hey ho he, people are so smart. 155 Sister. It smells so good. Chapter 155 Sister. It smells so good. Let me take you to catch the lizards. There are many islands in the stomach of Master Lantern, and there are many water lizards living there. You are so strong that even dinosaurs can kill you, so you can definitely catch other water lizards too. Ajia, you're riding on Elizabeth, said excitedly. No, I have better means of transportation. Shiraha refused. Without the water lizard, you can't get through those stomach acid, Ajia said nervously. She was really worried that the man's brain ran into the stomachache, leaving her alone in this place. She had been alone for more than 100 years before waiting for a living man. It would be really hard for her to accept if she died in stomach acid. She was used to being alone. But when someone broke into this world, she could no longer accept a person. I have a cooler way. I don't need to catch an Elizabeth, and the stomach acid can't melt me. I just crawled out of the stomach acid, Shiraha explained. Hey, impossible. Elizabeth is cool. Nothing cooler than it. I'm not a fool. It's impossible for anyone to live out of stomach acid. You see, there is no bones in there. Hey ho he, so this man is really not very smart. Ajia patted Elizabeth under her body, and said unconvinced. Elizabeth exclaimed happily. I heard it all. Shiraha yelled frantically in his heart. The human brain circuits in the pirate are all weird. and every time he can't calm down his calm state of mind. Shiraha thinks that his mentality is no worse than Zora. But when I think of Zora, his mentality often explodes. All kinds of broken emojis. He understood that it was not him who was wrong, but the world. He was said to be not very clever by a stupid little girl. This feeling really ... makes him miss Snarl. Flying swordsmanship ... Mitsurugi flying. Whoop. Shira's weapon hung in the air. He stepped on the ground and jumped up slightly, standing firmly on it. Lead the way. It's so cool. Cooler than Elizabeth. I want to fly in the sky with a sword too. The understatement, coupled with the scene of Shira's foot on the flying sword, made the ignorant Ujiha shout loudly. Elizabeth, you don't love me anymore. Didn't you say that I am the coolest? The water lizard made a sad sound. I said lead the way, Shiraha said suspiciously. Does this little girl understand him? I want to learn. Can you teach me? I can give you all the pure gold, Ujiha Covet said, and accidentally said what was in his heart. Anyway, I don't want the pure gold anymore. It's all things that killed my mother. It's so smart to learn such a good skill. Hey ho he, the little girl was hopeless. You can't learn me. You can only give it away. I want so much pure gold for a while and I don't know where to use it. As long as Shiraha can get a portion of pure gold, he is already satisfied. Even if there is a place to use pure gold in the future, he can use the pure gold extraction method to extract pure gold. If he can't learn it, wouldn't it be good to let the scientist be a tool for him? Oh well, let me take you to find pure gold first. Ujiha looked at Shiraha, who could fly, with envious eyes, and said disappointedly, let's find out if there are any other water lizards. I have seen several. Shiraha turned around Arya Sky and found several running water lizards nearby. Can't you fly? There is no need for a water lizard to help Lance crossing you through Master Lantern's stomach acid. Ujiha asked strangely. I just want to taste the taste of the water lizard meat. The dinosaur meat in this place tastes so good, so the water lizards that also live here will not be bad. Shiraha stared at Ujiha. Said the stranger-looking water lizard. The glutton in his stomach was hooked up. Among the pirates, there are many stranger-looking Neptune species. But many of those Neptune species are tender and juicy, which makes people want to stop. He was extremely resistant when he ate stinky tofu back then. But when he ate another stinky tofu, this thing really smells bad, and it doesn't look good, but it tastes like a word, fragrant. As long as it is food that suits your appetite, Shiraha is irresistible. The quality of the water lizard 1010 must be very good for running and training. No. What do you want? I won't let you eat Elizabeth. Ujiha hugged the trembling Elizabeth tightly and said loudly. The only spiritual water lizard understood Shira's words, and his legs clumped close together and could not stand firmly. I didn't say to eat your water lizard. I just want to taste other water lizards. If it minds, you can let it stay away and wait for me to finish eating. It will not be too late for you to come back, Shiraha said, stepped on Feiji and yoofing away. 10 minutes later, the aroma of meat drifted over not far away. Ujiha sniffed with a sensitive nose, and the saliva from the corners of her mouth flowed out again. I'll take a look at it. Really, Elizabeth, you'll wait for me here first, and I'll be back when I go. That guy was delayed for so long. I went to call him back. You have to believe me, Elizabeth. I will definitely be back. A few minutes later, Ujiha gnawed the water lizard meat beside her mouth and shed sad tears. It's so fragrant. It's delicious on Earth. Even better than dinosaur meat. Especially this sole is really delicious. Ujiha gnawed on the sole of the water lizard, crying with sadness, and said in admiration. Shiraha smiled slightly when he saw this scene. No one can escape the true fragrance theorem, and delicious things are always hard to refuse. I am eating water lizards here. Don't tell Elizabeth, I just came to find you. Ujiha thought of important things and said to Shiraha, I'm afraid it won't work anymore. It has already come over and saw you're eating. Shiraha pointed to the shocked Elizabeth and reminded, Elizabeth, you have to believe me. I'm innocent. I really don't want to eat meat. Seeing her companion Elizabeth not far away, Ujiha was surprised. and even the flesh of the water lizard was gnawing from her mouth down. Elizabeth cried and let out a stern growl. A few minutes later, Elizabeth ate meat of her own kind and shed tears as she ate it. "Elizabeth, I didn't lie to you. This meat is really delicious," Ajia said while eating. End of this chapter. 156. No one knows how to break through levels better than Shiraha. Chapter 156. No one knows how to break through levels better than Shiraha. The water lizard shed tears while eating. Eating and being eaten also happen between the same kind in nature. This is the law of nature and the rule of survival of the fittest. Shiraha looked at the water lizard eating the meat of its own kind, without much thought in his heart. Although this aquatic lizard has wisdom, it still does not form a human morality. It will cry when it eats the same kind, but it may not know why it is crying. "Aka, you should be full. We should be on the road," Shiraha said after tasting the water lizard. He has eaten the delicious ones. Apart from dinosaurs and water lizards, there is nothing else on this island. Fruits and vegetables are available outside, and he has eaten a lot. He now wants to find pure gold and the scientist to help him make a few pure gold rings. "I'm too full to eat. I can't move." "Why do you have to go out?" "It's not good outside. There are a lot of bad people. Neither the pirates nor Marine are good people," Ajia said with an angry look. Her belly grew bigger after eating too much meat, which made her lie on Elizabeth's back. "Of course I'm going out. My companion hasn't been found yet. I still have a task to come out," Shiraha said with a headache. "You are not wrong. It is really bad outside, but some places are not so bad. You can live with Elizabeth there." "Is there really a good place?" "That's really exciting. Hey ho he." After Shiraha wandered around the first stomach, after visiting all the islands in his stomach, he found that there were no other creatures on these islands except for water lizards and carnivorous dinosaurs. "Let's go to the innermost stomach." Shiraha hunted down several dinosaur meat and decided to use it as dry food. Coming to Chincha's number 2 stomach, Elizabeth needs to rest. Running in the stomach acid sea for a long time, the soles of the water lizard's feet will also be affected. The two followed a water lizard and found an island to rest in number 2 stomach. "Have you ever thought that your father is still alive, and that he has trouble making pure gold?" Shiraha asked, looking at Ajia's worried face. "Impossible. That bastard father can't live so long. And I have said that after living for so many years, I have never seen him once," Ajia said excitedly. She has great opinions on the bastard father. Shiraha knew that it didn't make sense, so she had to let her see it with her own eyes. If there is no problem with his memory, Ajia's father should be on this island. Just now on Arya's sky, he saw a dinosaur's nest with many small dinosaurs and a huge dinosaur. Many water lizards live on this island, and the 3 stomachs inside Chinchu form a unique ecological environment. The strange fat dinosaur I saw is Ajia's father, the genius scientist who extracted pure gold. Shiraha thought to himself, but he was still not going to look for him now, so he took the pure gold first. "Let's talk about it when you get it." On the other side of the island, a fat dinosaur baby that has been stitched looks very different from the surrounding little dinosaurs. This is Ajia's father, Miss China Asia, the scientist who possesses pure gold extraction technology. "I was wrong just now. I seem to see someone flying in the sky. I must be dazzled. How can there be living people on this island? Master Chinchu's stomach acid will melt all outsiders." The human of this fake baby dinosaur opened his mouth, looked at the disappeared person in Arya's sky in the distance, and shook his head. "A person will have fantasy after staying for a long time. This is normal. No one will come here." A huge dinosaur brought back a large piece of meat and put it on the dining table of the baby dinosaurs. When the fat man saw the meal, he quickly climbed up to eat the meat with a group of baby dinosaurs. "Why is it meat again? Can't you bring something else? I have eaten meat for more than 100 years. I really want to eat something else." After Elizabeth took a rest, Ajia took Shiraha to the innermost stomach of Chinchu and found her hometown, the legendary city of Oreburg, Algaimi. "Are you Algaimi? Pure gold is here, right?" Shiraha asked with a smile. pointing to the remaining island and dilapidated buildings in front of him. He remembered a lot of the plot of the original book, and also recalled the general content, but he still forgot some details. However, Wang Luffy can lead the Straw Hat Pirates through. There is no reason why he can't. The challenge left by the scientist does not seem to be too difficult to pass. This is my hometown, as well as that bastard father's laboratory. The pure gold you want is in it, Ojia said, depressed. Since coming to her former hometown, she has been a little unhappy. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe your father left something for you. Shiraha, who knew the plot, decided to take Ojia to see her father's notes. After Ojia finished reading the notes, he helped resolve the conflict between the father and daughter, and this unexpected adventure ended perfectly. The two people quickly came to the entrance, and some words were written on the stone slab at the entrance. Looking for shining gold. Those who break into this place will pay the price of their lives. My name is Miss Chino Akaiya. Shiraha couldn't understand these ghost symbols, but when he thought of the plot, he said the words on the slate. I don't know why, as long as it reminds him of key words and some key things. The content he has seen once passed through his mind like a slide, very clear. Akaiya? That's the bastard dad who made pure gold. Ojia shouted ugly, pointed to this passage and said, there are all kinds of difficulties set by my bastard father. Kanto can kill people. Are you sure you still want to get pure gold? The father and daughter had a deep misunderstanding. It is estimated that there is no way to explain it clearly without taking her to the laboratory. I walk in the front, you keep up. It's just a small difficulty. It's not difficult for me. Shiraha smiled confidently and said loudly, no one knows how to break through the level better than me. Just watch my performance. Oh, you look confident, and you seem to be more reliable, Ojia said with a smile. End of this chapter. 157 Food delivered to your door. Chapter 157 Food delivered to your door. Let's go. I will let you know what is the correct way to clear the level. Shiraha took the sword and walked directly into the corridor. Hey, that person should look forward to it. Ojia followed him and entered the corridor. After passing through a long corridor, the two people came to an empty hall where a piano was placed. It was the famous peacock piano among the pirates, and it was worth a lot of money. Next to the peacock piano was a slate, and Shiraha still couldn't understand the ghost symbol on it. Chat group translation. Only people who play music correctly, and people with pure hearts can approach the shining gold. This is the correct way to use the chat group. Shiraha subconsciously said what was in his heart. What chat group? Why don't people understand anything? You are not lying to them. Ojia asked with her mouth wide open. I'm saying that you live here alone. It must be boring to chat with you. Shiraha explained with a slap on his head. How could he say what he was thinking about? After staying with the abnormal people in the pirates for a long time, he will become abnormal. Many people in the Straw Hat Pirates group were still quite tall and cold before joining. Yes, it changed after joining. A normal person like him will become abnormal sooner or later. Ojia pointed to the Oeberg in front of him and asked, this place seems to require someone to pass the level. Do you know how to play the piano? No. But you don't necessarily need to play the piano to pass this level. I think other methods can be used. Shiraha thought for a while and said, would you like me to try? You come to protect me. Don't you really want to be pure? That is a treasure that can make you live for a long, long time, just like me, can live for more than 100 years, but also can buy the whole world. Ojia said suddenly with excitement. You want to see the laboratory where your father used to stay? Shiraha said jokingly. No, people are not interested in the bastard father's laboratory at all. They are not interested. Ojia began to mutter to herself, I really want to see. There must be a picture of my mother there. And why did that bastard father make pure gold things? That kind of things killed my mother. Try it, he'll find a way to get through here. Shiraha touched the golden water below, and felt a strong retsu pain, which was stronger than Chincha's stomach acid. He took out his hand, and most of it was corroded, revealing bones. No wonder the treasure madman didn't dare to go straight down. It turned out that this was even more terrifying than Chincha's stomach acid. He knew that the door was under the magma, and only by playing it correctly according to the tune on the score could the surrounding magma be released. Then the door under the magma will also open, and he will be able to find pure gold. Hey Shiraha, come here and look at it. There is a part of the sheet music missing. I don't know how to play it, and people won't talk about it. Ajia looked at the sheet music with the missing corner and shouted. Shiraha looked at the missing part of the sheet music, expressionless. He knew about it a long time ago. Don't be so surprised. Since it is a challenge, it will definitely not allow us to pass so easily. Shiraha came to Ajia's side, pointed to the missing part of the sheet music and said, "This is a lullaby. Maybe it has something to do with nursery rhymes. Did your parents sing similar nursery rhymes to you when they were young? That's probably the way to pass the level." "Oh, you really understand? You come and I will sing," Ajia said, pointing to the piano. She has a nursery rhyme that she always remembers, which her mother sang to her. "I said I don't know how to play the piano." "You don't take what I said to your ears." Shiraha doesn't know how to play the piano, and hasn't even touched the piano. "Hey, what should we do then? Don't we come to this place to give up halfway? People still want to look for it. Maybe there is something left in the bastard father's laboratory," Ajia said disappointedly. "Sing me a song of yours. I really want to hear it." Shiraha looked at Aka with eager eyes, and said expectantly. In addition to the benefits of this plot version, what impressed him the most was that song. Even if he forgot the lyrics of that song, he couldn't forget the touch of hearing that song. Those were all his memories. "What? At this moment you actually want to hear me sing? Don't you want pure gold?" Ajia said in shock. "Of course I want pure gold. When you finish singing, I will take you over. I want to listen to that song again." "Which is the one you want to sing?" Shiraha really wants to hear it again. A friendly smile, a hearty smile, your cute smiling face, Ginkgo's heart and gold heart. "I will give you all Algaima holding the golden star. Algaima enter dreamland." Ajia sang this lullaby completely. After Shiraha listened to it, he felt a little empty and said, "I'll take you through this level." "Oh, how do you want to get through?" Forest ball middle. Package. A vine appeared out of thin air and wrapped Ajia. Shiraha jumped into the water with the ball and found the gate. Raise his hand with a sword. A cross sword chi slashed open the gate, and the magma also flowed out as the gate opened. "Elizabeth, you are waiting here. I will bring your master back soon." Elizabeth called out and stopped where she was. "Don't come out for now, I'll take you." The ground outside is not easy to walk. Shiraha took the vine and led a big ball to the edge of a cliff. Chat group translation. Eagle Bridge. If you want to get shining gold, you are someone with penultimate concentration and courage. If you shoot the holy eagle, the suspension bridge will be put down. Shiraha looked at the target on the other side of the cliff, knowing that he had to hit that target to pass the level. Boom boom boom. There was a vibrating sound from the ground, and a huge triceratops leapt forward, and the sharp horns of its head aimed at Shiraha and launched an attack. "It would be a pity if the food delivered to the door was wasted. You belong to me." One sword flow, instant cut. This Tyrannosaurus Rex's old rival, the Triceratops, was divided into two halves from beginning to end, neatly. Long Yi, a wing, ran out from nowhere, swooped down, and launched an attack. "It's a rare thing again. I'm embarrassed to send it so enthusiastically." End of this chapter. Chapter 158 of the main text is a very serious chapter. Clearance. Chapter 158, a very serious chapter. Clearance. "Hey, don't run. What are you afraid of? I haven't done anything to you yet." Shiraha watched as he slammed on the brakes, and after turning in midair, he flew to another pterosaur. This little pterodactyl wants to run. "Guru, this dinosaur meat must be delicious. People seem to be hungry again." "Guru." Ajia came out of the protective ball and looked at the triceratops lying on the ground, drooling at the corners of her mouth. "A dinosaur that has never been eaten. All flesh. It's meat again. Is this heaven? People can eat meat again." Ajia suddenly realized that Shiraha was missing, looked around nervously, and heard a scream in the air. She looked up and saw a man standing on top of a pterodactyl, holding a sword as if to say something. "You are lucky, surrender or die. You probably don't understand, but I have a way to make you understand." Shiraha grinned, and a powerful aura exploded from his body. It's not conqueror, it's just pure and terrifying aura. This deep sense of fear made the pterosaur under him frightened, lowered his head, no longer struggling, but chose to surrender. "Go down," Shiraha said lightly. The pterodactyl seemed to understand, dived down, and stopped firmly on the ground in the shocked eyes of Ajia. "Yes, when sailing on the sea in the future, you will have convenient tools," Shiraha thought to himself. He doesn't have a boat now, and it is impossible for him to sail day and night without stopping. As an immortal existence, he also needs to rest normally. He has the limit of spirit, and he do not sleep for a long time like non-human beings. This may be that some lucky people have acquired the ability to live forever, but every time they reach their limit, they always need to sleep for a period of time. After the sleep period, they will recover again. "When I rest in the future, you will help me on the road." Shiraha stroked the surrendered pterosaur and said with a smile, "Hey, is this dinosaur not eaten? I still want to taste the taste of this dinosaur." Looking at the pterosaur that fell down, Ajia's saliva flowed. The surrendered pterosaur under Shiraha noticed Ajia's gaze, shivering with fright, and looked up at the master's position from time to time. "Okay, stop kidding with it, it's timid. Come up first." Shiraha stretched out his hand and shouted, "Let's get the pure gold first, and then come back to fill up our stomachs." "The meat of that triceratops, but it's delicious. Aren't we going with this triceratops?" Ajia said, staring at the dead triceratops on the ground with a distressed look. "Just put it in that place." Shiraha shook his head and smiled. "There are no other creatures here, and those flesh won't go bad after a while." The pterosaur under him has been subdued. He is very interested in food, but the only pity is that he can't taste the deliciousness of Bharati restaurant in this era. It is not known how many years before that restaurant will appear. Shiraha took out a small notebook and a pen in Ajia's strange eyes, as if he was writing something. "The most important goal, Momonosuke must die. The ultimate goal, to overthrow the world government. Bonus, when you go to parallel world to help your big nephew, you must go to Bharati to taste some food." While Shiraha was writing notes, Ajia took out a fruit from her body and threw it to the pterodactyl. "Oh, it eats fruit. It looks like Elizabeth. As long as you give it to fruit, you can subdue it," Ajia said excitedly. "Are we riding it?" Shiraha looked at Ajia strangely and asked, "Why do you say that?" "It's okay to walk over." Ajia looked at the long distance between the cliffs and then at the lava below, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and couldn't help saying, "Are you sure you want to leave?" Whoops! A long sword flew over and hit the holy eagle on the opposite side of the cliff accurately, and the bridge appeared to connect the cliff. "Can't this go?" Shiraha retracted the long sword and walked slowly with the pterosaur. Ajia looked at him speechlessly, and passed by Shiraha. "You only seem to be afraid of you. Do you decide to keep it with you?" Ajia looked at the surrendered pterosaur and couldn't help asking. "Of course I have been carrying it. Anyway, I'm alone at the moment, and I don't even have a boat," Shiraha said heavily. "In this sea, he is Onaman pirate group." He really wanted to find Brother Newgate, stay on the Whitebeard pirate ship, and see how his nephew was doing. Otherwise, it would be nice to find the bastard of Golden Lion Shiki. There are still people in 1010 who are arguing with him, so he can have fun in 2 games if he has nothing to do. "Where is your crew?" Ajia said with a change of face. "Hey, he has fallen into Lantern Zama's stomach. He must have lost his companion. Should I comfort him so he can stay with me?" "Hey, I can hear you. You said everything in your heart. And my crew is only temporarily missing. They are not dead," Shiraha shouted with a dramatic change in style. "Oh, I was joking just now. Are you the only one eaten by the Lantern Master?" Ajiyu asked. "And my boat," Shiraha said with an ugly face. "That boat was not worth much. and there was no extravagance, and even he didn't have much feelings. But that pirate ship was Shira's first time as a captain and the first time he had a symbol of his own crew, which represented some of his memories. The Kid Crocodile doesn't know what's going on. When we meet again in the future, he won't be defeated by Newgate again. It shouldn't happen. Big Brother Newgate will definitely know that Crocodile is his crew when he goes to sea. It must be different from the original story. After going out, go to Wanokini and wait for Big Brother Newgate. Maybe the kid in Rockdale was beaten up and stayed in the Whitebeard Pirates. Shira thought about this, and her mood became better again. NS. The two people walked through the long corridor to the last checkpoint. A huge crocodile head appeared in front of them. Hey, it seems that you need a key to open. If you insert the wrong hole, will the crocodile's head close? Ojia said while looking at this level. I'm an old driver. It's impossible to insert it wrong. Shira's mouth raised up and said, look at me. Generally, it depends on the model. The model like this key must be matched, otherwise it will hurt myself. End of this chapter. 159 The Technology of Making Pure Gold. Chapter 159 The Technology of Making Pure Gold. Shira came to the door, held the key confidently, and looked at the dozen or so holes in front of him. Which one should I plug in? It's really hard to choose. But he has a phobia of choice. It's you. Shira looked at a more pleasing position, inserted the key forcefully, and stirred it fiercely. When he tried to pull the thing out, he realized that it couldn't be pulled out, and the thing was sucked by the hole. In the hole, an electric current flowed from his fingers to his whole body in an instant, and he couldn't help tightening his legs and trembling. This kind of weird hole and this level of current. Old Thief Oda really knows how to play. It's no wonder that Nami was wearing a tulle and was trembling with electricity. There would be such a passionate scene, and it must have been specially arranged. The huge crocodile head fell to Ojia's exclamation. Hey, be careful, Shira, the crocodile's head has fallen off. Before the huge crocodile's head was completely closed, Shira used tough and rude methods to open it even more. It's okay, I can't beat it with serious means. I can open this with non-serious means. Shira took out the sword and chopped the entire crocodile head into pieces, then cut the ground open with another sword, and the big earthquake moved. An abyss-like trace appeared on the surface. Are you a monster? Seeing the abyss about 2 meters wide, Ojia opened his eyes and said in surprise, this is a regular operation. After all, I am very strong. There are still passages appearing. Did you see that? Shira pointed to the passage that could be seen in the middle of the abyss and said with a smile, so long, so big. Ojia also saw the passage under the ground, pointed to the place excitedly, and shouted, that passage will definitely lead to my bastard father's laboratory. You can find your pure gold. Go get it. You don't want pure gold? Come down with me and take a look. Shira took the initiative to hug and jumped down into the passage. Without reacting, Ojia followed Shira to a laboratory. The dust here is really heavy, and it seems that no one has taken care of it for a long time. Shira came to this laboratory and waved the choking dust around. It seems that no one has been here for many years. My bastard father made pure gold here, Ojia said angrily. She still had a big opinion on her father, thinking that her father killed her mother. Soon the eyes of both people were attracted by the dazzling pure gold, which was an oval piece of pure gold smaller than Nami and Robin. Is this pure gold? Is it the same as mine? Shira took out a piece of pure gold that he had put on his chest for a long time, and said with some excitement. Before he went to sea, he decided to achieve the goal, and finally he had to complete one. Hey, why do you have a piece of pure gold? Ojia leaned over, jumped up suddenly, and asked when he saw the piece of barry gold in Shira's hand. I snatched this from a marine general, Shira explained. Ojia nodded. She knew Shira was a pirate, and she knew it was a different pirate, so she didn't hate him. That piece of pure gold should be enough for you to make a lot of rings. Wouldn't you still want to beat Master Chinchu? Ojia said unbearably. She is inside Chinchu, where there is her hometown. As long as Chinchu does not die, Her hometown will always exist. Can you not kill Master Lantern? Shiraha heard Ogia's words, but he looked for something. What are you looking for? Ogia couldn't help but ask curiously. I found it. The technology and method of making pure gold is really wonderful. Shiraha opened it for a while, his excited face gradually becoming hard to look. What kind of book is this? This is definitely for people to see. He suddenly felt that mathematics and physics have become much simpler. This is the research note of your bastard dad. Would you like to read it? Shiraha looked at Huck and asked. He decided to wait a while to return to find the fat scientist, and leave the professional problem to the professional to solve it. People don't want to read that bastard dad's notes, Ogia said with her arms folded. Then I'll read it to you. I decided to create the pure gold forbidden fruit. I understand that as a scientist this is not right, but in order to cure my daughter's incurable disease, I am willing to sell my soul to the devil. Incurable? Ogia pricked his ears and heard the word. Because I know that the light of pure gold contains the power to slow down the growth of all things, and under the light of pure gold, the deterioration of her daughter's illness should also be relieved. Shiraha looked at Ogia, who had a different heart, and continued. Finished reading this paragraph, Ogia just remembered now. Her bastard father told her when she was sick in bed. This ring must not be taken off. It turns out that all this is for me. That bastard father. When my mother died, he must be more sad than me. My daughter is still complaining about him. People are such a big fool. Obviously made pure gold. It's for others. Ogia said, tears incessantly. Father love is like a mountain, always silently guarding behind like a big mountain in silence. I hate him for more than 100 years. Shiraha. Isn't it too much? Ogia burst into tears and cried out. The little girl finally understood that her parents love her. It's great to have such a good father. Shiraha is a little envious of her. He has no family, but he seems to have the same companions as his family. He will meet them again on this sea eventually. Yang Oki, Crocodile, Newgate, Shiki, Akoku, Rocks, even Roger and Zephyr. They will definitely meet again in the future. If he knows, he will definitely understand you. As a good father, if he knows that his daughter is still alive, that would definitely be the biggest surprise for him. Let's go see him. I saw a living person on the island, and that should be your father. Shiraha touched Ogia's head and said the news in her shocked eyes. Really? Is he really alive? Ogia asked incredulously. This kind of ups and downs made her mood a bit out of control. It was the first time in such a long time that she knew that her father had done this for her, but she has been complaining about her father. Hurry up and take me to see him. People want to see with their own eyes how that bastard dad is doing. End of this chapter. 160 Changes in Pirate Technology Line. Chapter 160 Changes in Pirate Technology Line. I'll take you there. Shiraha smashed the instrument containing the pure gold with a punch, took out the pure gold inside, put the pure gold and the research note on pure gold manufacturing technology together in the storage space, and then picked up a can and left this laboratory. The two quickly came to the top, and the pterosaur above had been waiting for a long time. Shiraha took the triceratops meat in, and flew into Aria Sky as a pterodactyl with Ogia. And Elizabeth, I want to take Elizabeth with you. Let it meet my bastard dad too, Ogia said habitually. She won't be able to change it for a while, after all. She called her father a bastard for more than 100 years. He'll see that bastard father soon, and I don't know if he is doing well. What should he do if he doesn't recognize my daughter? Hey, I am so troubled, Ogia said with a headache. Little plane, did you see the water lizard below? Put away my paws and grab it gently, or I will chop off your paws. Shiraha's words may not be understood by this pterosaur, but the meaning has been conveyed in place. The pterosaur swooped down, grabbed the water lizard on the ground trying to escape, and flew high into the sky with it. Elizabeth, don't be nervous, this is Shiraha's pet. It's called a small plane, and it won't hurt you. Ogia showed a head from the pterodactyl and watched Elizabeth explain loudly. The wailing water lizard saw its master on the pterodactyl and Shiraha, who said hello to it, and he was a little relieved. Coming to the top of the dinosaur lair, Shiraha looked at the little dinosaurs below and pointed at the strange dinosaur. That is your father. He suffered a lot from living with a group of dinosaurs. Ajia looked in the direction Shiraha pointed, only to see a dinosaur that was different from the other little dinosaurs. "Asshole dad. Are you down there?" she shouted. This sentence caught the attention of the following group of dinosaurs. When these little dinosaurs saw pterosaurs flying on Arya's sky, they all howled. They were shouting for their mother who was going out. "Let's go down and have a big meal together by the way," Shiraha said lightly. "Yeah," Ajia said happily. At this moment, the dinosaur below, which was obviously different from the other little dinosaurs, heard someone calling him on Arya's sky. I don't know if it was his illusion. He seemed to hear his daughter yelling to himself. When he looked up, he saw a huge pterosaur descending, frightening him to death and trying to find a place to hide. "Asshole father, is that you?" "Okay." He lifted the head of the dinosaur and looked at the pterosaur carefully, and saw that there were two people on the pterosaur, one of whom was his daughter who was thinking about it. He recognized it at a glance, and the little girl who hadn't changed at all was his daughter. Ajia on the pterodactyl hesitantly looked at the fat man below. This person was very different from the father she remembered, but in the end they overlapped. "That fat man is his father. Be careful." Shiraha jumped off the pterodactyl and scared away a group of dinosaurs with wild laughter, including the big dinosaur who had just rushed back to the nest. "Who are you? Why are you with Ajia? Are you trying to beat my daughter? She is so young," Ajia's father asked loudly. "Okay, I am your father." Ajia. "Puffahaha, let me explain." Shiraha laughed and said, "I have taken your pure gold. As a reward, I will help you resolve the conflict between father and daughter. Your daughter is I hated you for more than 100 years. It's better to expose this misunderstanding as soon as possible." "Asshole father, what he said is true. Thanks to him I will come to you," Ajia helped explain. This silenced Miss China Asia, who thought Shiraha was a bad guy. He wanted to hear the explanation of the young man in front of him. After Ajia's help and Shiraha's explanation, Miss China Akia finally understood the cause and effect and laughed heartily. "Thank you, Shiraha-san, it's great that I can meet Ak again." "Asshole father, you should really thank Shiraha. If it weren't for him, people might still hate you. If you can't live to get rid of the hatred, they don't do it." "Who told you not to make it clear at the time? How could people know that pure gold was made for others? Bastard dad." The father and daughter finally reconciled as before, hugging each other tightly. "Don't talk for now. I have a lot of meat here. Let's have a barbecue first. After we finish eating the meat, we will think about the next thing." Shiraha took out a lot of triceratops meat from the storage space, set up the grill, and asked the pterosaurs to find a lot of matches, ready to barbecue in the wild again. "Eating meat again? I have eaten meat for more than 100 years. I really want to eat some vegetables and fruits," Ajia's father said uncomfortably. "Asshole dad, do you tend to eat meat? People have eaten vegetables and fruits for more than 100 years. They have been tired of this kind of food for a long time, and they want to eat more meat." Ajia watched Shiraha prepare to barbecue meat, drooling at the corners of his mouth. "I went to find some vegetables and fruits. I prefer a more balanced way of eating." Shiraha found a lot of fruits and vegetables and started to light it with a lighter, which attracted the attention of Ajia's father. "What are you?" "It's actually very convenient for life." The pirate technology tree was obviously taken crooked. That Vegapunk studied some messy things all day long, and didn't know whether to take it from the people and use it for the people. Shiraha explained to this person the purpose and basic principle of the lighter. It turns out that there is such a convenient thing. After seeing Shiraha's lighter, I decided to develop more things that can be used for civilians in the future. If these things are researched out, they will completely change the lives of civilians. Ajia said his father excitedly. He has a new direction to study again. This is all the inspiration provided to him by the young man in front of him. "Okay, you will support your father this time, right?" Asikavid asked. "Father will also support you with this young man." Ajia. Shiraha. "Asshole father, What are you talking about? People don't want to marry. End of this chapter. Chapter 161 of the main text has all the benefits. Chapter 161 All the benefits are in hand. Arsehole father. What do you mean? Ojia shouted loudly while eating meat in his mouth. It turns out that you have nothing to do. It seems that I am thinking too much. Asia looked at the somewhat awkward atmosphere, thought about it, stood up, and said in a posture that he thought was very handsome, to make up for it. I will let you take a look, handsome face. Obviously it's funny, but he just pretends to be very handsome. Uncle, you are very talented in comedy. I think that after you go out, you can make a lot of money by running a circus with Ojia. Shiraha said, insulting. Is it really that bad? I should be considered a handsome guy. It seems that the aesthetics of this era have changed. Asi said with a long sigh. I'll do my invention honestly. This is the inspiration for the lighter on your body. Did you invent the lighter? Asi pointed to the lighter Shiraha placed beside him, looking like a curious baby. This lighter has existed in the outside world for a long time. I didn't invent it. But if you can improve it for mass production, I believe it will be very popular among civilians. The lighters Shiraha obtained from the group members are very different from the lighters in the pirates. The civilians in the pirates generally can only use flint and fire. Only those with status can have high-end supplies such as lighters. There is no such thing as a lighter specially produced for ordinary civilians in pirates. Okia got sick at the time, and I haven't developed a method yet. Even if there is pure gold, I am still worried. What should I do if something goes wrong? That's an incurable disease. Asi looked at Ojia said sadly. Arsehole father. Don't worry, they have been alive for more than 100 years, and they are very satisfied. Ojia said while eating meat and watching Asi who ate vegetables and fruits. What kind of disease do you first talk about? After all, more than 100 years have passed. Maybe that kind of disease has been treated for a long time. Shiraha asked, touching the small plane. Really? Are you telling the truth? Asiya got excited and said loudly, Ogade is an incurable disease called South Blue Emperor Fever. The chubby man stood up, excitedly explaining how terrifying this disease was. This incurable disease is said to have medical treatment. Do you want to go out with me? I have something else I want to ask you for help. Shiraha thought for a while, still not sure about the South Blue Emperor Fever treatment method. At present, there are still more than 40 years before the original plot started. I don't know that the kind of treatment was available at that time. Chopper was cured by an injection of Ojia at that time. Ojia and I are going out with you. What do you want me to do? Haven't you already got the pure gold? Asi asked strangely. Obviously the young man had taken away the most precious thing here, and his daughter, the young man, was not interested. He probably didn't have what the young man wanted. Doesn't this young man have taken a fancy to his handsome appearance? Right? I want to ask you to help make these 2 pieces of pure gold into rings of various styles and sizes. Can you? Shiraha looked at Ojia's father with a cold face. This man must have been thinking about something messy. Oh, that's it. I thought you fell in love with my handsome face. Ojia's father said while he was narcissistic. Let's go to the laboratory now, and I will help you build a ring. The 3 men returned to the laboratory again. After Ojia's father was busy in the laboratory for a long time, he finished the 2 pieces of pure gold given by Shiraha, and created more than 300 pure gold rings in total. That's enough. I'm very serious about helping you build it. Each ring is inlaid with a small piece of pure gold, and it will not emit any light when worn on the finger. Shiraha put away these pure gold rings with satisfaction, and said, we should leave now. I don't want to leave that way. Will you go with me? That method? Which method? Asiya asked, looking at the 2 of them strangely. Arsehole father. That's ... That is, we can go out through Master Lantern's excretion. Ojia replied awkwardly. Asiya? There is no need for that unsafe method. I have observed for a long time that Chinchu occasionally vomits. When vomiting, the stomach acid will reflux. We can take the opportunity to leave here, as long as we can catch a lizard on the water. At this time a red water lizard ran over. It's you, Don't run. Let me talk to him. Shiraha looked at Aki, who was communicating with the red water lizard, and took Ajia to the side to wait. This aquatic lizard said, "As long as you can make it laugh, you can subdue it." With a confident look, Asia put on that posture and said confidently, "Handsome face." The water lizard even laughed out of tears. Although it was very simple to subdue the water lizard, Asia was a little depressed. More than 100 years have passed. Has the aesthetics changed? Preparation is over. I really want to go out. Let's go now. Ajiyu asked excitedly. Wait, we have to make Chincha nausea and vomit. Asia reminded. Shiraha smiled indifferently. This time all the benefits were obtained. As long as Ajiya's disease is cured, this scientist will be grateful to Dade, and he can come to Asia at any time if he lacks pure gold in the future. Through Asia's future research direction, civilian life on the sea will become more and more in the future. Convenience, getting better and better. This is easy to do. Let me do it. It's not just to make Chincha nauseous. Just keep hitting his stomach. It's just for physical exercises. Shiraha showed an excited smile, jumped on the stomach around him. Would Okoki's big aura aura aura. Shiraha excitedly targeted Chincha's stomach with a violent attack. Chinchu, who had been hit hard many times, finally couldn't stand it, and began to shake Retsu. The stomach acid began to flow back. Their chance came. The little plane will take us up quickly, and the two water lizards will also be caught by me. Shiraha took Ajia and his daughter onto the pterodactyl and shouted, "Tweet!" After the pterosaur understood the command, he let out a growl and flew up. The three of them rushed towards the light together on the pterosaur, and flew towards Chincha's big mouth. End of this chapter. 162 Shiraha, this is an agreement between you and me. Chapter 162 Shiraha, this is an agreement between you and me. I rushed out of Chinchu and came to the vast Arya sky outside. The pterodactyl under Shiraha went crazy with joy, and a dash led them to the clouds. Ajia said with a pale face in horror, "Aha, too fast. It's too exciting. I can't take it anymore. Help. I'm going to die." Don't be afraid of Ajia, Dad is. Dad can't take it anymore, as he screamed in a broken voice. Small plane, do you want to be side by side with the sun, right? Get me down quickly. Shiraha stared at the pterosaur and commanded, looking at the surrounding clouds. When the pterosaur saw that his master was angry, he immediately flew to the sea obediently. People have finally landed, and they want Elizabeth, or Elizabeth can give them a sense of security. Ajia jumped off the pterodactyl and hugged Elizabeth tightly. "I'll let you fly again next time, and you will be my mount from now on." Shiraha looked at the pterosaur underneath and comforted. He wanted to find the nearest island now, then arrange things, and set off to Onokuni. That's Chinchauzama. It's the first time I have seen the whole picture officially. It's really big. Ajia pointed to Chincha, who was slowly leaving not far away, and shouted, "Shiraha, come and see too." "What? It's just a big sea king. Didn't you see it clearly last time?" Shiraha asked. At the time, Ajia and I hadn't reacted yet. Chincha swallowed us, and couldn't see clearly. As he explained to Ajia, "Master Chinchu is really big. Isn't the lantern on that head filled with pure gold?" Shiraha asked when he looked at the huge glowing lantern. "No one is too short of something like pure gold, but he already has the technology for making pure gold, and he also has a scientist who can make pure gold, and he has all the things and benefits in his hands. That is pure gold." All the pure gold that Master Lantern swallowed was extracted into the lantern on his head. This is the reason why Master Lantern can live so long. Pure gold is the treasure that can help others delay aging. Ajia's father, watching Master Chinchu, who was going away, reminded, "Don't take out the pure gold in the sea, or you will be found by Master Lantern and swallowed you. That's why you entered the cause of Master Lantern's stomach." He has helped Shiraha create many pure gold rings. He said this to remind this young man that Ajia's life is guaranteed, and even the illnesses on his body can be cured. For him, there is no life. Sorry. His next plan is to live with Ajia, research daily civilian technology, and benefit the common people. Let's go. let's find an island first. Under the leadership of Ajia's father, the three people quickly found the nearest island, a very peaceful small island. The people on the island also warmly welcomed them and entertained the three of them. Uncle, thanks to you, otherwise I have this sense of direction, and I don't know how long I will get lost in the sea, let alone go to Wano. I'm afraid I will get lost directly to Lavdru, Shiraha said while drinking tea. Are you going to leave for Wano next? Ajia must be reluctant to bear you. Akaiya decided to take Ajia to live in this small town, and said somewhat reluctantly, you should be a very capable person, but it's a pity that Ajia and I can't accompany you. People don't want to go with him. It's good to be here, Ajia said glumly. Someone is really duplicity. Your doctor will be here soon. When your disease is cured, I should leave. Shiraha smiled at her. Okay, if you want to go to sea, just bring Elizabeth and play nearby. Look at you, father and daughter, and a water lizard. If I hadn't owned a small plane, I would have envied your walking tools. You are a big liar. People will not be fooled by you. You will fly by yourself. Lao Gao who can fly with a slam. Looking at Shiraha with a smile on his face, Ajia knew that separation was about to come. Soon after, the doctor on this small island came here and checked Ajia's whole body and confirmed that this was the disease South Blue Emperor Fever. It is indeed South Blue Emperor Fever. This disease was terminally ill in the past, but a special medicine has been developed not long ago. Just a single injection is enough, the female doctor said as she took out an oversized needle. It is necessary to give Ajia an injection. I don't want an injection. That needle is too big. Don't prick me with that kind of thing. It will hurt. Ajia saw that it was such a big needle and turned around in fright. Listen to the doctor. Call her quickly. I won't let go. Shiraha grabbed Ajia and pressed the little girl to the bed. I don't want them. I am afraid of the pain. Be light. Such a big needle. I will die. After Ajia was crying and howling, the female doctor hurriedly gave her a needle in the arm, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Well, the South Blue Emperor Fever on her will soon disappear. The female doctor glanced at Shiraha wearing a mask strangely, and left without saying more. Your illness is cured. I should go too. Shiraha let go of Akao on the bed and said with a smile, I know, they won't miss you. You must remember to come back. Ajia looked at him and asked, we will meet again. Of course. Looking at the two people in the room, Shiraha nodded and said, when I turn this world upside down, I overthrow the entire world government and establish a new order. When I become famous in the sea and become a legend in this world, then you can use my name and let Elizabeth lead you on the sea and do whatever you want. Hey, the world government is very powerful. They have ruled the world for so many years, Ajia said in disbelief. Then let's make a bet. If I win, when your hair reaches your waist and grows into a beautiful girl again, I will take you into my arms and become one of my women. Dare you? Bet. People just bet with you. Anyway, they don't believe you can succeed. And remember to come back if you fail. People and Bastard Dad will be here waiting for you to come back. Ajia agreed to the bet. After 10 years, you have to wash it up and wait for me to come back in bed. End of this chapter. Chapter 163 of the main text set off alone. The kimono woman I met on the road. Chapter 163 set off alone. The kimono woman I met on the road. Oh, I think I can definitely win, Ajia said with a smile. I think it must be me to win. Uncle, can you help me communicate with this pterosaur? Let it take me to Wano. I'm afraid I will get lost in the sea. Shiraha stroked the pterosaur. He was very worried that he would not be able to reach Wano. With his sailing level and sense of direction, relying only on a chart, it was really challenging for him. Shiraha-san, I will communicate with the small plane. You can reach Wano smoothly after passing through a few islands. I look forward to seeing you again next time. As he walked towards the pterosaur, after communicating with the pterodactyl, he gave Shiraha an okay gesture. I think I should go now. Goodbye, and uncle. I hope Uncle can study things for common people. Shiraha handed some books on basic daily necessities to Asi from somewhere. After turning a few pages, the scientist was so excited that his hands were shaking, and he watched Shiraha yelling, "I will definitely develop all these things. I will let the residents of this small island live a good life first." Aka took off the pure gold ring from her hand, stretched it out and handed it to Shiraha. "This pure gold ring will be handed over to you. 10 years later, I will wait for you to return the ring to me. Don't lose faith." Ojia secretly smiled and said, "As expected of me, in this way, I will come back to find someone to return the ring." Hey ho he. Shiraha accepted the pure gold ring that Ojia had worn for more than 100 years, touched the pterodactyl, and left the room. "This is a promise. If you win, you will be your woman after you get married." Ojia ran out of the door behind him, shouting to Shiraha, who was about to leave in midair. "I heard. Let's go to the small plane. Our journey has begun." Shiraha stood on the pterodactyl and flew into the distance with a scream. Ojia chased all the way, until the shore was no longer visible, and then stopped. "Ojia, wait for me. He has already left. Let's go back." Asi followed, panting, trying to call his daughter back. "Asshole father, do you think he will come back?" Ojia asked unconfidently. "Of course Shiraha's son will come back. Didn't you make an agreement with him?" "You have to believe in yourself," Asi replied with what Shiraha gave him. "He will definitely become a qualified scientist." "Really?" People suddenly lose their confidence. "He is a big pirate offering a super high reward. He will return to our small town. The world government must be more powerful than him." Ojia took from his chest, "Come out a bounty, and the portrait on the bounty is Shiraha." "Okay, you can keep this thing, but you can't take it out casually. Shiraha Sang's mask is also to prevent us from hurting us. We can't trouble him." Asi reminded, "The world government has ruled the world for many years. Although Shiraha San is very strong, he should not be an opponent of the world government." Ojia saw Shiraha, who was already invisible, and said, "Then they will wait for him to be defeated, and run back in grief. Then they will take him in with good intentions. Hey ho he. Let's go. We should go back." "Ojia, freshman is alive and waiting for us." "I know that, bastard father." 10 years later, you must come back. No matter you win or lose, you must come back to see me." Ojia thought in her heart, turned around and took her father's hand and walked towards the town. On Arya sky in the distance, Shiraha was lying on the pterodactyl and was almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun. This pterodactyl was able to fly freely in such a vast Arya sky. He was so excited that he completely forgot that there was a person on him. "If it weren't for my strength, 80% of it would have to be dragged down by air racing." Shiraha looked at the sun's shining 10 fingers. One finger wears a pure gold ring. The days of the rich are so simple and simple. Shiraha looked at these well-made pure gold rings, and the more he looked at them, the more satisfied they became. In this accident, he was not without any gains and benefits. At least he got so many pure gold rings, and he also got it. But that is something more valuable than these pure gold rings, the method of making pure gold. When Wano Kuni cut off Tanayu, he conquered Eden, then went to find Brother Newgate, and took away the treasure of the golden thieves and by the way, slowly pulling up a huge force. Shiraha thought very much, said the United States. He thinks that Rock Dahl and Yang Liuoki should be on Newgate's ship, and all accidents can be resolved as long as they reach Wano Kuni. Arriving on the island at the first stop, the small plane landed. "It seems that the uncle communicated with you very well. If only I could understand you. The most important thing now is to find a navigator. If there is no navigator, I'm afraid I won't know the next stop when I reach Wano Kuni. Where should I go?" Shiraha vomited. His sailing ability is very low, and it is difficult to find a position in the vast ocean even if he has the direction to feel the influence of the weather. Coming to the streets of the island, Shiraha was about to buy some supplies. The last shipwreck left him all the supplies he bought. Because the supplies are not precious, all he rescued last time was treasure. All the triceratops that were hunted inside Chinchu have been eaten. He can't eat his own means of transportation, the small plane. Shiraha glanced at the small plane from the corner of the eye, and frightened the pterosaur. It seemed to guess some of the thoughts in the master's heart. I won't eat you. I have money. Go. I'll take you to a big meal, Shiraha said loudly on the street. This sentence attracted many people with ulterior motives, who stared at the big fat sheep not far away from various corners. It's been a long time to kill anyone, so let's take your knife. Noting all kinds of ill-intentioned eyes, Shiraha secretly thought about how to kill them. He didn't have a burden to kill these people. He is not interested in unarmed and incompetent civilians, but he is very interested in these people. Tweet the pterosaur, who followed by his side, screamed excitedly, and the master was about to take it to eat meat. It was so happy. This man seems to be very powerful. Can he send me to Wonokuni? Not far away, a beautiful woman in a samurai kimono with a knife hung from her waist, staring blankly at the wing next to Shiraha, Long said. She hasn't eaten meat for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 164 of the main body of the text. Chapter 164. Tanayu. Time passing through early. Is it not so good for my law enforcement fishing? I'm a little embarrassed to have so many eyes fixed on me. Perceiving a lot of malicious eyes around, Shiraha only wanted to kill them all. He understands that when there are too many murders, human lives really become a number. As a lunatic scientist, Vegapunk no longer has the principle that life is above everything else in his mind. Shira's mentality has slowly begun to change. He kind of enjoys the moment of killing these people and the moment of defeating the strong, small plane. Let's go and buy the supplies first. The next trip will take a long time. When we arrive at Wonokuni, we will temporarily rest in that place, Shiraha said, taking the pterosaur to the street. Buy a lot of supplies in a nearby shop. Huh? Is he going to Wonokuni too? Looks pretty reliable. Should I go with him? The tall, beautiful woman looked at Shiraha, who was about to go away hesitantly, and said to herself, talk to yourself. She thought about it again and again and decided to follow her first. She didn't notice at all and many traffickers were eyeing her. These human traffickers just like to sell looks. They are also girls, outsiders with no other people around. No one will care about this kind of thing. As long as they catch the sale to the expensive family master, they will have the money to go to the club to play. After Shiraha buy finished goods to buy, I bought a few spare clothes, a look into the not low-grade restaurants. Boss, give me a copy of all the food you have here. Smack. A big piece of gold hit the top of the dinner table. Not bad money. The restaurant owner immediately understood that this was a big rich man. Through his years of experience in restaurant management, this kind of person with a beast around him and a famous knife on his body is not easy to provoke. This guest. The shop will serve you all kinds of signature dishes soon, please wait a while later, a slender waitress said, twisting her waist. Shiraha looked at it for a few moments, and was not interested. This kind of good figure and good-looking waitress can live in public for so long, she must have tasted a lot of sticks. The pirate is no better than the ordinary world. Just walking along with him just now, he saw all kinds of hooligan, who just wrote the bad guys on his face, and he understood that this island was compared to the one where Rock and his daughter lived. The human environment on the island is much worse. In the room behind the restaurant, do you know the young man master? What's his identity? The restaurant owner asked. Just now, he sent a message to the principal behind him, fearing to miss the big sheep. He briefly introduced a young man from the restaurant who looked like a newcomer to the sea, and vividly expressed Shira's appearance. The voice on the other side of the phone worm was silent, and a few seconds later, he said, have you ever provoked him? No, I don't have that plan yet. I'm afraid I missed those guys in town that are cheaper. The restaurant owner heard a different tone and said quickly, it's fine if you don't have it. That person is an existence I can't afford to provoke. Don't provoke him. Just let those people go and die. It will just make my future business better. A low voice came from the phone worm. Sound. Yes, master, I know, I will never provoke that young man. As soon as the restaurant owner heard his voice, He heard a sound that made him tremble. "So you are going to hit my idea? It seems that there are other people behind you. Why do I hear the sound so familiar?" Shiraha appeared in this room and grabbed the phone worm and said loudly, "For a long time." "No, see, I've been on a ship before. You won't forget it." The people on the phone worm heard this familiar voice, sighed, and said, "The Rocks Pirates has become a thing of the past. At that time, we didn't even have a chance to win at all." "You don't need to be in helping Captain Hand Rocks. Deal with those of us who run away. I also got my life back when I escaped from the dead, and now my strength has lost more than half of it. I can only hide behind and do this kind of business. If you want to kill me, come and kill it, Shiraha, Blood Sword. It is my honor to die in your hands." The tavern owner sat down on the ground. He just heard some shocking news. His master used to be a member of the Rocks Pirates, and the young man in front of him was Shiraha, the great pirate Blood Sword on the sea. "I don't kill waste people," Shiraha said coldly. He still has something to do next. Who knows which island this guy is hiding on. The little plane is still under the helping hand of the uncle, and has the ability to automatically take him to Wonokuni, in case he can't go to Wonokuni after looking for this guy. He is at a loss. "You can do it yourself." Before Shiraha walked out of the room, she shouted, "Remember to bring me the delicious food and signature dishes." I thought I heard a familiar voice, and I was able to meet an acquaintance. Now it seems that I have been thinking about it. Akada, who has almost lost his strength. It's really boring. Although the voice on the phone worm tried to hide something, Shiraha still heard it. The former Kada of the Rocks Pirates group was concealing his gasp, and he was seriously injured even when he spoke. In addition to returning to the light, he could barely have a little strength, but if he really did that, he would definitely not be able to survive. The last time the Valley of Gods battle, the Rocks Pirates were really dead, wounded, and useless. After eating, Shiraha left the restaurant and went to have fun. Some people who came to the street and waited for a long time saw him come out, and stood up one by one, keeping a certain distance behind him. These people were all those who made his idea. "Don't go in. A lot of people have come up with your idea. You have to be careful. They just wait for you to enter this kind of place." Shiraha was about to walk into a remote corner when she heard a shout of women behind him, accompanied by a sound of footsteps and running. "That bitch, maid." Others took the first place. "Go and take down that big fat sheep. No one is allowed to rob us of blood wolves." A group of dark and weird-looking people rushed up, armed with weapons, and howled growl like a pig. "What are you doing in a daze? When my name is Tanayu, you don't have to thank me anymore. Let's run together." This kimono girl named Tanayushi grabbed Shira's hand and ran with him all the way. Shira's mood at the moment is dumbfounded. End of this chapter. Chapter 165 of the main text is sent to the door when Tanayu, fragrant girl. Chapter 165 Tanayu time when delivered to your door. Fragrant girl. Tanayu took Shiraha through the narrow roads in various ways, and a large group of people behind them gradually surrounded the two of them under the advantage of the familiar terrain. There was a dead end in front of the two of them. "It's over, I'm so sorry, I don't know this place well, I hurt you." Kozuki kept apologizing to the man who was implicated by her. Shiraha looked at the woman who apologized to him and became even more bewildered. When this woman is Tanayushi, then his purpose has been achieved. As long as it is impossible for Tanayushi and Adan to be together, there will be no help from the beach, which is to kill from the root. But why did this woman apologize to him? Generally speaking, if he is really a guy who has no power to bind a chicken, Tanayushi should want to help him. "I probably understand. You close your eyes first. This time if you are lucky, it'll help you solve the person who wants to make you think." Shiraha touched Tanayu's head and said with a smile, "This kid is dying, and he still thinks of beauty. He really doesn't know how to live or die. We Snow Wolf will help that woman." "Why?" "I want women and money." At Tanayu, it turned out that these people were not only hitting the man's idea, but also hitting her idea. "Excuse me, I might really be a burden to you this time. Shiraha scratched his head, and when he looked at Tanayu, he leaned forward. The two of them got closer and closer. What does he want to do? Is this to kiss her? In this kind of crisis situation, shouldn't this kind of thing be considered? This man still seems to be handsome. This time it seems that I killed him, otherwise, let's get rid of him once. Come on. Tanayushi looked at Shiraha, who was getting closer and closer, closed his eyes, and pouted her little cherry mouth, ready to welcome the next touch. The woman finally closed her eyes. Shiraha breathed a sigh of relief and started the killing moment. A few minutes later, there was no living person nearby, and there were mutilated bodies lying on the ground. These people had no time to express the misery growl. When he finished killing and turned around, he looked at the Tanayu time with his eyes still closed and enjoying the appearance of Tanayu. What are you doing? You don't think I'm going to kiss you? I'm all done, Shiraha said while looking at Tanayu, who hadn't recovered. This girl is too immersed. Can't you even hear the movement just now? After hearing the sound at Tanayushi, I found that there was no such moist feeling on her lips. She knew that she was thinking too much, and her pretty face turned red with the naked eye. This incident made her too ashamed. Why are you so stupid? Shiraha flew to Arya Sky while holding Tanayu, left this place, and then said jokingly, "Are you stupid?" "I'm not stupid at all. I accidentally misunderstood it just now." "Can't you?" "I really want to cut my belly and commit suicide." "Stand up." "Puffahaha, you are too funny, or I will kiss you now to satisfy you." "Okay." Hearing this obvious teasing voice, Tenshi was even more ashamed. She must have been blinded by the man's face at the time to make such a move. "Please raise your head and let me see what such a stupid woman looks like." "Okay." Shiraha leaned close to Tanayu's ear and said with a breath, "Stupid, I'm so stupid." Tenshi shrank into his arms. His ears were red. "I mean, you are stupid. Why do you drop it?" "You came to hit me." Shiraha put away the sword and took her onto the pterodactyl and said, "Hit it." Tenshi pushed aside her warm embrace, lowered her head, and squeezed her fist. Headbutt hit the man in front of her. I have longer hands than you. You can't hit me, so don't struggle." Shiraha put a hand on Tanayushi's head. This girl with a hand not as long as he couldn't hit him at all. The head was also controlled, and her body couldn't move, so she could only hit the air with her hand. "You are too bullying, I won't play anymore." When he saw Tanayu, his mentality was a little broken, and he decided not to tease her, so he took away that hand, and under the influence of inertia, the two people hugged one with each other. "This is what you took the initiative to pounce on. From now on you will call by Ayushi," Shiraha said with a grin when facing Tanayu, who took the initiative to pounce on it. White Moonshine. Tenshi fell into Shiraha's arms, becoming more ashamed and embarrassed. From the beginning, she did all kinds of stupid things. The man holding her didn't need helping hand, and she blamed her for being affectionate, failing to offer kisses, and being molested by him. "What's your name?" Tenshi raised her head and looked at this man, and couldn't help asking. "My name is Shiraha, I am 16 years old, and I am a pirate on the sea with a bounty of more than 1 billion. Shiraha introduced himself. "When I was called Tanayu, I was 26 years old, and I was born about Yaoyorozu years ago." This is when Tanayu traveled over in advance, and it would take more than 10 years before such a thing happened according to the original plot. Yaoyorozu years ago. It was not a century of blank history. It seems that some incredible things really happened during the time period. With Berry's time in Paramecia time, Tanshiyu can use his ability to send others to the future. But this Devil Berry's ability has its limitations, that is, it cannot take people back in time. "You are so much older than me. Are you still married when you are 26? Shiraha stared at her and asked. "Yes." "Is there any problem?" "I just didn't marry. It's normal. I'm not so hungry." Tanayushi blushed and said something that she didn't even understand. Hungry? Of course this is normal. You will be called by Ayushi from now on. You must be waiting for me if you are not married. We must be a match made in heaven. Shiraha said with an abducted expression. You said you came here from Yaoyorozu years ago. What does this mean? Do you know? Tanayushi was stunned, and shook his head. I don't know. This shows that you came to this era for me. Let us leave the crystallization of love in this world. Your eyes have betrayed you. Don't want to lie to me. I'm not stupid. Woo. Before Tanayushi's words were finished, Shiraha kissed him. It took a long time to let go of this kiss. Didn't your mother tell you? A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. You will be mine from now on. Shiraha looked at the delicate skin while stroking Tanayu, and in her shocked eyes lied to her again. Don't you think him going to kiss you? Shiraha exclaimed when he closed his eyes again when looking at Tanayu. End of this chapter. 166. The first time in Tanayu. Chapter 166. The first time in Tanayu. Hearing Shira's playful and teasing voice, Tanishi realized that he was being fooled by the man in front of him again. She opened her eyes and trembled with anger. Shivering, she really wanted to hit the man's smiling face with her fist. It must feel very good. Look at the move. Tanishi stepped back again, shaking her delicate and slender thighs, and kicking at the nasty man in front of her. She can't kick him down. She can kick him in the calf, and most people can't stand the pain. Kick kick. Shiraha easily grasped Tanayu's slippery and tender legs, and pulled forward. The girl who had lost her center of gravity plunged into his arms again, subconsciously because she was afraid of falling. He hugged him. Are you so hungry? Are you reluctant to kick me down because you are afraid that you will lose your happy life in the future? Shiraha looked at the trembling Tanayu in his arms and suddenly changed his words and said, I was too much. Get along well in the future. Okay, my wish is to go to Wonokuni. Can you take me there? Tanayushi laughed again when she heard Shira's words, and asked when she looked up at him. I want to go to Wonokuni too. Let's go together. Let's get on the road like this. The small plane takes off quickly. Shiraha replied when he let go of Tanayu without nostalgia. Lying on the terrace, his thoughts about this beautiful girl in Tanayushi were just that she was very good looking. If you want to say how many feelings there are, it's too fake. But no one is too short of beautiful girls. Are we going to Wonokuni? Tanayushi sat down next to Shiraha and looked at the surrounding clouds and exclaimed, this is my first time flying in the sky. Is this creature your pet? I can finally go to Wonokuni. Do you want to go to Wonokuni that way? Shiraha asked while looking at Tanayu who was sitting next to him. That is my wish, and the place I want to go is Wonokuni, Tanayushi said longingly. She came here from hundreds of years ago. The purpose is to avoid the disaster, but also to return to her hometown Wonokuni to see. But when I came to this future, I met a lot of bad guys, and many people who got her idea. If she didn't have some strength and skill, she would have been taken away long ago. Shiraha didn't catch a cold too much, so she thought that before arriving at Wonokuni, she would try her best to train Tanayushi so that this woman who had not been sent to Wonokuni by Kisugi would not look at Kozuki-den after she went to Wonokuni. This woman also didn't look very smart, which was in line with his appetite. He just likes stupid, pretty women with bigger fierceness and a little bit of her brain. Smart women like Tu Shanrongrong are not easy to deceive, and it is better for girls to be stupid. High-grade green tea now pretends to be clumsy and pitiful, but the pirate has never heard of the existence of a high-grade green tea bitch. At Tanayu, this kind of look is very innocent, and women who are not very smart should be very cheating. Are you thinking too much? I won't be fooled anymore. Tanishi knelt down and said, watching him hold his chest. No, I was thinking you are 26 years old. Shouldn't you have a baby? When Shiraha turned his head and looked at the sitting Tanayu, he accidentally saw infinitely beautiful scenery. Huh? Tanayushi was taken aback by these words, and said in a daze, What do you want to do? You'd better lie down. Sitting like this will make me think. Shiraha patted her side and motioned for her to lie down. At Tanayu, she noticed that the young man's gaze was watching the part of her exposed, and she didn't wear anything in that place. Ah, don't look at it. Tanayushi quickly lay down and tidied up her clothes. Nothing to wear. Are all Wonokuni women like this? It's a pity that I can't see it for the time being. After sailing on the sea for a short period of time, the two people had a preliminary understanding during the exchange. Ashi, is your hometown Wonokuni? Shiraha took out a world map, pointed to a small dot on it and asked. I don't know. I only know that my parents' hometown is Wonokuni, so I have no other place to go except Wonokuni, Tanayu said relaxedly while looking at the blue sky and white clouds. Really? I will go to Wonokuni. I will probably stay there for a while and then leave. Let me take you to Wonokuni. It's okay. It feels really good to be with you. As long as I'm with you, I feel that I have reached my destination. Tanayushi lay beside Shiraha, squinting and smiling. You woman is really good enough to cheat. Follow me and you have to do something every once in a while. Shiraha had a lot of doubts about her luck, and she didn't even believe in herself anymore. The pirate group that had not yet developed was destroyed by a natural disaster. The feeling of Golden Lion Shikis naval battle last time can be said to empathize with him. This is because of bad luck. I'm fine. Well, I am a major criminal wanted by the world government in this sea. I am still very interested in what happened in the past. Can you tell me what happened in the past? After Shiraha said these words, Tanayushi fell silent, and his face became ugly, as if he was thinking of something bad. Sorry, I can't answer your question. It was a disaster at the beginning, but I don't know too well. Didn't that history have been recorded? Tanayushi asked rhetorically, looking at Shiraha with a look of expectation. That period of history has become more than 100 disappeared, and the world government completely eliminated the 100 years of history. I guess, except for themselves. Basically no one can know the truth of this period of history. Shiraha answered what he knew. 100 years of blankness, that is what those historians have always wanted to study. The mother and daughter Nicole Robbins specialize in studying this, right? The same is true of historical texts. Few people know the history buried in the past. I don't know those things too well. Tenshi took the initiative to hug Shiraha beside him. It seems that this woman knows something. Does you not want to answer? He was not interested in the original history. This time it was also to go to Wonokuni to take away the Strongadon, as a combat member to supplement his combat power. He wanted to test and declare war on the world government. Shira's idea is to snatch a large amount of heavenly gold from the world government to see where the bottom line of the moths is. End of this chapter. Chapter 167, The World Government's Conspiracy Against Shiraha. Chapter 167, The World Government's Conspiracy Against Shiraha. The two soon arrived at the next island, entered a hotel as it was, and cooked the uncooked rice into cooked rice. Tanayushi was taken down for the first time in this way, and called for a whole night. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom that night, dotted on the sheets. Finally, Tanayushi was exhausted to the limit and fell asleep deeply. Shiraha relieved his abilities, put away the soundproofing protection covered by vines, and lay on the soft big bed while holding the naked Tanayu in his arms. It's better to be a stupid girl. When he looked at Tanayu, who was sleeping in the past, he squeezed and found that there was no movement at all. It seemed that she was really tired. Is my ability still too strong? It seems that it will be difficult to fall asleep again tonight. Shiraha held the girl in his arms, feeling the soft fragrance and warm jade in his arms. How could he not hold down in his heart impulse? Early the next morning, there were a lot of bloodshot eyes in Shira's eyes, which scared Tanayu when he just woke up. Are you okay? Did you sleep well? When Shiraha looked at the naked Tanayu, There was an idea in his eyes that he could understand at a glance. "No, at least not now. Let me rest for a while," Tanayushi said with some fear. "The feeling last night was really great, but it is too long-lasting and too strong." Her body almost didn't support it. This man was too strong in that respect. "Well then, we should start," Shiraha said disappointedly when he looked at Tanayu's beautiful body. Tanishi smiled and wanted to get up from the bed, only to realize that she didn't have the strength to get up at all. She said distressedly, "Let me rest for a while, can you hold me and leave?" Shiraha knew this was the result. Every time after the fierce battle with Luochi, she had to slow down for several days, and she could only walk away from the wall, sometimes embarrassingly begging him to help. "I'll hold you and leave. You should change your name." "Well, I will call Baishi from now on." Tanishi nodded and said. Shiraha burned the contents of the room with a lighter, and left the hotel full of memories while holding Tanayu. "This is your compensation." The owner of the hotel looked at the guest who gave money inexplicably, nodded and said, "Welcome to come again next time." The two left the island on a small plane and went to the next stop, Wonokuni. "My life is going to start to be difficult again." Shiraha sighed as he looked at the immobile girl. His strength has reached another level. With the life return with complete experience and his own talent, he has successfully promoted to a strong man on the sea close to the ceiling. The special devil berry, plus the abundant physical strength brought by the return of life. This also made it difficult for a woman to satisfy him. Even a very durable woman like Tanayu couldn't bear it for long. "Puff, after I have rested, I can still discuss it. You can solve it by yourself first." "I heard from my parents that boys can solve it by themselves," Tanishi said shyly. I don't want to solve it myself," Shiraha refused. "Ashi, did you come to the future for the purpose of avoiding disaster?" Tanayushi shook his head. "What you said is not entirely correct. I came to the future as an arrangement of fate. Originally I was a little confused, but after meeting you, I confirmed that the person I was looking for was you. The fate of the entire world is determined by the man in front of him, and she also chose this man. But I have a small question. I want to ask you, how many women do you have so far?" "Two." Seeing Tanayu looking at him expectantly, Shiraha answered the question. "It was only 2 women who really had a relationship." "Huh? I can't believe it. I thought you would have more than a dozen women, so I'm the second one." "What about another one?" Tanayu said in disbelief when she was resting on the pterodactyl. "This man actually has 2 women!" Shiraha looked at Tanayu, who was dreaming, and explained the cause and effect, which made her understand something. So you think it's weird that a man like me has only 2? Tanayu nodded honestly. "This woman owes days." "Don't. I really can't stand it. Let me rest for a few days, okay?" "It's still very painful now." Tanayushi noticed what Shiraha was thinking, and said, begging for mercy. A woman who is almost 30 years old is indeed very flavorful, and Shiraha will let her go this time. Shiraha was relieved to see that Shiraha didn't want to make a hard bow at the time of Tanayu. She was really obsessed with the feelings of last night, but she was really afraid of the strength and endurance of this man, just like the perpetual motion machine that wouldn't get tired. It's horrible. World government. In a research room, Vegapunk, who was captured by Marine, is studying Guy's descent factor. Outside the laboratory, several ordinary members of CP0 are waiting outside. "Hurry up and finish this thing." This is the request of the world government to agree to Vegapunk. A direct member of the CP0 organization issued an order. Several CP0 members verified the characters on the wanted list. Rock Dahl, who has become famous recently after Vegapunk was captured by the world government. He heard some things about Shiraha from Guy's mouth, and became interested in the big pirate offering a reward on the sea. In his judgment, the body called Shiraha must be very unusual. This will allow him to have further research on the descent factor. Knowing that the guy I saw last time was Shiraha, Vegapunk became even more interested in the pirate. After asking the world government to check the available information, He confirmed that the man had the ability to resurrect. The pirate also ate a paramecia devilberry, which means that the ability to resurrect is not an accessory ability of berry. Vegapunk used its own ability and research on devilberry to coerce the world government. To help accomplish this, by catching Rock Dahl, Shiraha, who is hard to meet in the ocean, is drawn out. Marine and the world government need a victory. The blood sword Shiraha has enough fame, and the difficulty of capturing it is not too big. The rock dial under his hand actually separated from him. This is the best time. Vegapunk knew that the world government would definitely take action, and used rock dial as an introduction to win the war. There are many guys, how cruel you are, that guy. That makes me use the hands of the world government to grab him. I believe that guy must be the best material. End of this chapter. Chapter 168. Reunion with the Whitebeard Pirates. 4,000 words. Chapter 168. Reunion with the Whitebeard Pirates. 4,000 words. In the Garasai 5 Elders meeting room, Vegapunk asked us to catch a little pirate named Crocodile and said he was going to draw the bleeding sword Shiraha. What do you think? Garasai with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard and a scar on his left face, one of the 5 elders, asked. The failure of Marine in the Valley of the Gods last time, we have spent a lot of money to cover it up. This time we must succeed. Garasai 5 elders, who was wearing a red suit, a golden beard, and a scar on his chest, agreed. Recently, various large pirate groups have emerged in the sea: the Whitebeard Pirates, the Flying Pirates, the Roger Pirates, and the recently popular South Blue Pirates, World, and the Red Earl Patrick. Everything is coming out. We always have to deal with it, said Garasai 5 elders with long straight white hair and a long beard. It's not the last time in the Valley of the Gods. The trash in the Marine headquarters didn't even play a role. Not only did the people in the Rocks Pirates group not kill, even Rocks himself did not kill. This name kept. The grumpy old man snarled. Now the situation in the sea is even more chaotic. Master Yim is already very dissatisfied, and it is time to rectify it. Those pirate groups are not small in power, and we have to pay a lot of price to win any of them. We have paid a lot of price in the last battle of the Valley of the Gods. None of Tenryu Bito who lived in the Valley of the Gods survived, and we are under great pressure. Vegapunk's opinion can still be considered. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, the blood sword Shiraha is very important. We can use him for the operation. The long-bearded Garasai 5 elders said. He has a silver gun by his side. There are only 3 of them. Taking down these 2 big pirates will be even more powerful for us to maintain the prestige of the world government. How can you be sure that Shiraha, the blood sword, will break into the trap we designed for the little pirate? The last Garasai 5 elders, wearing a white uniform and wearing eyes, asked a key question. We can send a notice to the whole world after catching Rock Dahl, and execute the pirate in public. Even if he doesn't come, it will still work. Then do it this way. It depends on when you can catch the little pirate named Rock Dahl. At the end of the Garasai 5 elders meeting, it was decided to dispatch CP0 to capture Crocodile, who was making a little storm outside, and formulated a policy against Shiraha. Vegapunk's opinion was adopted, and Garasai 5 elders sent more forces to capture Shiraha's crew member Crocodile. And in Vegapunk's laboratory, there is a big tattoo guy named Cutie, waiting for Shiraha, full of resentment, just waiting for when the world government can get rid of that one and let that bastard feel the same pain as him. Father, the kid named Rock Dahl has caused a lot of trouble recently and killed a Marine branch. It seems to have attracted the attention of the world government recently. Nothing will happen to him, right? Beaster, with 2 swords, looked at his father and asked, Father, doesn't Uncle you care about the people he takes? He doesn't look like that kind of person. Makora said with a wink and looked at Whitebeard beside him. Kihahaha, don't worry, that kid Shiraha is smarter than anyone else, and the crew he selected must also suit his appetite. The brash kid named Rock Dahl is indeed very courageous. Whitebeard drank, and flipped through the newspaper several times without seeing news about Shiraha, and even the bastard Shiki had very little news. What happened to that bastard Shiki and Shiraha lately? All of them shrank. Whitebeard said suspiciously, now the Roger pirates are more active in the sea. They have become the most active in the sea. A strong pirate group. Father, there is a problem with what you said. The strongest pirate group in the sea may not be the Roger pirate group. Our pirate group is no worse than Roger pirate group. The Ice Witch stood by. He twisted his waist and said with a smile, cool your father. I am Whitebeard. When we meet Roger pirates, we will fight him. Oh, as expected of my father. We are the strongest pirate group in the sea. Let's take a look at that kid's place first. It's Shira's crew after all. Whitebeard frowned. Forget it. Go to Wonokini first. I believe that the person Shiraha fancy is not that bad. What happened to Shiraha recently? Even the crew is ignored. And it has been a long time since he and Silver Gun have appeared in the sea. Father, the pirate chief admiral you mentioned is recruiting troops and has formed a large fleet. I am afraid that even our pirate group and Roger pirate group are not his opponents. What? That bastard Shiki is going to take the path of the Rocks pirates. That way is not going. The pirates without trust can't go far in this sea. Whitebeard is a little worried about the way Shiki will go. The relationship between the former Rocks pirates is pretty good, and they plan to have contact in the future. Although Whitebeard is not interested in overthrowing the world government, if Shiraha wants to do it, he will also support it. Shiki that bastard and Shiraha are noisy as soon as they meet, but the relationship is actually very good. Shiraha said to overthrow the world government. Shiki was the first to agree. In the eyes of Golden Lion Shiki, as a pirate, at least he has to do that. The bastard Shiki said he wanted to surprise the boy Shiraha. I don't know how many people he has recruited. This bastard won't really start a war, right? Whitebeard said with a headache. It was not long before the Valley of the Gods war ended. If that bastard Shika's brain breaks down and gets involved with the world government during this time period, wouldn't he bring his pirate group? Or should you bring your own pirate group? Father, Uncle, she is not like such a brainless person. Marco thought for a while and said, Shiki that bastard has a lot of time when he has no brains. Kihahaha, leave him alone. He'll talk about future things later, and decide after hearing the news. Little ones, let's have a banquet. The Whitebeard Pirates group started the Shinichi round banquet again. Sister, can you ignore the wanted notice? Father said that the party is going to be held. Marco called out without waking up. You stinky boy, do you owe you a beating? Do you still need to report to you this boy for what you see? The Ice Witch put away Shira's wanted order, snorted coldly, ignored Marco and joined the banquet. Ha ha ha, Marco is flat again. Marco looked at these guys who were laughing forward and backward, and the impulse to hit someone in his heart became stronger and stronger. Retsu. Obviously he was the first to join. Why is he so lacking in status? Shiraha is right. Women are really unreasonable existence. He hates women. Float Sky Island. Dozens of islands are suspended in the air, and the main island is hosting a grand banquet, where demons dance around. The closer to the center, the more famous it is on the sea. The three people sitting in Monaco Yang. The man in the middle exudes a lion-like aura, swallowing mountains and rivers, holding rum and two swords hanging from his waist. Jai ha 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 world. John, where did you say that Shiraha kid hides? I can't find him no matter how I look for him. I'm going to defeat Roger first, and then declare war on the world government. Leave him. Golden Lion Shiki summoned the large fleet faster than the original, and has reached the peak of power. I haven't heard about him recently. The last time he had a fight with Marine Admiral Zephyr. John said about Shiraha, then looked at Golden Lion and asked, Shiki, Akaku's injury, your man, does anyone have a way? Akaku's injury is a bit too serious. I think he is great if I can live. If I want to heal, the only way I can think of is to see that boy Shiraha. Golden Lion Shiki paused when he heard Akaku's affairs. For a few seconds, Then he said, "Narkin can't heal a Kaka's injury either." World said muffledly while drinking. He promised to become a member of the Rocks Pirates, but when the Rocks Pirates temporarily disintegrated, he joined the wrong pirates. Compared to the atmosphere of the Golden Lion Chicky Flying Pirates, he liked the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates more. But what Golden Lion Chicky wanted to do was more in line with his appetite, which led him to choose the Flying Pirates in the end. Tweet: "What's your name? Can't I stop making noise before I wake up?" Shiraha was awakened by the pterodactyl and said with a belly full of fire. He got up very angry. Puffed and Ayushi looked at Shiraha with this look and laughed. "Are you still laughing?" Shiraha looked at the woman leaning on him and said, "I think you have forgotten the fear of being dominated by me. If you can laugh, it means your body is already healed, right? It's not good yet. Let me slow down for 2 more days." Tenshi subconsciously tightened his legs and said in fear, "I will let you go this time." Shiraha turned his head and looked around and realized that it was not too far from the sea. This pterodactyl flew very low. It seemed that the long-distance flight made it feel tired. "It's a bit bad this time. The small plane seems a bit tired. If it can't reach Wonokuni, it may not be able to hold it. What should we do then? Or let's not go to Wonokuni, just find an island nearby and take a rest." Tanayushi said nervously. "I am not very proficient in sailing. I don't know where this is the specific place on the sea." Shiraha said embarrassedly, "Maybe the 2 of us are a little overweight." "Why? I'm not heavy." "I'm not very heavy either." Tenshi thought of his weight exceeding 3 digits, and said without confidence. The pterosaur flew very low with 2 people, and they encountered a big problem on the way to Wonokuni. At the same time, the Whitebeard Pirates, which were sailing towards Wonokuni, were not far away. "Father, when do you think we can meet him?" the Ice Witch asked, pointing to the wanted order. "Kihahaha, you want to meet Shiraha, but that boy already has Yang Liu Oki's sister." Whitebeard shook his head and said, "I don't know when I can meet that boy again. The sea is very beautiful. The big one. Maybe it will be possible for a long time." The boat railing. "Vista, I will definitely beat you this time." Marco pulled the fishing rod and shouted, "I can feel this is a very big fish. When I pull it up, you will know who will win." "Don't brag, Marco. Who doesn't know that you are the luckiest boat on this boat? You have never beaten Beast and the others than fishing." The Ice Witch came over and said with a mockery, "Don't underestimate me. I will definitely win this time." Marco roared and pulled the fishing rod up. A big fish, about the size of a slap, hung alone on the fishing line, and kept jumping. "Puffahaha, Marco. Is this the big fish you are talking about?" The Ice Witch Pwede clutched her belly and laughed non-stop. "Are you trying to laugh at me? Marco, you can't do it." The honest man Joz said looking at the frustrated Marco. "I said that Marco would lose again, so take out all the good things from you." Leok reached out to the other crew members who had lost the bet. The previous few times, Marco didn't catch a fish. This time it was a fish. "You shouldn't laugh too much at your companions. At least you should laugh quietly," the Ice Witch Boadi said. Later, he opened his mouth and laughed wantonly. Marco wanted to cry. The first time he saw Boadi, he thought he was a cold sister, but he didn't expect that Thishai cold sister was just cold to outsiders and to his own people. Looking at the fish hanging on the fishing rod, Marco decided to accept it. Just when he was about to reach for it, only heard a scream. "The fish is gone." "My fish!" Marco shouted, widening his eyes. He was stunned. "Marco, call it uncle." Shiraha and a woman in a kimono were standing on a pterodactyl, smiling at Marco. "Uncle?" Marco shouted loudly with an appearance of a myocardial infarction. "Daddy." "Uncle Shiraha, he's back." "Kihaha, I saw it." Whitebeard Newgate raised the corner of his mouth and laughed heartily. "Is this Shiraha?" "This uncle is so young." Joz touched his head and said naively, "This is the first time I have seen a real person, and I heard from my father that he is a first-class swordsman." Foil Vista stood up and said excitedly, "It's exactly the same as the wanted order." "No, the real person is a bit more mature than the wanted order. and more attractive and handsome than the wanted order. The Ice Witch Pwede compared the real person with the wanted order in hand. Came to a conclusion. All the people in the boat have seen it, but you are yelling. It's been a long time since I saw you. End of this chapter. 169 Big Nephew. You can't do it. 4,000 words. Chapter 169 Big Nephew. You can't do it. 4,000 words. My fish is gone. Marco looked at the pterodactyl after taking a few bites, then swallowed the fish he caught and shouted uncomfortably, "My nephew, don't be so stingy. It's just a fish. I let my small plane eat it." It happened that it was also hungry. Shiraha jumped onto the new ship of the Whitebeard pirates and laughed at Whitebeard. "Ha ha ha, brother Newgate, have you recruited so many sons?" "Ha ha ha, yeah, these are my family." "How are you doing?" "What about the others?" Whitebeard asked, looking at the unknown woman on the pterodactyl. "What's the matter with this kid? Where is Yang Liu Oki?" "Brother Newgate, the explanation of this matter is a bit complicated. Let's talk about it later." Shiraha jumped on the big ship, and first gave Marco, who was depressed, a bear hug, comforting the injured little heart of his nephew. Kihahaha. Whitebeard laughed and knelt down and gave Shiraha a hug. Foil Beaster, Jaws, Rayek and others embraced their young uncle at the camera, and when it was the turn of the Ice Witch, Shiraha thought about it and reached out to this lady. "Bloodsword Shiraha, my young uncle, I have long admired the name." Looking at Shiraha, who is quite gentlemanly, Wadeby also stretched out his hand and said flatly, "Father." "She's a serious difference." Before Marco finished speaking, he was stared back by Whitby. "This sister is too much." "Kihahaha, why haven't you shown up lately?" Whitebeard couldn't help but ask Shiraha, who was shaking hands with Whitebeard. "My recent ... It's okay, but a lot of things happened in the middle, which made me get rid of the newly recruited crew and Liuochi." Shiraha, Lexiojian and Tanayushi board Whitebeard's ship, began to talk about some recent events. He conquered Rockdale's experience, met Guy Duo and Marine Admiral Zephyr, met with the Roger pirates, met Linlin and Vegapunk, and finally encountered extremely bad weather experience in Chinchu. That's why I'm separated from them," Shiraha said with emotion as he looked at the shocked Whitebeard pirates. Have you experienced so many things during this time?" "Kihahaha, this is really a wonderful experience," Whitebeard Newgate said from shock to laughter. "This experience is too exaggerated. It can be a human biography. Our Whitebeard pirates have been out for a long time. Why haven't we encountered such a wonderful experience?" After listening, Marco's listless eyes became bright. Yee said excitedly, "Pure gold? Is this such a good thing?" After listening, the Ice Witch exclaimed, and then I heard Marco, who yelled aside. Smack. "Marco, in such a catastrophe, do you think there are still a few people left in our boat? Are you mindless?" Whitbe gave Marco a lesson in a preaching tone. "My nephew, weren't you the first to join? I don't think you have any status." Shiraha teased when he saw Marco, who was dark-faced. Whitebeard is older than Marco, and is also a core favorite in the Whitebeard pirates, who makes Whitebeard Newgate just such a daughter. "Oh, by the way, I also brought a lot of good wine. You will definitely be obsessed with this kind of thing." Shiraha got the white wine from the other people in the chat group, directly took it out and threw it to Whitebeard. After Whitebeard took the wine, he opened it and smelled it and knew it was a good wine, better than any bottle of wine he had ever drunk. "Wine is good wine. I will accept it." Whitebeard poured the wine into his wine gourd, and when it was full, he said, "Who is this woman? How can I be with you?" When she was called Danayu, her parents were from Wano, and my experience with her was. In short, it was like this, Shiraha explained. "Kihahaha, it turned out to be like this. We happened to be going to Wano too, so let's go together." Knowing that Shiraha is going to Wano, Whitebeard took the initiative. Their destinations are the same, and they happen to be a companion on the road. "Where's Lord Red Earl Patrick? Are they not there and World?" Shiraha asked directly without seeing these people on the Whitebeard ship. "World left with the bastard Shiki. Patrick stayed on my boat for a few days and said he would go home to see him. When he was needed, he would still go to sea. Drinking the white wine in the wine gourd, Whitebeard a happy look. Shiraha took Danayushi and the small plane smoothly and stayed on the Whitebeard pirate ship, ready to go to Wanokini together. When the ice witch Wadibai, who was very interested in Shiraha, stared at Tanayu, the two chatted. "It's so cool. Can this pterodactyl be used as a mount? Can it fly?" Marco hovered around the pterodactyl and exclaimed excitedly. It seems that he has forgotten what happened not long ago. Even if this pterodactyl ate the fish he had worked so hard to catch, he didn't care about it. "My nephew, your unseen appearance looks so funny. Don't you know how to fly by yourself?" Shiraha asked strangely. But he learned from Whitebeard that Marco had eaten the mythical phoenix berry, and his strength greatly increased. The pterodactyl, who was obviously able to fly by himself and was still thinking about him. To celebrate Shiraha and Tanayu, Whitebeard temporarily joined them on this day and held a grand banquet. In this banquet, everyone except Shiraha and Tanayu drank dizzy. "It's very risky. Fortunately, I replaced all the wine in my bottle with milk, otherwise I was appointed among the people lying on the boat." Shiraha felt loose when looking at the group of people who had fallen because of the excessive drinking strength. Tone. The wine in Pirate is far inferior to the wine Shiraha brought out, and the degree is completely incomparable. Whitebeard, Marco, the Ice Witch, they still drank vigorously. It's no wonder that they are not drunk. The wine that Shiraha took out was very powerful, but after a lot of procedures, these people drank it as boiled water. If it didn't happen, it was because these people had good physiques. "Shiraha, everyone is drunk. What should I do now?" "What did you put in your wine?" Tanayushi asked Wadibai in a panic. "You won't be drugged in wine, are you?" Shiraha's face suddenly turned black. Does he need to use drugs like this? This is an insult to other people's character. "You drag her back first, and then go take a bath. The alcohol smells unpleasant. The girl should clean it up." When Shiraha sent Tanayu away, he got drunk one by one. The guy dragged back to the room. Fortunately, he didn't sleep, otherwise if this was discovered by Marine or a pirate, it won't be annihilated in waves. Shiraha just wanted to move Whitebeard and remembered that the sleeping Whitebeard in the original book can kill Firefist Ace with a single punch. The drunk Whitebeard is much more dangerous than usual. He wasn't sure that the drunk Whitebeard could recognize him. If he was beaten while carrying, who would he call for reason? Just leave it there, he'll go back to sleep first. Shiraha, who was walking to a room, paused, and suddenly felt uncomfortable in her heart. He looked up at Arya sky, but couldn't think of a reason. It has been a long time since he came to this world, and he has experienced a lot. He has integrated into this real world. From the hesitation that just came to this world, to the speechlessness of knowing that it was the pirate world, from being deceived by Rock to the Shanghai pirates, and experiencing the Battle of the Valley of Gods. He has become stronger along the way, but also different. It's really a long journey. I don't even know where the end of the journey will be. If I can get the big killer Karen, I will be able to win the world government with the Whitebeard pirates and flying pirates. If he can win the world government, then he will be able to live a relaxed life in the future. 1010 pointed out the people in the chat group and enjoyed the worship of those in the chat group. Kang Dang. Shiraha turned her head and saw the panicked Tanayu. She was shaking her hand to explain to him, "I have sent Whitby to the room, but I don't know where my room is." "So? Mine, what a rude. You don't need to be so polite. Go to my room and sleep." "Aren't you sleeping?" The two looked at each other, and both were a little embarrassed. "I won't sleep tonight. My berry ability has reached a critical point. I want to be stronger." "Don't you need a good rest?" "Go back and rest. You also go to bed early. I am waiting for you in the room. You don't have to work so hard. Tanayushi took these words back and quietly returned to the room. She knew that this man was very strong. "Karen?" Tanshi lay on the bed in the room and said with complicated eyes, "Is it for him to come to the future? He is really a stupid boy." When Tanayu, who was lying on the bed looking up to the ceiling, thought of something, She showed a crying and smiling expression. Shira's mouth curled slightly when he saw Tanayu, who was sleeping obediently back in the room. His feelings toward Tanayu were just a playful attitude at first, mainly because of the obsession of killing Momonosuke in the previous life. It just so happened that Tanayushi was good-looking, she was still the kind of clumsy girl who perfectly suited his taste, so she took it down. After having a relationship, after getting along, he found that the girl seemed to be really good. It's better to find girls who are dumb and considerate. Coming to the side of the boat, Shiraha began to exercise his berry abilities and physical skills again. The timeline of this plot is no longer under his control, and it can be said that the world has been changed since the beginning. He needs to become stronger. Whitebeard went to Wano Kuni so early, which was obviously the great change caused by the Battle of the Valley of Gods. And the bad premonition tonight, I'm afraid something is about to happen to him. On an island in the New World, a war broke out on the street, and the crowd fled in all directions. The sky's sandstorm swept across the entire street and swallowed everything around it. Sand burial. Peng. Countless gravels stuck to a person wearing strange clothes, turned into a sand ball and exploded in midair. 6 types. Middle finger gun. The person who just ran out of embarrassment from the attack had his chest pierced and his heart ruptured, causing hemorrhage. Rockdale took the opportunity to stretch out the golden hook of his left hand and pierced the enemy's chin from bottom to top, and then raised it high. I'm the captain. Even if the captain sees it, he will praise me, right? There is also the iconic golden hook I specially installed. When I become famous in the sea, I will be able to successfully draw the hook that represents me on the pirate flag. Rockdale slowly took out the right hand he had inserted, and pierced the man's eyes. Hearing the miserable growl of his companion, the eyes of the people who rushed over looked like a mold carved out, indifferent and ruthless. These people lined up one by one, surrounding all the directions where Rockdale wanted to escape. It seems that no one of your companions cares about your life or death. You are really sad. Rockdale threw away the trash in his hands, and looked at the people who kept chasing him in front of him and laughed wildly. Goo ha ha ha, is this the only thing the world government can do? It seems that I can have a good time today. Erosion reincarnation. Rockdale touched the ground. This trick made the ground of the street shook. The surface was dry and cracked, all the water was cleaned by his absorb, and most of the islands were powdered into dust and formed a sandstorm in the sky. And Curdle is the emperor in the desert. After this battle, Curdle killed all the incoming enemies, including several CP0 superior members. Finally, he was seriously injured and escaped. After the world government learned about it, it directly sent one of the strongest shields in CP0 to capture Rockdale. Early the next morning. My nephew, I said you can practice, I just can't touch me with a finger, so I'd better give up early. Shiraha hits mercilessly as Marco panting not far away. Road. Marco, can you do it? If not, let me come. Foil Vista said anxiously with 2 swords in his hands. You can't do it. Marco was so angry that his arms turned directly into burning wings. Bright blue flames dotted his body, turned into blue flames, and kicked at the smiling Shiraha. That's it. Still too weak. Shiraha stretched out an index finger indifferently, blocking Marco's attack in full view, with a relaxed expression. Puffahaha, Marco really can't work. Marco, let me come, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Buster shouted. This Shuangjian Liu Jianhao was more anxious than the ants on the hot pot, and he wanted to fight a real great swordsman. Big nephew, you can't do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 170 of the main text arrives at Wano Kuni. Chapter 170 arrived in Wano Kuni. I lost. Marco admitted feebly, putting away Berry's abilities. There is still a big gap between him and this young uncle, and this result still makes him a little uncomfortable. I thought that after eating Berry, I could minimize you a little bit, but I didn't expect it to become even bigger. The gap between us is already very big. My nephew, you have a long way to go. Go slowly. Shiraha took the sword and came to the excited beaster, educating the future great swordsman. Whitebeard has protected these members too well, so he will act as a sensei and teach them what a social beating is. It didn't take long for him to finish fighting all the crew of the Whitebeard pirates group except the captain, including the Ice Witch, all lying on the ground for him. It's too weak. It's really too weak. Except for Big Brother Newgate, none of you can play. If this goes on, you don't want to be alone. Shiraha said mercilessly. Brother Newgate, did you protect them too well? Let them exercise properly and fight against some enemies. Kihahaha with me. I won't let anyone bully my baby son and baby girl. You don't have to be too forceful. I think Marco and the others are already very good now. Whitebeard looked at Shiraha and said with a big smile, it's not like everyone is a monster like you. That's right, I can't ask them to be as good as me. Shiraha said with a lonely expression under Marco, Beast 2 and their helpless expressions. Hurry up, there is a rock ahead. The Ice Witch shouted from the side of the ship, pointing not far ahead. It's just a rock, there's no need to make a fuss. The things I encountered are much more difficult than these things. Shiraha came to the vicinity of Whitby and looked at the reef not far away. If the boat hits that rock, there will be a problem. The cold light flashed, and even the sword aura did not appear, and the reef in front was cut into pieces. It's okay now. The front is the reef area! Shiraha looked to the front. It was really a reef area. He was blocked by the fog just now, so he didn't see it. Now he saw not only the reef area, but also the greater difficulties ahead. My luck is too bad. Marco used the berry ability and flew into the air to observe, and said in shock, the current in front is really weird. It's the first time I have seen it. Our ship won't run aground. Don't stop. The crow's mouth. Seeing that the huge waterfall in front of her was completely inconsistent with the current flow of the sea, the navigator of the Ice Witch had no idea at once, and subconsciously looked in the direction of Whitebeard. All the people in the boat looked in Whitebeard's direction except Shiraha. For them, the old man was their support. This is the only way to Wano Kuni. We must rush up. Looking at the strange ocean current in front of him, Shiraha remembered that this was the early Wano Kuni plot. Ashi, you are going back to your parents' hometown soon. It doesn't matter if I go back or not. My destination has been reached long ago. Anyway, I will follow you on the adventure. Tanayushi walked to his side and said with a smile. Marco and Joz looked at the two people, covering their faces shyly. Even Beaster blushed. Can you guys figure out the situation? We are about to be in danger. Are you still here to keep me ashamed? Uncle, can you clean up them? Wedeby pointed to the group. People asked. Don't worry, no matter how bad our strength is, it won't be too bad. At most, the ship will be damaged. What I have is money. Shiraha took out Anan's treasure map and shouted. None of the people on the Whitebeard pirate ship were interested in this treasure map. Kihahaha, this is the treasure map left by the big pirate named Anan. I wish I could see him. Whitebeard was not interested in the treasure map at all, but was instead interested in the treasure map. The people in Nan are very interested. Shiraha looked at Brother Newgate earnestly. This is not because he wants to accept his son again. This is fresh water, not sea water. It seems that we may indeed reach Wano Kuni. Go up in one go. Oh, fresh water? Wedeby took a sip of the water from this place, licked it, and said in shock, this is really fresh water. Is there really a country on this waterfall? Of course there is a country. On top of that is Wano Kuni, a closed country. We can take that country down and use it as our base. Shiraha said excitedly. Do you want to occupy that country? Tanayu asked nervously. Of course this is not the case. I want to lead the development of this country. You will know how backward this country is when you go. Shiraha looked at her and explained to her. I believe you. Tanayushi smiled sweetly. The top of this waterfall is the source of fresh water. It seems that there is indeed a country. How should we go up? Marco flew to the waterfall and shouted at the people below. Yeah. We can't make it. There seems to be no way for such a big ship to take us up. I can't think of a way. What can I do if I stay here? Wedeby shouted like a big sister. Uncle, What should we do now? You still don't call me brother-in-law anymore. It sounds awkward. You should call me Shiraha. Shiraha thought about it when he looked at the younger Wadeby who was older than him. Didn't you find a large group of wild carp near here? These carps live in fresh water, so they will desperately jump to the waterfall. For them, it's a contest between life and death. Once they can't jump up, they can only be in contact with the sea for a long time, so they won't live long. Shiraha pointed to the giant carp and faced Moby Dick. Everyone on the number said loudly, "These carps can't help us rush up, right?" The naive Jaws looked at these carps, drooling, and asked, "Of course the carp can help us rush up. They are all climbing the waterfall. This is a test of life and death for them, so they will definitely try their best to climb up. We can go up as long as we follow them." Looking at this waterfall, Shiraha suspected that Guy was mostly 10-10 climbing this waterfall, and finally developed model Siririu. End of this chapter. 171 1 move in seconds hidden. 4,000 words. Chapter 171 hidden. 4,000 words. Hold on, I'll take you up to the waterfall. Shiraha shouted to everyone as they watched these carp climbing up the waterfall. Vine middle dot constrict. Shiraha activated his abilities. Dozens of vines, in pairs, entangled the bodies of these big carps. After pulling, he found that it was quite strong, and shouted at everyone, "Are you ready? We're going to go up." Vine. Is this his ability? Wadeby asked, looking at the dozen vines tied to the big carp. Hey, that's the ability of Paramecia Forest Berry. I heard the old man say that it is a very powerful devil berry. Marco smiled and replied. It was also the first time he saw Shiraha use this devil berry's ability. Compared with his phoenix ability, these vines looked too ordinary. Paramecia berry? I'm also Paramecia berry, Joss said slyly, touching the back of his head when they heard Marco talk about Berry's abilities. We all know that you are eating Paramecia shiny berry. Whitedeby nodded and said, she still likes a naive crew like Jaws. Paramecia middle dot shiny berry. After Shiraha heard it, he subconsciously glanced at Jaws with a deep look. Come over and help pull it, and we were brought up together by these big carps. Shiraha threw some of the vines on his hands to them. Marco, Beaster, Jaws, and Whiteby each pulled two thick vines entangled together, leading the big carp on the other end. This is much more exciting than the water rafting I used to play. But it's still not as good as the tornado Tatsumaki cyclone in the sea last time. We really went up, against the big wave. We went up too. Kihahaha Wanokini is on top. I really look forward to what kind of adventures there will be, little ones. Get ready to go ashore. Whitebeard shouted proudly as the boat went upstream. Can these carps be eaten? Jaws asked, pointing to the big carps who were desperately climbing the waterfall. Of course the carp can be eaten. We will kill the carp when we rush to the waterfall. Shiraha fixed the vines on the boat and said, staring at the carp not far away. The taste of carp soup is quite delicious. I promise you all will be satisfied. This is not so good. But we were brought up by them, Jaws said unbearably. Even the saliva on his mouth could not be wiped off. What's not so good about this? The cooked duck can't let it fly. When you get to the waterfall, I'll catch these carps. Shiraha said, my luck is still pretty good this time. Don't come, don't come. Marco hissed loudly from above the waterfall. Everyone on the boat was excited. Most of them ignored Marco's voice, and only a few people didn't care too much after hearing it, thinking that Marco was joking with them. The Whitebeard pirate boat rushed to the waterfall smoothly under the helping hand of these unpaid laborers. This made him feel a little unscientific, and as expected, there was a huge test ahead. A huge Uzumaki was just above the waterfall, swallowing everything that dared to attack, and their pirate ship would soon be involved. There is a large Uzumaki ahead, and our ship will soon be involved. Looking at the pirate ship about to enter, Wadeby pointed to the front and shouted, I told you not to come here. This Uzumaki was just a young one, but it suddenly became so big when you came up. What should we do? Marco stopped in midair, panicking, asked. In addition to him, there are still many capable people on the boat, and many people will be weakened by the seawater if they are involved. Everyone, Hold on to the things around you. Don't throw it out. Marco is watching us in midair to prevent anyone from falling off. Wedibai immediately gave orders and arranged. Cool young people, listen to Whitebeard. Hold on. Whitebeard picked up an Ajinatu and shouted, stabilizing the members' military spirit. Shiraha saw this scene, and couldn't help but feel that the power of the original work was so powerful. I remember that the original Whitebeard Pirates group also entered Wano Kuni because they were stranded. This has been so many years in advance, and still encountered this problem. This shows that it is not his bad luck that brought the bad luck to the Whitebeard Pirates, but the power of the original work is correcting. It must be so. He is not unlucky. Facing the big Uzumaki in front of him, Shiraha already understood that this thing would definitely not be able to escape. This kind of close to the original plot is difficult to change. The last time he died in the Valley of Gods, he didn't know how many times he died before successfully changing the plot of the original. This kind of plot does not need to be changed at too much price. The big nephew of the parallel world cannot change the fate of the Whitebeard Pirates by himself. However, it will take a long time for the top war to start. Shiraha is not in a hurry. It is enough to go to support then. Anyway, he will not have any trouble. It is impossible for another big battle to break out and fight them all. Disabled. Ashi, you first follow Marco with the small plane. I will protect everyone on the boat. Shiraha hugged Danayushi on the pterodactyl and let the small plane fly with her. Small plane, follow the flying bird in front of you. Take your female master. Then what do you do? Tanayu asked worriedly. I'm very strong. Don't worry about me. Say hello to yourself. The small plane flew to Marco's side with Tanayushi and screamed in midair. Snapped. Take a shot with both hands. Shiraha activated the forest berries ability, and countless vines poured out from under the water, wrapping the entire ship tightly. Brother Newgate, you must not activate your abilities. Shiraha turned to look in the direction of Whitebeard and reminded loudly, if you activate your abilities, it must be worse than the big Uzumaki on the sea. Give it to me this time. Come and fix it. Kihahahathan leave it to you, little ones. Hurry up. Whitebeard yelled to everyone on the boat. There is no way to stop this big Uzumaki Shiraha. He is not the owner of the frozen berry like Uzun, and can freeze this piece of water. Some of the crew still fell into the sea, and he also used his ability to protect them with green balls one by one. And finally the crew who was protecting the whole ship got involved in Uzumaki together. Let's follow them too. Marco spread his wings and flew over. Little plane, let's go. The two. Tweet. Pterodactyl took Danayushi to catch up with the big bird in front. When they came back to their senses, they had reached their destination. Wonokuni, Uridate Port. We really climbed to the waterfall. And there is an island here. It seems that this is Wonokuni. I switch Wadibai said happily. There must be a lot of people living on this island. Looking at the island not far away, Kieouz asked slyly. That's for sure. You didn't hear our uncle say that this is a big country? Father, we need to spend at least a week to repair the ship. The goods are basically unusable anymore if they are soaked in water. We estimate that we will stay in this place for a while. It seems necessary to raise supplies. Our goal is this country. Whoever wants to go, just follow me and Shiraha. Whitebeard asked loudly. Everyone wants to go. It's been a long time since there was no activity. Should the big guys want to rush to go? Wadibai also wanted to go into this country and see. I want to go, Tanayushi said. I want to go too. I want to go with everyone. Marco sat on the big rock with his pineapple head, raised his hand and said actively, you can't, just an intern. Let me go this time. Wadibai relentlessly rejected Marco's proposal. Why? Am I not the first to join the pirate group? Marco asked aggrievedly. Your ability is not enough for the time being. Can you understand if I say this? Wadibai knows Marco's potential, but besides Berry, the other phoenixes are still in the developmental stage, which is worse than Rockdal. The strength of the sand crocodile at this time has grown to the point that it is about to be able to fight the Ghost Dominator bullet, and it is still very difficult for Marco to deal with the Marine Vice Admiral. Okay then. Kihahahai, Shiraha, Wadey by. 4 of you will go in this operation. Just watch the boat here. Whitebeard got up from the tree stump and laughed. Road. It seems that you still can't go to the trainee crew this time. I want to tell you one thing first. You are not the first to join the pirates. I am the first to meet Dad. Chuckled and walked away with Shiraha and Whitebeard behind them. Father, this is Kihahaha. Hidebai was right. I saw her earlier, but she had something to deal with at the time, so I would take you back first. Hearing Whitebeard's explanation, Marco finally knew that he was really not the first to join the pirates. When I really arrived at Wanochini, I stood beside Shiraha when Tanaya looked very excited. We finally got to this place. It's the same with you. You two seem to be a little bit older, right? I heard the old man say. Shiraha, aren't you related to that one? Wadeby approached them and asked with a look of 8 trigrams. I'm a concubine, and she said with a smile in order not to embarrass Shiraha. You don't look as cold as on the surface. Shiraha smiled, pointing to Marco, who was depressed in place. Why, I'm usually very easygoing, that is, occasionally bullying Marco, who makes him a trainee crew member, is so cute. Wadeby smiled lightly. Marco is temporarily a trainee crew member in the Whitebeard pirate group, while the Ice Witch Whitebeard is an official crew member. Ashi, let's take the initiative to go in. It seems that no one will come to meet us. Okay. Kihahaha, we are pirates. Even if they are discovered by people in this country, they will come with weapons. Father, we are not bad pirates. People in this country may welcome us very much. The plot of the original story is that Kozuki-eden and others discovered the stranded Whitebeard pirates, and the leaders of the two sides also fought against each other. This time, apart from the stranded plot, many plots are different. There are obviously more people on the Whitebeard pirates, and Kozuki-eden and his party did not come to the coast. Hey, you guys all step back. Something is coming over here. It looks like an incredible guy. Whitebeard used observation haki to perceive a strong presence and rushed towards it, reminding loudly, I can sense it too, just alone. Shiraha drew his sword and said with a smile, but the one who came here is not a simple monster. Brother Newgate, can he have my monster? Shiraha asked confidently. Whitebeard put away the Naginata in his hand, ready to give this opportunity to Shiraha. The people who came were not easy, but in his eyes, he was far from the young kid in front of him. Tanayushi and Wadeby stood beside Shiraha and curiously looked at the existence coming from a distance. It must be a very good guy to be recognized by the bearded pirate daddy. The dust billowed in the distance, and not long after a man with a samurai head combed and holding a pair of knives jumped up. He rushed over, ignoring them, and went straight to the shore. Shiraha took the sword back in embarrassment, looked at Kozuki-eden who was still rushing forward, and shouted, did you make a mistake? I'm still here. Aha, this time I must go out to sea. I want to go out to sea. The samurai man shouted as he charged, completely ignoring the 4 people who had just passed by. Tanayushi and Wadeby saw Shiraha who had been ignored, and couldn't help laughing secretly. Whitebeard also froze for a moment, and then said, can't let him go to the pirate ship. This powerful man of unknown origin is enough to threaten them. Whitebeard picked up one of the 12 great sharp knives to cut the cloud, splash high, and slashed forward. Only then did the man sprinting in front stop, squeeze the swords tightly, and stare at the abyss-like crack in front of him solemnly. What a terrible figure this knife can cut out. Kozuki-eden looked back at the blonde-haired, strangely bearded man, holding double knives and rushing over like a beast. Double sword stream middle dot waterfall te oyun. Hey, don't you put me in your eyes. I think you need to be beaten up. Let me teach you how to use weapons. Shiraha stood in front of Whitebeard and pulled out the sky. One sword style, Broken Mountain. The 2 men fought each other, and Kozuki-eden immediately realized that it was not the opponent in front of him. It took Eden a long way away with just one knife, rubbing against the ground. When it stopped, a sand dune piled up behind Kozuki-eden. One trick to kill. You can't do it, Shiraha said teasingly. End of this chapter. 172 Eden, this is your sister-in-law. Chapter 172 Eden, This is your sister-in-law. So strong, Wadibai said in shock. Both of them are as strong as monsters. Obviously most of the aftermath was broken up by the old man, but the remaining aftermath still made her feel a little bit tricky. This is what mortals suffer when gods fight. Fortunately, the Ice Witch is strong enough as an official member of the Whitebeard pirate group, otherwise it will not be able to protect Danai from the aftermath. Are you okay? Wadibai asked in a relationship. I'm fine, Au is really strong. He defeated the terrible man in one move. Tanshi shook his head and replied. Sure enough, Au was strong and handsome, and those people on that island who wanted to plot against them must have been solved by Au. Well, your man is really good. Does he still lack women? I can rank below you, Wadibai asked tentatively. You have to ask Au's opinion about this. To be honest, I don't know how to face that little sister named Yinqiang. I really can't answer this matter, Tanshi said euphemistically. Well, if there is room, you must call me. After I join, I will be on your side, Wadibai said with a chuckle. Tanayushi understood it and nodded. If there is a chance, I will definitely call you. After knowing the silver gun, she has never had much confidence. If there is one more sister on the United Front, even if she is a later one, she can have a place. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group on the other side also felt these two powerful auras, and some of them were blown down by the aftermath on the coast. For example, a certain phoenix dangling in Arya sky was almost blown into the sea. If there is a situation, everyone rush to me. Go and support the captain and them. When Marco reacted, he knew that the opportunity was coming, and flew directly to the place of battle. He can finally enter Wano Kuni together in a justifiable way. As soon as these crew members who guarded the ship heard this, they all ran over, leaving behind the naive Jaws in place, watching with a strange look as a group of excited guys rushed to the place of battle. Why are you all gone? Jaws said puzzledly while holding a hammer while repairing the ship. No one paid attention to him and all ran away. Aren't you dead? Shiraha yelled toward the dusty sky generated by the powerful shockwave over there. Aden, who was knocked unconscious by a trick, came out of the ground 10 meters deep, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was stunned. Was he just given a second move? Still knocked unconscious? What did you do just now? Aden stood up again, roaring in Shira's direction. I don't accept it. Come again. Aden is not weak in this period, but it is not exaggerated. Kozuki Aden has not yet gone to sea, and the Whitebeard pirates have arrived early. There is nothing to brag about defeating Aden in one move. You will be beaten by me when you come again. Few you really don't listen to persuasion. Shiraha decided to meet this guy's request. In less than half of Tokyomi's time, Kozuki Aden experienced several waves of expressions and tone changes. Really humiliating. This is an insult to a samurai. I want to fight with you. Wait a moment. Okay. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Stop fighting, brother, please, stop. Shiraha stopped, put away his own berry abilities, and withdrew his fists, and threw the inhuman Kozuki Aden on the ground, and said, you can't say so long ago, and you were beaten for nothing. Before long, Kozuki Aden recovered with great resilience, and Freshman stood up vigorously again. Are you pirates? Please take me out to sea. Please. My name is Kozuki Aden. Although I don't know who you are, I can be sure that you are the ones I am waiting for. Let me go with you. I'm going to sea. I'm going to adventure. Although the crew who had just rushed over didn't know the reason for the item body, they knew that it was the samurai in front of them who had attacked their partner just now. The Whitebeard pirates were shocked by Kozuki Aden's words, especially the phoenix's jaw was about to fall, but he watched Kozuki Aden be beaten up for so long. Just got beaten up so miserably. Now are you going to get on the boat? Didn't you hit our uncle just now? The phoenix Marco Rage shouted. Obviously I was being beaten. Didn't you ask for it? All members of the Whitebeard pirate group, including Tanshi and Shiraha, roared towards Aden. Then I don't care. you take me away. I really want to go to sea. Kozuki-eden Covet said. Shiraha looked around and found that no one had come to stop Kozuki-eden. It seemed that the 9 heroes hadn't been subdued at this time. Doesn't that mean his opportunity has come? However, the fighting power of the current 9 heroes seems to be not very high, and the potential is not as good as Rockdal. Or leave it to Big Brother Newgate. It just so happens that Big Brother Newgate likes to accept sons so much, so let these guys with a little potential come on board. Brother Newgate, what do you think of his strength? Shiraha asks in a low voice. Strong strength and great potential. Whitebeard thought he had guessed Shiraha's thoughts and asked, are you trying to subdue him? Then I won't fight with you. I don't think he is the kind of scumbag. People, without Rocks and you, we might have separated long ago. Newcomers like him would not be able to integrate into us. The Battle of the Valley of Gods is almost impossible to replicate, and it is difficult for people like Kozuki-eden to have the same bonds as them. I didn't mean that. There are many potential guys in this country. Even if they are not as good as the guy in front of me, they won't be too bad. Isn't Big Brother Newgate unmoved after listening? Shiraha urged. Whitebeard was stunned. His eyes burst out suddenly, and he said excitedly, it'll be over. He will leave it to you. He rushed to Wonokuni and ran out of sight. Hey, do you agree? Let me go on an adventure with you? Looking at the powerful Shiraha, Kozuki-eden didn't dare to force him to take him out to sea. Did you make a mistake? Didn't this guy figure out the situation? Marco opened his mouth and yelled. Your name is Kozuki-eden, right? Looking at the guy Covet going to sea, Shiraha smiled and said when pointing to Tanayu not far away, Eden, I can let Brother Newgate take you out to sea, but there is a premise. You call me brother first, then sister-in-law. End of this chapter. Chapter 173 of the main text is Dancing in Wonokuni. Whitebeard of my son everywhere. 4,000 words. Chapter 173 Dancing in Wonokuni. Whitebeard of my son everywhere. 4,000 words. I won't do it. Kozuki-eden shouted with a disgusting look at Shiraha, who was about his age, snapped. What are you talking about? Shiraha squinted at him holding the vine, and said with a smile, since this is the case, you don't want to go out to sea with us, just go play by yourself. Sister-in-law. Kozuki-eden bowed and shouted at Tanayu, 180 degrees. You don't have to be so polite. Is it really okay for you to bow like this? Tanayu said happily. She is so happy to be called sister-in-law. Wedibai looked at this guy named Eden with her chest, and pointed to Shiraha. This samurai is not as good as yours, but it is also a terrible beast. Shiraha is very powerful in that respect. Tanayu suddenly became shy when he heard the words ridiculed by Huedibai. I haven't talked to him recently. Know that. Could it be that you can't stand it? When approaching Tanayu, Huedibai exhaled like a blue tongue and licked his upper lip and asked, don't talk about it anymore. You are so interesting. Whitby found something funny, a guy who was more funny than Marco. Looking at Huedibai when he was teasing Tanayu, Shiraha couldn't help but said to the other side, it's enough. She can't accept it for the time being. You are so enthusiastic. Okay, I won't tease her anymore. Your little boyfriend is going to be angry. Looking in Marco's direction, Huedibai shouted, Marco, you in turn. Why did you run here again? No, did you just wait in place? I'm here to help you. Do you need your help here? The ice witch is too strong, and Marco dare not speak. He was going to find Dad, and immediately flew from Aria Sky to the direction Whitebeard had just gone. My name is Shiraha. Hello Shiraha. Kozuki-eden called brother honestly and asked, can you take me out to sea now? No. Hey, we still need to live in this place for a while. Our ship is broken and needs to be repaired for a while. If you can bring in manpower, we can leave sooner. Knowing that it was for this reason that he couldn't take him out to sea, Kozuki-eden heaved a sigh of relief, and said, I'll take you there. I recently had a fight with a group of samurai and a large group of people. They may not welcome me. This is important news. Kozuki-eden just had a fight with a large group of people. As a person with status and status among Wonokuni, He must have committed public outrage to cause this result. Kozuki-eden, who was 13 before the beginning of the plot, was 18 years old. The original plot was that Whitebeard arrived when Eden was 18 years old. The Whitebeard Pirates has come 3 years in advance. At this stage, the Battle of the Valley of Gods hasn't passed for a long time. Eden should be 15 years old at this time. The 15-year-old Eden did an earth-shattering event in Wano Kuni, which was called the Harem Chaos. He took the wives, Lily, the girl next door, other people's fiancées, other people's girlfriends, imperial sisters, and other women of various styles to the temple to build his own harem. This triggered the anger of a large group of people and samurai. This man's hobby is comparable to that of Prime Minister Kao. He broke a place in Hualiu Lane when he was 6 years old. He really envied countless men with such a huge harem and enjoying so many styles of girls. I'm a little envious of this guy. It's no wonder that Momonosuke can give birth to a child who should be hammered to death. Shiraha thought for a while, and found that he seemed to be saved. At Tanayu, she didn't have to face Eden's large group of women and the harem, just face Yang Liu Oki alone. The people in the pirates are really abnormal. The 6-year-old guy. He also specializes in stealing other people's lovers to build a huge harem. Thinking of this, Shiraha looked at the confident and natural Tanayu next to him. Prime Minister Kao, I got it. When Shiraha has Tanayu on the left, Wadeby on the right. He looked at Kozuki-eden, who was walking in front, and didn't understand where he had lost. My girl is of higher quality than him, so I won. Huahaha. Shiraha figured it out, in a good mood, holding a girl in one hand, and laughing behind Eden. Brother, you have a good vision. You snatched these 2 sisters-in-laws from those 2 men. They are even more beautiful than my harem women in Wano Kuni. I also want to grab more women after going to sea. Kozuki-eden asked back. It was the first time that he was beaten by others in terms of charm. He was also defeated by his peers in terms of strength. He fainted without even holding up a trick. This is my girl. Please lead the way and stop Ink. Momonosuke is really a perfect inheritance of all the shortcomings of Eden, that is, he did not inherit one of the advantages of Eden. Such a wasteful and lustful child who likes to accuse others, no wonder it makes people very uncomfortable. Eden has such a huge harem. Shiraha is also envious at best. It is strange that a man like Kozuki-eden who is powerful does not have such a big harem. But what is the habit of Eden staring at someone else's samurai lover? We're here, can you let me go? Looking at Shiraha, who didn't know whether he was mopping oil on purpose or was really careless, Wadeby asked with a chuckle. Am here so soon? Is this the capital of Wano Kuni? Wadeby looked at the released hand and smiled. 4 people entered the capital. The Whitebeard pirates were sent back to repair the ship except for Marco, who was walking with Whitebeard. Hey, hurry up and hide your daughter and fiancé. Hide your wife too. Hide your beautiful mother too. That man is back. Master Eden, please kidnap me. I can do all kinds of poses. Hurry up and close all the shops and doors. Hide the livestock too. Kozuki-eden, this man failed to go to sea again. They were followed by a few people, who seemed to be very beautiful women. There is also a handsome-looking man inside. An old man pointed to Shiraha and shouted loudly, "What? He doesn't even let go of men now?" The handsome-looking men quickly hide away. Everyone, run away. In an instant, no one was visible on the street, including the old man with a cane just now, who fled this place fast. Tanayushi and Wadeby both looked at Kozuki-eden with scumbag eyes. They heard what those people said just now. It's not enough to snatch someone else's wife. You have to snatch someone else's mother. This man is a female enemy. This guy may be quite popular among Wano Kuni's women. You heard what those women said just now. Shiraha doesn't say it. It's okay to say that it makes Wadeby and Tanayushi feel more sensual to the man Kozuki-eden. Oh number. It is not uncommon for a strong man on the sea to have many women, and most women are also willing to cling to the strong. But rob someone else's beautiful mother, rob someone else's daughter who is a few years old, and rob someone else's fiancé. This is definitely a scumbag. Kozuki-eden is really not a scumbag. He is a fanatic in Wano Kuni itself. From the 80-year-old mother to the little girl waiting to be fed. These women are obsessed with Kozuki-eden to the extent that they are the same as some star fans. Why didn't he meet such female fans? Gidaibe, I remembered one thing. I forgot to ask Big Brother Newgate. Do you know the pirate crocodile? Shiraha pointed to himself and said, he is an official crew member on my ship. I really want to know his current situation. That guy has done a lot of things recently and killed a marine branch and is being wanted. Wedibai said, when a pirate is not wanted, as long as the kid doesn't die and challenge some undefeated opponents, not many people can take him down in this sea. Shiraha let go of his worry and took out 2 rings, said with a smile, it should be just right for your size. Hurry up and bring it. There are so many big pirates on the sea, it is impossible for the world government and marine headquarters to stare at him. Oh, it turns out that what you touched on my hand just now was measuring the size. This ring looks very ordinary. Wedibai played with it, and there was a dazzling light from the ring. Is this pure gold? It's beautiful. You'd better wear it. When sailing on the sea, you must not do this, or you will be swallowed by one bite. Shiraha reminded Tanayushi to put on the right ring. I won't worry about getting old in the future. Wedibai put on a pure gold ring and said with a smile, you won't get old even if you don't wear a pure gold ring. Shiraha thought of Wedibai, who has not changed much in the future, and told the truth. Your compliment is very straightforward, but I like it very much. Wedibai's interest in this young uncle has not been a day or two. It has emerged very early. Father also needs this thing. There must be few such pure gold rings. Shiraha smiled, and said, I still have a lot of it. You can do it all by yourself. Pure gold? Isn't it just gold? I have a pile in my house, and no one cares about it. Kozuki-eden felt that he could do it again. He was going to learn Jinchuriki. It's a pity that he pretended to be the wrong place. Tanayushi and the 2 sisters of Wedibai committed a byakugan to him, dismissing it. You can save the time. A small countryman who has no knowledge. Gold is not as valuable as pure gold. Wedibai feels that this youngest uncle is great, and she really wants to have a forbidden love. She is irritating to think about it. How can it be more valuable than gold? Isn't it all gold? I am Wano Kuni's next general. There is a lot of gold. Sister-in-law, you may not understand how much gold a country has. Kozuki-eden's self-confident look caused the 2 girls to laugh. Eden, you said gold. I probably have as many as a mountain. Shiraha said lightly. After he finished speaking, he hugged Tanayushi again and walked away with Wedibai, and the 3 of them went to find Whitebeard, who was the first step. A golden mountain. Kozuki-eden was so shocked that his chin fell to the ground, and his eyes looked at Shiraha's distant figure becoming taller and taller. He shouted, brother, wait for me. I want to go to sea with you. The 4 quickly found Whitebeard because the movement was so loud. Come onto my boat. Come and be my son. Whitebeard shouted. With a big move, he grabbed the air with both hands, just like grabbing the entity. Repeatedly jump horizontally between lifting and not lifting. The surrounding space was turbulent. The whole Karijoto was shaking, and everyone felt like they were back when they were young. Dangling on the rocker. Come to be my son. Come on my boat. After learning something from Shiraha, Whitebeard dragged the surrounding space around like a piece of paper, but didn't release the big move, so that everyone in the room swayed to his rhythm. Panic spread throughout the venue, and the shaking city made these samurai even more afraid. This kind of big move stopped halfway through. It really tested the heart's ability to withstand it too much. Is this really a human who can stop this titan? The capital knight Hana Leopard Goro looked at Whitebeard, who was carrying them, and he didn't dare to say a word. Even more so, he didn't dare to do it, because he was afraid that he might get the people in the city tired. What kind of monster is this? This is simply not an opponent that humans can win. Please be merciful. I will go to sea with you. I want to get on the boat. Kozuki-eden shouted. All of a sudden, the general of Wano Kuni, Kozuki-eden's father, had a pale face, and immediately shouted, you get me back. Nizai, don't offend this lord. Shiraha was late with the two girls, and at a glance she saw Whitebeard with everyone dancing together. It suddenly occurred to him that if Big Brother Newgate was in such a state when he was in the war, would he have to take the entire battlefield with him? Probably no one would dare to care about it. Brother Newgate, stop your hands first, I've all swayed with you. Shiraha swayed on the ground holding the two girls, unable to stand still. Everything is negotiable, strong man. General Wanokuni pleaded. The future 9 heroes of Hooligan Jinwai Gate, Ashura Boy Shutenmaru, and Denjiro, orphan in the capital, were also present. They all saw Whitebeard dancing in the capital, and were deeply attracted by the man's strength. I want to be your son. Can you make my 10 full and as strong as you? The future Juxia Kwanjaru, the powerful squinted eyes, said excitedly. What's your name? My name is Denjiro, and I am an orphan in the capital. Kihahaha, you come on my boat, and you will be my Whitebeard's son from now on. Take my name and roam freely on the sea. Whitebeard cut through the clouds in his hand, and his voice was deafening and spread throughout the city. The arrogance of this strongest man in the future shocked everyone in the capital of Wanokuni. Many samurai were moved and wanted to follow this powerful man of unknown origin. End of this chapter. 174 Kozuki-Eden's submission. One more crew member. Chapter 174 Kozuki-Eden resigns. One more crew member. What an incredible pirate. I want to join you. Kozuki-Eden shouted again, snapped. Shut your mouth obediently, don't you noisy, I didn't say that I want to take you along. Shiraha, who was enjoying watching, was disturbed by Eden's voice and said uncomfortably, Brother Shiraha, you are a very nice guy, I am willing to follow you. Kozuki-Eden said seriously. Shiraha saw that the man in front of him was not going to join the Whitebeard pirates, but really wanted to follow him. Do you know what I want to do? What you want to do is what I think in my heart. I can faintly hear the voice in your heart, Eden said excitedly. Shiraha was stunned, and suddenly remembered that the man in front of him had the ability to listen to all things, just like the inconspicuous Roger. I don't know what kind of people can have it, but in the original work, only Wang Luffy, Roger, and Eden have this ability. This should be talent. Red Earl Patrick and Princess Haim of Murloc Island are born with observation haki and can hear the inner voices of others. This may also be the reason why the Red Earl has always implemented the creed of loneliness. He can't trust anyone, the weak are not worthy to communicate with him, and the strong are mostly ambitious people. The Red Earl can establish a relationship with the remaining forces of the Rocks pirate group, but they are all pure people. Even Golden Lion Shiki and Rocks, who have huge ambitions, are also pure people. Roger is caught. Shiki can go to Marine headquarters alone. This is not ambition, but he is a pure big pirate. In Shira's eyes, there are far more 4 heroes of this era than Guy who came from behind, and the 4 emperors like Charlotte Linlin are much stronger. After the Rocks era ended, there were 3 legendary pirate groups in this era. The 4 big pirate heroes, Golden Lion Shiki, Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, and Red Earl Patrick. However, with his time, perhaps it is possible to become the 5 great heroes, and one day in the future, he will also usher in his era. You just follow me. Shiraha is very optimistic about Eden, an unreliable but very trustworthy guy. Kozuki-Eden is a very suitable character to be a pirate. Let him be one. Okunikan Master is embarrassing him. Haha, I can finally go to sea. It's really great. I, a fellow with 0 sailing ability, will also go to sea. I have failed more than 700 times. You have failed more than 700 times? Shiraha was stunned, thinking that the original Eden might have failed thousands of times before meeting Whitebeard. My sailing talent is 0. I try it every few days and then come back embarrassed. Eden said uncomfortably. He thought it was God's jealousy of him. That's why he took away his sailing talent. After Whitebeard showed great strength, and under the explanation of Kozuki-Eden, the Whitebeard pirates was welcomed by the Hotretsu, and many powerful samurai also decided to join the Whitebeard pirates and accompany them on adventures. The general of One Okuni didn't dare to speak at all, and he didn't dare to say that One Okuni's policy was to close the country, for fear that Whitebeard would be dancing in the capital again. He will have a heart attack. His son Kozuki Eden had no choice but to run. He heard other people say that Eden, this little bastard, said that he was defeated by a kid who was about the same age. The whole One Okuni couldn't find anyone who could defeat his son so easily. Rather, the whole One Okuni couldn't find a few people who could beat Eden. At this stage, only Leopard 5 can easily suppress Kozuki Eden. But when Whitebeard was jumping for the game, the Leopard 5th Lord still didn't dare to stop. One Okuni held a grand banquet. This is the benefit of showing strength at the beginning. No one dares to despise you. At the banquet, Whitebeard recruited Ashura boy Shutenmaru, and also agreed to helping hand One Okuni to eradicate the monster called Mountain God. During the period, the Ashura boy wanted to make gestures with Shiraha, and then he was also beaten by one move. The only difference was that Eden was shot into the ground, while the Ashura boy was shot into the sky. "Are you still fighting?" Shiraha looked at the fat but flexible Ashura boy with a smile in his eyes, and asked, "Do not fight." Shutenmaru picked up the knife, bowed to the wind, and took the initiative to plunge into Whitebeard's arms. "I brought back a child with great potential. Let's adopt her, okay?" Tanayushi asked a thin, sweet-looking child. "This little girl is pretty cute. Do you want to keep it as a daughter?" Shiraha said jokingly. "Underneath is not a girl. Underneath is a boy." Tanayushi looked at the child she brought back in shock. It turned out that this child was a boy. "What's your name?" "Izang." He is another original character and one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. "Kihahaha, this kid is good, Shiraha. I think you can keep it first," Whitebeard said while drinking. "I also have a younger brother. I am not a girl," Izang said seriously. "She looks like a girl, but she is not a girl, which is too wasteful." Another child, our pirates decided to adopt it. "This is my father's decision," Wedibai said to Shiraha, followed by Zhang's cute and nice brother. "Kihaha, I want this small one, and I will leave it to you, Shiraha. What do you think?" Whitebeard pointed to Kikinagio, the future Xio. "I think it's okay. I'm very happy to receive an extra crew member with potential. You will be my crew member from now on, Izang. I promise you 10-10 will eat meat," Shiraha said with a smile. "Thank you, Captain." Yizang ate the meat at the banquet and shed tears and thanked him. He and his younger brother have been dancing and performing in the street, but no one wants to help them. Whitebeard and Shiraha didn't care about the ugly General One Okuni, and divided up these potential guys. "That's the Ashura boy who is known as Earth's strongest monster. I'm going to solve him in a few years. But I didn't expect to give you a trick to lose the second." Kozuki Eden looked at one of his father's Jushin pills, feeling a little empty, said, "That Shutenmaru is ready to join the pirate group of Brother Newgate. I am not going to fight for it. I am quite satisfied to find you two at One Okuni." Shiraha drank the milk in the bottle and smiled, said, "There are already 6 members in his pirate group, and he will recruit the 3 plagues in the future, and it will be almost the same." "Izang, I heard that you dance very well. Can you do a dance for the captain and me?" End of this chapter. 175 Little Angel, Izo. Chapter 175 Little Angel, Izang. Exclamation mark. After Izang heard it, he took up 2 fans shyly and said, "Captain, then I will show my ugliness." "Dancing well. You will be the dancer on my boat from now on," Shiraha praised sincerely, watching Zhang's graceful dance. "It's really good, but that kid is not a woman." Eden drank wildly and shouted in a slightly drunk manner, "Big brother, if you want more women, I can give you all the harems I haven't touched." "No, you just keep your harem." Shiraha doesn't want Kozuki Eden's harem. Who knows where Eden this guy's harem was snatched from? Maybe it's someone else's fiancé and girlfriend, maybe there is a real wife. "Big brother, don't you really want it?" "The quality of my harem is not bad, and those women are also beautiful. Kozuki said anxiously. It's not a question of beauty or not. You should hurry up and send the fiancé of someone else's samurai back. I'm afraid that someday you will be hacked to death by other samurai, Shiraha kindly reminded. Ha ha ha, it's those women who don't want to go, and I can't help it. Although those women were taken home by Kozuki at first, after they were robbed back, they soon fell in love with Kozuki and were reluctant to leave this majestic man. There are few who can beat me by one okuni, so I'm not worried, Kozuki said grinningly. He didn't pay attention to the other warriors. I can see that you are not the kind of scumbag. Why do you want to follow me? Brother Newgate is very powerful, and there is a complete pirate regiment and a large pirate ship. I'm a pirate captain who doesn't even have a pirate ship for the time being. Looking at Eden, Shiraha was curious about what the man was thinking in front of him. I want to follow you more than the one. It's the first time I lost to a guy about my age, let alone captain. You are so much stronger than me. This is the reason I followed you. Kozuki was extraordinary from birth, invincible among his peers. It was the first time that he suffered a loss in the hands of his peers. The last time he got a trick right, he felt the gap. Kozuki would not be convinced if he only defeated him. The fifth leopard in Wano Kuni was also stronger than him. He was also not convinced because of his age. Whitebeard is also very strong, but he doesn't think he won't be able to catch up in the future. So the only thing he was convinced was Shiraha, which might really not be able to catch up. Is this my worship? Seeing Eden's strange eyes, Shiraha felt very inexplicable. As long as you don't like him, Kozuki still has great potential and strength, and it doesn't matter if you bring it on board. After Izo finished dancing, he quietly ran to Shiraha and stood by with a fan. Izang, don't you eat any more? Captain, I'm full. Let me fan off some heat for you. Izang said obediently as he watched the younger brother of the Whitebeard Pirates group not far away. He and his brother met such a good person for the first time, and he must satisfy the captain. I should really ask Rockdal to come over and take a look. This is called enlightenment. Shiraha looked at Izang and became more satisfied, and determined to train the crew like Rockdal. This is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates in the original book, and now he is on board. But Whitebeard has also got several guys with the same potential as Izang, or even stronger, and it's not a loss. We in Wano Kuni have laws that prohibit going to sea. You can't do that, General Wano Kuni said weakly at the banquet. Whitebeard and Shiraha looked at the Wano Kuni general at the same time. What are you talking about? It's okay, General Wano Kuni replied awkwardly. You eat and drink well. Those who lived in Wano Kuni were not good. It would be good for them to take them away, but Inutsi is Wano Kuni's next general. You can't take him away too. You have to ask Eden's opinion about this. The sea is very big. Let him go out to meet the world. Won't he be more in charge of Wano Kuni in the future? I will bring him back. Facing cringe General Wano Kuni, Shiraha laughed. Then I can rest assured, Eden, you have to follow this adult, and you must remember to come back. I see, you are very long-winded, but I wanted to go to sea a long time ago. Eden's father is more suitable for Wano Kuni's general than Eden. Those who know the current affairs are handsome. This sentence is simple, but how many people can do it under certain circumstances? Eden is not suitable to be a general, more suitable to go to sea with him as a pirate. Brother, are there many islands in the world besides Wano Kuni? Eden asked curiously. He was hugging left and right, still lying on the lap of a Wano Kuni woman, and several women beside him were serving him and feeding him with their mouths. Luxury. Seeing Eden's enjoyment, Shiraha didn't want to ignore him. Marco on the side heard it and said loudly, several islands? Are you joking with me? To say that the number of islands is innumerable, there are hundreds, thousands of them in official countries alone. Don't you know? This world is big. All Wano Kuni people at the banquet, including the General Wano Kuni, were shocked. How could the world be so big? Shouldn't their Wano Kuni be the center of the world? There is even an island bigger than Wano Kuni in the world? Marco began to act as an active young expert at the banquet, and told these Wanokyani about Shira's adventures. It was not that he didn't want to talk about the adventures of the Whitebeard pirates, but Shira's adventures sounded more exciting. "Brother, have you experienced so many adventures? It's so exciting. I must go out to sea with you." Adan pushed away several Wanokyani women beside him and shouted, Is our captain very powerful?" Tanayushi asked, pointing to the food on the table. "The captain is really strong, and I want to be someone like the captain too." Yi Zhang fanned the wind while obediently said, "Izang, your hands are sour. Go eat quickly. There is no need to fan for me. The most important thing is to fill my stomach first." Shiraha told Izang to sit down and obediently pick up his rice bowl to eat. This is his future crew, but he shouldn't be hungry. In the future, he will be trained as a core. The people on his boat of good looks and good temperament. The banquet lasted until late at night, and the general of Wanokyani kept laughing at the banquet. End of this chapter. 176 Subsidiary Force Wanokyani, The Magic of Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 176 Affiliated Force Wanokyani, The Magic of Conqueror's Haki. Early the next morning, the first thing Shiraha woke up was to watch the excitement. Brother Newgate promised them to help solve the God of Fallen Mountain, and this action was taken by the crew of Marco and Beaster. This was something he helped to win. Otherwise the mountain god must be cut in half by Whitebeard again. The general of Wanokyani signed the treaty in full view last night. Wanokyani became an affiliate of the Whitebeard pirates in name, and was governed by the Whitebeard pirates. In fact, it became an affiliate of the remaining party in the Rocks era. This country also has a part of Golden Lion Shiki. On the premise of showing strong strength in advance, this treaty was quickly signed, and Wanokyani basically has no strong players. In the future, the most powerful of the 9 heroes with potential have become Whitebeard's sons. The only remaining Leopard 5 lords is the strength of the future 3 plagues. It wasn't enough in the eyes of Shirahan Whitebeard. The 15-year-old Adan didn't have 9 heroes by his side. They were all divided up, and even he himself joined Shira's pirate group. Brother Newgate, I will take them up the mountain to hunt. You can look for potential children in Wanokyani. Shiraha took Marco, Beastu and others up the mountain to find the mountain god. Kihahahathan leave it to you, I'll go and see elsewhere. Whitebeard continues to look for his son in Wanokyani, and of course his daughter will do as well, as long as he has the potential. He will not refuse. This time Adan was able to go to sea very easily. General Wanokyani did not dare to disagree, and Whitebeard was not afraid of any trouble. The Rocks remnants had made an agreement, which one really had to go wrong. Then if one party is in trouble, all parties will support it, and it will be over if you do it. Brother, do you think I can take my harem? Adan asked suddenly, walking well on the road. How many people are in your harem? Shiraha was curious about this. Not much, just 7 yaoyorozu, not even 1,000. Adan thought for a while and wanted to answer. We are the pirates who can't protect so many people. Even with my strength, we only dare to bring 1. Think about it. He shouldn't ask this question. You don't even want to take the harem gate. I'm not weak, but I can defeat 10 strong men, Tanayushi said with a sword. Isn't that the level of mixed soldiers? Shiraha didn't discourage Tanayu's enthusiasm, but encouraged him, and planned to strengthen her in the future. After all, it was her own woman who did not strengthen her. It just so happens that he still has some means to teach. He is not like some fools who are selfish. He thinks that he is taking advantage of him. He hides good things. He doesn't understand that as long as the world is not invincible, there will be things he can't do. I really don't understand how those people treat themselves with that kind of attitude, how they grew up and how they lived to be so big. Maybe it's really a good life and too much self-centeredness. Guys, Quinn is so realistic, just like many people in reality. It is simply theater of Guy Duo. As a human being in 2 lives, for him, striving to survive is the biggest challenge. How can you be rewarded if you don't give? Except for dreaming. He has always treated himself very well. Even Guy Duo can do this. and he can do it naturally. Shiraha has come to the present stage and already has a lot of potential and powerful crew members, and has become the core of the remaining forces of the Rock's pirate group. Liuochi didn't know where it was. The ghost said that he had temporarily put it aside, and that set of fingerings would be difficult to achieve in a short time. Some things are really greedy and can't chew. He originally wanted to develop a set of space boxing and space fingering, but considering that it is easy to develop and difficult to achieve success, he gave up this idea. Fortunately, he didn't choose that set of space fingering, otherwise it would be wasted. The more powerful ghosts and gods, Shiraha temporarily put aside. Even swordsmanship he put aside. During this time, he specializes in Berry's abilities and physical skills, and he has gained a lot. Now he has practiced 6 forms to a very high level, and even the advanced armament Haki emission has also been practiced. What kind of power is this? I didn't say in the original book. Shiraha couldn't help thinking as he watched his conqueror's Haki constrict like armament. He is completely confused about this state, and this original work doesn't say anything about it. And isn't this the power used by Rocks in full burst? He remembers that Rock's power is different from his. It should be the combination of armament and conqueror Haki, so conqueror's Haki can also constrict. It's better to go back and ask Big Brother Newgate. It's not because of his practice. This is not the same as the strength of Rocks. When will conqueror also be able to constrict? Shiraha took Marco and they quickly found the mountain god. After some rehearsal, Whitebeard's future captains succeeded in beheading the mountain gods the size of the mountain. They brought the head of the mountain god back to Wonokuni, which caused Wonokuni to shake up and down. Brother Newgate, come and help me see if I'm not practicing. Why can Conqueror's Haki still play like this? Shiraha rushed to Whitebeard's side and shouted loudly. Look, that's it. Shiraha exploded with an astonishing aura, and under his control, that astonishing aura was actually condensed into a force, and constrict was on his fist. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes widened, as if he had seen the most incredible thing. Kihahaha, you are really the most talented guy I have ever seen. This is the use of Conqueror's Haki. It is said that Captain Rocks can stabilize the strength and we rely on the use of the top Conqueror. Under Whitebeard's explanation, Shiraha knew that Conqueror's Haki had such a use, and also knew that it would require talent to use Conqueror's Haki for constrict on the sea. He is a talented existence. Does this mean that the guy without Conqueror is destined to be overpowered by Conqueror? Isn't the power of Captain Rock's Conqueror constrict? Shiraha felt Conqueror's Haki stand up. The top of the 3-color Haki, worthy of the name. The red hair of his favorite character also stood up. After the death of Whitebeard in the future plot, the strongest 4 Emperor achievement is red hair, not restrained by Blackbeard, and the strongest owner of Conqueror. Yes, and not only that, Captain Rocks even initially combined Conqueror with armament. Once he succeeds, there may be no one in the sea to be his opponent. Shiraha looked at her stronger again. Whitebeard said happily. End of this chapter. 177 Strength becomes stronger. Chapter 177 Strength becomes stronger. Conqueror's Haki can also constrict, even as a means of attack. I thought it was used to clean up minions, but I didn't take this means into consideration. Confirming from Whitebeard that Conqueror's Haki is an attack method, Shiraha said in shock. Of the 3 types of Haki, I think the most useless is Conqueror's Haki. In addition to clearing out some weak people, it seems that I have no experience now. The person who owns Conqueror's Haki on the sea means that that person has the qualification of king. Shiraha thinks that the qualification of king in the original book is also used to improve the setting, but he really is the king. Is Conqueror's Haki the pass to the strength of the pirate's ceiling? Kihahaha Shiraha, you can only be regarded as a very crude use of Conqueror. I can teach you something about this. I also have Conqueror on my body, and I have been studying Conqueror for a while. Whitebeard patted. Shiraha said. Thank you so much, Brother Newgate. Shiraha said with a smile. What thanks the family, come with me. Shiraha followed Whitebeard to a clearing, and the two began to practice duel. He was still confused at first, Why didn't Brother Newgate share some principles with him? It's okay to talk about some of his own experience, just start the fight. He doesn't know anything, even constrict from Conqueror's Haki happens to come up with it. Shiraha felt the good intentions of Brother Newgate. This is a teaching from the shallower to the deeper. Whitebeard is using his own means of using Conqueror to let him feel how Conqueror should be used. With the deepening of the dual practice, Shiraha's control of his own Conqueror has become more and more handy. Originally, Conqueror was only used to fill the attack method in a very rough way. Now it is for Conqueror to use this power in a technical way, turned into a part of the body. Is this Conqueror's Haki? This large-scale destructive power and deep-level attack power is far more terrifying than the damage caused by armament. Even my recent master's high-level armament application can't match it, Shiraha said in shock while physically assaulting Whitebeard, who hadn't used Berry's ability. Armament is more for restraining low-gear abilities, otherwise those with low-gear abilities are not invincible, and Conqueror's Haki means that you have the strongest qualifications to reach the top, and those who can control Conqueror's Haki must be the king. Whitebeard he started to exert his strength, almost using Conqueror's Haki constricts means to suppress Shiraha. Conqueror's Haki constrict controlled by Whitebeard is obviously much better than Shiraha. The damage caused by two people is much more terrifying than the giant sea kings fighting each other. The surrounding terrain has been completely changed by the two people fighting each other. The energy and power generated by the confrontation of the two Conqueror forces is the same as that of the nuclear burst. The same. Aden who hurried over and everyone who had been attracted passively rushed over to watch the competition. Why did Dad fight with Uncle? Joz asked worriedly. This is a discussion. Looking at the two nuclear weapons on both sides fighting each other, Marco knew that the gap was too big, and he might not be able to catch up. The collision of these two forces produced the ultimate compression, and then emitted a huge amount of energy. I can't imagine how powerful this force would be if it hit people. How could the power used by these two men resemble the power he possessed? Today, that's it. We have to stay here for a few days. Don't worry too much. As long as this force is initially controlled with our most suitable method, it will gradually become stronger like armament. Shiraha, who has made great progress, Whitebeard said after stopping. After taking control of this power, I shouldn't be much worse than Roger and Mud Dog. Shiraha said with a smile, with no sweat and no messy haircut. This time he was really rewarded, and he also learned that he had a way to become stronger. You are no worse than them now. I really don't know what you have gone through. Your physique has become much stronger during this period of time. Compared to when you were in the Valley of Gods, you are not alone at all, Whitebeard said sensibly. The last time Shiraha of the Valley of Gods was of average physique, much worse than them, but this time I saw it, but the gap was narrowed. During this time, it was not that Whitebeard hadn't made no progress at all. He could only say that this kid was really a monster. I got a little chance. During this period of time, I strengthened my body and took control of the good devil berry. Shiraha ate the forest berry. In the continuous development, his physical strength was different from the past. The discussion with Whitebeard just now didn't even count as a warm-up for him. He didn't consume any physical strength under Berry's ability. Solved the mountain god of Wannokuni and got Shiraha with a new ability. When he was in a good mood, he took Dainayu, Huadibai, and Marco to visit Wannokuni. Don't worry about the ship, there is Wannokuni's national helping hand. This time it will be repaired soon, and their journey will begin soon. After the repairs are completed, Brother Whitebeard will take Shiraha and them to the water city to find a shipyard to build a new ship. Uncle, don't you really go with us? We can still have some help when we walk together. Just come and be our captain's deputy captain. Marco flew in the air in the form of a phoenix. In Wadi Bay said under the encouragement of, who said I won't go with you. If I don't go with you, it will be difficult to get out of Wannokuni based on my sailing skills. Shiraha jumped onto the small plane and looked at Marco and said, Big nephew, I know what you want to say. After all, your uncle is also a captain of my size, so he won't be someone else's deputy captain. A look of loss appeared on the faces of both Marco and Whitby at the same time. Then, Uncle, we should keep in touch in the future. Marco also jumped onto the small plane and said seriously, of course, we are family, big nephew. Shiraha hooked onto Marco's shoulder and said with a big smile, in the future, not only will Brother Newgate cover you, but I will cover you too. On top of the war, I will never let you lose everything. Well, we are family, Marco said with a smirk. The two big men followed the two women on the street for a whole day, hugging each other and crying bitterly. Women shopping is really scary. Uncle, I need to help repair the ship these few days, so I won't accompany you. I'll leave first. Marco ran away as quickly as possible. End of this chapter. Chapter 178 of the main text spoils Whitebeard's future. Chapter 178 spoilers on Whitebeard's future. Looking at Marco who was going away, Shiraha clutched his chest, and Cage roared in his heart, return my feelings back. Recently, his pain and happiness coexist. But what he really wants to say is that happiness is greater than pain. In terms of strength, Conqueror Constrict, he has been in a match with Whitebeard, and he has a good control. As for the sister, he found that the big niece of Wade seemed to be interesting to him, but he was not sure if it was one of the three delusions of life. If it is really an illusion, it would be embarrassing. You will definitely be laughed at by this kid Marco for a long time. Kozuki-eden, the newly acquired little brother, has been living with many harems these days, and is preparing to leave. He can't bring a girl on the way. In the past few days, the ship of the Whitebeard pirate group has also been repaired, and even the sum that Whitebeard has collected has almost received it, and the potential ones were basically abducted by the Newgate brother. We can set off in a few days, and we are about to start our adventure. After spending a few days on land, Shiraha missed the life on the sea a bit. Our ship has been repaired, and the old man said that after letting us stay in Wonokuni for a few days, we are ready to set off. Marco said without knowing where he flew out. Big brother, how do you use the power in your body? I have found that man for a lot of games these days, but I still can't use it. Kozuki-eden also rushed out and shouted. Have you not been to the harem with you these few days? Shiraha asked in surprise. I go to accompany the harem at night, and fight during the day. Eden explained. That power is another use of Conqueror's Haki, which is to use Conqueror's Haki as your own arm, which is naturally covered on your hand and used as an attack method. You can learn it sooner or later with your talent. I do not understand. Shiraha. The two looked at each other and became silent. In the end, Eden didn't mention Conqueror's Haki Constrict anymore. I'm going to kill someone in your Wonokuni this time. I want to ask your opinion. Shiraha said seriously. Big brother said he wanted to kill. There must be a reason to kill. I want to hear. Eden didn't hear Shiraha was going to kill in Wonokuni, so he acted on him. Let's find Brother Newgate first. I should talk to you about some things. Shiraha looked at Marco and asked his nephew to find everyone. Kihaha, I heard Marco say. Shiraha, you asked me to tell us something. What is it? Do you need to kill people in Wonokuni? Whitebeard asked puzzled when he came to this place. I want to kill the orphan Kurozumi Oki, Shiraha said seriously. The main culprits to disrupt Wonokuni in the future are Kurozumi Oki and Guy, and Kurozumi Oki is the one who led the wolf into the room. Whitebeard seemed to see something and asked nervously, Shiraha, do you see the future again? In the last battle in the Valley of the Gods, if it weren't for their last desperate rescue, Rox would definitely die in that place. Rox could be rescued, and Shiraha had the greatest credit. Yes, and this time I also want to change the future. The Valley of Gods has changed, proving that the future can be changed. Shiraha nodded and said. On the side, Eden, Izang, Marco and others who were listening did not understand. Upon seeing this, Whitebeard told them something. Everyone was in a state of unbelievable, but in the end they believed it. What is this Kurozumi Oki doing in the future? You must kill him. Big brother, Eden asked curiously. You will die tragically in the future, and the fate of your tragic death is related to him. In the future, he will incarnate as the Yaki Oki and change the fate of one Okyuni as a whole, Shiraha said while holding the sky. Although Cutie Duo has been caught, the pirate who died was not caught once or twice in the original book. The original book's fate is difficult to change. Shiraha has personally verified that Rox was barely saved, and Akaka's eldest brother can only barely survive that battle. Who knows if Eden will die in the fate of the original in the future. He made preparations in advance, and since he wanted to change it, he had to change it thoroughly. Anyway, the plot was ruined. Will I die miserably in the future? It sounds like fate is hard to change. The helping hand with so many monsters, the strong man in Rox, barely survived. Eden smiled and said, "It seems that I am sure to die. In this case, I will go to sea to accompany you on the adventure with Big Brother, so that I will have no regrets in my life." "Captain, can you change the fate of Eden's armor? He is a very good person." Izang stood by and fanned him, asking obediently. "It's up to him, Eden. I know you may not believe it too much, but everything I say is true." Shiraha, "Just kill the orphan, right?" Whitebeard asked with an Ajinata. Shiraha looked at Whitebeard with a complex expression on his face and said, "I can't predict my own fate, but I can see the fate of others." "Kihahaha, it seems it's my fate this time. Tell me, Shiraha," Whitebeard asked with a laugh. "Brother Newgate, the Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed in the future. 43 pirate captains and 16 captains under yours will be killed or injured, and you will die in a war, and Marco wants to keep your brother." The position led the remaining forces to launch a fierce Retsu battle with a formidable opponent. In the end, they were defeated and could only retreat. "How come?" Marco said, looking at Shiraha incredulously. None of the people present were not shocked by Shiraha's words. "Uncle, were you in that war?" Marco asked uncomfortably. "I'm not here. I haven't seen myself with you. I don't know the reason of item, but if I'm here, I won't let you die," Shiraha said seriously. "I know. How did our pirate group perish?" "Uncle, do you know how many opponents there are? Who am I losing to in the future?" Marco knows that in the future, he may have lost everything. Maybe that time before the war, my uncle was gone. He didn't dare to think like this, but if Shiraha were there, he would definitely come and help them. It was a world-level battle. As for the opponents I meet in the future, I will tell you that you will lose to a Byakugan wolf named Stitch in the future. You must remember it. "What about that bastard Shiki?" Whitebeard asked. "Broken 2 legs and was locked into impel down," Shiraha said with an ugly face. Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief. "It turns out that this bastard has no way to come and help him. Will their fate be so miserable in the future?" The inability to see his destiny indicates that Shiraha may have died earlier than him. Could it be that Shiraha had something wrong with him earlier before his fate happened? End of this chapter. Chapter 179 Shiraha and Whitebeard's decision, 4,000 words. Chapter 179 Shiraha and Whitebeard's decision, 4,000 words. Shiraha finished speaking these words, and all those who listened were silent. Looking at the silent Whitebeard, he knew what Brother Newgate was thinking. Probably because Shiki and the others didn't come to help. In the original fate, Golden Lion Shiki might not help. Batrican World had nothing to do with Whitebeard. Shira's timeline has changed. "Uncle, why do you say Titch is a Byakugan wolf?" Marco broke the silence first and asked. "That guy named Titch was the son of the older brother just like you." Shira's simple sentence made them all understand. "Uncle, you said it happened in the future, then it proves that the guy named Tick will get on our boat, right?" Marco asked excitedly. "Yes." Brother Newgate relented and took the orphan Titch aboard. "I must kill him." Marco couldn't believe this kind of future, and their Whitebeard pirates finally came to that end. "As long as you meet that guy and kill him, it's okay," Wadeby asked, twisting his waist. "I don't dare to pack the ticket. That guy can only say that it is a big reason. As for whether he will betray this time, it is still unknown." Shiraha looked at Wadeby and explained. "Kihaha, I will not kill the orphan named Tiki, even if it is true. I will not kill a homeless person. The big deal is to stop him from getting on the boat, if in the future he really became our enemy, and I will take care of him myself," Whitebeard said with a laugh. "Newgate is a man with a broad mind like the sea, so he will not kill an orphan because of what will happen in the future." Shiraha looked at Whitebeard and thought silently in her heart, "This is really the character of Brother Newgate." "Koolalala Shiraha, you don't know your future, then tell us about other people's future." Whitebeard looked at him and asked curiously, "In the future, Patrick and World will all enter Impel Down, Aden will die tragically, and Big Brother Newgate will also be killed in battle. Shikis bastard will lose his 2 legs in the future, using 2 swords to make his legs. All have some bad endings." "Ah," Shiraha smiled wryly, "Shiki. That bastard lost his sword as a great swordsman." Knowing why they weren't there, Whitebeard hesitated for a few seconds, then laughed and asked, "Kihahaha Shiraha, I heard you just now. I have 16 captains and 43 captains. They are all my sons and daughters. I have so many family members. Plus you friends and partners. Even if you die in battle, I think it's worth it." Shiraha pointed at Whitey Bay and said, "She is one of the 43 captains of your eldest brother, Beaster, Marco, Joz. They are all the captains of your future pirate group, as well as my subordinates. Isang was originally your captain, brother. Do you want to go back again?" "Koolalala, you keep it. Maybe you can make a little change in the future. It seems that I am going to inform Shiki, Patrick and the others. Make preparations for the future earlier. Let us cherish the present now," Whitebeard said with a nonchalant smile. "I knew I should hold Uncle Patrick's thigh and prevent Uncle Patrick from disembarking," Marco said annoyedly. "Uncle Patrick was caught in Impel Down in the future. If Uncle Patrick was there, we the pirate group probably won't be defeated." "Isn't Uncle Patrick saying that he is a strong person who can match Uncle Rox? How could he be arrested too?" Wade By couldn't help asking. "After Patrick defeated the current Marine Marshal Kong, he was taken by Garp." Shiraha said, "The fate of the original Red Earl Marshal Marine Mad Dog Garp. This combination really has a great possibility of winning Uncle Patrick." "Brother, is this destiny? If it can't be changed, I want to go to the bigger world to see it. I want to go to the sea to see the world." After Kozuki-Eden knew his future, he still insisted on his own ideas. "Kihahaha, it's okay. Haven't we changed our destiny once in the Valley of Gods? It's fine if we all stay together." "The incident you are talking about is in the distant future." Whitebeard patted in a daze. Marco said with a big smile, "It is indeed a very distant future. Brother Newgate, you were already very old at the time. I guess it will be 30 or 40 years from now," Shiraha explained, looking at Marco and the others. "The fate he said was the line of fate in the original book, but now his fate has changed bit by bit, and many changes have taken place. Several of the future 9 knights became Whitebeard's sons, and even Tanayushi became his women. Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate are still allies now. They all represent the remaining forces of the Rocks era. They have their own lives. They will let everyone know what is the legacy of the old era. Monsters, who uncle? You are almost scaring me to death." It turns out that there is still so much time. "I thought we would be finished soon." Marco breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "Since there is still this for a long time, then we must work hard to change the destiny of all of us in the future. Let us work hard together." "Come on, I will work hard." Joz touched the back of his head and said seriously, "Uncle, can I often learn swordsmanship with you in the future?" Beastu asked tentatively. "Of course, as long as I'm still on this ship, you can come to me." Shiraha nodded and said, "Fate should have changed since the beginning. I knew that fate has changed since Yaoyorozu came over years ago, and that fate has changed because of one person." Tanayushi looked at Shiraha and laughed deeply and said, "If it is possible, I will always be by your side." "Aren't you always by my side?" Shiraha said with a smile while holding Tanayu. "Don't think too much, you man. I am very powerful, although you are really weak. But I will protect you of." Tanayushi looked at Shiraha with black lines and said, I know I am weak and stupid. Can you stop talking about it? Okay, I won't talk about it. You have to practice the methods I taught you. I have mastered the moon step and paper paintings, and I believe the other four will be masters soon. Tanayu, she said with a smile. This talent is really good. When Shiraha looked at Tanayu and thought that she was a more important figure in the plot, it was not surprising that she could learn two styles so quickly. Uncle, why don't you teach us the methods you teach us? Marco pointed to Eden and asked. In the past few days, Marco has learned the 6 forms from Shiraha, and even Shutenmaru and others who have just boarded the Whitebeard pirates have learned it. But Eden doesn't seem to know this method. 6 forms are of no use to Eden. He is not as fragile as your body. I will directly teach him more advanced life return. Everyone else looked at Eden. Huh? What are you doing looking at me? Do you want to learn too? Just go to the eldest brother. He will definitely teach you. Kozuki Eden pointed to Shiraha, indirectly admitted that he learned life return. Then, shall we kill the guy named Kurazumi Oki? Marco asked, watching everyone in their presence. The opportunity is rare, that person is still very weak, let's cut the grass and root out. Bai drew out a western sword and said coldly. Eden didn't leave, but shook his head. No. The future is left to the future. At least these things have not happened yet. Even Baixioji can let the man named Tick be gracious. I can do it too. Just keep that guy for now. When I return from sailing, if something really happens, brother, and Baixioji, come over and help me rebuild Wanokyani together. You can see it too, my father. And those people who just surrendered to Baixioji and your eldest brother. I think we can use this opportunity to make Wanokyani really attached to your banner. Shocked Shiraha and Whitebeard, Kozuki Eden said calmly. Forget it then. Bai withdrew the sword. Shiraha's impression of Eden has changed a bit. This guy is not completely brainless, and is more like a flesh and blood character than the man in the comics. Baixioji. Whitebeard looked at Eden, pointed to himself and asked, are you calling me? Yeah, Baixioji, we don't know each other. We have communicated many times these days. Kozuki Eden ignored Whitebeard's black line and said with a smile, you have said so, then let it go for the time being. Conquering a country by force is indeed the most inferior method. So let us witness the future. Shiraha said helplessly. We will definitely change our own destiny. Marco yelled, standing on the small plain. Shiraha looked at them, looking forward to the future. Destiny will change this time. The main task of the chat group member Shiraha's current world is to change the fate of a world, to usher in a new era in the world of pirates, and to reward individuals for free access to all worlds in the chat group without having to cross the card. Shiraha looked at the messages in the chat group. This reward is really big enough, equivalent to the administrator's authority. He will definitely change his destiny in the future, and the main task of the chat group about him coincides with his goal. When Marco, who was sitting on the small plane, looked at Tanayu, his eyes suddenly widened. Sister-in-law, you said that you crossed over before Yayoi are years old. You don't have pure gold on your body too, so you live for a whole Yayoi are year. Hearing Marco's words, everyone on the court was stunned, and when they immediately looked at Tanayu, their eyes were extremely shocked. It seemed that they had heard of this kind of thing for the first time, and they were shocked by it. You live Yayoi are year. Everyone shouted in unison. Whitebeard was dumbfounded when he looked at Tanayu. His younger sister-in-law has lived for Yayoi are years. Isn't that even older than his grandfather's grandfather? Only one person was not shocked, and that was Bai. She saw Shiraha wearing a pure gold ring when she gave Tanayu with her own eyes, which proved that Tanayu did not live on pure gold for Yayoi are years. Your reaction arc is too long, Shiraha said to Snarl. It's definitely a surprise to hear it for the first time. Say the sister-in-law really lived Yayoi are years old? Big brother, how can people live so long? Sister-in-law is not a monster, right? Shiraha looked at these people with a headache, and Bai saw his helplessness and smiled at him. Father, Shiraha, can I tell Eden about pure gold? Bai asked, looking at the two most important people on the court. Kihahaha, you have to ask Shiraha for his opinion. He brought the pure gold. Whitebeard said with a smile. Unfair. Why don't you call uncle? After Marco was glared at by Whitby, his voice became smaller and smaller, and he began to pretend to be stupid on the sidelines. After seeing Shiraha nodding his head in agreement, Whitby explained to Eden the role and value of pure gold. Kozuki Eden, Shutenmaru, Izo, Denjiro, these people who heard it for the first time were all shocked by the effect of pure gold. Brother, is it because of pure gold that my sister-in-law can live so long? Kozuki Eden asked loudly. No, don't get me wrong, everyone. I really am not an old witch who has lived Yaoyorozu years. I'm only 26 years old. Looking at the misunderstandings, Tanayushi immediately explained. I belong to Devilberry. I have the ability to travel through time and space, but only through the future, and cannot go back to the past. The past is irreversible, and the future can be changed. Shiraha suddenly thought of such a sentence, and the lazy, free and easy little Taoist who was sitting on the cloud appeared in his mind. I was scared to death. I thought that this kind of ability would be able to travel through time at will, and if it traveled through the future, it would still be acceptable. Marco was almost taken aback by this sky-defying berry ability. If you can really shuttle between the past and the future, wouldn't it be able to change any ending and solve your regretful life? How can there be such good things? The past things are irreversible and cannot be changed. Shiraha said flatly. Uncle, if you really have the ability to go back to the past, Marco said excitedly, if you really have this ability, there will be no regrets in life, right? I can only say that you are dreaming. Even if you have the ability to go back in time, you can't change any results. If you are in a parallel world, you have to say otherwise. If you really want to have this ability, the whole world will be messy. By then, life will be more than a little regretful. Everyone was thinking about Shiraha's words, and Tenshi looked at him and smiled. Kihahaha, anyway, we have nothing to do now, and no one to do what we need to do. Let's have a banquet. Let's talk about things in the future. End of this chapter. 180 Leaving Wonokuni, 4,000 words. Chapter 180 Leaving Wonokuni, 4,000 words. That day, at Whitebeard's suggestion, they held another banquet all day long. Eden didn't plan to kill Kurazumi Oki, but sent some people to stare at the often named Kurazumi Oki. If these things happen in the future, he will get rid of Kurazumi Oki without hesitation. Before leaving, Eden informed White Mei Daimyo, Shimatsuki Yasui, that Yasui, who was willing to die in the future Wonokuni incident, did not take in Kurazumi Oki. Kozuki Eden also saw the guy who had cholera Wonokuni. It was indeed like the older brother said, it was a guy who made him very uncomfortable. A few days later, they officially went to sea and left. This time no one came to stop Eden, and there was no test for Eden like the original. The Whitebeard pirate ship sailed towards the coming waterfall, without encountering the Uzumaki the previous time, and approached the waterfall smoothly. In the end, nothing has changed. Is it really useful for me to tell the future? Shiraha sighed helplessly and asked, Ashi, you said that your ability is to send yourself and others to the future. If it sends me and Brother Newgate to the future together, isn't that another line of fate? I don't know. You don't know what you said, but I don't want to use my abilities anymore. Just like this, Tanayushi hugged him and said softly, Brother, you said that there was no change. That would be wrong. We have not changed. If something really happens in the future, we can still prepare and helping hand each other early. Eden didn't know where he ran out and shouted loudly. Road. Shiraha and Tenshi looked at Kozuki Eden with embarrassment. This bastard who can't understand the atmosphere. Yizang watched all this secretly with Marco and the others in the distance. Marco, Master Eden shouldn't go to that place, right? Yizang asked, pointing to the atmosphere over there. Marco, Joz, and Beaster looked at them shyly and did not answer the question. Finally, Whitby noticed the embarrassment of Yizang, and said with a smile, Of course the silly lack should not go. Two people are enjoying their time together. He ran over and this was not destroying the atmosphere, and it was going to be the same. Let me go. Shiraha watched it and decided to let him go through the process of getting on the boat again. Brother, is this practice? Kozuki then grabbed the stern chain with both hands, looked at Shiraha on the boat, and asked. They flew down from the waterfall, and Eden didn't need moon step to feel like flying. Aha, this is spiritual practice. I will definitely be able to endure. Guru Gurudin shouted proudly in midair, until he fell into the sea and drank a few large mouthfuls of seawater before closing his mouth. When Whitebeard heard someone yelling, he came over and took a look. He immediately found Eden hanging from the stern and asked curiously, Shiraha, what are you doing? Hasn't Eden joined us? This is my test for him. Shiraha pulled Izo, who was trying to sever the chain, and explained, don't help him for now. Let him wake up in the sea. Captain, this is not so good. Eden's-ama has a very high status in Wano Kuni. Such treatment will arouse the disgust of the Wano Kuni people. Izo thought from his point of view. This is not Wano Kuni. We have already gone to sea. No one from Wano Kuni can see it. Shiraha patted the thin Izo and said, yes, Captain, no one can see it. Then Captain, I'll go to work. Yi Zhang smiled sweetly, melting the hearts of the big masters of the boat. When I was a child, Izang was more beautiful than his younger brother Xiao, like a little Iron, but unfortunately he was a man. And this time, Eden, Izang and others have no relationship like that in the original book. The Izang brothers who wandered on the streets were picked up by Tanayushi. In Izang's heart, his captain was a little better than Lord Eden, who had a high status in Wano Kuni. Is Izang really a man? Marco asked reluctantly, looking at Izang, who was going to clean. People said it personally, of course they brought it. You don't have an idea, do you? Wedibai patted Marco, who was peeking at Izang, and said playfully, but Izang does look very good, beautiful and very girly. You have ideas, and I won't be too weird. No. Marco blushed inexplicably and explained nervously. Puff's sister-in-law can help introduce what you know, Tanshi said with a smile while looking at Marco, who was shy. Never say no. Joz, Beaster, you guys quickly tell me that I really don't like Izang. Marco shouted, turning his head and saw Izang coming by. The two looked at each other. Do you hate me? Did I do a bad job? Izang asked cautiously, holding the broom. He is afraid of losing everything he has now. No, I don't hate you at all, Marco explained aloud. Oh, at the time of Tanayu, Huedabu tone was raised several times at the same time. Only then did Marco realize that the more he explained, the more unclear he explained, and immediately ran away in a panic in the form of a phoenix. Is this kid very interesting? Wadibella smiled when he was looking at Tanayu. I usually find the fun on the boat from Marco. Every time I tease him a few times, my life at sea is it's not boring at all. Tanshi smiled and nodded, looked at Yi Zhang and said, we were kidding him just now, but he doesn't hate you at all. It doesn't matter if he hates me, as long as the captain and you don't hate me, Izang said while cleaning. The atmosphere on the pirate ship was very good. There were no people who shouldn't be there, and everyone got along well. Kwanjiro and Shutenmari looked at Eden, who was hung on the stern, and they didn't feel at all. Their impression of Eden was status. During this time, Kwanjiro was still wandering in the capital, and Shutenmari was a villain in Buri, and he hated the generals. The two of them looked at Eden in a panic, and they still had a very refreshing feeling in their hearts. How many days are you going to hang that fellow Eden in that place? Whitebeard asked, looking at Eden, who was embarrassed in the stern. When he reaches the limit, I taught him to return his life. It is still very effective to exercise with this method, Shiraha said with a smile, looking at Eden, who didn't even pop out of his head in the sea. You captain, Kulalal is really extraordinary. The next stop, we should set off to the capital of water. You will stay on my boat during this time. Whitebeard looked at the sea, struggling, and shouted loudly, brother, if you want to keep up with us, you can survive this test. The next big adventure is beyond your imagination, little Beiji. Guru, I'll get through it. Eden's head suddenly popped out of the water and shouted at Whitebeard on the boat. Then, and sank under the sea again. Shiraha, I don't think he can stand in the same generation as us. Do you think his future can really reach a high level? Whitebeard thought for a while, and finally said, or let me come and take him as a son. He is still far short of it. Big brother Newgate, don't underestimate him. His growth rate is quite amazing, even more terrifying than the rock doll I took. Shiraha pointed to Eden in the sea and said, I've heard that the kid named Rock Doll is the first trainee crew you accepted. Who is better than Marco? Whitebeard asked curiously. During this period of time, he had heard a lot about Crocodile from Shiraha, and he also knew that this was a very promising kid. Otherwise Shiraha would not be attracted to him. Brother, you are embarrassing me. Shiraha thought for a while, grinned, and said, at this stage, my crew is even better. If he is not decadent in the future, Marco will definitely be crushed by him. Overwhelmingly. Kihahaha, is that kid named Rockdale worthy of your admiration? Whitebeard pointed to Whitebeard and asked, is that kid stronger than my daughter? At this stage, Whitby is better than Marco and 15-year-old Eden, but he is a bit worse than Crocodile. That kid Rockdale has been trained by me during this period of time. It's better to say that he was originally a talented little monster. Brother Newgate, if you really want to compare a person with him, at this stage, I can only say that the peer who can be compared with Rockdale is the bullet on Roger's ship. Maybe even Shanks was temporarily ahead and surpassed by him. Shiraha told the truth. After eating the right berry, his strength has greatly increased, and he has not given up physical skills. It can only be said that Rockdale in this period has surpassed the current Shanks, compared with the bullet on Roger's boat. If that's the case, Marco is really incomparable. But is Shanks the red-haired kid on Roger's boat? He's also very good. I remember the red hair. There is also a red-nosed playmate. Whitebeard said, thinking of the two apprentices on Roger's boat. The kid with the red nose is called Bucky, and the kid named Shanks will one day stand at a very high level. Shiraha said seriously, if the fate of Rockdale does not change, the future red-haired Shanks will leave Marco, Rockdale and others behind in a few decades. But this time, Shanks might not be able to leave Rockdale behind. Shiraha's Crocodile is not the guy in the original book who has lost his fighting spirit and pinned all his hopes on Karen. The future strength of his crew can never be worse than that of the four emperors. Are you so optimistic about the red-haired kid? Then I really look forward to meeting the Roger pirates. Just to calculate the last time in the Valley of the Gods, Whitebeard was very aggrieved. Almost these remnants of the Rocks pirates were wiped out. Brother, we don't seem to be able to beat the Roger pirates yet. If you and Shiki that bastard joined forces, it would be very promising. Shiraha said as he looked at the warrior Whitebeard in his eyes. He knows very well that the strongest pirate group in the sea is the Roger pirate group. Cool-la-la-la, you are right. If I really meet, I really can't beat Roger and the others. Whitebeard thought of the four top powerhouses on the Roger pirates, and he was the only one on his own ship. Shiraha helped him only two. The other cadres of the Roger pirate ship are far stronger than Marco and the others. Whitebeard has high-level combat power in his pirate group, and he may not be able to beat Roger and Ian. But I don't want to join forces with Shiki in this regard. The bastard said that he would go to Roger's trouble sooner or later, and he invited me. I didn't agree. He said he would bring John and World to Roger's trouble. Shiraha on the ship's rail, Whitebeard told the news. The Battle of World won't break out early. Shiraha thought of the fate-determining battle of the original book in his heart. But Roger didn't know the whereabouts of Karen, the weapon of destroying the world. What he wants to know most is where Roger learned about Karen from. If he can know the whereabouts of Karen and make this weapon, then, after a period of development, he will be able to wrestle with the world government. Shiki's flying pirates don't know how far it has developed. If they really fight with Roger, I think there is a chance of winning him based solely on the strength of both sides. But he will definitely lose to Roger in the end. A big accident happened, Shiraha said with empathy, thinking of Shiki whose luck has not been very good. Do you see the future again? Whitebeard asked with a laugh. Cool, I want to know who I will win with Roger in the future. Well brother, it will be clear if you will officially fight Roger in the future. Let me keep a little bit of mystery now, Shiraha said, suffocating Whitebeard's appetite. Whitebeard looked at Shiraha with a black line on his face. It's okay if you don't tell me, the future will have to be experienced before you know it. I am looking forward to the battle with Roger. Whitebeard figured it out and thought it would be good to not know the future, and said, "Come to eat." Tanayushi shouted to the members of the boat. "Brother, let's go to eat." It happened that I was also hungry. Shiraha touched the docile small plane and asked, "You are hungry too? Let's go eat together." Tweet. This pterodactyl has been following him since he came out of Chincha's body, and it was considered a member of his ship, so he missed one last time. Kihahaha, it's time to eat. Let's go eat together. Whitebeard laughed as he looked at the crew on the boat like a family. While eating, Marco sat on the small plane and looked at the people on the boat and asked, "Did we forget who else?" End of this chapter. 181 Fur Family. Chapter 181 Fur Family. How can there be a few people, you in turn, just want to draw our attention to you, right? Pwede teased while eating Eden. Maybe I made a mistake. Marco replied, "My nephew, how long are you going to stay in my small plane? Don't you know how to fly by yourself?" Shiraha asked strangely while eating rice noodles. "Hey, because eating in a small plane feels a little more comfortable, and I like to eat in the air. I can see higher and farther, and it will be very inconvenient to eat if I fly by myself," Marco said with a smile. Tweet. Wing Long Yi, who Shiraha brought back, enjoys having someone staying on him. It doesn't seem to dislike Marco. It may be that Marco is regarded as food. After this meal, it took several days before someone finally remembered who he had forgotten. "It's Eden. We left Eden in the stern." I said that I forgot someone. You still don't believe me? Don't bother with the internship. Go over and take a look. All the people on the boat looked towards the stern. Shiraha found that Eden was still clinging to the chain and not letting go. "What about Eden? Why is there a monster in our stern? Is this a sea king? This sea king is so ugly, it must be very unpalatable. I don't want to eat this kind of food." Are you idiots? This is Eden. He has been soaking in the sea for too long, so his body has become swollen. The common sense waded by turned towards Marco, Beaster, Joz and the others. Shouted, "Let's pull Master Eden up soon. He looks dying." Xiao said nervously, looking at the monster at the stern. "Captain, should we bring Master Eden up? This should be the limit of practice, right?" Izang pointed to the impersonal Eden and asked. "It's really time to pull him up." Shiraha was about to move, and was stopped by Tanayushi. "Wait. Do you hear anything? It seems that someone is calling for help. Not far from us." Tanayushi's words caught the attention of all of them, and Shiraha listened carefully to nearby sounds. "It's a call for help. But why is there a call for help around here? It sounds like three very weak guys are calling for help." When the rest of the Whitebeard pirates did not notice, Eden let go and floated along the current to the nearest island. The call for help came from that island. Damn it. Humans other than One Okyani are too bad. We obviously want to go to One Okyani to find brothers. They must be humans on the other 5 islands. Damn. We shouldn't go to see the demon cat, the demon dog, and the kappa. We really caught some rare things. If we sell them, we can make a fortune. I am a kappa. The pirates of a pirate ship surrounded 3 strange creatures and tied them all up. These talking creatures will definitely sell for a good price. These should be fur family, but is that kappa also fur family? I have never heard of such a fur family. Captain, no matter what, we have made another fortune. A group of pirates looked at the 3 strange creatures in front of them with greedy eyes. There are no friends outside at all. All of them are enemies. "I killed you Inu Arashi." A Jellicent Konko wept and cried. "No, cat-bellied snake. I want to go out to sea with you." A chubby puppy, sticking out his tongue, cried out loudly. Just when the group of pirates was about to pack these 3 strange creatures away, a huge stranger-looking creature crawled out of the sea and shouted, I heard someone calling for help. It's a monster. Oh, there are such ugly sea kings. This sea king can still talk. Is this a monster? Be quiet, and take down this talking Neptune, and we can sell this rare Neptune to those expensive families at a large price. This is a good opportunity to make a fortune. The captain of the famous pirate group drew his sword and shouted angrily, "Get me this sea king." The group of pirates quickly calmed down from the initial panic. They then thought about it. It was just a talking sea king, not too big to threaten them. Is this a monster? The Tide Konko was also startled by the monster who suddenly appeared. It was not only it, but the other two talking creatures were also startled. This Neptune should be here to save us. The Tide Puppy calmed down faster than the other two creatures and said, "Has any sea king come to rescue us?" "Great." A creature that looked like a kappa said excitedly. "The little ones gave me this talking only sea king class. Today we are really lucky." The pirate boat couldn't wait to shout, "After finishing this ticket, I will take you to the expensive family master." Played several times in the high-end clubhouse. Oh. A group of pirates immediately became excited, which indirectly proved that men are lower body creatures, and if they can excite the lower body of men, it can bring them infinite power. Life is back. With the roar of the sea monster in front of him, the huge sea monster quickly shrank. "Big brother taught me so great." "Is this practice? I can feel the infinite power in my body. Let me teach you a lesson." Bullying three little guys. Originally in human form, Adon recovered. His whole body began to exude a beast-like aura, and he roared towards the group of pirates who rushed over. How could the talking sea kings become humans? In this case, they won't sell much. The captain of the pirate ship looked at Kozuki-Adon with disgust. "It's a little bit if you can sell it." This person seems to be very popular with those rich women. While the captain of the pirate ship was still considering how to sell Adon, his men had already been knocked down by Adon, who had turned on the wash-wang mode, chopping melons and vegetables. "You are the captain of the pirate group. It seems that I will be famous the first time I go to sea." Big brother said that if you want a bounty, there are only two ways. One way is to do bad things, and the other way is to defeat other bounties. Kim's pirate. "I want to offer a bounty, but I don't want to do bad things. Now it looks like my luck is really good. You are mine." 2 Daily Middle Taoyan Waterfall. End of this chapter. 182 Long time no see, Zephyr. Chapter 182 Long time no see, Zephyr. Adon was excited, holding two knives, and slashed at the pirate captain who was still dreaming with a frantic expression. "Don't come here." Seeing the man exuding a monster aura rushed towards him with a murderous aura that suffocated him, the pirate captain's mentality completely collapsed. The guy he thought was a weak chicken exuded such a spirit. It's still so fast. The two fought each other in an instant, but the other party didn't even have the ability to resist. Before the captain of the pirate ship could react, Adon had already appeared behind him and took back the two weapons. "Do you have this strength?" It seems that the outside of the sea is not all monsters. A huge cross wound appeared on the captain of the pirate ship, and he fell down in a spurt of blood. "It's all because I lost Tuxiabeji and my eldest brother so many times. I thought I was very weak." This sea is really wonderful enough to see such strange creatures. Adon looked at the Tide 3. A strange creature asked, "What kind of animal are you guys? How can you still talk?" "Inu Ashi and I belong to the fur family. This one was caught with us. It seems to be a kappa." Cat-bellied snake recognized Adon's costume and asked excitedly, "Are you here to save us?" "I am not. I am a kappa." "Aren't you nonsense?" "Leave first if I have something to do. I promised that my eldest brother's practice failed." Adon stared at the three little things with arms akimbo, and said, "Goodbye." "Don't leave us alone. Untie the rope on us anyway." Watching Adon sprint away, the three tide creatures shouted at the same time, "Adon, you have a good practice. Even the return of life is basically a master. We are very worried about you. The first thing you didn't see was Tibet. I was the first to find out that Adon was missing." "Don't make a noise, you intern," You don't even know who is missing. If it weren't for Yizang to remember, Aden would really have to spend a few more days in the sea. Shiraha and Whitebeard discovered that Aden had fallen into the sea, so they brought the pirates to look for it. Big Brother and Xiaobeiji, why are you all here? I have solved these pirates alone. Aden ran over excitedly and shouted, "Hey, don't forget us, Aden. Have you forgotten to help those who call for help?" Shiraha asked, pointing in the direction of the voice. "No, elder brother, I took care of the pirates. I will have a bounty now," Aden replied. Shiraha got a black line when he heard Aden's words. This guy must have forgotten the little guys who asked for help in Helping Hand. It seems that those little guys must be tied up. I'll go and help them, Tanshi said while walking in the direction of the three little guys. Huh, brother? Do I have to help them loosen it? Aden reacted and shouted. Are you an idiot? Since you have saved people, help them untie them. Wadeby couldn't help but yell towards Aden. Eldest niece, you don't need to say, this guy has this kind of character, and you can't change it. Shiraha stopped what Whitby wanted to say next, pointing in the direction of the voice, and said, we will all go over and see. Look, maybe it's some little guy with great potential. When Whitebeard's eyes lit up, he ran over there. He knows that Shiraha not only has the ability to pre-future sight, but also has the ability to find outstanding and potential young crew members. He has witnessed the potential of Denjiro and Shutenmaru who were on board a ship in Wano Kuni, and he will grow up no worse than Beaster, Joz and others in the future. Kihahaha Shiraha, give me one of those three. Brother Newgate, you. Seeing Whitebeard rushing all the way, Shiraha didn't know how to vomit. What? Suddenly there was an exclamation. The voice of Tanayu. Shiraha rushed over when he heard it. Izo and Aden also ran over nervously, and Whiteby led Marco and the others to follow. Ashi, what happened? Shiraha came to this place and couldn't help asking when he saw a row of fallen pirates and unharmed Tanayu. I'm fine. They are really mega cute. Ayu, look. Are these three little guys very interesting? Tanayushi asked the three Konko, the puppy and the kappa who had been unbound. Whitebeard was holding an Ajinato and looked at the three little guys on the ground, as if thinking about which one to take. This is? Shiraha looked at these three different creatures, and he recognized what these three strange creatures were. Cat-bellied snake, Inulan, and Isong. These three have good strength in the future, and it can be said that they have a lot of potential. Brother Newgate, these three little guys have a lot of potential in the future. Let's take them aboard, Shiraha said with a smile. Kihahaha three little guys, are you going to come on my boat? Whitebeard stretched out his hand and invited the three little guys, laughing. Ayu, these three little guys, can we raise one? Tanayushi pointed to one of them and said, I want that kappa. I'm not. I'm a kappa. When Hisong looked at Tanai for a few seconds, he remembered that this was the great benefactor who saved it, and quickly explained, I'm really not a kappa. The boat sank, and my mother and I fell on an island. Asking others for help, they said we were Murlocs throwing stones at us, but my mother was injured and couldn't go back to our hometown. Before my mother died, she said that Murlocs were discriminated against in this world, which made me insist that I am a kappa to live. I am kappa and grew up eating leftovers. Thank you for saving me. It wasn't that I saved you, it was that person who saved you. I just came over to help you get rid of the shackles. Tanayushi pointed to Aden who was touching the corpse and said, the other person is his captain and my husband. Tanayushi pointed to Shiraha again, and introduced to Kawamatsu. Hisong looked towards the place Tanayushi pointed, and he heard and saw, Aden, work hard. This is the second lesson taught by your eldest brother. As a winner, you must not let go of anything valuable. Also, see if the captain of the pirate ship has a bounty. If so, even I can't let my head go. Shiraha commanded Aden, shouting, relax, brother. I will definitely find all the treasures in them. After hearing Shiraha's words, Aden looked at the corpses of so many pirates and was ready to fight. Benefactor, are they really bad guys? Kawatsu looked at the wicked faces of Shiraha and Aden, as if a big wicked person was leading a small wicked person to do evil. These two people are so scary. Was it really saved by the man who was touching the body not long ago? Tanayushi looked at the excited two people with black lines, and explained to Hisong, they are normal and kind. But the people lying on the ground are pirates after all. I don't know how to explain it. She covered her face at Tanayu, very embarrassed. Uncle Yu, the Kappa just said he was a Murloc. Marco was moved to tears and asked after hearing what happened to Hisong, can we take them all on a boat? They are so pitiful. I've heard it all. Murlocs. Murlocs have not been discriminated against for a day or two. Since Yaoyorozu years ago, 20 kings established the world government. Murlocs are the high-end luxury items that expensive families use to show off. Shiraha knows that there is still a difference between Murloc and mermaid, but the only difference is that both mermaid and mermaid are very valuable. And there are countless existences in the sea that have focused on Murloc Island. Interests are moving. In the future, if it were not for Whitebeard to cover Murloc Island, the situation on Murloc Island would be even more difficult. After the matter was settled, a group of people returned to the pirate ship. In order to celebrate the new members, Whitebeard held a banquet again. The main delicacies of this banquet are hot pot and beer. Father, which of these three little guys is going to join our pirate group? Marco looked at Whitebeard and asked curiously. Cool-la-la, everyone is a family, there is no need to divide anything. What do you think of Shiraha? Whitebeard asked three little guys who were about to eat. Brother Newgate, these three little guys, just accept them. It will take too long for them to grow up. I want the kind of crew that can grow up in a short time. Shiraha pointing to the three little guys and said, they are on your boat, and they should be able to grow and develop well. Big brother is right, these three little guys are too weak. Adan looked at the three little guys with disgust and said, the creature that looks like a Kappa is a Murloc, but what kind of creatures are the other two? Why can they also talk? Are they monsters? Marco said without knowledge. Of course it's not a monster, the other two are fur family. Brother, do you also know fur family? They have a lot to do with Wonokuni. I know a thing or two. Shiraha looked at these two small and fur families, and couldn't think of how they would grow so big in the future. Cool-la-la-la Shiraha, hurry up and eat hot pot. This thing is great to eat with cold beer. Whitebeard sipped the cold beer, and sipped the hot pot meat, shouting, there are several hot pot tables and a lot of cold beer on the boat, and even the three little guys have special small hot pot tables. These are all obtained by Shiraha, and the crew on the boat is no surprise. Uncle Yu, where did you get these from? I'm still curious. Compared to Wonokunizadan, this thing is more suitable for banquets. I have never had such a great cold beer or eaten so good. What to eat? Hot pot is really great, Marco said while eating hot pot, sweating profusely. My nephew, eat yours, don't ask too much. If your mind doesn't understand, I will tell you everything when I have the opportunity in the future. Shiraha quickly grabbed Marco's mutton with his chopsticks, and said mysteriously, That's my meat, Marco cried out, crying as he looked at Shiraha triumphantly. He almost forgot. On that island, the two uncles Shiraha and Shiki like to bully him the most. Delicious. This is too hot. Stop the cat belly snake. If you knock it over, we won't have any more to eat. My cat tongue is most afraid of getting hot. Coo-ah-ha-ha, these little guys are really interesting. Whitebeard looked at the lively atmosphere and laughed. This is the family and companions he wants. If Shiki, Patrick, Akoku... They are all there. After a banquet, the three little ones formally joined the Whitebeard pirates. Although Marco, Adan, Whitebeard, and Whitebeard know the future from Shiraha, they still face their daily lives with a smile. The only difference is that they train harder than before. Whitebeard also no longer protects Marco, Whitebeard and the others. If they really encounter some opponents in the future, he will not take it all alone, but let his sons and daughters exercise. The marine warship was found ahead. The flag of the marine warship is Zephyr. That marine warship is the warship where Zephyr is located. Marco shouted, standing on the small plane. Marine warship. Is it the enemy? Let me come. Aden rushed out, jumped onto the pole, and made 2 huge slashes at the marine warship. The whole crew was stunned when they looked at the fearless Aden. What did he do just now? That guy seems to have chopped down Marine Admiral's warship. Why is Zephyr here? Shiraha said dazedly. Since the last time he hasn't met Zephyr. Isn't this Marine Admiral hunting him all the time? On the other side, Marine Admiral Zephyr, who was pursuing Whitebeard, looked at the 2 sword auras growing in front of him, and exclaimed, "You all get out of the way, let me come." Facing the warship behind him, Zephyr squeezed his fist, armament covered. The pitch-black armament sent out and knocked away the 2-sword chi with 1 punch. What a fierce sword spirit! Is there another powerful pirate on the Whitebeard pirate group? Zephyr looked at the pirate ship not far away with a solemn expression. "Oh, you are the people in the Whitebeard pirates group, all monsters. It's terrible." Borsalino was making tea leisurely while his mouth was full of terrible. Zephyr's face went dark. Among marine newcomers, he hates this newcomer most. But the newcomers of Marine Generation have no stronger monsters except him. Kuzan and Akainu both defected. Whitebeard Pirate Group, this time I will definitely capture you all. Prepare to accept justice. Zephyr looked at the Whitebeard pirate ship not far away and shouted. Shiraha came to the stern, just facing Zephyr not far away. "It's been a long time, Zephyr. It's really you." End of this chapter. 183 Slap. World of Trees Wall. Chapter 183 World of Trees Wall. "Are you?" Zephyr hesitated for a few seconds, then opened his eyes wide, and roared, "Blood Sword Shiraha! Why are you mingling with Whitebeard? Have you teamed up? Is the Silver Spear Yang Liuoki also there, on that boat? Why did I meet you again? Why didn't the world government even spread any news?" Zephyr knows, the world government has made a big move recently. The purpose is to target the Blood Sword Shiraha. Even Marine Admiral doesn't know the specific movement of the world government for the time being, saying that he will tell him when the opportunity is right. "What else hasn't been seen for a long time?" "I'm not familiar with you, a pirate. We obviously met a while ago. Have you forgotten?" Zephyr looked at Shiraha with a faint smile on his face not far away, and shouted "Road." They had met not long ago, when he was arresting Guy Duo, and now they met again. He was arresting another big pirate. Why did he encounter the little bastard Bloodsword every time he captured Rock's remnant party? Join together? Why do I and Brother Newgate join forces? We are companions. Shiraha pointed at Zephyr with a sword and shouted, "Something went wrong when I was sailing." "Where is it? And you guys are not chasing me all the time, right?" "Who is chasing you, little bastard?" "I am chasing the Whitebeard pirates." "Okay, as Marine Admiral, I should focus on these large pirates, not on the pirates like you." Zephyr slapped a palm on the bar of the warship, watching Shiraha explain aloud. "You won't still carry out your non-king justice? Playing hero games in this era and world really won't end well." Shiraha stared at Zephyr and asked curiously, "I'm not playing games, I'm performing justice. I'm a marine." Zephyr looked to the rear of the warship coldly, and roared, "Borsalino, get out of here. The silver gun is not here. You don't have to give it. I'm hiding behind." "Oh yeah, Zephyr-sensei, why are you so angry?" "I just went for a walk behind him, not afraid of the silver gun. It's just that the Whitebeard pirates is terrible." After hearing this, Borsalino came here lazily and said leisurely. Shiraha looked at several acquaintances on the marine warship, then looked at Marco and Whitebeard. "Cool, we have been chased by Zephyr a while ago. Maybe we went to Wonokuni these few days so we didn't meet him." Whitebeard looked at the puzzled Shiraha and explained with a big smile, "So you really didn't chase me? Have you been chasing Big Newgate lately?" Shiraha narrowed his eyes and said with a bit of disappointment, "Roger has Garp chasing, and Newgate chasing Zephyr. It seems my reputation is still not big enough." "Of course I am not chasing you as a bastard. Of course, your reputation is not as good as those two. The last time I let you off was an accident. This time I won't let you off." Zephyr clenched his fist. "Ha ha. laugh it out. He is very happy to meet Shiraha for some reason. For this young man with unlimited potential, he loves and hates him. He obviously has a high degree of foresight. If he can become Marine, he will surely be the one who illuminates this dark age. Hero. This era needs heroes. It seems that you still bear the name of not killing, and it really hasn't changed at all. But I want to thank you. If you didn't chase after Brother Newgate's pirates, you might have changed to other Marines. Casualties. Shiraha learned from Marco that Zephyr had been chasing them during this period, but it happened that they had not fought many times, and neither of them died. This is a good opportunity, Brother Newgate. Otherwise, let Marco and the others play with these Marines. It's just exercise. Zephyr Admiral is a famous Marine who doesn't kill Admiral. Shiraha pointed to the Marine warship. Instigated, Marco, Beaster, Aden. Do you want to fight Marine Admiral? But now there is a very good opportunity. Really? Can play against Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral must be a very powerful guy. Looking at the opposite Marine Admiral who easily defeated those two slashes, Aden said excitedly. That must be a strong man on the sea, or a stronger existence than him. Father, we also want to fight against Marine. Every time we fight against Zephyr's Marine warship, the crew can gain a lot. And you have heard of Zephyr Admiral. Let us take the initiative to fight against them this time. Daibi smiled slightly, took out the sword in his hand, inquired, and asked, Kulalala, you all said so. Let us fight them this time, but this time is an exception. In the future, if you encounter other Marines, you can't fight without fighting. Do you understand? Whitebeard thought. I want to agree with what they said. Zephyr is a good Marine. He can't let his children stay under his protection, always let them grow up. Shira's spoilers about the future still made Whitebeard start to care about the growth of his children. As long as someone can block Zephyr, it's fine to leave the other Marines to the children. Oh, it's so exciting to be able to fight Marine Admiral. Every time we fight with Zephyr Admiral and the others, we can grow. I was so grateful to them a while ago. Yes, because Zephyr Admiral has been chasing us. No other Marines come to harass us. The crew on the Whitebeard pirate ship were so excited, all of them stared at the Marines on the warship with a green light. Zephyr looked at the excited group of pirates and said with an ugly expression, what do you group of pirates think of me? I am Marine Admiral. Oh yeah, Zephyr-sensei, don't be so serious every time we come. Don't we always come over to fight with the Whitebeard pirates and then leave mainly not to exercise recruit? I didn't see the silver gun, Borsalino said lazily while making tea. Why are Kuzan and Ake Ainu going? Zephyr looked at Borsalino who was sluggish, and his face became more ugly and shouted, you all take me seriously. Opposite there are two bounty of more than 1 billion. Big pirate. Oh yeah, Zephyr-sensei, the Whitebeard pirates are all monsters now with the blood sword Shiraha. We have no chance of winning. The Whitebeard pirates is really terrible. Paluslinu took a sip of tea slowly, and said trivially, Zephyr-sensei, well, go back when we're done with it. It's getting dark. It's okay to do whatever you want. Ambiguous justice. Borsalino's words not only stunned the people on the Whitebeard pirates, but also stunned the people on his own warship. It is the first time that these Marine newcomers have learned about the item body. No wonder Zephyr Admiral often takes them, this group of Marine newcomers, to fight with the Whitebeard pirates. Every time the two sides of the battle have no member loss, it is as if the two sides have reached an agreement subconsciously. Zephyr's face is darker than the fist that wraps armament. He wants to blast this Marine rookie on the spot. Even if it is the truth, don't tell it. Since Zephyr fought the Whitebeard pirates twice, he has discovered this benefit. After that, he has been chasing after the Whitebeard pirates with the potential Marine rookie 1010, and the quality of those Marine rookies is better than other Marine rookies. Zephyr's expression ... This is not what Kizaru said. Brother Newgate, is there something wrong with you always fighting Zephyr? Shiraha twitched a few times looking at the silent Zephyr, turned to look at Whitebeard, and couldn't help asking. I have the most say about this, except for the first few times it was Marine superior. But then I discovered that there are many young and powerful Marines on the Zephyr warship, and they all seem to lack actual combat experience. They don't have those Marines. So old-fashioned, Marco said, piercing the last layer of window paper. Stop talking nonsense. Can't you fight anymore? Zephyr was pinched to the painful spot. Snarl said, the Whitebeard pirates are in front. Follow me, take them all down to me, and execute us. Justice. Go. Coo-ah-ha-ha littles, let's go too. Whitebeard stood there and didn't move, looking at Shiraha with a laugh. Zephyr will be handed over to you this time. It looks like you have fought against each other. Probably we played against each other not long ago, so we'll leave it to me this time. Whitebeard believes in his strength, and is ready to give him this opportunity to show off his skills. He'll let the battlefield be born. This place is not suitable for you to play. Snapped. World of Trees wall. With a clap of both hands, Shira activated his berry ability directly on the ship's board. This time he was finally able to pretend to be a big one, not in vain for his development of Berry's ability in the forest during this time. Looking at Shira's body with so much vitality and amazing aura that is visible to the naked eye, Zephyr shouted at the recruit egg behind him, "You are all behind me." As Shira's voice fell, the sea began to churn and the people on the two boats swayed on the sea. Father, something seems to be coming out of the sea. Marco stood on the small plain, looking at the shadow of the entire area from above, and shouted. In that huge shadow, the two big ships are like two small dots. Cool la la la, this is really not a joke. Whitebeard said with a laugh, watching the more and more obvious shadows under the sea surface. A large number of trees and plants emerged from under the sea, as if growth had emerged in an instant. Facing the sea breeze, the growth of a large number of vines became stronger and stronger. A tall tree took the Whitebeard pirate ship and Zephyr's warship into the air several hundred meters above. This is a towering tree nearly a kilometer away, and there are many tall and short trees around this big tree. Looking at it from the sky, it feels like a large forest has appeared out of thin air on the sea, covering all of this sea area. This is a man-made marine forest. Are you so strong? Obviously Berry's ability last time was very weak. Looking at Zephyr, who was shocked, Shiraha raised his mouth slightly, put away the sword, and asked with a smile, "Do you know where Luochi is? Can you not find her whereabouts in such a large organization as Marine?" No one knows the whereabouts of the silver gun Yang Luochi. As if it had evaporated out of thin air. We thought it was you doing a good thing. Are you sure there is some conspiracy? Zephyr smiled slightly and asked back. He was very impressed with that girl, and he also knew how powerful that girl was. Unless that character was specially hidden, it would never disappear under the eyelids of their marine headquarters. The Silver Spear and the Blood Sword must be planning something. But the world government has also launched an action against these two great pirates, believing that justice will never lose. I like that girl very much. That girl is a born soldier, and I am still very different from the world government. I really hope you are both Marines. That would be great. Zephyr looked at Shiraha with a pity. After a long sigh, he said emotionally. Shiraha knew that Marine really didn't know the whereabouts of Luochi, and Zephyr didn't need to lie to him in this regard. Uncle, you are too cool. Looking at the forest covering this sea area, Marco knew that he underestimated the ability of the forest berry, but if such a large-scale forest was used to launch a sudden attack on the sea, its power and destructive power would not be more powerful than that of a tsunami. Small. This uncle of his is really too powerful, mobilizing such a large-scale ability. His own consumption does not seem to be large. It's average. My ability is at a normal level. Marco looked at his old Versailles uncle, standing on the small plain, sweating profusely. He watched Marine not far away turned into an undead shape and rushed over. In turn, don't rush too fast, wait for the big team. Looking at Marco, who was rushing too far, Wadeby raised his brows and shouted, "Fight a great battle for justice." The two sides fought. Embers splashed around. How is this possible? These trees are so hard. The Marine was surprised not by the pirate hiding behind, but by the trees he chopped down. Not only did he not cut in, but the two collided and made a sound that can only be produced by a gold iron tackle. At the same time, A huge countershock force passed along this special marine blade to his hand, causing his tiger's mouth to crack suddenly, and then he staggered back under this countershock force. Several steps. Are you okay? You won't be a newcomer to marine. Otherwise, he'll find another marine. Marco didn't take advantage of the fire and rob this marine, but was about to turn around to find another marine. Don't go. It was an accident just now. Let's continue. Otherwise I will be scolded by Zephyr Admiral when I go back. Zephyr heard it not far away. The anger in his eyes flashed away, and then, as if he had heard nothing, he turned his head to other places. End of this chapter. 184 Shinsu Senju, on top of the Buddha. Chapter 184 Shinsu Senju, on top of the Buddha. Okay, let's continue fighting. Marco smiled slightly and said empathetically when he heard the marine soldier behind him. That's great. The marine rookie looked at Zephyr Sensei not far away, and found that Zephyr was not looking in his direction, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two men and horses fought on the forest created by Shira's ability. This is not so much a battle, but rather a discussion and a subconscious training agreement reached between the two sides. As soon as Zephyr saw the blood sword Shiraha on the Whitebeard pirate ship, he knew that this time he was doomed to return without success. Instead of fighting the Whitebeard pirates to the death, it was better to treat it as a drill. During this short period of time, he knew a little about Whitebeard Newgate. He could be said to be a good pirate. Knowing that he was never a killer, Whitebeard also did not kill Zephyr's men and soldiers. He still likes Whitebeard and Shiraha. This time he brought a lot of marine recruits in addition to training troops, but also hopes to defeat Whitebeard and put them all in Impel Down. Cool, that marine kid is really good. I was able to fight against the Seven Sisters last time to survive. Standing on the boat, Whitebeard pointed to Pelusalino on the battlefield and said, "It seems none of my sons are his opponents, so I can only hand him over to Uden." Well, that guy is really savvy, but no one can beat him. Shiraha saw Pelusalino, a wretched guy, knocked down on the battlefield one by one. Many members of the Whitebeard pirate group. This bastard didn't go to fight with Wadib. Aden's kind of more powerful, relying on his identity as a newcomer to marine, and specifically picked some lesser ones. Big Brother Newgate, Marco, Beaster, Joz and their strength are very good, and the strength of Wadib is very strong, but this guy has been looking for other people to fight, which is really awkward. Shiraha felt that Pelusalino was genuine from the sidelines. The members of the Whitebeard pirates are really monsters. All of them are so terrible. Pelusalino elementalized quickly, avoiding Shutenmaru's slash with armament haki, and came behind the opponent. He said in a very slow tone with a ridiculous expression on his face, "Don't be kidding, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." Uri's boss, Jushin was angry. His eyes became scarlet, and his killing intent was completely released. Oh yeah, this is a bit bad. It seems that a powerful character has come. Pelusalino smiled, still joking slowly. Although the pirate in front of him is much stronger than the one he defeated before, he still has a lot of distance compared to him. This is his absolute confidence in his strength. Since Pelusalino was almost stabbed to death by a silver spear last time, and even his arm was almost lost in that place, he has begun to work harder than before in one aspect. After the Battle of the Valley of Gods, his training volume was much greater than ever before. After half of Tokyomi's fierce battle, Shutenmaru was wounded all over, but he didn't fall. His eyes fixed on the bastard in front of him. The Whitebeard pirates is really terrible. When will there be such a terrible monster like you again? This is the first time I saw you. Pelusalino's condition is much better than that of Jushin, but the marine costume he was wearing was cut a few times by Jushin and it was a bit torn, and he didn't even leave a single injury on his body. This originally insignificant guy has become even more insignificant after the last time. He used the kite-flying tactics to consume Jushin like this. As long as he perceives a little possibility that it will threaten him, he will not immediately, hesitantly elementalize. Jushin, are you okay? let me fight him. I'll help you too. Denjiro and Izo, two people who came out of One Okuni with Shutenmaru, let go of their opponents and rushed over when they saw the battle here, and Marine over there didn't bother them either. These Marine rookies have long been very upset with Porusalino, but because the Marine rookies are too powerful, they are not opponents, so they don't have the trouble of looking for this monster in the past. With the addition of Izo and Denjiro, the situation has not been reversed. Izo is too young now, and Denjiro is not the powerful squinting at the beginning of One Okuni's plot many years later. The three men were beaten by Porusalino's wretched style of play. Although the three of them have mastered armament, and the level of Shutenmaru armament is not low, none of them can defeat this wretched fellow and cannot cause an effective attack. Oh yeah, when did the Whitebeard pirates have so many more monsters? It's so terrible. Porusalino joked slowly in the most arduous tone while flying the kite. Brother Newgate, that guy is really old, and I have the urge to do it myself, Shiraha said with a gloomy look at his little Izang being beaten horribly. Shiraha, it's not just you, I really want to hit that guy. Whitebeard looked at the three family members who were flying the kite and said gloomily, if it hadn't been for the little devil who fired the laser, Whitebeard would definitely let the little devil understand what effect the earthquake wave on his face would have. The last time he dealt with the kid named Ainu, he still kept his hands, including the last knife, but also subconsciously kept his hands. The kid named Ainu is not that annoying, he is a real Marine, but the kid in front of him is really annoying, and Whitebeard really wants to hit Kizura's face with all his strength. Brother Newgate, you kept your hands on the guy who put magma last time. Don't you also keep your hands on that frozen boy? You can obviously kill him on the spot. There is still a reason for me to keep my hand. Kuzan was a favorite character in his last life. He has already lost his fighting power, so there is no need to kill him. Kihaha, I know, but how come Zephyr hasn't shot yet? So you won't have a chance to fight him. Whitebeard looked at Zephyr, who was watching the battlefield not far away, and laughed. It seems he is this once I was not prepared to arrest us. He can't catch you anyway. Every time Zephyr comes over, it's not just to train recruit, that is, he thinks you guys are very good guys. Shira understands the feeling of sympathy, like Zephyr, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger, Garp, they will all have this feeling of sympathy. Zephyr, that guy is also a very good guy. It seems that he can let his people help me train Marco and them in the future. Through Shira's reminder, Whitebeard also thought of the same idea as Zephyr, and will take his in the future. The pirates' Marine soldiers came to train the people under their hands. That guy really upsets me. If that kind of character meets rocks, he must be punched in seconds. Shirahan knows the power of rocks. After learning Conqueror Constrict, he is even more so. I can understand the strength of rocks. When it comes to Conqueror's Haki, it is estimated that only Red Hair in the future may surpass Rocks of the Valley of Gods in this respect. Rock's strength is now on a higher level. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, who practiced Ultimate, have begun to constrict each other. Rock's theory has become a reality. The two Hakis that were originally only a preliminary fusion have become a thorough fusion. Koolalala Shiraha, what do you want to do? Whitebeard asked curiously. Just use that guy to try my trick, snapped Shinsu Senju. Shiraha slapped both hands and activated the Forest Berry's abilities. This move is the ultimate move of the first generation of Hokage in Mimic Hokage. It can be described as Senju Hashirama-kun's tactics, and its power can be imagined. He has been thinking about this trick since he got Forest Berry, and it took him a long time to finally develop this trick, which is definitely different from the original version. But the power of this trick is still quite big. When he was in Wano Kuni, his berry abilities had been developed to the limit. In order to go further, he did research on this trick. If Berry's ability development is high enough, he needs to have powerful tricks as support, and he can also make his own strength further. The practice of life return allows his body to accommodate more life energy, which is drawn from nature. After staying in Wano Kuni for so long, Shiraha fully absorbed a lot of life energy. Now is the time to release. He succeeded in Wano-kuni, but Wano-kuni is a simplified version of Shinsu Senju, and this one is a bit different. Shiraha can feel that he has fully absorbed the life energy this time, and the tricks he made are very powerful. When he activated Berry's ability, the surrounding terrain changed tremendously. The area of the tree world became larger again, and he jumped into the air, and countless vines and trees rushed towards him. At the same time he was in contact with him, a certain change took place. These changes surround him. When it finally took shape, a guardian that covered the sky and the sun appeared. What's even more incredible is that countless arms grow out of the guardian at a very fast speed, densely packed and full of feet. There are thousands of huge arms, and this guardian with arms is several thousand meters high, much larger than the largest tree in the tree world. Cool, it's really an incredible trick. Whitebeard was also shocked by this spectacular scene, and he could feel the power of this trick is terrifying. Uncle, this trick is too exaggerated. Marco was stunned and exclaimed, "Internship, you don't have any knowledge of this." My father said that the lion head summoned by Golden Lion Shiki is so big, and it can also summon several lion heads at the same time. Whitebeard heard Whitebeard talk about Golden Lion fluttering Berry's abilities, knowing that this kind of scene is the level they should have among top powerhouses. This trick is called Ding Shanghua Buddha. Shiraha can feel that his physical strength is being consumed rapidly. This trick is unaffordable for him, even if he has learned the return of life and owns the forest berry. With a loud cry from him, the life energy stored in the body was transmitted to this guardian. In an instant, thousands of arms around this guardian moved, compressing the space where Pelusalino escaped. Countless. The fist hit the direction where the opponent wanted to escape. The tearing sound of the air and the huge explosion sound made everyone watching the battle dare not question the power of this move, and no one would doubt the speed of this move. Pelusalino, who was constantly elementalized, was finally forced to a desperate situation by the overwhelming huge palm. Then, Shiraha took the opportunity to cover the two fingers of one hand with armament and pinched him, and said to him, "Borsalino, you are too strong, there is no way I have to remove you from the battlefield." Borsalino, who was pinched by Shiraha's hand, heard these words and was stunned. Is he too strong? Do you dare to touch your conscience? It's really a tough fight. Shiraha is not joking. This trick is really expensive for him, and it is impossible for him to cover the entire guardian and all his arms with armament. If it is really like that, even him can't afford it. Armament Haki's consumption of energy is very large. Pelusalino, who was pinched by the top of the Buddha in his hands? Huh? What is Uncle talking about? It's difficult. Marco couldn't vomit anymore. This kind of power is really terrifying. Since armament can also be covered on it, to what extent does this half-trained armament? It is worthy of being a strong person similar to the old man. Huidibai was shocked by this power, and couldn't help feeling it. Said, "Our father's partners are really stronger than the other. They are all our uncles." Pelusalino yelled unambiguously, "Zephyr-sensei, save me." This time he exhausted the fastest rate of speech in his life, calling for help at Zephyr on the warship. Looking at Pelusalino, who was embarrassed for help, the three children who came out of Wano-kuni were shocked. The captain is so powerful, so amazing. Izang gasped and said with a smile, "Are you a strong man like the old man?" Jushin Maru put away the knife and said loudly, "I must become stronger. I want to be as strong as Daddy. Always follow Daddy." Kwanjiro sat down on the ground, but was pricked by the hard, thorny leaves, and immediately shouted, "It's so hard. It hurts." Zephyr, who watched the whole time on that warship, saw such a powerful trick, which he hadn't learned from the world government. This shows that Shiraha has surpassed Kurokawa of CP0 in the development of Forest Berry's ability. Don't yell, I won't kill you, I'm just shooing you. Such a terrible guy from the battlefield. Your power is too strong. Shiraha pinched Porusa with two fingers. Lino Fate's neck, said jokingly. End of this chapter. Chapter 185 of the main text versus Zephyr. Chapter 185 Fighting Zephyr. Shiraha, you can let go. He'll let him come back. Zephyr shouted. No matter how he hates Kizaru, he can't change that kid is Marine's most potential newcomer. There are many people in Marine headquarters who are very optimistic about Pelusalino, thinking that kid will become the future admiral. He can't let the pirate shoot that kid to death here. Don't worry, Zephyr, I will remember everything you did for the Whitebeard pirates. Shiraha, don't talk nonsense. I have no friendship with you pirates at all. Huh? The group of Marine soldiers under your hand get along very well with our people. I think the two sides can have in-depth exchanges. You fart. In Zephyr's roar, Shiraha manipulated the 1000 Matahaguanian, replaced with his middle finger and thumb to pinch Poru Salino, and aimed at the distance. Go. Shiraha looked at Kizaru, who had become a black spot, and shouted, go forward to poetry and the distance. Under the huge boosting force, Kizaru turned into a shiny and flew to the distant sky. I will definitely be back. Zephyr watched this scene helplessly, and he also heard the last voice of Kizaru, witnessing Shiraha Berry's powerful ability. Forget it, that kid won't die anyway. Just treat him as a lesson. Zephyr covered his face and smiled secretly. He wanted to teach Pelusalino a long time ago. It was just in the training camp. Others can't beat the kid, and he is not good at bullying the small. I have to say that Shiraha did a great job just now. Ahem, since the guy who disturbed the battlefield has been beaten away, you should practice each other to fight the pirates for justice. You group of recruit eggs give me a little bit of energy. Give me all these pirates to get on the ground. Zephyr looked at the ailing Marines, gave them a shot, and the morale of the Marines immediately rose. Seeing this, Whitebeard also shouted, little ones, give me all my strength. Let this group of Marines see our strength. Oh, Marco and others heard the old man's voice, and saw Shiraha, who made cameo. His momentum was even higher than that of the Marines. The two sides began a fierce Retsu battle. Cool, la la la, this is really good. I really hope that Zephyr can come a few times in the future, so that my children can grow better. Whitebeard looked at the vigorous two sides, showing a pleased smile. Zephyr also heard Whitebeard's words and kept reminding himself in his heart, I am for the future of Marine. This is for these newcomers to grow faster and better. I'm here to be able to know myself and the enemy in the future, in order to better deal with the growing Whitebeard pirates. Zephyr looked at these energetic Marine and Marine newcomers, and laughed with relief. What are you doing? How do I teach you when I train? A bunch of little bunnies. Give me milk. All the energy is used. If anyone loses to the pirates, you can see how Lao Tzu will deal with you when you go back. Zephyr watched the battle between Marine and the pirates, and as expected, without Poru Salino, he felt that the battlefield was much more pleasing to the eye. Izang, can I still fight? Shiraha came to Izang's side and asked with a smile. Well, Captain, I can still fight, and I won't lose to them. Yizang answered seriously. Oh, let's do it. Every time you win a Marine, I will give you a small gift. If you win more than 10 Marines, I will replace the small gift with a big gift bag. Looking at Yizang, who was about to fight again, Shiraha used rewards to train this small crew member. Yizang and Crocodile are very different, so the education methods of the two are naturally different. Really? Yizang was hit by a huge surprise instantly, and asked helplessly. Your captain? I'm not going to lie. Come on. Shiraha gave a thumbs up to the crewman. After Izo confirmed, his eyes were extremely surprised, and the will of strong Retsu immediately burst out of him. This is the first time he wants to do something with such a strong Retsu willingness. Before one Okuni, his wish was simple. That is to have good-hearted people passing by and give them a little money so that he and his brother can eat rice. Captain, I will work hard. Yi Zhang thought silently in his heart, turning around and rushing into a crowded place. This is much better than Piccolo Rock Doll's small thorn head. It is really unforgettable when I think of the time when I trained Crocodile not long ago. Shiraha looked at the back of Zhang's hard work and recalled the pirate who had only 3 people not long ago. Group. It hasn't been much time since the Battle of the Valley of Gods, but he has experienced a lot of things in such a short time, and his strength has become much stronger. Uncle, I want rewards too. Marco repelled his opponent and shouted toward him, you can't be partial. Are you a kid? I am rewarding to bet as a captain, and you are not my crew. Shiraha retorted, watching the fight at the kid's house. But I am your nephew. Okay then. As soon as Shiraha's voice fell, other people's voices rang. Internships are rewarded, and I also have them. Wadeby glared at Marco and said, I also want. I want to be rewarded too. Beaster, Joz and others spoke one after another. Shiraha's face turned dark. He shouldn't let it go, and just bring some happy fat house water to them, so that Wadeby can feel the dominance of the long flesh and die. Shiraha heard the unfamiliar words and didn't remember who it was for a while, turned around and looked over, and it turned out to be a marine soldier. He manipulated the bergamot to put up thousands of middle fingers, and Snarl said, aren't you fucking marine? What are you making up for? Believe it or not, I smashed your marine warship on the spot. The marine looked at Shiraha, who was roaring, smiled sly, and immediately said nothing. He just saw Zephyr Admiral take a deep look at him. For you with such a childish temperament is really cute. Tanayushi also participated in this battle, was fighting with a very small female marine, and suddenly laughed when she saw this scene. That female marine is a bit powerful. She is also a master of 6 forms of Superman, and her body has also been transformed by his life energy, and she can't beat that small female marine. Shiraha said with some surprise. Of course, I will be the woman of Marine Admiral in the future. The female marine heard the words of the big pirate not far away, and said excitedly, she won't be my opponent. Zephyr, is that little girl named Ayin? She looks pretty good. Shiraha looked at Zephyr and asked, never heard that it is Jure's younger sister. I advise you to play less, she is not an adult. Zephyr was a person who came over, and at a glance, he detected that the girl who was beating Momousagi definitely had something to do with Shiraha. I don't want this little bastard to kidnap Crane's sister. Missy's younger sister? Is it a real sister? Not a real sister, but Crane regards her as a younger sister than a real sister. If you dare to hit her, be careful that I fight you hard. Zephyr glared at him and said seriously, he must not be able to beat Whitebeard and Shiraha together. But it is terrible to work hard as an admiral. Shiraha knew who the girl was, and when Zephyr said that the girl was Jure's sister, he understood that this girl was the future candidate Admiral Momousagi. Sure enough, the appearance of a beauty mole is not too bad, and this girl seems to be Admiral's standard height in the future, and now it is close to 2 meters, which is quite in line with her heart. But when she thinks of another Admiral candidate, she confessed 100. He didn't catch up all the time, and the thoughts in his heart went out. I won't play her idea. I'm not interested in a little girl who doesn't have the same hair. Shiraha smiled and said. Little Momousagi gritted his silver teeth, his face twitched, and then turned his head and glared at him fiercely. Ashi, attack her now and beat her down. Don't be merciful. Shiraha shouted in Zephyr's strange eyes. He is usually very good. Let's continue fighting. Don't be distracted. When I knew that this was the Tanayu battle of friendship, I couldn't make a sneak attack on a distracted little girl. That's also good. Your eyesight is too bad. Besides, that face looks better. He is a little stronger. Little Momousagi looked at Shiraha's face, and said and thought about it. In the scene where Kamui was released just now, after a few seconds of silence, he said, it seems to be really good, your vision is fine. Zephyr, you see, this is not what I seduce. You can't say that the charm is too big and it is wrong. Shiraha heard the exchange of the 2 girls and said to Zephyr jokingly, Hey, you guys are too narcissistic. Crane's sister won't look at you. Zephyr shook his head and said kindly, as a pirate, you can't have a stable home. You want to take them with you. Have you been wandering in the sea? You will always have an old day. When you and Yang Liuoqi can't move, can you continue to take care of them? You don't have to worry about this. I will end this old era and start a new one. In the new era, you really dare to say it? Neither of them shot, but looked at each other. Shiraha took the shot just now because the guy Pelusalino really owed it too much, and Zephyr didn't object to his shot just now. Soon two battlefields were torn apart by one person. Two swordsmanship middle. Chang Kong. Aden didn't care if it was a drill. After quickly defeating several Marine School level officers, he focused on Zephyr, who was standing on the warship. You restless fellow. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Zephyr pointed to Aden, who was rushing over, and asked with a smile. You are free. I hope you can solve him quickly. Shiraha looked at Aden, who rushed over and decided to watch a good show. I was underestimated, and it seems that I have to show off my hand. Zephyr's eyes flashed red, took off Marine's coat, showing a strong muscle. Looking at Aden, who had a good momentum, he smiled. The muscles of his body bulged under the accumulating force, and the deep armament haki who had already cultivated dyed his wrist black. Samurai of Wanokyani, let me see what you can do. Does Marine also have the breath of wild beasts? Zephyr clenched his fist, looked at Aden getting closer, and punched him with all his strength. Bang! Aden blocked this punch, but his fist was a little heavy, which made him fly far away with the sword and the man, flying towards the edge of the big tree. Finally, Whitebeard couldn't stand it anymore, jumped up and caught Aden with one hand. Kihahaha Zephyr, your strength is still that strong. Newgate, your strength has surpassed me. As long as you use that trick, I won't be your opponent. Both Whitebeard and Shiraha knew what Zephyr was talking about. Constrict of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki represents the aptitude of becoming a king on the sea, and anyone who can learn the true methods of Conqueror's Haki can take their original strength to the next level. Red Earl Patrick and Rox can take this to a higher level, because they both have talents that ordinary people can't have. Patrick's natural knowledge is powerful, and he can read people's hearts and memories. Rox is even more of a general, a monster where armament and conqueror are fused together. Now Rox and Patrick are both themselves who have surpassed the peak of the original, and Patrick has eaten mythical berry more than 40 years in advance. When I have practiced Conqueror Constrict to a certain level, and then perfect the sword technique and the one just now, I will not be worse than those two monsters. Shiraha smiled confidently and said, Kihahaha, if Patrick and Captain Rox return to the sea now, then no one is their opponent. Even Roger, Garp, and Kong can't stop them. Whitebeard laughed. Aden was beaten off again, and finally became honest again. Are all Marine Admiral monsters? Little Beiji, do you guys say that Patrick and Rock are very strong? Whitebeard patted him and said loudly, they are one of the strongest people in the last era, stronger than me. Last era? Aden asked with a puzzled face. An era called Rox was just ended by our Marine headquarters in the Valley of Gods. Looking at Aden, who was shocked, Zephyr grinned. Shiraha, that guy came out of Wanokyani, right? You can see it all. This guy knows that Wanokyani came out at a glance. Shiraha rushed forward, using no weapon or berry ability, just opening the release of the body. He punched Zephyr with all his strength. A vacuum environment was created at the fist between the two people, accompanied by huge waves of air overflowing. How about my fist? This is a fist that can illuminate the darkness. Zephyr roared with bruises on his neck. How not as fierce as Garp, but very heavy. Shiraha knew where his physique was at its limit, and took the initiative to retreat, saying, I have seen the weight you carry, the hero who illuminates the world. I am optimistic about you, Zephyr Admiral. End of this chapter. 186. The whereabouts of Yang Liuoqi. Shira's decision. 4D chapter. Please subscribe. Chapter 186. The whereabouts of Yang Liuoqi. Shira's decision. 4D chapter. Please subscribe. While looking at Shiraha, who was beaten back by him, Zephyr snorted and said with a smile, Your fist is also very good. The power that covered your fist just now is Conqueror Constrict. He felt the familiar power. Except for Sengoku, who owns the Conqueror in Marine, only Garp, pervert, has relied on armament haki to fight all over the world. The sandbag Big Fist made most of the pirates in the sea panic. It is indeed Constrict of Conqueror. I didn't expect even such a fist to be beaten back by you. Shiraha retracted part of Berry's ability, let the Guardian dissipate, and retracted his aura again, which can reduce his physical strength. Consumption. You are the most powerful sword, and the trick you used against Pelusalino is also very powerful. You quit by yourself. I just used my strengths to fight against your weaknesses. Even this can't overwhelm you. Seeing the pirate in front of him getting stronger and stronger, Zephyr didn't have any uncomfortable thoughts in his heart. The only uncomfortable thing was being overtaken by the next generation. I did take the initiative to retreat just now, but I also felt the weight of your fist. If you don't retreat, I might be beaten out in embarrassment by you, and then I would be ashamed. Shiraha looked a little disappointed. Zephyr explained loudly, my physical body is not a shortcoming. I can even resist the head-to-head combat of Brother Newgate. When did you guys' body become so strong? The information from Marine Headquarters shows that your body is weak. Whitebeard nodded and admitted it, and Zephyr said in shock, don't take me 3 days. When you look at it with admiration, we have been 3 days. Shiraha said with a smile, my body is no longer weak. Your marine information needs to be updated. His strongest sword move is Space Rennie middle dot hollow, which is a big move regardless of the enemy and us. It has the strongest single-handed killing ability. As long as the person who insists on this move will end in death, the lethality of this move is so exaggerated. However, there is a flaw in that trick, that is, the speed is a bit slower than those of the top strong, and it is easy to fail to beat the strong, and he can solve it without using this trick. The first time it is used, it can be unexpected, but after the opponent is prepared, it is difficult to hit someone. Now that the improvement is done, he won't be the enemy or the enemy, but he needs someone to help him contain the opponent. Otherwise he still won't be able to beat him. Shinsu Senju middle dot top of the Buddha. This move is very strong in both group fights and singles, but it has a small flaw. That is, dealing with the real elemental power will consume a lot of physical strength and energy, and it may not be able to fight to death. That is, Kizaru is too awkward and panic. Just like there is a psychological shadow, and he is forced to despair. It's taken down. With such a wide range of berry abilities, if all were covered with a layer of armament haki, he would definitely be squeezed out in a short time. This trick is suitable for opponents like Gaiduo and Charlotte Linlin. At present, Shira's 2 strongest moves are still these 2 moves. As for Conqueror's Haki's Constrict, he has just learned it and is not particularly strong. The ghost said that everyone else in this world was prepared, and he had thrown this trick aside, and waited to see if he could pick it up and use it in the future. That set of fingerings was really difficult to learn. This is Shira's analysis of his own combat power and came up with a result. He has been completely reborn. Zephyr looked at him vigorously, and after a short silence, he said, you will surpass me sooner or later. Not only to surpass you, I will surpass Roger, Garp, Rox, Patrick and others to become the strongest in this world and usher in a new era in this world. Shiraha raised his head, looked up at Arya sky, and shouted loudly, What a great rhetoric, you guys who are obviously a pirate will make me look forward to it. I'm really crazy about your so-called new era. Zephyr shook his head, trying to wake himself up. You better be careful. The world government has noticed you. I am a pirate, or a big pirate. Of course the world government must pay attention to me. Shiraha didn't realize that Zephyr's words were reminding him, but it was difficult to know the specific thoughts from this sentence alone. Forget it, you ask for more blessings. Thinking that he was still Marine after all, Zephyr finally insisted on his principles without further reminding. How did you become mother-in-law? When they are over, let's have a banquet together. Shiraha invited with a smile on his face. Are you crazy? Our positions are different. Zephyr growled. Cool, la, what's important? Of course I have to eat when I'm tired. It just happens to be eaten together. There are more people, isn't it? Whitebeard jumped off the boat and laughed. Anyway, no one can see it. Only our group of people know it. It won't affect you. What you bring is your confidant and a group of marine newcomers. Shiraha pointed to the group of people who were still fighting over there. People, said. I'm not worried. Okay. I'm Marine Admiral, and the world government won't do anything to me. I just eat with you pirates. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Looking at the two pirates in front of me, Zephyr refused without hesitation. What kind of person is this guy? He is Marine Admiral. How could Marine Admiral accept the pirates' invitation? After waiting for a while, both sides ended the war. In the center of the big tree, a large group of people set up a stove, a cauldron, and a special grill. Hot pot, barbecue, cold beer. This is the source of happiness. Shiraha also specially took out a lot of happy fat house water, and deliberately cleaned the top of the tree, forming a large open space, just for them to have a picnic. Everyone eat and drink together. I will pay for the whole event. Shiraha provided a lot of raw materials and looked at the people preparing to eat, and shouted, "How can there be no music at the banquet?" Exclamation mark. Oh, a large group of marine and the pirates shouted together. As Monica Yang's bonfire burned, the banquet officially opened, accompanied by the bursts of barbecue aroma and the spicy flavor of hot pot. A large group of people were drooling, including those marines who attended the banquet for the first time. They all started. Is this the pirates' banquet? This is the first time I have attended such a grand banquet. Me too. I wonder if Zephyr-sensei will bring us to participate next time? Probably not. But this happy fat house water is really delicious. Nonsense. It's obviously cold beer and hot pot is the most enjoyable. Is this banquet very enjoyable? Would you like to fight for alcohol? Marine. Come on. I'm afraid that you won't succeed. You are defeated. Marine and pirates who were fighting not long ago are now all gathered together to make a fuss. This hot pot is too spicy. I can't eat very spicy and oily things. It will grow meat and acne. The future Marine candidate Admiral Momousagi grilled a skewer while rustling the meat in the hot pot with chopsticks. Yelled, I really can't eat more. Your words are not convincing at all. Shiraha looked at this young and still little Momousagi, his eyelids beating constantly. This girl is too edible. Puff, actually there are hot pots that are not spicy. My hot pot is not spicy. Shiraha said it's called Yuan Yang hot pot. You can come to me and try it. Tanayushi pointed to the hot pot in front of him and invited him. Really? Wait a minute. Come here when I eat a few more pieces of meat. Momousagi ate a few large pieces of meat, then took away a handful of grilled meat skewers, and then came to the side of Tanayushi. Cool, la, the atmosphere is really good. What do you think, Zephyr? Zephyr Admiral, my cold beer is not bad. Shiraha and Whitebeard sat in a circle, and Zephyr was beside them. Father, uncle, it would be nice if Zephyr Admiral is willing to participate. Now the atmosphere is good. Marco was sitting on the small plane eating skewers and drinking happy fat house water, and was about to reach for it and set it aside. Of potato chips, but felt empty. He shouted angrily, who took my potato chips? A familiar lazy voice came from behind him. Oh yeah, don't be so angry. This little brother, I managed to come back. Pelusalino ran back and found that Zephyr-sensei had started a banquet with a group of pirates who didn't talk about Koichi. It's fine to have a banquet with the pirate, but why not call him? What? As he ate, he found that the potato chips in his hand tasted very good, and he was still carrying a big bag in his hand. You bastard! Give me back my potato chips! Marco ran away, directly incarnate in the form of an undead, chasing Pelusalino running across the field. Oh yeah, this barbecue is so fragrant. And what is this? It's really comfortable to drink, and this is also good. Pelusalino was chased by Marco, drinking ice coke and cold beer, while eating barbecue and various hot pots. Shiraha, Whitebeard, The kid on your boat is no better than the kid from our marine. Zephyr looked at the scene in front of him. The corners of his mouth raised, and the more he drank, the charm of cold beer and hot pot, even Marine Admiral can't stop it. Didn't you look at that fellow? Why are you starting to treat him as a treasure now? Shiraha teased. Forget it. Of the newcomers I taught, the kid I hate the most is, Zephyr said with a look of disgust when he looked at Pelusalino not far away. Kihaha, I think that the little ghost who emits lasers has great potential and can become an important person in your marine in the future. Whitebeard laughed as he looked at the two chasing and fighting. So naive two people. Momousagi ate barbecue and drank ice cola, and looked at Pelusalino and Maka who were fighting in the distance with a disdainful smile. She yelled, "That guy is not good at first sight. It seems that the future Marine Admiral is destined to be mine. I have never heard that there are women in Marine Admiral." White-Eye poured cold water and said, "If you want to become Marine Admiral, the possibility is almost zero. I think she is amazing." Tanayushi looked at the little girl and said with a smile, "Have you heard? Or this sister can talk, unlike you, a woman with a stinky face. I think you are lonely and unbearable without a man chasing you." Momousagi was on the verge of death, constantly beating death. Mocking Wade-Eyed nakedly. "Like me, I must be a heartthrob in the future. And there will be a handsome and powerful man who will fall in love with me, unlike you who are obviously interesting to the man over there, but you can only hold it in your heart." Momousagi pointed to Shiraha, who was communicating with Zephyr and Whitebeard, smiled wickedly. "I guess it's right, you like that man. I hate little girls." Looking at Momousagi triumphantly, Huadibai said with a gloomy face, "Especially the little girl with no long hair." "You." Momousagi glared viciously at the nasty woman in front of him. "You don't have to do this." Tanshi was caught between these two women, suddenly feeling a little at a loss. Why do the two of them want to hit the bar? Tanayushi couldn't understand the thoughts of these two people at all. "Brother, don't you want to eat it?" Xiao asked, looking at Izang beside him. "I'll eat later. I'll sort out the things the captain rewarded me." Yi Zhang opened the gift the captain had prepared for her. It contained snacks and some interesting toys, as well as many beautiful new clothes, and some interesting novelties. The most precious thing was a pure gold ring. 10 years from now, I will wear you, so you will be wronged first. Yi Zhang put away the pure gold ring and said seriously. Pelusalino also noticed the snacks here in Izang, but he didn't dare to snatch this person's snacks. As a schoolmaster, he already knew why he was beaten by Shiraha. "I can't imagine that we would sit together together and drink together," Zephyr said in disbelief as he watched the scenes at the banquet. "It's just the right time to meet the right person, Zephyr Admiral. If you change to another person, there won't necessarily be such a scene." Shiraha drank milk and said with a smile, "Cool-la-la-la, Shiraha is right. If it weren't for the previous battles that gave us both a certain understanding, we wouldn't be sitting here." Whitebeard stared at the lively atmosphere, laughing. It was the first time he had a party with a group of Marines. It was an amazing experience, thanks to Shiraha. After the Battle of the Valley of Gods, he felt that Shiraha was the core of the team, leading the remaining remnants of rocks and leading them. If it weren't for Shiraha, he wouldn't dare to imagine not only having family, but also a group of partners. And you can drink with the Marines regardless of each other. Let's not take it as an example. This time ... No. There is no next time. Looking at Shiraha with a pleasant expression, Zephyr suddenly said with a serious expression, "The next time we meet again, it may be the battlefield." "Battlefield? Didn't you have a fight just now?" Shiraha was full, touching his belly and hitting Yon to ask. "Isn't that a battlefield?" "Okay, that's a comparison at best. I'll take you down sooner or later." Looking at the lazy guy in front of him, Zephyr was not angry, and pointed at Whitebeard again and shouted, "And you don't laugh at me. Sooner or later I will kill you Whitebeard pirates." Cool-la-la-la, I have heard this sentence dozens of times. Zephyr, are you annoying? Whitebeard looked at Zephyr with disgust. Oh yeah, Zephyr-sensei is disgusted. You bastard, return my potato chips first, Pelusalino. I think you kid is owed. As the so-called happy time always passes quickly, and a banquet quickly passes in a cheerful atmosphere. Shiraha, I should go. If I don't go, I will really be with you. I am Marine Admiral. Don't say it, we all know you are Marine. Tailwind all the way. Shiraha slowly withdrew Berry's ability, let the two ships descend unscathed to the surface, and bid farewell to Zephyr and the others. Cool-la-la-la, next time you want to come for a drink, come and conquer our pirate group. We welcome you at any time. Whitebeard stood on the pirate ship, waved and laughed. Who will come? I won't come. Zephyr snarled said, Lao Tzu represents justice. Sooner or later I will clean up this broken world. He was afraid that if he continued to get along with these pirates, he would really want to mix with them. Oh yeah, come and play if you have time, Marco. Who wants to play with you? When I meet again next time, I kicked you, the bastard who grabbed my potato chips. Marco looked at Pelusalino on the warship, standing on the ship, punching and kicking into the air. Sooner or later, he would give this bastard with a very uncomfortable tone, let him know what a god's leg is, and kick this bastard away with one kick. HMPH, a woman with a stinky face, this time you did not meet me in luck, next time I will beat you on the ground. Momousagi crouched on his hips, stepped on a big box and shouted, this the box of ice cola is mine. So remember to prepare a few more boxes for me next time. You little girl who has no full hair, the next time I beat you, my mother won't recognize you. Following Shira's lesson, Huaydebai raised a middle finger and yelled, I still want ice coke. No. In an atmosphere of harmony, the boats of the two sides were separated. The Whitebeard pirates ventured to other places, and the army led by Zephyr was ready to return to Marine headquarters. This time the rookie training was very successful, and Zephyr was very satisfied. The hero who illuminates the world. I am optimistic about you, Zephyr Admiral. Why did he think of that guy's words when he was parting? Zephyr stood on the warship looking at the Whitebeard pirates, lost in thought. Oh yeah, don't worry, we will still have the chance to drink happy fat house water next time. Zephyr-sensei is not the same. This is not the first time you have seen it, Marines, Pelusalino said with his sluggish rate of speech, humbly. The eyes of this group of Marines immediately lit up. Yes, Zephyr-sensei is not the first time that they have lost their minds. No one is allowed to say anything about this time. Zephyr is a little worried about the safety of Shiraha and Whitebeard. Without the silver gun, Yang Liu Oki, even with the addition of the Whitebeard pirate group, would not be much better than when he had the silver gun. The Whitebeard pirates have great potential, but unfortunately they haven't grown up yet. Currently, they are far less powerful than the Roger pirates. Zephyr Admiral, I think that as long as no outsider knows about this matter, it is still very good for the students. Seeing Zephyr, whose face is getting more and more gloomy, Zephyr's adjutant couldn't help saying, of course I know, I won't blame them for this, but Pelusalino has worked very hard recently, so let me check his level during this time, and he will be tricked by a pirate. It's taken. It's really embarrassing to our Marine. Zephyr stared at Pelusalino, who wanted to escape, and said grumpily, Zephyr-sensei, aren't you afraid that I will learn from them? Dare you? Zephyr laughed grimly. If you dare to learn from them, I will lay down Admiral's position and 10-10 will run after you. Pelusalino's monkey face squeezed together, crying without tears. Zephyr-sensei, I am working very hard now. I have not let go of physical skills. It's just that the guy who beat me is too pervert. Let sensei love you well. Zephyr laughed wildly and caught up with the trembling Pelusalino, thinking, let's come to them for the next recruit training. Zephyr-sensei, you can do it lightly. On the other side, a huge pirate ship sailed on the sea, following the wind and waves. This ship belongs to the Whitebeard pirate group, currently one of the hottest pirate groups on the sea. Liu Oki still didn't find it. Is there really no one on this sea knowing her whereabouts? Shiraha leaned on the boat rail, watching the waves rising on the sea, and said with melancholy eyes, "Kulala, you don't have to worry too much. It won't matter if you are so strong, as long as you are still on this sea. You will meet sooner or later." Whitebeard comforted. He likes Shirua's character very much, and he can see that Shirua's ambition has really changed too much compared to Shiraha before the Valley of the Gods. Whitebeard is not interested in Shikishigemini, Zephyr's dream, Shirua's goal, Roger's ideal, but if both Shiraha and Shiki want to overthrow the world government, he will go to Helping Hand them unconditionally, because they are companions. "Brother, don't worry, my sister-in-law will definitely find you. Come and train with me. I want to become stronger." Eden, who has experienced several setbacks, has become more and more brave, and now he is dragging a person on the boat to fight. Puff, don't bother him in the past. Au is very tired, let him relax. Tanayushi walked over, hugged Shiraha from behind, and said softly, "We will find her. I can also form my own pirate group. I am looking forward to it, and I will definitely let her accept me. The hour is right. Let the couple rest. You can find someone else." Whitebeard waved his hand, watching the excited Eden dismissed it. "None of them are my opponents. Sister Whitby won't fight with me," Eden said with his ears. "Who is your eldest sister?" "I think you are Ichi, right?" After hearing this, Wadeby rushed towards Eden with a murderous sword and shouted, "I killed you alive." In turn, "Don't stop me." "Sister, forget it. Everyone is a crew member on the same boat. Don't hurt your peace. Don't you think?" Marco said with a wink at the other crew members. Bistoa Joz also hurried to persuade him to fight. But Eden was left in a daze, not understanding what he had said wrong. "Is this really my crew member? It's too straight. I have to call a beautiful lady." Shiraha looked at Eden, who didn't know where he was wrong, and groaned. "No way. In that case, our seniority will be messed up." Wadeby twisted her waist and walked over and said with a smile, "It's okay. I call mine, you call yours." Shiraha smiled. "Cool, it's okay. You just call it that. Shiraha is already younger than you." Whitebeard didn't care much about this. His daughter called him father. Shiraha called his daughter sister and called him brother. This is all right. There is an enemy ship. A member of the Whitebeard pirate group pointed forward and shouted, "Finally it's my turn to show off. Look at me." Eden jumped up from the bow, chopped out a huge sword energy, and split the pirate ship in half with one move. That's right. After this kid Eden came out of Wano. He finally broke out. Shiraha stood at the bow of the ship and joked, "Uncle, it must not be good." Eden split the opponent's ship in half with a sword. "I can't get anything." Marco looked at the sinking pirate ship with a pity on his face, said, "Fuck." Shiraha immediately looked at the pirate ship and activated the forest berry ability. Small world of trees wall. Growth of the area where the pirate ship sank was full of trees, and the pirate ship that had been divided into two halves was picked up from the surface of the sea at once. "Little ones, rush with me. Take away all the treasures." Shiraha led a group of them towards the pirate ship. "Cool-la-la-la, Shiraha, you should also have a captain's hat. Don't consider asking someone to make one for you." Whitebeard wore the cap that the captain of the pirate group had, and looked at nothing. Shiraha said with a smile, "Brother Newgate, I have to wait for my hat to find all the crew, and it will not be too late to think about the ship." Shiraha is still missing a few crew members. Yang Liu Oki's whereabouts are unknown, and Rockdal is even more concerned. It was running around on the sea, and the Jinn in the Three Plagues had not yet been abducted. After robbing the hapless pirate ship, they continued to set off towards the next stop. In previous exchanges with Zephyr, Shiraha learned that the world government had established the Shikibukai system ahead of time, and had successfully found all 7 Shikibukai vacancies. These news are not confidential. You can find out if you buy a newspaper on the ocean. Zephyr is not cold about the Shikibukai system, and is very disgusted with this system of cooperating with other big pirates. In Zephyr's eyes, even if you want to cooperate, you should also cooperate with the better-known big pirates. None of the Shikibukai recruited by Marine is normal, and they have been stained with a lot of innocent people's blood. One of the most unexpected things is that Charlotte Linlin will become Shikibukai, and that guy has also become Shikibukai. Shouldn't it be Vegapunk's little white mouse that's so cute? Why would Cutie and Charlotte Linlin agree to become Shikibukai? He is so cute and excusable, he has huge ambitions, but now he is incapable of joining Shikibukai, and wants to strengthen his power through a legal system. Shiraha really couldn't guess why Charlotte Linlin joined Shikibukai. Anyway, it will take some time before he wants to meet. He can also go to Linlin at any time. Brother Newgate, this is too exaggerated. The Shikibukai system was established so quickly. Isn't it used to target us who are still on the ocean rocks remnants? After hearing this, Shiraha did not believing to ask, although these Shikibukai are not as powerful as ours, they are also first-class masters in the sea. With the world government and marine headquarters with Yayoi Rosas Indo-Fire history, my goal is really difficult. Since you have a goal and don't do it, how do you know that you can't make it? Brother, I will try to become stronger and help you. After Eden knew how big the world was, he wanted to visit all the places in the world. He used to sit in a well and watch the sky too much. Since he went out to sea, he knew how small he was and how many strong men there are on this sea. Brother, what kind of power do you mean by marine headquarters? What kind of power is the world government? Eden, you should make up for the common sense problem. You don't know the world government and marine in the ocean. You are a pirate. Shiraha sighed helplessly, and explained the world government and marine to Eden. There is also the presence of Shikibukai. It's really amazing. There is a combination that unites the world. It's a group of amazing guys. And Shikibukai represents 7 powerful pirates. I really want to fight them. Eden said in a general sense, it's hard to beat that kind of power. Of course it is difficult. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to complete the task. But I am different. I decided to overthrow the world government in the shortest time. Kulalala Shiraha is right. Whether it is Shikibukai, or the marine headquarters and the world government, if they want to deal with us, they have to pay an unimaginable price. We people are not impressed. Whitebeard will unconditionally support his family and companions. Whoever dares to move his family and companions will dare to go to war with anyone and any force. We still have an advantage. The information about us from marine headquarters and the world government is incomplete, and we don't know that we are still in contact. And we don't know that Newgate's relationship with Shiki is still good. Maybe they think we are. These people are just doing their own things, and even if they want to deal with us, they will destroy us one by one. Shiraha saw Zephyr's shocked expression, as if he shouldn't be on the Whitebeard pirate ship, and understood that the world government and marine headquarters thought they were fighting separately. I decided to talk to Shiki after I bought the boat. Cool-la-la-la, let's go together. I just want to get Shiki that bastard to get together. Whitebeard looked at Shiraha and said, let's just drop in. Yeah, big brother. The world is so big, we can also roam with Xiabeiji. Eden held the world map and Shiraha's division of world power on it. Let him understand that there are countless wonderful things outside. No, I am going to leave you temporarily. I still have things to do. Rather than say that I have something to confirm, I think I guessed where the 7th place is. Shiraha told Yang after communicating with Zephyr. There is a lot of confidence in the location of Liuochi. What, is what you said true? Can I go with you? Tanayu had long wanted to see the silver gun. She must be no better than the silver gun. But as long as there is her position. Cool-la-la-la, why not go with everyone? I will fully support you. Whitebeard was also very happy when he heard Yang Liuochi's whereabouts. On the rocks pirates, Akoku, Silver Spear, and Shiraha are all people he likes very much, and they are also people he admired from the beginning. Anyway, he took the Whitebeard pirates and wandered around in the sea. It would be better to accompany Shiraha to find the silver gun. Brother, don't you plan to take me? Eden asked, pointing to himself. Captain, don't leave Izang, take me along with me. Izang, who was wearing new clothes, said nervously. Standing on the boat, Shiraha felt the gentleness of the sky and moon in his arms, and also saw Odin and Izang's determination to follow him in the eyes, and the Whitebeard pirates group was like the warmth of a big family. So good. He has taken root in fallen leaves in this world, and he has what he should have. In this world, he has everything he wants, whether it is a top war or a future war. He must guard everything he has, and will not let anyone take it away. I can only bring Tanayu time this time. Looking at Izang and Odin, who looked disappointed, Shiraha explained quickly, "It's not that I don't want to bring you together, but that I can't bring you. I want to. The place to go is very special." "Brother, what's special? You can bring us." "Uncle, you are not loyal enough, and I want to go with you too," Covet said with his wings flapping. "Izang wants to be together too." "Cool, la la la, where are you going?" "I want to hear." Whitebeard knew Shiraha must have a reason, so he asked where he was going. "At the place I was referring to." Shiraha pointed to the Arya sky of sunny sky Mari and shouted, "I'm going to the clouds above 10,000 meters." A group of people stared out of fright, and even Whitebeard's eyes were surprised for a moment. "Are you talking about the legendary Sky Island?" the knowledgeable navigator Whitby asked. "You've even heard of this?" "Yes. The place I am going to is Sky Island." Shiraha looked at Odin and Izo, who were puzzled, and explained to them in detail what kind of place Sky Island is. "Brother, there is such a place?" "This world is so big," Odin said excitedly. "Then I will go to Sky Island with you." "No, the two ways to get to Sky Island are very dangerous. The dangerous way is a little safer. I almost know nothing about it, and I don't know which route to take." The specific way that Shiraha knows is the path that Wang Luffy traversed in the original book was too dangerous. He hadn't thought that this world was a two-dimensional world, but a real world. If the Whitebeard pirates were destroyed for this reason, then he was really a sinner. "Then brother, how are you going to go up?" "Take this pterodactyl." "I think this pterodactyl can bring us together." Odin pointed to the small plane under Marco and said, "Captain, I'm very light, please take me." Hearing this, Yi Zhang looked at the small plane again. His eyes lit up suddenly. The small plane can't fly that high. It can fly freely at an altitude of about 5,000 meters. If it goes up, it can't stand it, and it can't fly at high altitude for a long time. Shiraha pointed to the pterosaur and said, "If you don't bring it as for humans, it should be able to fly up on its own, but it won't work if it takes people." "Cool, la, you two will stay on my boat for the time being, and wait for your captain and the deputy captain to get off the Sky Island." Whitebeard made this move with a keen mind, and said to Odin and Izang, "Shiraha, I still want to ask, how did you confirm that the seventh lady is on it?" Whitebeard knew that Shiraha possessed Akaka's flying swordsmanship, and there was no problem when he brought Tanayu to Sky Island with his physical strength. "Brother Newgate, I should have told you last time, I was separated from Yang Oki and Rockdale because of the extreme weather. At that time, I was sinking below, and Liu Oki was floating in the sky. Crocodile was directly thrown out in the sea. I also learned about Crocodile. I know that the kid has done some things recently, but there is no news at all. It is impossible for a strong man like her to send no news at all. If she is still in the ocean, she will definitely follow the news to find me. But the fact is that there is no news at all. This means that she is not in the ocean and cannot learn about me. In my opinion, there is no news from Marine Headquarters, except for Wonokuni, which is closed, that is, Sky Island, which is 10,000 meters above the sky. She is likely to be there. I must go over and check." Yang Liu Oki, as Shira's first sister, is also a girl he devotes to his true feelings. He really wants to see her after separation. I see. You go, Odin and Izo, I will take care of it, and there will be a brand new big ship when you come back. There is Shira's design in Whitebeard's room. He will help the old man go to the water city and let people help make the big boat he wants. "Brother, I will be waiting for you here." "Captain, Izang will work hard to become stronger." Marco touched the small plane under him, knowing that the parting was about to come, and said sullenly, "Uncle, you must take them back quickly." I'm a little bit reluctant to let the small plane and you. Marco, I am very optimistic about you. I will help you change all your destinies, but the Whitebeard pirates still need you. Beaster, Wadibe. I need all of you. Shiraha looked at the people who got along these days, as well as Aden and Izang who had been brought out from one Okuni, said reluctantly, "The time of separation has come. But this time the separation is temporary." End of this chapter. Text notice. Notify. My book is currently declining, and it is supported by the high subscription chapters of the chat group. I was really miserable by some rhythmic people, and forced me to change the outline, but I didn't make any money at all. It took so much time to revise the outline, but in exchange for forget it. This time I was really miserable by some rhythmic players in the early stage. The income of online writers mainly depends on subscriptions. Now the life of writers is getting more and more difficult. Many people can only survive by writing readers who are willing to subscribe, and no one subscribed to write about the pirates. The highest subscription of a single chapter of Pirates is not as good as the lowest subscription of the chat group. The average subscription of those chapters of the chat group is more than twice as high as my actual average subscription! Exclamation mark. Anyone who has written a novel will understand what the concept is. There used to be a big guy who listened to the white prostitution in the comment area. Later, the outline was changed. The original set of more than 20,000 was precipitous and fell sharply. Later, I thought it was quite interesting at the time. Note it down. The result came to me, but I dropped a few hundred orders and basically disappeared. This book is supported by the chapters of the chat group, as long as it is about the pirates. No matter which chapter the subscription is low, it is too deceptive. I knew I shouldn't have read reviews at the beginning. Although I don't read reviews now, it's too late. I don't need to spend my energy to modify the outline. I should focus on chat groups. And making more money is the right way. It's too late to change it later, and I don't have the energy to change the outline again. Let's just talk about my recent state. I probably slept only 3 or 4 hours a day for more than a month. Last month, there were more than 10,000 updates, and this month is also a day of 8 or 9,000 updates. Generally, 2 updates are 8,000 words. I slept for less than 6 hours last night, and it was my best sleep. I feel that I can't rely on my body facade anymore. Today I am going to stop all my activities and take a good rest. Attach some interesting facts from yesterday. Sister, your book is not popular. Doing some temporary work with me will earn more than you. You don't have to be so lucky. Me, degrees, I was just like the expression above. And then I went to do the work she introduced in the morning and afternoon, and it took less than 3 hours to get more than 100 yuan. I really have a damn doubt about life. Although I can make a lot of part-time jobs, I would like to advise you to write a novel. Don't fall into the pit, a dead end. If you write a novel, if your body is broken, your mood will become bad because of some comments. Of course, if you don't read it, it's okay. And if you can't make money, it's good to go out and do a part-time job. Recently, I am going to adjust my physical condition, take a good rest, intensify exercise, and accompany her more. Sleeping for 3 or 4 hours a day, you also spend a lot of brain cells and time on it, and then you don't make as much money as you can do part-time jobs, but will leave the people around you in the cold. The pirate behind this book, I am going to find a way to cut some plots, and if I don't delete it, it will all be ordered. There is no way to join the chat group of a few chapters in the current plot. Please give me a subscription. I have to adjust my state properly. My body can't hold it anymore. Go ahead and sleep. Thank you for subscribing all the way to support readers up to now, although not much. End of this chapter. 187. The War of Wald is about to erupt. Please subscribe. Chapter 187. The War of Wald is about to erupt. Please subscribe. Uncle, do you want to leave with the small plane? Marker transformed into the form of a phoenix, and said reluctantly, "My nephew, since people are still alive, they always have to experience separation. We are only temporarily separated." Shiraha waved his hand to let the pterosaur come to his side, and said with a smile, "When I go to Sky Island and find the Queen of Luochi, I need the help of a small plane. Although my Mitsurugi technique can fly, but there are too many unknown or accidents on the sea. It is safer to take a small plane." "Well, when we meet again next time, let me see the strength of that rock doll, my nephew. After I find him, I will let him compare with you." "Wait a minute, either of you knows how to sail, or you will lose your way in the sea." Wedibai looked at the two about to leave and asked, "Shiraha, do you know how to sail on board?" "Luochi is my navigator. I believe I can meet her when I go to Sky Island this time." Shiraha has an inexplicable sign in his heart. It is a sign of wind and rain. He must find Yang Luo before then. 7. Who I don't seem to need me anymore. This is my life card, and the Eternal pointed to the city of water. "Remember to come to us quickly." Wedibai threw him a blank sheet of paper and a nautical pointer. Shiraha put these two things away and put them together with the pure gold ring that Ajia gave. Through Whitebeard's life card, he can know the status of the Whitebeard pirates, and the Eternal pointer can guide him to find the way back. Koolalala tailwind all the way. Whitebeard shouted, standing on the boat. "You have to follow this route, and you can fly straight up when you reach the destination. There are rumors about Sky Island at that location. If the rumors are not wrong, I believe it is Sky Island above," Wedibai told after completing the Topperson route. They also communicated with the pterodactyl through some special methods, and let the pterodactyl take them to that location. "See you next time. You must become stronger, Marco, Izo, Eden. I look forward to your growth. Brother Newgate, next time we meet for a formal match. Kihahaha, I'm waiting for you. Remember to bring back the 7th big sister, and it's better to bring back the kid named Rock Doll." Shiraha took Danayushi and jumped onto the small plane, looked at the people on the Whitebeard pirate ship, waved, and said with a smile, "I will. See you next time." Tweet. With the whistling of the pterosaur, the two people stood on the pterosaur and went to the sky together. "Ayu, do you think Sister Luochi would like it?" "What if she doesn't like me?" Tanishi asked nervously. "Luochi is a very good girl. She will definitely get along with you. She will beat me at best." Shiraha touched Tanayu's head and smiled. "I'm not worried. Just relax." If you want to worry, I'm also worried. He also had concerns in his heart. If Luochi was willing to beat him to solve such a simple matter, it would be too simple. Although Luochi is very powerful, she must be reluctant to hit her man cruelly. Puffeu, I really don't worry about it now. I believe Luochi must be a very good girl. I really hope to get along well with her. Following Shira's expression and funny words, the worries in Tanayushi's heart suddenly dissipated. The two people sitting on the pterodactyl changed back to the same a few days ago, wandering in the sea. Of course Shiraha can't take a boat. If he takes a boat, he can't find the direction that Wedibai is pointing. With his sailing ability, he may lose his way in the sea, and then accidentally arrive at the final island of Lovidru. The last time he was in Shinshu, he was lucky enough to get a pterodactyl and a pure gold ring, and he got a lot of seafloor stones in Wonokuni. It happened that Wonokuni's craftsman helped the small plane to build up the right equipment. He is a capable person, but he is not afraid of the weaknesses of Heilushi in the sea. The weaknesses have been eliminated through the chat group last time. It's not that he owes the points of the chat group. If the chat group has the ability, he will kill him. This pterodactyl was wearing gear specially tailored for it. At least Shiraha and Danayu sat in a comfortable place. The Heilu stone equipment worn by the small plane is to arm it with sharp claws. It will neither bring too much burden to it, but also make it look majestic. This set of equipment is produced by Wonokuni with quality assurance. Wonokuni has the complete processing technology of Heilu stone, which is much higher than the technology of the world government master. Even the black stone specially used to record historical texts can be produced by Wonokuni. These technologies are greedy by governments around the world. and they are also unique to one Okuni. It always feels unsettling. Shira's face turned gloomy, and looking at the blue sky and white clouds nearby and the beauties around him couldn't bring him a good mood. He always had a bad premonition in his heart, as if something was about to happen. Zephyr's reminder was still too cryptic, so he couldn't think of having something to do with Rockdal and his future. In his eyes, it is normal for a pirate to be targeted by the world government and marine, which shows that the pirate has some abilities. You must be too tired. Don't think too much. Looking at Shiraha, who was frowning, Danayushira stretched out his hand and stroked his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Don't frown, just frown again. It's not pretty." Hey, this is what a boy said to a girl. I'm a pure man. Shiraha stopped thinking about those things, but started to make fun of Tanayu. What hasn't happened must be that he thinks too much. When the two were playing around, the small plane under them suddenly rushed and almost threw them out. Tweet. Ashi, are you okay? Shiraha asked when he hugged Danayu in time, grabbing the reins. I'm fine. What happened to the small plane? Where is it going to take us? It should be attracted by something. Shiraha looked at the direction the small plane was rushing towards, and realized that this was a purposeful arrest. The small plane was catching something. After a few sprints, the small plane issued a happy growl. Tweet. It raised its head and looked at the master. Smack. I don't even want to reward the door. Shiraha patted it, and said annoyedly, catch something, show it to me. The small plane raised its paws high, and saw a bloody white bird constantly struggling. This bird looks familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Shiraha recognized it after careful consideration and shouted, isn't this a news bird in a newspaper? I have also bought several newspapers. Why are you catching this thing? Even the stew soup can't be stewed in a bowl, it's useless. The news bird that thought he was saved, Retsu struggled even more, staring at Shiraha with little eyes in fear. As expected, newsbirds are quite intelligent. You should have a lot of newspapers, don't you think? Newspapers? Shiraha stared at the newsbird, and she couldn't see a newspaper when she looked left and right. In the other paw of the small plane, Tanaya looked at the trembling white bird, and said sympathetically, Ayu, let's let it go. It is also forced to work. Shiraha looked at the news bird and thought of the beta being squeezed by the boss. It's not easy to be a worker or a working bird. This news bird may have been a social animal all his life, but it is still a part-time job in this life. He'll let you go this time, and choose a higher quality newspaper for me. Have you heard it? Shiraha brought the injured news bird over and looked at the drooling little plane, and shook his head. When you get to the place, I will take you to a big meal. Tweet. After getting the news he wanted, the little plane tweeted happy, and flew them to the designated place honestly. Little guy, let me help you bandage it. After Tanaya looked at the injured wing of the newsbird and got bandages and medicine from Shiraha, he started helping hand the newsbird. The bandage is complete, can you try to fly? The newsbird flew again, and after circling Arya sky a few times, it landed cautiously, took out the most explosive piece of news in many newspapers, and gave it to them. Oh, let me take a look at today's news. Shiraha was stunned as soon as he opened the newspaper, watching the pupils dilate continuously at the top headline. The big news. Shock! Exclamation mark. The flying pirates declare war on Roger. Pirates! Exclamation mark. Who will win the two big pirate groups? What changes will happen to the situation of the sea? Let us wait and see! Exclamation mark. This is an exclusive report by the newspaper. We will pay closer attention to this big event, so stay tuned. After Shiraha extracted the important information in the newspaper, he made further simplifications. Shiki wants to make an appointment with Roger, and the news agency wants to make things and traffic, and prepare to make a big news. Is this the reason for my uneasiness? After knowing the news, Shiraha couldn't help but said, this is indeed a big event. At this stage, Shiki is fighting with Roger. It is the world government. Whoever wins. Shiki, is that the person you often talk about? You and Brother Newgate used to be on a ship. Tanayu Shiraha looked at Shiraha with complicated eyes and asked, "Ayu, the scale of the war is huge, right? It's more than a big one. The result of this war will affect the fate of It's at best a fate-determining battle after the Valley of the Gods." Shiraha thought for a while. His heart is extremely entangled now. The reason for his uneasiness has something to do with the flying pirates and Roger pirates, but it is not completely related. It seems that there are bigger things waiting for him. After learning of this news, he now has to make a choice again, whether to notify Big Brother Newgate, or stop the war by himself, or insist on going to Sky Island to find a possible lost seven. Shiki, that bastard really picks time to do things. Even if he wants to avenge his loss in the Valley of the Gods, he doesn't have to do it so soon. It's not long before the end of the Valley of Gods. If he doesn't stop this war, in case Shike's flying pirates end up worse than the original, they are the pirates who have suffered heavy losses. Even if Roger wins, he will have to pay a certain price. How do you think the beneficiaries of this war are the world government and marine headquarters, and 80% of those two forces are also moving. Both World and John on the Shiki ship are the main members of Shiraha to overthrow the world government in the future. If they really died under the correction power of the original plot, it would be too miserable. Ayu, follow your inner thoughts. No matter what choice you make, I will support you. Tanayushi felt the torment of the man in front of him and said softly, "Choose?" I hate multiple choice questions the most in my life. It's really hard for me to choose from a difficult choice. Shiraha took a deep breath and shouted, "Choose something is too much trouble. I want it all." Huh? Tanayushi looked at him in surprise, and asked, "You said you want them all? Then how many choices did you make?" "Not much. Just 3. Shiraha looked at her and stretched out 3 fingers. "One is to notify Big Brother Newgate, and the other is I will stop Shiki and Roger from having an appointment to prevent them from fighting too much and let others pick up the bargain. And the third is to find Liuochi." "Ashi, I believe in you, so I want to give you a mission to let the small plane take you back to Big Brother Newgate's ship," Tanayu said nervously. "Brother Newgate should also get news. I still want to accompany you to find Liuochi." "How can you accomplish 2 things at the same time?" "Ashi, I'm very worried about you. It's not a joke that the flying pirates and Roger pirates are fighting. There are many guys who are eyeing this war. It's hard for me to protect you. Don't worry about me too much. Roger and I can talk about it. The relationship is okay. He will give me a face. I will stop this war. After the stoppage is over, let Golden Lion take us and Big Brother Newgate to Sky Island together. If you know how many people are unpowerful, if Liuochi is really on Sky Island, she will definitely be able to find her." "Okay." Tanayu nodded, stepped forward and hugged him, and said, "I will bring the Whitebeard pirates to find you and wait for me." "Okay, it's not a parting, we will meet again next time." Shiraha gently wiped away the tears that represented parting when Tanayu, and said with a smile, "See you next time. I want you to give me a baby." "Well, I will definitely give you a beautiful child," Tanayu said reluctantly. "Huh." Shiraha took a long breath, stroked the pterosaur, and said seriously, "Little plane, you have to remember to send the female master home, understand?" Tweet. End of this chapter. Chapter 188. Shiraha to stop. Please subscribe. Chapter 188. Shiraha going to stop. Please subscribe. Can you find the way? People who don't have the ability to sail on the sea will lose their way. We can't sail without a small plane. How can you get to the place where they are fighting? Tanayu asked worriedly. He still cares about his safety, although he knows that the man in front of him participated in a world-class war and achieved a brilliant record. But she was still worried that he would have an accident in this war. "I won't die. No one in this world can kill me. This is my unique ability," Shiraha yelled when he saw the worry in Tanayu's heart. "Trust me, I won't get lost. With it showing me the way, I will definitely be able to go to that place accurately." Shiraha stepped on the flying sword and pointed to the news bird. In this case, He can no longer take into account the physical exhaustion. He was going to let this news bird take him to the place where the two large pirate groups were about to fight, and to learn more about the specific situation. Tanayu saw the determination of the man in front of him, and also understood that he really wanted to take it all. According to what the man said, it was really possible for the three to complete it together. Ashi, let Brother Newgate come over quickly. I need his helping hand. Shiraha looked at Tanayu, who was standing on the small plane and was about to leave. Safe, no one on the sea can bully her. When the things he did this time really couldn't bring Tanayu, he would have to talk about it separately if he fell 7. Do you want a boy or a girl? Tanshi suddenly turned around and asked when she parted. Huh? Girl. It's good to be a little princess. Shiraha was stunned and replied quickly. When Tanayu heard a sweet smile, she quickly disappeared into the distance. Everything has spirituality. The animals in the pirate are more humane. The pterosaur has become very dependent on humans. Shiraha also believes that no matter what danger it encounters, it will not abandon its female master. If Big Brother Newgate and Big Nephew saw they would be surprised. Shiraha noticed the news bird that was about to run, flew over with a snorting, and looked at the scared bird, and said with a smile, help me lead the way. I believe that with your newspaper's ability, you may be able to find the true location of the battle between the two large pirates faster than Marine. I forgot some words, you can't understand them. Shiraha took out the newspaper, pointed to the news on it, and said, take me to the place where they hit, which is where your newspaper is going. This news bird clearly understood what he meant, and his eyes revealed the hesitation and contemplation that humans would have. I will buy all the newspapers on your body. Your task has been completed. No matter how many newspapers you have these days, I will pay in full. Not only that, I also pay you extra money. The news bird received the money, squinted in the shape of Bailey, and cried happily. Its work is done. It's going to make extra money. The news bird cried again, turned his head and flew to somewhere at a constant speed. Is this telling me to follow? Shiraha laughed. This working bird really seems to be hitting a worker. He stepped on the flying sword and followed closely behind Newsbird. This time he was going to see an old acquaintance again. I don't know if he will be so embarrassed this time. I really want to take this opportunity to play against Roger. He is a little looking forward to seeing Roger's dumbfounded appearance. His strength is so much stronger than the one he met. Roger, even Conqueror's Aki's constrictors learned. Roger, Shiki. There is really no good for you to fight. It can only make others cheaper. I will definitely stop this war and prevent the world government from profiting. Shiraha feels that this war has both the original reasons and the reasons. Some people are pushing the flames behind the scenes. When this battle is fought, Akatsuki is really known to the whole world. There must be countless careerists who want to achieve their goals through this war. Perhaps it is the world's corrective power that has brought this war forward. Ashi is gone. Now I don't even have a girl by my side, and the crew isn't by my side. Only one person left, Shiraha said contemplatively. The excited growl of Newsbird kept ringing in his ears. Don't call, I'm upset when you call. And you will deduct the money if you call again. Sure enough, the Newsbird stopped calling when it heard that the money was being deducted. I know how to name it. How about I give you a name? Shiraha still felt lonely when sailing alone on the sea. He looked at the Newsbird flying in front and said, if you don't answer, I'll take it. You have approved it, so I will call you a handjob in the future. Newsbird, looking at your white hair, it is a bit inappropriate to call you a small handy machine. Shiraha looked at the Newsbird and fell into deep thought, and then said, just call you a small handy machine. Newsbird, where? This is not good white machine name Gasodan with the white guitar coincide, and that what you call good. Really good difficult. Shiraha wandered leisurely and followed the Newsbird to the first location of the news. It was not that he was not going to go to Sky Island, but that he could stop the war first, and then let Shiki take him to Sky Island. A large group of people went to find it, and he was definitely better than him. In fact, he was not sure that Liuochi must be on Sky Island, but he could only say that it was most likely to be there. Battle of Wald. This is an important battle in the original work of the pirate, involving more forces than in the Valley of the Gods. This will be a battle known to the world. Shiraha doesn't know how much the plot has changed, but he is sure that something will not change. This is the general direction of the world's destiny. The flying pirates really want to go to war with the Roger pirates. It is not something that can be resolved in a short while. The final battle is likely to be the same as the original. Shiraha looked at the news bird coming out of the newspaper, and knew that the eyes of the whole world were converging there. This time he will officially enter the world stage. When Shiraha rushed to the place where all forces converged, Tanayushi caught up with the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone, she yelled, looking at the Whitebeard pirate group sailing on the sea not far away. Marco stood on the bow, as if he heard a familiar voice, muttering to himself. Did I hear the hallucinations? How did I hear the little plane and aunt growl? He scratched his head and looked around. Tweet. Fuck. It's the sound of a small plane. Marco transformed into an undead shape and rushed towards Arya Sky. He saw a huge pterosaur not far away, and immediately shouted excitedly, Daddy, big sister, Eden. They are back. Marco's voice spread throughout the entire ship at once, alarming all the people in the ship. And all of them rushed to the bow of the ship, and Whitby was about to take the lead in beating the kid, and he saw the sky in midair. Pterodactyl in the middle. Brother, sister-in-law, you are back. Looking at the familiar pterosaur, Adin exclaimed excitedly, let's follow Xiabeji, let's go on an adventure. Captain, sister, are you back? Yi Zhang took Xiao, eyes full of surprise. Only I came back. You did not come back. Tanayushi jumped down from a not very high place, and watched the puzzled people explain the cause and effect. Kulalala, has such a major event happened recently? Is it today's news? Whitebeard said with a headache after confirming that it was today's news from Tanayushi. That bastard Shiki just goes crazy sometimes, this time to declare war with the Roger pirates. In addition to wanting to repay the losses suffered in the Valley of Gods battle, but also want to prove to the world that he is such a pushy bastard. The Roger pirate group is currently recognized as the most powerful pirate group in the sea. After the Rocks era, no pirate group can be more famous and powerful than the Roger pirate group. Golden Lion Chicky also had this idea, wanting to show the whole world what kind of big pirate Golden Lion is, and let the guys all over the world understand what a real pirate is. After all, few people know the details of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The world government did not block the news, but wiped out some of the things they had done. This caused many people on the sea to think that they were the sea that got the name Hollow Thief. Whitebeard thought of what Shiraha had in mind. That little bastard didn't come to inform him at all. If he really knew the news, he would definitely take the initiative to check it out. That little bastard mainly wants me to help take care of his woman. He is really a cunning guy. When I go to that place, I don't know if it will be too late. Whitebeard thought about this in his heart and decided to let Tanayu stay there. On his pirate ship, protect the family of his partner. Just stay on the boat with everyone. Whitebeard looked at Tanayu and said, stay with this guy. Tanayushi returned to the familiar pirate ship, and went to find Izang and Huadibai. Father, what should we do now? Huadibai asked with a twisted voice. Kihaha, I know what my good girl is thinking, and prepare to change her voyage. Whitebeard gave orders, little ones. Let's go. The destination is where Shiraha is. Great, old man. Go to Big Brother Captain. The little plane will hold one. The little plane and Marco came in a warm hug. And then Marco sat on the little plane again. In turn, I really like sitting on it. Huadibai said with a smile. It would be fine if it fell off. If you can't fall, Marco can fly. Joz said slyly. Whitby. In Tanayu, he returned to the Whitebeard pirate group, and followed the pirate group in the direction of the upcoming battle. Kulalala, meet again, Shiki, Roger. Marine Headquarters Marineford. The news that the two large pirate groups were about to start war also spread here, causing panic among countless marine soldiers. In fact, This news not only panicked the Marines, but also panicked most people in the world who knew about it. The Roger Pirates of the Two Great Pirates is too famous. Kong got a lot of news from the conference room, and even knew that there was a shadow of the world government behind it. In addition, he also received a secret order that Rockdale was about to be arrested successfully, and Marine headquarters was prepared for the next thing. The world government can be so sure, and Kong can guess that 80% of them have deployed powerful CP0 and secret weapons. This sea is starting to stop again. The flying pirates is really a big and unstable factor. Standing in the meeting room, Zhou Vice Admiral knew that this time it was caused by Golden Lion Shiki, and he did it to the big pirate. Analysis shows that Shiki is the most restless of the Rock's remnants. Flying pirates, this is a good opportunity. Are we going to do something against them? Garp exclaimed excitedly. Send me over. This is a good opportunity to capture Roger. Let me go. This time, I will end the Roger pirates in that place too. No, I have already notified Zephyr that it has passed. No matter who wins or loses in these two large pirate groups, it is good for us. Moreover, the world government has sent people over. Kong shook his head and said. Crane raised his head and detected all this. It seems that the governments of the world are still brooding about the last failure. Even they have to do it themselves. It seems that they want to prove their strength to the world, she thought in her heart. Without saying this, she heard Garp on the side saying grinningly, I don't care. I just want to go anyway. Roger is mine. Garp, no matter how loud you are, you will never think of being an admiral. That's not just right. What are you talking about? Kong's nose was almost crooked with anger. Marshal, don't care. Let me act with Zephyr this time. Garp clasped his nose, knowing that Zephyr was taking recruit to capture Whitebeard on the sea, and he should have been notified temporarily. I passed too. Ha ha ha. Roger, here I am. Garp, dare you to go. I will break your leg. Kong roared. This time the Marine headquarters was not going to participate. He was only planning to let Zephyr assist him, fearing that Garp would be tough with the big pirates in the past. Justice is calling me, I must go. Garp walked toward the command room as he spoke, but halfway through, he suddenly turned his head back. Just come back. I will give you the task again. You can do other things. Kong breathed a sigh of relief as he was about to hand the task to Garp. It's very risky, I almost forgot to bring it. Garp picked up the senbai, ate one, and said with satisfaction, the taste is still so good. Only after eating the senbai can I have the strength to catch Roger. Then, he got up and left the conference room without looking back. Garp, I'm going to kill you. Get out of me. Otherwise ... or I will let you be Marine Admiral. There was a roar of Kong in the conference room. Marshal, you don't have to worry too much. This time the main force is the world government, and Zephyr and Garp are only assisting. Crane said analytically, Zephyr will look at Garp, and Zephyr shouldn't be a big problem. End of this chapter. The text is much better. You are currently playing. Please wait a moment. After the content of the new pen at https www.speech.com is updated, you need to refresh the page to get the latest update. 189 Golden Lion declares war on Roger. Chapter 189 Golden Lion declares war on Roger. The news that the flying pirates declared war on Roger pirates has spread all over the sea. Storms have been set off everywhere in the sea, and a huge storm is brewing in a quiet small village. This is the hometown of Whitebeard and one of the few and peaceful places on the sea. An arrogant man who was more than 3 meters tall and with his hair sticking up was about to go fishing with his fishing equipment, and he destroyed the newspaper on his hand. Is that guy Shiki going to fight Roger? Roger's strength in the last battle still made him remember. Ahaha, the sea is really lively. Several children ran over with a newspaper from behind, and one of them shouted, Uncle, there is big news. There is big news. An unknown pirate group will follow the strongest Roger pirate group in the sea. It's war. Where is this unknown pirate group? wholly dared to go to war with Roger pirate group. That pirate group is called the Flying Pirate Group. It is said that several crew members were once Rock's crew members. Rock's Pirates is the strongest pirates in the sea, right? That's the past tense. The man who was about to fish reached out his hand and touched the talking child, and said with a smile, "It is indeed in the past tense. He is just a failed pirate." "Uncle, you used to be a pirate?" a child asked. "Yeah, I was also a pirate once, but I was defeated by others in the sea. I was lucky and survived, so I came back to fish." The man walked on a familiar road, carrying it as usual. Several children went fishing together. "Today we have to catch as many fish as usual. When will the lying uncle wake up?" "Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk about it casually." A child covered the open-mouthed child and said quietly. Several children behind were whispering, and suddenly they bumped into something hard. They looked up and realized that the man in front of them didn't know when to stop. I saw the man looked towards the sea and let out a long sigh. His time has really passed. He knew more about form than Shiki, and understood that even if the sea would accept him, he would not be able to return to his former glory. The man with his hair still flamboyant, but his eyes and temperament seem very peaceful, is the former sea overlord Rox. He has no goals and ambitions. Overthrow the world? His pirate group couldn't beat the world government at its peak, and he still can't beat it now. When he thought of the world government that might have elite, he knew that other forces on the sea had no chance at all. The world government not only possessed many powerful men, but also possessed weapons at the bottom of the box. One of the 3 weapons that destroy the world, elite. Fortunately, his goals, ambitions, and will have been inherited for him. When that kid needs him, it is the best time for him to go to sea. 4 seas, East Blue Waters. On the ocean, there is a snack bar selling black wheels, which has a large group of customers. "Captain, Captain, there is big news. The Flying Pirates and Roger Pirates are going to war." A pirate ran to the small shop in a panic and shouted, "What's the matter with us? I'm retired, and I don't plan to go to sea for the time being." This big pirate, who looks a bit similar to Hawkeye, reached out from the shop and laughed. "Don't worry about that. Let's eat together." Black Wheel. He is a big sea pirate in the south of China. In this era, he is as famous as Roger. He is one of the few big sea pirates with a normal figure and a good appearance. "Wanan, why did you suddenly become so famous in the sea?" "Iwakura, I said it was just an accident." "Who knew?" "I met Garp when I came back, and I had a fight with him, and finally got rid of the crazy dog. And then Marine and the world government stared at him all at once." "Fuck me." "Then you are really unlucky. Your 60 million bounty has risen to more than 1 billion in a sudden." "I want to sell you to Marine." "Iwakura, although I haven't grabbed all the treasures in the world, I also once owned an fifth of the world's gold." Anan in this period is not the most prosperous period. He has not grabbed an third of the gold, but the amount of gold he owns is still being targeted by Marine and the world government. In addition, he is very strong and offers a real bounty. It's turned over many times. Anan was really unlucky. He only robbed the bad guys and the pirates of the gold. Originally, he didn't attract Marine's attention. Who knew that when he was returning home, he ran into Garp, who was just about to return to his hometown. He was obviously just a pirate who wanted to retire, and became famous in the last battle. The Marine headquarters and the world government did not act on him, and they were too busy to squeeze out the strength to deal with the big pirate. "What about your gold?" "All my gold is handed over to another person. I am now penniless." "You 10 it for nothing. I can't do business now." "I caught the pirate in East Blue, and you exchanged it with Marine for a bounty." Iwakura looked at the rogue friend, was silent for a few seconds, and asked, "When are you going to go out to sea again?" Well, I don't have the motivation to go to sea for the time being. I don't know what to do when I go to sea. I don't have a goal at all. I am not interested in gold anymore." Wu Nan smiled and said, "I have always been interested in it. Gold is the adventure experienced when going to sea. This process is the most precious treasure. Iwakura, accompany me on an adventure at sea." Didn't you say you are unmotivated? Looking at his friend, Iwara couldn't help roaring. Immotivated now? Haven't you been exercising? I know you have been waiting for this day, right? Wu Nan looked at this childhood friend with an eager light in his eyes. You guy. Let me clean up first. Before the Flying Pirates and the Roger Pirates started their battle, the South Blue Pirates in East Blue set sail again. Float on Sky Island. The Flying Pirates are preparing for the battle. They have to challenge the strongest pirates in the sea, the Roger Pirates. Shiki, the battle you started was too sloppy. John looked at Shiki excitedly and said, the size of the pirates' fleet is larger than that of Captain Rock's, but the hearts of the people are uneven. The few big pirates you recruited are obviously factors of insecurity. Jihahaha, those few are ambitious big pirates. This time I just use them as cannon fodder to contain the powerful combat power of the Roger Pirates. This era is too peaceful. Marine has concealed a lot of the news about the Battle of the Valley of Gods, which has caused people on the sea to think that we, the pirates, are all people with the name of Hollow. This time I want to start this war so that the whole world will understand what the real pirate is. John, the two real core members of World, is not much different from Shiki's status. Golden Lion Shiki also treats them as partners. As for those large pirates who temporarily recruited and succumbed to their strength, they were just his tools used to scare the sea. The world government has also made full preparations for this war. Even the news from various newspapers is about the Flying Pirates and Roger Pirates. Most of the forces in the sea have their eyes on this. In the war, this battle is different from the Battle of the Valley of Gods. It is a war under the eyes of the whole world. Countless careerists and investors are waiting for the outcome of this war. The entire fleet of the Flying Pirates set off, and the Roger Pirates on the other side were also preparing for battle. Headquarters of World Economic News Agency. Where is this place? Where did you bring me? Shiraha looked at this place wonderingly, as well as a group of hard-working guys. He followed the news bird all the way and quickly reached a location, but this location was a bit different from what he thought. President, someone is coming. Come and have a look alone. It should be here to negotiate terms. This time, we should focus on the battle between the two large pirate groups. This is a huge piece of news. In such a large-scale war, many people will die, and news about the dead will surely be sold. This is an opportunity for our newspaper to become famous. The president is an express mail sent by the world government. After reading the express, the president of the news agency looked ugly, and the world government asked him to relay the incident according to their ideas. In view of the face of such a big check, I must agree with the government. We report to the society to broadcast the actual situation under the guidance of the government. A cold light flashed, allowing everyone in the newspaper to see the bright sword light. Then, I saw the guy who was sending letters to the world government just now. His body broke in several segments and fell on the floor. Let's talk, how about it? Knowing what this place is, Shiraha killed a man with a sword, and finally let everyone here focus on him. How dare you kill the people in our newspaper? Exclamation mark. President, this man is a blood sword, a big pirate with a reputation in the sea. Hello. That person must have offended you just now. I'll get rid of him now. The president of the newspaper shouted, hurry up and get rid of the person just now. Remove him from the newspaper. Blood sword Shiraha. They must have heard of these news reporters, and the World Economic News Agency is a major newspaper that treasures all the big figures in the ocean. Do you have any requirements for coming here? The man asked. President, who is he? An employee pointed to the real person on the ground and said in shock, this person is not our employee. Of course he is not your employee. He is the CP0 of the world government. You see that there is still a gun on him. Shiraha smiled and walked to the corpse, took out a beautifully crafted gun from the corpse, and showed it to them. Look at the member of the newspaper. As soon as the president of the newspaper was about to get angry, he immediately thought of who this person was in front of him. He changed his tone and said, you just killed the world government. Can't afford it. Do you really know what you were doing just now? I'm a pirate. Isn't it normal for a pirate to do something against the world government? Shiraha shook his head, and said, no wonder you are not the largest newspaper in the sea. If you receive bribes from the world government, you will do what they say. The description is really ridiculous. Do you have a guy named Morgans in this place? Shiraha knows that this newspaper will be the world's largest and most famous newspaper in the future. One important reason is that the newspaper's president is called Morgans, who is the future news king. Morgans? Are you talking about the newcomer? The president of this newspaper called a strange creature over. The strangest thing was that this creature could still speak like a human. Are you Morgans? When the big man in front of him called himself again, the strange bird said excitedly, I am Morgans. The news about you is what I want to do. I can feel that the big news that will change the world in the future must be in yours. In you. You are a different person, and I have been following you. Everyone else in the newspaper sneered in their hearts. This newcomer really knows how to blow. Although the blood sword is very famous in the sea, there are still many more famous than the blood sword. Their newspapers have always had very little news about the blood sword, and they feel that this pirate has no news value. People like them think that this newcomer is blowing like this, and 80% want to make the big pirate in front of him have a better impression of it, so that it can climb higher. If this time the news were left to you, what would you do? Shiraha asked curiously. Although I also love money, I am a news reporter. What should be published in the newspaper is determined by the newspaper, not controlled by other forces. If I do it, I will definitely make this news public to the world. Morgans said enthusiastically. Okay, I see. From now on, you are the president of this news agency. My words are over. You are for. Who is against? Shiraha looked at everyone in this newspaper and finished speaking. I object. The president of this news agency was the first to object. Then there was no more. His head rolled down on the ground, making a sound, and the newspaper was silent. Too overbearing. Is this the big pirate? This day the newspaper changed its blood, and Morgans took the position of president. I will take you to broadcast this war live. Do you have the guts to go with me? Shiraha is officially ready to change people all over the world from faith and thinking. Newspapers are the way the world government controls people. He can also use this method to eliminate the prestige of the world government. It is an honor for Morgans to go with you. I would like to ask what the title of this live broadcast is called. Just let Golden Lion declare war on Roger. Shiraha looked forward to the upcoming change. The Rock's Remnants Challenge to the Overlord of the New Era is a good title, but he doesn't like it. End of this chapter. 190 The Battle of Wald broke out. Chapter 190 The Battle of Wald erupts. My lord, I still want to know how you found here. Our newspaper is not said to be the largest in the world, but it is also one of the best. It is quite concealed. Information about specific locations cannot be leaked. Moreover, our newspapers will move at any time for safety reasons. Morgans is really curious about this. This is related to the future of the newspaper. As the president, it must be responsible for the newspaper. Otherwise, if a powerful force targets them, the newspaper will suffer a devastating blow. The people in the CP agencies of the world government have mixed into your newspaper as employees. It's normal for me to find your newspaper. Shiraha looked at Morgans, who was anxious and didn't dare to ask, smiled and explained, I just gave it a try. I didn't expect to be taken to your newspaper. I was brought here by a news bird, probably the same kind as you, but I can't speak, and am not as big as you. Morgans widened his small eyes to the greatest extent, and he did not expect that the traitor appeared from the inside. Impossible. Newsbird will never betray the newspaper. Something must be wrong. I was indeed brought here by a news bird, but I said that I wanted to discuss business with your newspaper and do a big business, and it brought me back. I didn't expect the newspaper president to be a human being. Shiraha knows that there are many long-lived creatures in pirates, and this time he came to see the news king Morgans. The abnormal creatures like the News King generally live long lives. It turned out to be like this. Morgens sighed and explained. The news bird has only been put into use in recent years. This is also the condition for their humans to let me join the newspaper. These humans are really shameless than the other. I don't deserve to be a news reporter at all. I'm not talking about you, my lord. I'm talking about those human beings. Morgens explained. Afraid of misunderstanding. Operate this newspaper well and make this newspaper the best newspaper on the sea. Shiraha patted Morgens and said with a smile, I am very optimistic about you. The most important thing is that you must implement the principles of people-oriented and seeking truth from facts. Regard this as the purpose of the newspaper. The newspaper is also an interest organization, but remember that you can't divorce the people at all. And you can't deceive them with certain things. This time I participated in this war with the purpose of changing the world. I know that in this war, there will be many unsuspecting people who will have fear. What we have to do is not to make them more fearful, but to expose the other side of the world government, prove that I have this strength, and draw them a beautiful picture. Blueprint for the world. Let the civilians see hope, let them stand up by themselves and clean the world closely behind me. There is no real justice in the pirate world. What Shiraha has to do can only be said to be beneficial to the development of the world and in the interests of most people. My lord, you don't want to be the king of this world, do you? Morgens asked excitedly. King? I don't want to be a king. The last person who wanted to be a king was beaten to death. The next person who wanted to be a king was sent to labor camp. Shiraha shook his head and smiled. I'm just the leader of this world. To do what I want to do, it happens that the world government is blocking my way, and I want to clear the roadblocks, nothing more. Morgens didn't understand what an adult said, but he could hear the strong confidence in the words. I have that strength. Do I need to prove it? My lord, I believe you, but the world government can maintain Yaoyorosa's years of trust. It is not only the strongest shield and Marine 3 admiral, as well as the CP0 organization and the large number of Marines, but the unfathomable foundation. Morgens danced. He said, that is a huge organization composed of 20 kings, and even elite is in the hands of their master. You know a lot. Shiraha looked at Morgens and said in surprise, that's what I did, and I just guessed the 3 weapons that would destroy the world. Morgens said these words out of gratitude, but there are very few humans on the ocean that don't discriminate against aliens. From beginning to end, it didn't see a strange look in the adult's eyes. I know Charon's whereabouts, and it will soon fall into my hands. Shiraha knows that if the big destiny does not change, Roger will definitely get Charon's whereabouts in the end. As long as I have Charon, I have enough deterrence. It is not inferior to Elite's weapon. Oh, you know the whereabouts of Charon? Morgens nodded and suddenly said in surprise, my lord, you know where Charon is? This is a huge piece of news. If ... sir, I'll laugh. I'll report it if I'm gracious, and I will never tell you about it. Charon's news. I will let you release it at the right time, and it will definitely give you more shocking news. This news will be exposed sooner or later. Shiraha didn't intend to keep it secret. You should know the right time, I said. Master, I know. When adults get Charon, there will definitely be quite a lot of people following you with the appeal of adults and Charon. Morgens knew it was going to make a fortune, and knew that his newspaper would become famous all over the world. Take me to the battlefield. You must know where Shiki and Roger went to fight. Shiraha knows that it is the place where all parties converge, and that the relationship between the forces in that place is more complicated than that of the Valley of Gods. What he has to do is to kill all the forces that have nothing to do with the flying pirates and Roger pirates, and let those forces know what the end of fishing in troubled waters. My lord, Roger accepted the big pirate Golden Lion's invitation to fight. The final battle between the two sides should be in the waters of Edward Sea area. This is not the sea area where the War of Worlds started. What a fate. Some things really can't be changed, even if it is many years in advance. The outcome is still in the waters of Edwo. Maybe he shouldn't tell Shiki something. Obviously he was to help Shiki and change the fate of the original. Now it seems that some things should come or will come, and they can only succeed if they are prevented when they happen. Lead the way. Under Shira's helping hand, Morgans easily obtained the lifeblood of the newspaper with his superb skills, and decided to personally follow him to interview the two sides of the battle. Edward Waters. The squally winds and dark clouds on this sea area made the sea, which was already rainy and stormy, even more depressing. Jai ha 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 Roger, come to be my right-hand man, let us turn the world upside down together. I admire you very much. Golden Lion Shiki led a huge fleet to encircle Roger Golden Jackson layer by layer, and sent an invitation to Roger before the war. Roger, you have seen my current strength, join us, and conquer this sea with our strength. Roger stood on the Golden Jackson and looked at several familiar figures on the Shiki fleet. Some were leftover carters of rocks, and some were some of the more famous big pirates in the sea. The future One Piece laughed and looked at Golden Lion and shouted, I am not interested in rule, Golden Lion. I reject your proposal. Roger, you know what I'm talking about. What can you do with this uncle ruling the world? I just want to turn the world upside down and make the sea remember Lao Tzu. Golden Lion. Roger, do you know? If you follow my original destiny, I will be defeated by you in the waters of Edward. This is what the little bastard Shiraha predicted. Don't believe it. Golden Lion Shiki didn't believe it the first time I heard it, but after listening, I really believed it. The battle was very detailed, it was also such a weather, and it was also such a scene. The only difference is that his pirate group has not yet reached its peak. The Roger Pirates is at its peak. Although he has not known the whereabouts of the weapons that destroy the world, Roger is in the heyday of combat power, and there is no sign of illness. Even more powerful than the Valley of Gods. Of course, rocks are all defeated by our captain. This uncle will kill you today. Bucky shouted confidently. The Roger pirate group is known as the strongest pirate group in the sea. Roger himself was called the strongest pirate group in the sea after the whereabouts of Rox and Patrick were unknown. Okada in the Rox pirates group temporarily gathered a group of shrimp soldiers and crabs, and he dared to come to the Taunt Roger Pirates group. His uncle Bucky is going to be famous in the sea today. Bucky knew that Captain Roger was in good health, and he also heard what other pirates in the sea had said about their Roger Pirates. 3 words, strong and invincible. Shanks, you wait and follow me to see how I made Camus. Bucky patted Shanks, who was in high spirits behind him, and said in style, Jai ha ha ha, you deserve to be Roger. Your crew, the red-nosed kid, really dare to say it. Golden Lion Conqueror opened up and laughed wildly. Roger also fully opened Conqueror, and the two conquerors did not give way to each other, and were wrestling before the battle. Whose nose is red and big? I'm going to kill you. Bucky jumped up and yelled. Bucky can still maintain such vitality in this situation. It seems that our pirates will win this time, the young Crocus said with a smile. He is the ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, and he also knows that Roger has a disease, but this disease is far from enough to affect Roger's strength. In his judgment, Roger's condition is better than that of the Valley of the Gods. I originally planned to comfort Bucky so that he should not be afraid. It seems that I was superfluous, Shanks said while standing on the boat. Shanks, who are you afraid of? Our captain is the most powerful pirate in the sea. We also have Deputy Captain Rayleigh and this uncle. We won't lose no matter how we think about it. Bucky looked at the leisurely Shank. See, roared, it's you. The war is about to go. Can't you be more serious? I've always been serious. This battle is a test of my time. Shank's swordsmanship has become very strong, and it has inspired Conqueror's haki. His talent of Conqueror's haki has even been recognized by Roger. He learned Constrict from Conqueror the moment he was inspired. This is an unprecedented talent, and even no one else on Roger's ship has heard of anyone else with such a high level of talent in Conqueror. Roger had regarded Shanks as his future successor, and felt that Shanks could surpass him. Roger, that red-haired kid is your heir, right? He is wearing your straw hat. Golden Lion Shiki took back Conqueror's haki and noticed the shanks on the Golden Jackson. Well, ha ha ha, that kid is still far away. Shiki, I'm more interested in what you just said. What happened to Shiraha? Roger laughed and communicated with his opponent. There was no atmosphere of a fight between the two. Don't tell Lao Tzu, you didn't hear a word of what I said just now. Golden Lion Shiki said angrily. I heard. Shiraha informed you of your future destiny. You will be defeated by me in this place in the future. Roger asked strangely, why do you even challenge me when you know you will be defeated? Jihahaha, the reason for my failure in the future is not that I am inferior to you, but that I was defeated by a storm. The battle between us in the original destiny is still many years later. That battle is set for your defeat. But a sudden storm defeated me. I just lost everything from that moment, including you. I know that you have a disease that cannot be cured. As the disease worsens, your body will become worse and worse. Shiki stood on the leading ship, not afraid of the so-called fate, and spoke out these futures lightly. Really? I have no chance of winning because of a storm. It seems that the world also wants me to accomplish my goal. Roger accepted Shiki's words and said calmly, yes, I am a loser in that fate. But I'm not convinced. A mere storm. The fate of a mere shit wants to stop Lao Tzu. Dream. Roger, I'm going to war with you here. To fight with you in the heyday is to prove that Golden Lion can afford to lose even if I lose. It's not because of a storm. Come on, Roger. I know you won't be my right-hand man, so let's break it in advance. Roger saw Golden Lion Shiki's thoughts, smiled, and said, you really are a man who refuses to admit defeat. Do you not even want to take advantage of it? It seems that Shiraha can really predict the future. I should have left him on board at that time. I really regret it. Shiki, I recognize you. Let's have a real battle. Let's fight. Roger stood on the Golden Jackson and drew his sword. He will go all out for the battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 191 Shiraha arrives. Chapter 191 Shiraha arrives. Everyone in the Roger pirate group faced the huge fleet of the flying pirate group, and none of them flinched, including Bucky, the only person in the original book who was afraid of going to war, who also had a high fighting spirit. Bucky didn't believe that the invincible Captain Roger would be defeated by anyone. Rayleigh smiled calmly and said, Roger, this is a real pirate, we can't let him down. The last game was in the Valley of the Gods, but I didn't enjoy it. I couldn't fight with a Koku in his heyday. Let's fight with John, who is also called right and left hand with a Koku. Gaban held a double axe and stared at John on the Shiki boat, said. John, who was drinking a small wine, noticed Gaban's gaze on the opposite boat, and raised the small flask to the opponent and drank it. There was a pistol on his waist and a western sword beside him. Leave the one called world to me. Bullet took a step ahead of Rayleigh and determined his opponent. He didn't want to hit other people. He would also hit the world, which looked very powerful at first sight. Hearing Bullet's anxious words, Rayleigh knew he could only choose other opponents. That uncle will fight. Let's hit the guy who looks stronger. Bucky pointed at the pirate who was less than 1 meter tall and shouted, he will give it to this uncle later. Doubt it. Bucky, that man is a pirate with a bounty. Shanks reminded. What should I do? Bucky immediately reacted and shouted, my uncle will not be afraid, wait for him. Just leave it to me. I'm fine with you, just because I haven't chosen an opponent yet. Shanks, Bucky said, moved somewhat. He wouldn't be easily moved by the bastard Shanks, and the next fight would follow Shanks. Roger, wait a minute. Golden Lion Shiki was waiting for something. He looked into the distance. Shiki, are you waiting for others? Roger asked. Roger, I have been waiting for this day since I learned about the future. Do you know how many people are looking forward to the battle between our two large pirate groups? These people include me, and I must prove this to the world. I'm waiting for someone to come and record this battle. It belongs to my golden lion Shiki battle. It's great that Roger can meet you in this sea. Regardless of the future or the present, Golden Lion Shiki regards Roger as a friend of his old enemy, and the relationship between the two of them is far more complicated than outsiders thought. Shiki, people are here. Do I need to wait any longer? Roger's experience has noticed that Marine and the major forces are staring in the distance, and he has also heard the voice of the report, knowing that this battle will spread throughout the world. This may be the result the lion wants. Fire! Roger shouted in the direction of Golden Lion. Following Roger's order, the Golden Jackson fired under the control of others. Bang! The loud sound of the cannon resounded through the sea, and Golden Lion got the answer he wanted from Roger. People are coming. This is the best time to prove it. He is Golden Lion Shiki. This stage is the best stage. This battle of fate broke out ahead of schedule, and the silent sea was instantly bombarded by countless artillery fire, and no matter which side was thinking of fighting happily. This is a battle that will spread throughout the world. No matter which side wins, it will affect the situation on the sea. From the other side of the sea, a warship representing marine justice stays here, waiting for the outcome of that battlefield. The flag of this warship represents a marine admiral. Zephyr Marine is famous not to kill admiral. This time he came after receiving an order. It seems that the war has already started over there. The challenge the Rock's remnants launched to the Roger pirates is really an incredible battle. I didn't have the opportunity to participate in the Valley of Gods last time. This time, I have to let me miss it. After Zephyr separated from Shirahan Whitebeard, he received the order and rushed to this place quickly. Oh yeah, Zephyr-sensei, the Valley of Gods war is no joke. Two Marine Admiral are dead. Sengoku Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral are almost gone. It's terrible, Pelusalino asked. Can I not participate in this battle? No, Zephyr retorted bluntly. This time you must give me the participation. Your berry ability is very suitable for chasing and assisting from the side. Just listen to my orders. Except for the silver gun, there will be no monsters that attack so fast on the sea. Zephyr sensor people from the world government are here. Are we going to say hello to them? Pelusalino asked, pointing to the secret fleet representing the world government. Not far away, the hidden power of the world government. This time may be an incredible figure. 80% of CP0 has also come. Zephyr thought for a few seconds, then asked, do you think they saw us? Zephyr-sensei, if the people sent by the world government are blind, they should have not seen us. Pelusalino was not interested in the people sent by the world government and this mission, so he wanted to get off work quickly, and then went back to make a cup of tea and was shocked. Let's go over and take a look. As Marine Admiral, I can't ignore them, Zephyr said with a headache. He now knows why Garp doesn't want to be Marine Admiral, because when Marine Admiral is directly under the world government to serve Tenryubito, Marine Admiral is just like Tenryubito's bodyguard and the dog of the world government. Zephyr looked impatiently and took them to greet the people of the world government. When he was going to greet the people sent by the world government, a warship with a dog's head sailed here, very fast. Not only in that direction, but in other directions, various forces have also gathered. Most of them come to fish in troubled waters, and among them there are also existences with certain strength. The most lively newspapers are also the major newspapers. They came here one by one, trying to grab the first-hand information. Unfortunately, these newspapers did not dare to watch the battle and were unable to confirm the situation. They relied on imagination to write tomorrow's reports. Some distance away, Shiraha, who was coming to Mitsurugi, had already seen the specific situation through Norman's eyes. The flying pirates and Roger pirates had already fought, and he saw Shiki talking with Roger not long ago. It turns out that this bastard Shiki came here with such an idea. A man who refuses to admit defeat. It is better to say that he is an idiot who challenges an impossible destiny. In this situation on the court, no matter what you think of Shiki, you have no hope of winning. Even if the storm does not come, you may not be able to beat Roger in this period. Even if Roger's illness is present, this period is at most in the early stage, which does not affect the strength at all. On the contrary, Shiki has not yet grown to the peak period, and he does not think that the outcome of this battle will be suspenseful. Fate will not help Shiki win. Shirahara turned Norman's eyes to Morgan's, and said with a smile, "This thing of yours is quite useful. It's my honor to be able to help adults. I dare to guarantee that this baby is unique." Morgans took Norman's eyes and watched the battle in the distance, and couldn't help shouting, "If this is a live broadcast, it's absolutely incredible big news. I'm going to post it." End of this chapter. Chapter 192 of the main text starts the world live broadcast. Chapter 192 Open World Live. My lord, can we watch the battle up close? I can broadcast this battle to the whole world, and I can connect to the line of the world's live broadcast. Even if the world government is eyeing my newspaper, I can take the newspaper to escape. My lord. Morgans didn't get a response, turned his head and looked at Shirahara strangely, only to find that the adult was looking at a certain place, and the adult's eyes became very strange. My lord, what are you seeing? Obviously Norman's eyes are in my hand. Morgans held a specially made telescope that can freely adjust the perspective of near and far. In his mind, he wondered what the adult was thinking. A familiar and powerful breath is not far away, but I won't remember whose breath it is for a while. Shirahara noticed this breath and grinned and said, "Morgans, come and take a look." "Well, maybe an old friend of mine." Morgans froze for a moment, and said in shock, "My lord, is your friend?" "It's my honor to meet." While Morgans was stunned, Shirahara grabbed Mitsurugi directly and went to the place. He was going to see who it was with his own eyes. No one will be surprised if this incident is so big. It didn't take long before he came to the other side, and he saw a lot of boats at a glance, not only the pirate group, but all kinds of boats. How many people did this incident attract? "What the hell is the suit of that boat?" "Suit mob?" Shirahara asked casually, pointing to a boat. "The adults are really clever. You guessed it right, they are a group of thugs. They are the famous Jidao organization in West Blue." Bistam Morgans replied. "There are problems with ships in this place, right?" Shirahara asked with gloomy eyes. "My lord, you guessed right. These boats are 80% here to pick cheap ones." Morgans is very proficient in these ways, and knows that there will always be people in the sea who are not afraid of death and confidently believe that they can pick them up from the fight of the beasts. Some are cheaper. The boats in this place are full of fish and dragons, exuding a gloomy low pressure. Those people almost wrote the word bad on their faces, except for a certain silly Bashan who didn't figure out the situation. Shirahara asked, "What about other newspapers?" "Other newspapers stay in a safe area, generally not far from the marine warship." Morgans answered this common-sense question and said, "My lord, don't you go to meet that old friend?" "See, of course I'm going to see you. You can start the world live broadcast. This is a good time for news." And Morgans, "Are you human?" Hearing this, Morgans sweated coldly, and he explained, "I didn't mean to hide you from your lord. I do have a close relationship with Newsbird, and I have always maintained the form of a human bird. I really have troubles. I will never betray you. I only have one chance. You gave me this chance." Shirahara had a clear expression. He knew that Morgans was not a mutated Newsbird, nor a bird that ate the human fruit, but a human who ate the albatross berry. In the future, Morgans, as the News King, may also have a powerful force or figure behind it, but this time it is him. "Your form looks very pleasing to the eye. Let's start the world live broadcast." "Yes, my lord." After Morgans contacted the newspaper and operated it together, he was connected to the world's live broadcast. At this time, even Marine and the world government should not even think about affecting this live broadcast. No one is more professional than Morgans in this regard. Marine, pirate, king family from all over the world, or other forces have all seen the same scene. Marine headquarters. Kong was in the conference room, watching the live video projected by the phone worm and the people on the video. The man who had become Marshal Marine had a very ugly face, Bloodsword Shiraha, why is he in that place? The plan of the world government is still in progress. It's not time for you to appear now. Who on earth helped him connect to the World Live channel? Check it out for me. The Marshal can't close this live broadcast at all. We can only watch it. Hateful. The world government is more anxious than the Marine headquarters. This time they are also preparing to start the world live broadcast, but they did not expect to be given a step ahead by the Bloodsword Shiraha. This bastard is still alive and well. Next time I meet, I will twist my neck myself. A tall and burly man with tattoos looked at the man in the projection of the phone worm and grinned grinningly. The berry abilities in your body have been developed very well. This time the world government called you to have no past. Do you think it is a pity? In the dimly lit laboratory, a strange man busy said, this time several Shikibukai should have passed by. I have almost extracted the material on you. You can leave at any time. You promised to help me become stronger. I won't go to the Guy taunt until I don't have enough power. Guy looked at the man in the projection very nervously. He had a deep feeling for this man. Psychological shadow, not going this time is a good choice for him. However, most of the forces and people watched this live broadcast with the mentality of watching the excitement. Shiraha in the projection smiled, pointing to the sea and introducing herself. I, Shiraha, the Bloodsword, once one of the Rock's crew members, is now a somewhat famous pirate. I know you must be wondering why I am here. Why did you start this live broadcast? Shiraha paused, looked in front of him and said, Morgans. Please. Well, haha, I'm not welcome, my lord. My name is Morgans. I believe many of you have never heard of me, but many of you must have heard of the World Economic News Service. That's right. The newspaper is mine, and I am the president of that newspaper. Today, I will unveil the veil of the Battle of the Valley of Gods in front of the whole world. I will also broadcast live the exciting Retsu battle between the two large pirates. People from all over the world who watched the live broadcast were attracted by Morgan's words, especially about the Battle of the Valley of Gods. In the Battle of the Valley of Gods, 2 Marine Admiral in Marine headquarters died, and dozens of Tenryu Bito died. After Shira's simple sentence, it ignited a topic all over the world. Morgans watched the live broadcast more and more people. His mouth was almost crooked, and he sent it out. Is he crazy? Does he know what he's talking about? That's the news that the world government and Marine headquarters finally calmed down. Kong smashed the water glass in his hand and roared, the Bloodsword is going to smash the signs of Marine and the world government! Exclamation mark. As Shiraha explained in detail some internal news about the Valley of the Gods, these news also convinced some of the people who watched it. He also took out the corpse and head of Tenryu Bito that he kept, so that the horrified expressions and eyes of those pigs before death were shown on the live broadcast, which was completely impossible to fake. Tenryu Bito's recognition was too high, and the eyes of Tenryu Bito who died were too horrified, making the viewers across the live broadcast room feel their hairs erect. The country of flowers, Babao-Suikun Station. Hey, this is the Bloodsword Shiraha that you said you want to work with. It's crazy enough to put Tenryu Bito's body as an exhibition in front of the world. Haha, I like this guy. Konzai King Jiao touched the top of his head and laughed. Didn't you say that Silver Gun will also cooperate with us? The Silver Spear and the Bloodsword are together. Aren't they a pair? Are we going to continue to cooperate with them? They have messed up the world government and Marine. So what, isn't our Babao-Suikun the same way as Marine? I decided to cooperate with him. Pull it, you go down and arrange it. Jiza King Zhao stood against the crowd, and made this decision indiscriminately. He just received the news from the King of the Flower Kingdom and asked them to Suikun and Yin keep in touch with the gun and the Bloodsword. It seems that the King also wanted to find more ways, so he asked Green Zhao to keep in touch. Boss, I will. La said excitedly. The big pirate named Bloodsword should have helped Golden Lion Shiki in the past. This time we are cooperating with Bloodsword. In fact, we are cooperating with many big pirates in the Rocks era. The chief, Shall we go to help them now? Ra asked. I am afraid it will be too late for the past. Another Kada shook his head and said, in the past, even if it can't help, it will let Bloodsword see our sincerity and help further deepen our cooperation. Lapis Wades. Well, what you said is very reasonable, young ones. Let's go. Suikin Babao was dispatched with an order from the Green Pepper. 1. The one called Bloodsword is live streaming. Iwakura, I saw it. You were defeated by him and then took all the gold. I took the initiative to give him all the gold. That was defeated too. Anen, who wanted to retire, turned his retirement into a visit to relatives after his heart struggles, and he took the pirate group to go to sea again. For the bounty of more than 1 billion yuan in Wanan, Marine is offering so many rewards for the face of Garp and Jin. Shiraha recovered Tenryubito's body and smiled in front of audiences all over the world and said, I will auction these Tenryubito's corpses at the right time for your collection. He knew that Tenryubito's body would surely be sold at a high price. There is no shortage of lunatics in this world, and there is no shortage of rich people and rich people with special hobbies. I know that many of you have not seen it with your own eyes. So this time I will take you to witness with your own eyes how the world government and marine headquarters failed. Next is my performance time. Let's have some appetizers first. Snapped. World of Trees wall. People who were watching the World Live channel immediately noticed that their perspective shifted to the other side. In a certain area of the sea, a large number of trees grew up in the wind, forming a forest in an instant. Anyone with knowledge knows that this is Devilberry's power, and those who can activate this scale must be monsters. A large number of ships staying in that sea area were also taken up by trees and vines without responding to constrict. Soon a large number of ships were torn down, and the ships continued to send out miserable growl. It was just this misfortune. Growl lasted for a short time. It didn't take long for the people who wanted to fish in troubled waters in that area. Most of the people who wanted to fish in troubled waters died. If nothing happened, the remaining people could not escape the vine strangulation. Without ships, these people could be said to be living targets. Wago. A huge slash of astonishing power erupted from the tree world, abruptly punched out. A graceful, fair-skinned woman came out with a boat. My lord, your live broadcast seems to be imperfect, Morgans said, looking at the woman who rushed out. Shiraha was stunned. His attack was just to show the world a little bit of his strength, and to let those who want to fish in troubled waters know how many catties he has. He didn't expect that acquaintance would be her, Charlotte Linlin. It seems that Marine called Shikai Bukai over in this operation. My live broadcast is perfect. Take a closer look at who is the one who broke out just now. That's a big beauty. That big beauty looks a little familiar. That's not the current Shikai Bukai Charlotte Linlin, one of the former members of the Rocks Pirates. Charlotte Linlin, who broke out of the tree world, also saw Shiraha in midair, and her beautiful brows suddenly wrinkled. Linlin, do we want to say hello to Lord Shiraha? Longbread looked at these trees and vines and not only did not continue to embarrass them, but instead sent them out. He couldn't help but ask. I do not want. Charlotte Linlin burst her mouth, wondering why she was sulking, and thought for a while and said, I am Shikai Bukai now. I want to eat dessert. Hurry up and sail. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, who was going to other places, Shiraha temporarily handed over the World Live broadcast to Morgans, and rushed to it by himself. The appetizers were enough, and the next thing was the highlight. Ahem, we adults have something to do now. Men should all understand. Now let me introduce to you the big beauty who just broke out. Many people who watched this live broadcast understood that this was an opening ceremony. The opening ceremony alone made them look forward to what will happen next. The Flying Pirates, Roger Pirates, Marine, World Government, or the performance of the blood sword Shirahan Shikai Bukai Charlotte Middle. Linlin who appeared in the screen all show that this battle will give this battle more than the people in the Valley of the Gods. The world has brought earth-shaking changes. There is also what Shiraha said about the battle of the Valley of the Gods. The Marine headquarters and the world government really concealed the killing of Tenryu Bito. Not that Tenryu Bito in the Valley of the Gods was safely sent to the Holy Land Marie Joys. Too many of them are ready to move, killing so many Tenryu Bito, which means that Tenryu Bito will also die. According to the legend, Tenryu Bito, the descendant of the gods, would be slaughtered like pigs. The fear of the gods disappeared at once, and the spiritual shackles of the people who watched this live broadcast were loosened. End of this chapter. Chapter 193 of the main body of the Shock of the Countries of the World. Chapter 193 The Shock of the Countries of the World. Before Shiraha chased Charlotte Linlin, he once again activated the berry ability, using the cloud sword as the core to cover a layer of vegetation around it, which looked like spreading its wings from a distance. And Morgans was behind him with the whole world. Audience interaction. Hello everyone, our adults said that in addition to the exciting battle, Tenryu Bito's corpse will be auctioned after this incident. It can be auctioned by part or as a whole. The prices are different. First come first served! Exclamation mark. I want to see the big beauty just now. I want to see the little handsome guy just now. Who wants to see a big bird? Quickly replace it with the great pirate Shiraha, who wants Tenryu Bito's body. Isn't that asking for trouble? Many people who watched the live broadcast scolded their mothers all over the world, and most of them were not interested in this. But what these people didn't know was that they didn't have too strong fear of Tenryu Bito under the influence, just as they regarded Tenryu Bito as ordinary people. Normally, if such a major event happened, let alone a group of Tenryu Bito dying, the death of a Tenryu Bito would be a fall for ordinary civilians. Their minds are being liberated, and the prestige and image that the world government has established for Tenryu Bito gradually collapsed, but most civilians are watching the live broadcast with the idea of wanting Marine and the world government to win. And they can't get out of their imprisoned thoughts all at once. Morgans knew that he was going to post it. Just selling Tenryu Bito's corpse could make a lot of money. The money earned from selling Tenryu Bito was all grown-ups, but some of the money earned from news could always be used for him. There will be even more exciting news next. Our adults said, as long as your country supports us, you don't need to hand in the heavenly gold and get our asylum. I know that you may think that it is a different person, and that we will still squeeze you. I want to say that we adults have high-yield food. Supporting us will make the people of your country never go hungry. Nor will you be affected by Tenryu Bito. Squeeze. Let me introduce you potatoes, sweet potatoes. Among them, the output of sweet potatoes can reach. Not only the yield is high, the taste is quite good, but it is also easy to survive and has strong drought tolerance. We will distribute food to the country that first vowed to prove our own seed. Food is the most important thing for the people. The most important foundation of a country is the people. No country is indifferent to such benefits. Pirate world lacks high-yield crops. In addition to the chaos of the world, everyone is starved to death. There are a large number of countries. This is a live broadcast for the entire world, and many civilians will see it on the big screen. What do they think when they learn the news? After seeing those tragedies too much, Shiraha wants to do something good for the world. He learned it from Newgate and Rocks. This is the romance of men. Those countries also need proof to get high-yield food. He is ready to start with the country of flowers and let the countries of the world take the initiative to ask him for help. This news ignited the whole world, and civilians from various countries rushed to the palace, hoping that their king could cooperate with this pirate. They don't care whether they offend the world government. They only know that they can fill their stomachs and won't be starved to death again. Even if they cooperate with pirates, it is not impossible. Kingdom of Arabastan. Your Highness Cobra, don't run around. You are the future king of this country, You can't go to that place. A guard reminded nervously. Father, that kind of food. Our country needs that kind of food most. Cobra rushed into the palace recklessly and shouted. The king of this country looked at his son with a headache, and said, we are a member of the world government. If we surrender to the pirates, we have betrayed the world government. But we really need it. Cobra said unwillingly. You go down first. The king dismissed the others, leaving only the confidant of this generation of Berry, and said, go and see the pirate and see what he wants. If the food is really true as he told him, if he has the ability to protect us, then we will withdraw from the countries that join the world government. Surrender to that one. Let's watch it quietly first. Merlock and Mermaid are discriminated against in this world, right? Morgan's faced audiences all over the world, and his excitement was about to climax, shouting, you can enjoy our sanctuary unconditionally. As long as you hang the banner of our adults, we adults promise that in the future, let your Merlock live upright on the ground, and promise to protect your current Merlock Island. Whoever dares to harass the Merlock Island is to declare war with us adults. The Merlocks and mermaids in Pirate World are the most popular species. They are the most loved by those expensive families. The price has been high. Every year, a large number of slave traders and pirates entered the Merlock Island to catch those Merlocks. Even Marine will do this kind of thing. After all, it is an activity recognized by the world government. After Morgans said these words, he temporarily stopped the live broadcast, and asked anxiously, my lord, if we cover the Fisherman Island, we will offend the interests of some people. Doesn't this affect you? It just affects the interests of some animals. If there is a loss, there will be gains. Let those animals go as far as they can go. It's enough to get the support of Merlock Island. Slaves all over the world will have a sense of identification with him, and civilians will not dislike this kind of thing. As Shiraha said, it is only some animals who offend. Don't run so fast. Lin, it's me. Didn't we meet the last time? Shiraha looked at the pirate ship that was driving fast in front, and cried out in wonder, when did you become Shikibukai? You? Can you stop the boat first? Then, the speed of the ship in front seemed to become faster. Shiraha, I'm going to speed up next. You grab the vines and don't drop things. My lord, rest assured, this is my life. I won't get rid of the equipment even if I remove myself. Morgans was constricted by the vine along with the equipment. Whoops. Shiraha quickly narrowed the distance with the Charlotte Linland pirate ship. Merlock Island, located in a country with a population of about 5,010,000 meters above the sea surface, the very young Beheim shed tears of excitement as she watched the content of the live broadcast of the world. She has always hoped that the Merlocks can live in peace with mankind. She saw hope in that man. This time she must make Neptune change her mind, and she will do a big job. End of this chapter. Chapter 194 of the main text. The actors are in place. Chapter 194. The actor is in place. This time the walled battle was so sudden that even Shiraha was not ready, so he ran over by himself. It's just that this sudden battle is really a coincidence. The weather is as bad as in the original book. An idiot who insisted on his pirate beliefs challenged the king on the sea. He didn't stop Shiki from fighting with Roger. That is something a man must do with his own beliefs. If he stops, it is the same thing as a man chasing his dream and rushing to the sea. Shiki fights with unparalleled faith. Whether he is called an idiot or he is crazy, he is such a pirate who carries out his determination and conviction. How could Shiraha stop it? What he has to do is to prevent anyone else from interfering in this matter, such as Marine and the world government, as well as these people who fish in troubled waters. The walled naval battle that shocked the world in the original book, he is now a participant, temporarily gave up going to Sky Island to find Yang Liuoki and came here in the wrong time. He made the sea lively, causing the whole world to boil. Compared with countless people far away, the Battle of the Valley of Gods, which was modified by Marine and the world government, was even more influential. This war has spread throughout the world and is under the influence of Shiraha, so that the meaning of this battle has become completely different. Using the Tenryu Bito corpse collected at that time, facing the whole world for auction was the most powerful blow to the world government. People all over the world have doubted the world government after his troubles, and they are full of ideas about what he said about food. Murloc Island and the Kingdom of Arabastan are just two examples, and this era is about to riot. Father, look at it. Our brother-in-law is really amazing, Marco exclaimed excitedly. The small plane under him was also very happy to see the master on the projection. Cool, is there such a good grain seed? Can I get a batch of it from my hometown? But I don't know how much Shiraha has. Whitebeard said with interest. Father, there must be a lot of them, otherwise Shiraha wouldn't say that either. He really messed up the world government this time, Huadibai said with a smile. How long will it take us to reach? Tenshi asked nervously. Yeah, Xiabeiji. Can't your ship be driven faster? Aden shouted fiercely. I still want to fight for the big brother in the past. I really want to fight those strong. Captain, very powerful. Izang said excitedly. Father, if I fly over with the small plane now, I can still help the uncles in the past. Marco said. Forget it, in turn, just what you can do if you have the ability to do it. Don't make trouble in the past. Huadibai shook his head and said. You don't need to go, we can go together. Whitebeard drank a little wine and smiled. Shiraha is strong enough. Roger and Shiki will not fight to the end to make others cheaper. We go mainly to prevent others. But this time the noise is really big enough. This war must be famous all over the world. Kihahaha is more than world famous. Almost all the people who participated in this war will be recorded in history. Shiki, the pushy guy, made this idea. He wants to show himself in front of the world. Regardless of this war, its influence greatly surpassed that of the Valley of Gods. But if there was no battle for the Valley of Gods, the Flying Pirates' declaration of war on the Roger Pirates would not alarm the world. Those who want to fish in troubled waters do it for fame and profit. Some people want to gain benefits through this war, while others simply want to have fame. If they are lucky enough, they can be recorded together as a background board and become history. Uncle, is this the world live broadcast? That man named Shiraha is so cool. And if only we have that kind of food, a child said. Our place is much better than other places. I haven't heard that anyone will starve to death. Another child replied. Is it better? I will be such a cool pirate in the future, and be so famous to him. Today's fishing activity is over. Rox packed up the harvested fish and smiled. We should go back. Last time in the Valley of Gods, why didn't he think of such a good way? If he did this, even if he failed in the end, he would be sickened by the world government. Arsehole Dad, come and see, it's Shiraha, he is really amazing. Ojia stepped on the bicycle and said excitedly. What do you say he is doing? Shiraha-san should want to use this opportunity to shake the authority of the world government. Then did he succeed? Of course it succeeded. It seems that I also want to start mass production of civilian industries as soon as possible. Asia said, Ojia, I can't help that kind of big man. What I can do is to let more people live better days. Shiraha-san is declaring war on the world government. If he wins, he will definitely come to see you in the future. People are not rare. They are doing well now. He still owes me what he still owes me. Ojia raised her mouth and said, I have to grow up soon. He will definitely fall in love with others' pomegranate skirt. Next, people's mothers look so good looking. They will definitely look as good looking as their mothers in the future. If he doesn't come back to see someone, I will take the initiative to find him. Hey ho he. Ojia stepped on a bicycle and galloped along the streets of the small town. General-like laughter kept ringing. Okay, I knew. I think what he said seems to make sense. If that kind of high-yield food really exists, it will definitely affect the whole world. But I don't know where he got it from. Kuzan was riding a bicycle on the sea, said. Ake Ainu sat on the back of Kuzan's bike with a serious expression, nodded and said, that pirate has done a good thing. but he will also make the world turbulent. This is the same in this world. If his affairs are done, maybe this world will really be different. After Kuzan retired from Marine early, he became more lazy and returned to his nature. The more things he encounters in the ocean, the more he feels that his ability is insufficient. He and Ake Ainu have also killed the expensive family, but only changed to another expensive family that has become worse. Seeing those civilians being mutilated that time, Ake Ainu almost wiped out the king family of that country, causing their reward orders to get higher and higher. Kuzan, let's go see it too. What? Ake Ainu's words made Kuzan think he had heard it wrong. It's too late for us to go now? Kuzan asked. Let's clean up some other garbage, Ake Ainu said coldly. After understanding Ake Ainu's words, Kuzan pedaled his bicycle much faster, riding along with the ice. The two became a landscape on the sea. The world has been turned upside down from this moment on. This war made people all over the world know Shiraha, the Blood Sword, and the pirate who declared war on the world government. That little bastard is here too? Dare to declare war on the world government? Zephyr looked at Shiraha in the projection and shouted in shock with his mouth wide open. Oh yeah, Zephyr-sensei, the people of the world government are not far away. Your voice is quieter, Pelusalino asked very slowly. He didn't declare war on the world government either. His action is already the biggest declaration of war. This can strike the face of the world government more than a verbal declaration of war. It shows that he has not put the world government in his eyes at all. That's really arrogant. Pelusalino had lingering fears about the Blood Sword and Silver Spear Bear, and he didn't want to meet them at all. Zephyr, what do you think of that kid? Garp jumped on Zephyr's boat, and he also watched the live broadcast. Garp, what do you mean? Can I still have an idea about a pirate? Zephyr looked at Garp, who was eating senpai, and said seriously, I am Marine Admiral. However, what the kid said is estimated to make many people's hearts moved. If those food seeds are promoted, it will be of great benefit to the civilian population. Garp nodded, took out a piece of order and shredded it in front of Zephyr, and then said, the world government asks us to capture Shiraha as much as possible in this operation. Zephyr and Garp looked a little ugly at the same time. If the world government were to get Shiraha, the civilians would be killed by the master in the hands of those Tenryubitos, and more civilians would die in the oppression. The world government can take the seeds and let the civilians be squeezed willingly, and discard them when they are of no value. In the hearts of these two marine generals, the food seeds are better in the hands of Shiraha than in the hands of the world government. Zephyr-sensei, Garp Vice Admiral, we have to listen to the orders from above, don't we? We are here to assist the world government this time, not to be the main force. Ha ha ha, yeah, I'm here to catch Roger. Zephyr is handed over to you. Garp laughed and understood Pelusalino's words. Zephyr. Charlotte Linlin, what do you want to do? Shiraha chased the ship and took Morgans aboard a ship. His mission is almost over. Tenryubito's body has been booked by many people. He can go to Sky Island as long as he kills the people sent by the world government. But the fact that Charlotte Linlin became Shikibukai still puzzled him, so he came to ask. Mama Shiraha, you chased me, I am yours. Charlotte Linlin said with a shy expression. Shiraha was shocked. This situation made his brain cells not enough for a while. Wait a moment, why did you join Shikibukai? Because since I was separated from you on the ocean that day, I searched and searched, but did not find a crew member. Then the world government and Marine came over. I thought they were here to trouble me, so I gave them all packed up. Later, we sent a message to me, and sent more powerful people over to invite me to become Shikibukai, and then the Longbread said that when Shikibukai, you don't need 1010 to be chased by Marine, and you can find the crew at will. Later, I became a crew member, but I still didn't find a crew member. Charlotte Linlin explained what had happened to her, pointing to the long loaf on the boat, and said distressedly, she is a very small ship with 2 members on board. I still admire you, did you know that Guy Duo became Shikibukai just like you? Shiraha asked casually. He and Guy Duo are still a bit contradictory. When he was still on the Rock's ship, Guy was very upset with him, but he didn't happen because of his strength. He knew all of this. Guy has become Shikibukai too? Charlotte Linlin said with a shocked look. So you didn't know that Guy is also Shikibukai? So don't you know the other Shikibukai? Shiraha caught up with the purpose of inquiring about other Shikibukai. Who would think that Charlotte Linlin even Guy is Shikibukai? Do not know. It turns out that my dear brother has also become Shikibukai. Shouldn't Shikibukai be me? That group of Marines lied to me. How come there are so many people? Charlotte Linlin shouted with a deceived appearance. I want to take away their life span. There are 7 Shikibukai. More than one of you. Didn't you know who you are when you become Shikibukai? Shiraha looked at Charlotte Linlin with a bewildered look and said with a headache, then tell me, this time you came to receive news, right? Long loaf. What am I here for this time? Charlotte Linlin asked. Master Shiraha, Linlin was notified by the world government, but according to my observation, only Linlin should have come this time, and the other Shikibukai should have not come. Longbread said cautiously. Shiraha knows what happened. The Shikibukai system is just a newly established system. Those big pirates are better than the other. They just want to see the results of this time and let others pass first. Think of the future Shikibukai meeting, and only a few people can understand it. The Shikibukai before the Great Nautical Era were more proud of each other. If they wanted them to listen to the orders of the world government according to their identity, they did not exist. That is, Charlotte Linlin stupidly ran over Master Shiraha. I didn't think it through this time. I just thought about the size of the world government and Linlin's identity. I didn't expect other Shikibukai's ideas. As a person with a certain ability to advise, Longbread took the initiative to bear the fault this time. He knows that Linlin likes Shiraha, and he also knows that Linlin's plan to start the Universal Project was cancelled because of Shiraha. You will be afraid that the world government is inevitable. After all, if Linlin has that status and does not come, he will not give face. This time you can just fight soy sauce. Don't really do it. Just behave. End of this chapter. Chapter 195 of the main text slaughtered Shikibukai in front of the world. Chapter 195 killed Shikibukai in front of the world. But the world government said that they want me to participate in this battle. Isn't the long loaf like this? Charlotte Linlin asked. Linlin is right. We only came here after receiving the notice from the world government. Longbread Winston said while looking at Shira's wink while observing the state of Charlotte Linlin. I guess this action is because the world government wants to build prestige. Maybe they have the same idea as Lord Shiraha, but they didn't expect to be given a step ahead by you. When the long loaf came to the point, Shirahan nodded. He also had this guess in his heart. The world government must have some ideas about the battle between the flying pirates and the Roger pirates. 80% of them also want to let the audiences all over the world know that the world government is powerful and unfathomable through the world broadcast, so as to consolidate their rule. When the world government is not happy, Shiraha is happy. He rushed to live broadcast in front of others. Now the world government can't establish prestige, unless he is killed. The other Shikibukai should be coming except you. It's impossible that none of them will come except you. Shiraha thought for a while and found something strange. There should be a few Shikibukai who came to the battlefield and mixed in, watching the changes. It's excusable for Master Shiraha to suspect, but I really didn't notice a pirate with such an identity. Longbread pointed to the center of the battlefield and asked, Master Shiraha wants to go to Helping Hand Shiki's armor. The battle will be handed over to Shiki first. You'll see who the world government has sent. Shiraha said with a smile. Morgans is ready to broadcast it. I'll show you what crushes everything. This once I must let the world government lose the last bit of prestige in front of the world. Okay, my lord, I am also looking forward to the adults being able to show Kamui, This time I will post. Morgans has already thought about how popular his newspaper society is after this incident is over. Even if it is the world government, it can't stop him from making money. Mama, what kind of creature is this? I have never seen it before. Is this a new species? It is really rare to speak, and it doesn't look like a furry family. Although Charlotte Linlin has no idea of building a world, she still has great interest in rare species in the world. This is a human who ate zone devilberry. Not another species you imagined, Shiraha explained. I am really not a strange creature, as the adults said. I am a human being, but I have almost given up my identity as a human being. If I hadn't been given to foresight by the adults, I might not even remember that I am a human being. Morgan C. said to Shikibukai, neither humble nor arrogant. It turns out that it is a human who ate devilberry, not a rare species. Charlotte Linlin said disappointedly. Mama Longbread, I'm hungry. I want dessert. Linlin, I'll do it now. The long loaf rushed to the kitchen and started his own work. I'm going one step ahead, and I'll talk next time. Shiraha said hello, and flew to other places with Morgans. Don't have a dessert before leaving? Charlotte Linlin looked at Shiraha, who was leaving in a hurry, and shouted from behind. No, I'm in a hurry. If he is free, Shiraha doesn't mind chatting with Charlotte Linlin. He really has a lot of things now. Yang Liuki's whereabouts are unknown, and it's not sure if he is on Sky Island. Crocodile never heard the news from a certain day. I don't know if it's hidden. I don't know where it is on the ocean. Shiraha can only look forward to this incident. It was big enough for Crocodile to come to him when he got the news. The rest of the crew were on the Whitebeard pirate ship, and he didn't even have a good boat. There is no shortage of wood and gold. What is lacking is the technology and craftsmanship of shipbuilding. My lord, don't you want to stop the war? Morgans asked. I'm here to ensure the safety of some people. It's still early. Shiraha knew that the battle had just started and it hadn't reached the white-hot stage. Even the world government and marine did not enter the stadium. The big storm, there was no movement either, which meant that the Flying Pirates group would not have much to do for the time being. Morgans didn't say any more. He knew that the adults had their own ideas, and he was also looking forward to the strength of the adults and how much money he could make this time. If several heavyweights were killed in this war, he would make a fortune. Newspapers will also become famous for this. The dead are the topic, and wars that can kill big people will become big news for all newspapers to make money. In the quiet atmosphere, they went to look for Marines' warships. During this period, Morgans also opened several world live broadcasts, this time allowing more viewers to witness the strength of the big pirate. Shiraha smoothly cleaned up a group of guys, and finally met two guys who were a little difficult to deal with. On the sea, in a ruin, two people survived, standing on a floating object staring murderously at Shiraha. All the people they brought died, none of them were saved, and all of them were killed in the hands of that terrible man. Their deaths were miserable. Even the two of them barely survived in the tree world. My lord, these are two Shikibukai. Their heights and appearances are the same as those on the wanted list, but I don't know the physical ability of item. Seeing these two people at sea, Morgans recognized them and said nonchalantly, audiences, let me next introduce grandly who are the two standing in front of you. Who are they? They are the famous Shikibukai. They are the big pirates recognized by the world government and marine. My lord, we are going to show you your true strength, and we will use these two Shikibukai. Shiraha looked at the two people still alive at sea and smiled. It turns out that not all Shikibukai are of the level and potential of Charlotte Linlin and Guy. The two pirates in front of him can only be said to be good. Compared to the original leader of the Fire Demon pirate group, it was much stronger, but that was all. One of the two Shikibukai is 4 meters tall and looks like a bamboo pole with a gloomy face. The other Shikibukai is fat like a Maitreya Buddha, with his eyes narrowed, and his body still exudes killing and a strong smell of blood. Let's just say, Shikibukai will definitely come. Maybe there are Shikibukai watching movies in other places. I don't want to find other Shikibukai because I don't want to go to the other Shikibukai. the filter must be added, the viewing angle must be good, and the live broadcast must be transferred to me. After Morgens heard it, he acted together. He was unshakable among his peers. This time, the most topical and hot topics were in his hands. At most, those peers ate ashes behind him. My lord, all right, this place is too dangerous. I'll hide away a little bit. Seeing the world live broadcast once again started, the eyes of the whole world began to gather here again. Marine headquarters and the world government were all going crazy, and they couldn't be turned off no matter how they turned it off. However, if they started the world live broadcast now, they would not get any benefit. The heat and the topic are all on Shiraha. They can't grab them, not to mention that there are a large number of female audiences. The flying pirates and Roger pirates were fighting in full swing. They didn't dare to go by now. It would be no joke if they were besieged by the two large pirates. Oh yeah, Zephyr-sensei, he started live broadcast again. This time it seems to be against Shikibukai. This little bastard is really good at playing. The world government should be mad. Zephyr was very happy. He hoped that Shiraha would kill the two Shikibukai. He didn't recognize the Shikibukai system. Will he still use that trick this time? Chiyuan looked at Porusalino and said, if it was the last trick, the two Shikibukai would be killed on the spot. It's the sword move. The remaining sword move power in the Valley of Gods makes that area a restricted area, Garp said while eating the senpai. It's not that trick. It's a new trick he created with Devil Berry. His development of that berry is likely to surpass that CP0. Zephyr has seen that trick and knows how powerful it is. Will he use that trick this time? I really hope he can use it. It's pretty handsome. The little girl Chiyuan said excitedly. It's terrible, Zephyr-sensei. Garp Vice Admiral, can I go back to Marine headquarters? Pelusalino asked, looking at the watch on his arm. Cannot. Looking at Zephyr and Garp, who were roaring at the same time, Pelusalino was stunned. He raised his hands and said trivially, can you let me deal with other people? You will follow me to hunt Roger when the time comes, Garp said. Pelusalino breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, several people watched the live broadcast intently. They were also very interested in the live broadcast. They were a little addicted to watch and wanted to know what Shiraha would do next. In the live screen, Shiraha stepped on the flying sword and stopped in midair, looking down at the two Shikibukai on the sea condescendingly, crushing them from the aura alone. At this time, he is like representing the side of love and justice, making the final judgment on the evil villain. Looking at Shiraha's playful expressions, the two living Shikibukai on the sea were angry. It was the first time that they were so disregarded, as if they were treated as clowns. Bloodsword Shiraha, you used to be just a small carder with a bounty of no more than 100 million in Rock's hands. Only when you were lucky enough to survive the Battle of the Valley of Gods did you raise the bounty to 1 billion. Do you think you are really strong? Let me tear you apart. Shikibukai, who was 4 meters tall and was skinny from a bamboo pole, shouted angrily. There are so many weird things in Pirate World. The two people in front of Shiraha reminded Shiraha of a funny combination, and the two guys are actually Shikibukai respectively. He perceives the strength of these two Shikibukai's breaths through the breath of life. Compared with Admiral and the top pirates, the breath does not represent all, but it can also reflect that the two pirates are far from him. He seems to be really confident. Is he really much stronger than us? Does he have the strength to crush us? Ulf the Blood Monk noticed something wrong, and asked. The Shikibukai around him unkindly said, Chax, the famous blood sword seems to want to kill us in front of the whole world to prove himself. Do you want to join hands to kill him? Can. Evil Wolf Chax nodded and agreed. He was not completely brainless. Two people alive on the sea already showed the power of this blood sword. If they didn't join hands, they might all die here. Zone Devil Berry capable person. Shiraha looked at Chax, who had activated his abilities and his aura became much stronger, and acted as a host. Dear audience, let me introduce you to Shikibukai X. It seems to be a zone ability person. The so-called ability is the group of guys who have eaten the secret treasure of the sea. Seeing his ferocious eyes, It's like eating people, it's really scary. Shiraha watched the two people gaining momentum and was not going to interrupt them. It must be to stir up the atmosphere to a climax to bring even greater shock to the audience watching the live broadcast. Blood Monk Ulf's complexion immediately turned ugly, and anyone who looked down upon him would be unbearable. Not to mention that these pirates were all spirited big pirates before they became Shikibukai. Jax, let's go. Good. The two rushed over with anger and killing intent at a speed hard to see with the naked eye, and they arrived near Shiraha almost instantly. You ruined my live broadcast. The bloodthirsty red glow in Shiraha's eyes flashed past, and his eyes became scarlet in an instant. He wanted the audience to see a live broadcast of a performance. But obviously the two guys in front of him wouldn't let him do that. The Shikibukai of Zoneberry came to him faster than the elf who left a miracle eye. Shiraha chuckled when the paw was getting closer. A cold light flashed, and the sword had returned to its place. The breeze blew over his smiling face, and the Shikibukai stood behind Shiraha looking at the claws that were perfectly cut in his hand, and a chill suddenly rose behind him. He used armament haki just now, but he has developed berry to the level of awakening, which is much stronger than the average zone ability. No wonder he didn't have the feeling of catching the entity just now. It turned out that his claws were gone. My audience friends, I just cut the dirty claws for him. As a reward, this Shikibukai has to give me some benefits. As soon as Shiraha's voice fell, Jax, the wicked wolf, hurriedly fled to the distance. When escaping, he found that another Shikibukai had already fled to the distance. Woo! He wanted to roar, but found that his vision became very strange. The surrounding scenes turned around. One could see Aria sky and the sea surface. He immediately panicked, but his thoughts had stagnated. The reward turned out to be my life. End of this chapter. Chapter 196 of the main text. Shiraha is about to be beaten by a group. Chapter 196. Shiraha is about to be beaten by a group. This Shikibukai hiccups before he can show himself on the world stage. If he hadn't lost the intent to fight so early, and just wanted to run away, he might live a little longer. Audiences all over the world who watched the live broadcast saw this scene. This is a delightful live broadcast. It didn't make the audience feel too bloody, but it made the audience feel Shiraha's powerful and handsome figure in the live broadcast, which attracted a large number of excited female audiences. The male audience also yearned for the flying swordsman. A Shikibukai just died like this. Marine and the world government are really wasteful. It seems that I should consider whether to join the franchise. A king of the Great Sea Route said coldly. That guy is really strong, plus that body. I really want to study. Is there really any existence in this world that will not die? If there is, it would be terrifying enough. Vegapunk looked at Shiraha in the live broadcast, and smiled strangely. If the world government knows, that adult will be very interested in him, right? How just kill one rubbish. I can easily do it. Those two rubbish don't deserve to be compared with me. Guy looked down on the others in Shikibukai, including Charlotte Linlin, and thought that was a crazy woman in his heart. Don't you watch the next live broadcast? Vegapunk asked, looking at Guy Duo in the observation room. It's boring. I played home with a group of little guys. It seems that I looked up at that guy. After Guy said more, he fell into a deep sleep. This is his unique way to become stronger. World Live was closed by Vegapunk. Ayahaha, these things done by the world government are really interesting. And what is the relationship between Arabastam, Fishman Island and the Lord on the throne? And where should this world go? Perhaps what awaits everyone is hell and despair. This is a hopeless world. I don't see a trace of possibility at all. This world is the biggest lie. Vegapunk, who was shrouded in the shadow, said slowly in the most desperate and chilling tone. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, as if someone searching for the truth encountered something that subverted the worldview. A world that has no hope. Do you want to save it too? Blood Sword Shiraha, even if you can overthrow the world government, waiting for the sea will be boundless despair. Despair. Ayahaha. Maybe I guessed wrong. or maybe I got it wrong. Ultimate in the front is crazy, and behind it becomes calm. Vegapunk is like a schizophrenic patient. It may be nonsense, or it may be telling the horrible truth behind it. Those who watch the live broadcast can understand that the sky is about to change with a little bit of brain. The last time the Valley of Gods battle, the world government seems to be hiding something. Garp said casually while eating senpai. Garp, isn't your head broken? Zephyr pointed to someone sent by the world government in the distance and asked. I just said casually. It was obviously our marine did a lot of effort last time. As a result, people from behind the world government kicked our marine aside and completely blocked the Valley of Gods to prevent us marine from entering. Who did you listen to? Juru said. Seeing the careless Garp, Zephyr went silent. He knew that Garp was suspicious of some secret in the Valley of the Gods, and the world government had even cleared their marines in order to cover up this secret. The last time rocks attacked the Valley of Gods was definitely not that simple. There must be a deeper meaning. But rocks had been defeated, and even if they wanted to know all of this, marines couldn't know. The things that the world government is hiding from them about marine are not a little bit just those things that are done honestly. There are many things that make marine feel sick. That's why Garp didn't work as marine admiral. As one of D's family, Garp can be so free in marine. In addition to his own strong strength, there is also Kong who is optimistic about him. Oh yeah, I seem to have heard some terrible secret. I didn't hear anything. It's terrible, Pelusalino said trivially. Are we just looking at it? Kyuan asked Zephyr and Garp who were leaving. I'm going to go. I'm not going. Pelusalino touched his watch and smiled crookedly. They are all gone, and I, a new marine from marine, won't go there to join in the fun. Kyuan raised her middle finger. She hated Pelusalino's character. As Crane's younger sister, she didn't rely on relationships and walk through the back door to get in. Then I will go check it out, and you can stay here slowly. These two Shikibukai are indeed unlucky. Although all Shikibukai have been notified by the world government, not all Shikibukai have come, and even the Shikibukai who have come are hidden in it and watched for changes. As a result, I met Shiraha, who was cleaning up the garbage all the way around, and was finally forced to come out abruptly. All the people brought by his men died here. Why is this madman chasing me? The blood monk Ulf felt the breath of the wicked wolf disappear with his sight, hearing, and seeing. His soul was about to be frightened away when he looked back. The killer came with a sword to catch up. Can't escape. Damn it. Just now the bad wolf was killed instantly, which made this Shikibukai understand that if he escaped, he would die faster. Heartbroken, I decided to go with him. It's not that easy to kill me. As soon as the voice fell, Ulf overflowed with a lot of blood-red evil spirits, fused with armament, and the whole person looked like a fat Buddha bathed in blood. I'm not at the level of a wolf. Die. Blood palm. Armament was stained blood red and condensed on Ulf's palm. A palm slapped the past. A palm print of dozens of feet came oncoming with astonishing power. It's not too bad for anyone who can become Shikibukai, and Marine won't let waste become Shikibukai. Combining evil spirits with armament makes him a character in the ocean. With a blast of swords, the Yunxiao sword violently smashed the huge blood palm. Boom, fist to palm. Shiraha blocked the rushing Ulf. Suddenly, countless chi waves spread turbulently in all directions centered on the two. Sickness into the body. You must die. Seeing Shiraha who ate himself a palm, Ulf laughed, not smiling for a few seconds. Puff. Ulf sprayed a lot of blood from his mouth. His eyes suddenly panicked. The next second, Shiraha laughed, his eyes turned scarlet, and blood-red Conqueror's haki gushed out, shocking all creatures. Afterwards, blood-red Conqueror's haki constrict was on the fist. In the horrified eyes of the Shikibukai in front of him, he was hammered at him. Just when he thought he was about to die, an accident happened. Boom. This time fist to fist. The burst of air and power greatly surpassed the previous one. And the two are the difference between the sky and the earth. Garp, why are you? Shirahar looked at the familiar guy in front of him suspiciously. He almost killed the Shikibukai just now. Why are you stopping me? Are you Marine also protecting the pirates? You kid can speak well. I've heard Zephyr say it a long time ago. Garp clenched his fists and shouted, I can't let you go on. The sea will become more chaotic because of this. Armament coverage. The substantial armament covers Garp's pair of iron fists, like a pair of black gloves. Oh, you saved that guy just now? Shirahar ignored Garp, staring coldly at people not far away. The CP0, who was wrapped in white clothes, looked at him with a facial expression, without saying a word, and not far away was a terrified Shikibukai Ulf standing. But another man in a black coat smiled and asked, you just killed Kurakawa's bloodsword. His berry heard that it was on your body, and that was a good berry. In addition to these two people who need attention, there is also a man full of cold air that also needs attention. It seems that he is not the same with the other two. It should be a certain Shikibukai. But for some reason, this person looked familiar. Which one of you just activated Berry's ability to snatch my prey? Shirahar directly ignored the black man's question and asked again. His face was completely gloomy, and he didn't expect so many people to come. And the person who used Berry's ability to rescue Ulf under his nose just now must be one of those three. Shirahar, justice will punish you this time. Even Rock cannot win under the siege of so many powerful people. You have no chance to win. Zephyr shouted. Zephyr, meet again. Can't you not interrupt what I said? Shirahar looked at these people in front of him and said with a smile, Morgans is going to run away, and then I won't care about you. At this time, the phone worm on his body suddenly rang, and an anxious voice came out. My lord, I have escaped to safety. Now the whole world is watching the live broadcast. The phone worm on the grown-up can connect to the World Live channel. Suddenly, the two CP0s on the scene focused on the phone worm on Shirahar. When Shirahar and the two Shikibukai were about to start, Morgans used his method to run far away. You don't want to besiege me in front of an audience from all over the world? Shirahar faced a total of 6 strong men. Among them were monsters like Garp, and the last one was at the level of Shikibukai like Ulf just now. The two CP0s looked at each other, and after hesitating for a few seconds, they attacked together. When Garp saw this, he couldn't slack off anymore, clenched his fists, and the terrifying armament spread out, hammering Shirahar in front of him. Shaving was activated, and Shirahar disappeared instantly. Whoop. The Yunxiao sword also flew back to his hand, and Garp's fist was right in front of his eyes. The pervert marine monster not only started the shave at the moment he started the shave, but also predicted the position. Sulfuric acid. The Yunxiao sword in Shirah's hand blocked Garp's fist, and the terrifying countershock force was transmitted to the body through the sword, agitating the blood in the body. Countless airwaves were generated again, and two CP0s followed in the future, one from the left and the other outflanked, but they were stopped. The person who stopped them was Marine Admiral Zephyr, and the two CP0 obviously didn't understand Zephyr's actions. The man in black asked coldly, Admiral Zephyr, what do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Zephyr said coldly, we are now in the eyes of audiences all over the world. Your behavior will make the world government look bad. Do you still need to pay attention to a near-known fair play against pirates? Admiral Zephyr, figure out your position. You are Marine, not a pirate. The black man immediately changed his face and said with a smile, maybe Zephyr Admiral has something to do with that pirate. Don't give me a bloody blow. Since you don't care, we Marines still care. Let the two besiege in front of the whole world, and see what those audiences think. Zephyr knows that Shirah's popularity has reached a very high level after the previous live broadcast. They went to besiege Shirah this time, instead of defeating Shirah near known. They were afraid that the whole world would think that Marine and the world government were incompetent and could only defeat the big pirates by besieging and attacking. Then don't get in the way, the black man sneered. The two CP0s besieged together again. Zephyr stood there and didn't move. He didn't want to participate in this siege. Nor did he think Shiraha could win. Those two CP0s were very strong. You saved me just now? Ulf slowed down and saw the cold man in front of him. The same is Shikibukai. This man is much stronger than him. Ying Rovko, the most terrifying killer on the sea, is also born in a famous killer family. The first time he became famous was 2 years ago when he killed his entire killer organization. This ghostly man who exudes a cold breath looked at Shiraha for a long time with a complicated look. He disappeared and withdrew from this battlefield. Did you forget me? Ulf looked at Rovko, who had disappeared out of thin air, with horror in his eyes. He didn't even notice the slightest breath. Is there such a big gap between the same Shikibukai? Also, he seemed to have heard something just now. Was it his illusion? Boom. Conqueror Constrict collides with Armament Constrict. Sword and fist battle. As for the invisible CP0, countless strips of cloth came out of the white coat, covered with powerful armament, constantly harassing Shiraha, and cutting off all the vines that wanted to entangle him. Another man in black is agile, and his figure is erratic. It is far more difficult than the technique of painting on paper. It seems to be a kind of variability. Under the harassment of the two men, Shiraha was knocked off again by Garp. Then, the two strong men with a faceless face also attacked him one after another. If it's an Eonone, with his Conqueror Constrict's strength and a body that is not what it used to be, it is impossible to be beaten up. But the current situation is 3 known, which is the opposite of his single tune against others in the past. Shameless. End of this chapter. Chapter 197 of the main body of the Buddha reappears Kamyu. Chapter 197 The top of the Buddha reappears Kamyu. Shiraha looked at the 3 people who besieged him and Zephyr not far away watching the battle, as well as Ulf with a lingering expression and the strong man who was missing. He knew in his heart. This time he was careless. So there will be so many strong people present. Shouldn't Marine and the world government come here to pick up the leaks? This kind of formation is very strong, and 80% of it is the pirate group that was severely injured holding to Anmi. In the original work, it was probably the storm that made Roger the pirate group escaped from Marine. Roger is the man who took the protagonist template. Shiraha, when I was in the Valley of the Gods, I can be sure that as long as you are personally injured, you can't survive, but you just survived and almost killed Sengoku. You may be immortal by some means, allowing you to survive time and time again. It is either Berry's ability or innate ability. Marine and the government are already suspecting that your body must be different from ordinary people. Garp stared at the person in front of him solemnly, and shouted, "What you do this time will cause a mess, do you know?" Hey, I've been broadcasting for so long, and you guys just came here. Don't tell me you have been watching the show just now? Shiraha used Constrict's fist against Conqueror's haki to block Garp's indestructible fist, and laughed playfully. Have you been looking forward to it? Garp Vice Admiral, why not Admiral with your level and reputation? You can't be Marine Admiral, or are there any compelling reasons not to be Marine Admiral? Boom. Garp seemed to have been touched to the bottom line. His fists were faster and more fierce. Layers of fierce intangible energy was transmitted into Shiraha's body through his fists, destroying the internal organs. This is the destructive power that armament can only have until ultimate. You two flies are really troublesome. My fight with Garp shouldn't be interrupted by flies. Valley of Gods, I haven't repaid my vengeance for being attacked by Lao Tzu. Shiraha withdrew the sword of the sky. No difference. The cut towards the 3. The invincible sword energy swept everything. Armament's advanced use, emission is very strong, coupled with this unparalleled weapon in the pirate world. Its power can be described as earth-shattering. Before the sword arrives, the breath comes first. Emission haki, the strong sword spirit outside. This move is full of power. But the opponents are all the best in the sea. Regardless of his direct rigidity, Garp merged with armament Haki's fist, and all his strength exploded in an instant. Punch out. Suddenly, the wind was surging, and the entire sea area rang out like a thunderous roar, just like a precursor to a storm. Garp's punch affected the celestial phenomenon nearby. Following that punch, it started to rain in Arya sky. Responding to the roar just now, one punch exploded most of the sword energy. Frontally. Call out. Shaving started, and Garp rushed over like a blessed cannonball. Another punch. The invisible CP0 also used countless white cloth strips attached to armament Haki. This time he did not use similar tricks like Shiraha Vine Constrict and Interference, but twisted all the cloth strips into a rope, like a spear thorn. Came out. Under armament's rendering, the rope turned into a black long snake and rushed towards the prey. The angle is tricky and ruthless, and the man in black is also in a ghostly figure, changing his shape and slashing the remaining sword energy, easily resisting the remaining power. Then, the palm of the hand bends. The claws are like knives, and black as iron, as if an eagle claw appeared in the air, tearing the air and attacking the opponent. The three besieged Shiraha at the same time, using their own methods. This kind of situation, this kind of scene is more dangerous than the situation where Rox was besieged. That time Rox had their own ghosts and came from two camps, so it can be said that they restrained each other. This time he faced it was also from the two camps, Marine headquarters and the world government. But they don't worry that their people will stabbing a knife in the back. Even if the world government sees Garp's opinion, they dare not act in front of Garp in front of the whole world. So these three people attacked with all their might. In addition to Devilberry's abilities, this was the pinnacle blow of these three people. In particular, Garp had gained momentum from the first punch, and this second punch shattered the surrounding space with only armament and his body. Is this your strongest blow? Shiraha blocked Garp's fist with a sword in front of him, but his body made a click. Garp, your fist is the most brutal fist I have ever seen. In this respect, I would like to call your fist the strongest. Shiraha gritted his teeth as he said. Blood flowed freely around his mouth, lifting his sword to Arya sky to unload his strength. And the result was that the power penetrated 10,000 meters in the sky, forming a fist-like hole, and the light shone from outside the hole, illuminated this dark area. The attacks of the other two simultaneously broke through the shield in front of Shiraha and landed on him. This vine armor shield formed by Berry's ability is extremely defensive, but it can't stop the two powerful beings in front of him, not to mention that he is now restrained by Garp, and a large part of his power is dispersed. After breaking through the defense, the black snake that was turned into a strip of cloth went straight to the heart, with the purpose of giving Shiraha a chill. The cold light flashed, and countless sword lights appeared at once. A sword cut off the black snake. Countless white cloth strips were scattered in the air and fell towards the sea. And the CP0 was immediately forced back by the undefeatable sword light. And during this period the clothes on his body also became tattered, like a vagrant begging on the street. Several superficial scars ooze blood, dye the clothes red, and blood also emerges from the forehead. The CP0 nervously touched his face and found that he did not show his face. This was a sigh of relief. The black-clothed man who followed him also touched Shira's shoulder, and his claws dig into the flesh. Perceiving that he had broken through his opponent's defense, the black-clothed man smiled excitedly. When he looked up, he saw the opponent who was also smiling. This made him feel cold, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Retreat quickly, his target is you. Garp yelled. He was ready for the third punch and wanted to save the man in black. He didn't know what Shira's idea was, nor could he see Shira's idea. The only thing he can see is that even he has not been able to break through the opponent's now powerful physical body. With those two, they are also worthy. The black-clothed man was about to withdraw his hand and retreat, but found that he couldn't get his hand out. Shiraha grinned and tightened the muscles of his body. Armament and the powerful vitality in his body stuck that hand tightly. Brush. A blood-red light flashed from the man in black. The Yunxiao sword was covered with blood-red conqueror, dyeing the sword completely red. This is a blood-red sword. Blood sword Shiraha! Exclamation mark. He wants a sword to seal his throat! Exclamation mark. The black-clothed man who sensed the sense of crisis broke his arm directly, and after he got out of control, he activated the berry ability. The positions of Garp and the man in black changed all of a sudden. This is his berry ability. Paramecia alternates with berry. It can transfer people who don't have a sense of resistance, people who are weaker than him, and can switch positions with others when they agree. In the face of a mortal blow, he can trade other people nearby for his own survival, and he can also cooperate with his partner to make an undefeatable attack. In the past, when performing tasks, many strong men were defeated by the cooperation of the two of them. The teammates have a variety of tricks, are good at constrict opponents, and are extremely aggressive, and he has a ghostly body, and armament has also practiced to a very high level. In the battle, you can change the position of yourself and your teammates at any time, which makes them stand out from CP0. It's a pity that they met the wrong opponent. This opponent gave them different opponents they had encountered in the past for Tenryu Bito, with different strengths and strengths. The black-clothed man looked at his bleeding right hand, so distressed to death. He quickly used first aid to stop further bleeding. He survived. When he activated his ability just now, instead of transferring his original teammates, he tried to transfer Garp. The man in black knows that even if he transfers his teammates, it is a word, death. Fortunately, it succeeded. Now he looked at Garp's tall back and felt extra safe. Is this the sense of security that marine heroes bring? The man in black understood why this marine was called a marine hero. It turns out that you robbed my prey. Shiraha looked at Garp, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and said with a smile, "You have good abilities and you have good teammates, but you can't change the result of your death today. What about me? You should take care of yourself." The black-clothed man laughed heartily, as if he saw Shiraha being killed on the spot by the marine hero. Punching Garp is no joke. People are rushing, failing again, and exhausting 3 times, while Garp is a punch that is stronger than a punch. The blood sword and the iron fist collided, and the energy generated by the two extreme forces surpassed everyone's imagination. Suddenly, time stopped. The world has also become blank, and everyone's eyes are almost blinded. Those who watch the live broadcast are crying and crying, watching the world that has become a dark void hole and touching in all directions. They were all temporarily blinded, and even the 2 CP0s sent by the world government blocked the glare with their hands. Standing in the distance, Zephyr put on sunglasses silently. Seeing the 2 people in the sky who were not giving way to each other, he gave a chuckle on the surface. I smiled bitterly and said, "There were already more perverts in the sea, but now Shiraha, this little bastard, is so much stronger than when we first met. So why does this make me, Marine Admiral, mix?" Not everyone in Marine is as perverted as Garp. Garp, do you still want to hide your strength until now? Shiraha looked at Garp without a deep smile. Let's wait for your kid to come up with more powerful tricks. Garp roared. In the end, Shiraha was beaten back hundreds of meters with one punch. Garp was like a cannonball. He ejected by himself, again with a full punch under the armament package. This time Garp's body exploded like thunder, and a roar sounded directly in his body, crackling, and pieces of bones made a burst of noise under the regular operation. Garp's eyes darkened and his aura changed. The huge vitality in the body is endless and endless like the sea, and the terrifying aura radiates from the body's surface, turning into a shock wave, impacting the surroundings. This posture and aura that can constrain the world appeared in the eyes of audiences all over the world, as if Garp was there. Everything was just a punch. This kind of terrifying aura of Haki and Kun facing the sea is only owned by Garp in Marine. He still concealed that part of his power and launched a terrifying blow at Shiraha. The surrounding space shattered in an instant, and it shattered along a line like a mirror to Shiraha's direction. Before the Garp and the fist arrived, the fist wind just came on, and Shiraha's face that was more handsome than the costume Huj and Zhao En-kun broke the defense, and armament couldn't stop the fist wind. Shiraha's face kept oozing blood, and blood was oozing from shoulders and body parts. "I won't play with you anymore. The blood is flowing a little bit, so let's get a little dizzy and open it up," snapped Shinsu Senju. Garp hadn't used that power. He had clearly seen that power last time in the Valley of Gods. It seems that the relationship between Marine and the world government is more complicated than imagined. It is not only that the world government has held the Marine headquarters economy, it must be Kong who arranged for Garp to do so. The sea shook, and the atmosphere in the air became dignified. The audiences all over the world held their breath and watched this scene nervously. This is a duel of the peak powers on the sea, and it is also the power that makes everyone tremble. Following that, Shiraha patted both hands. First a large forest appeared, and then these trees and vines surrounded him, and a huge Senju Guanyin appeared in front of audiences all over the world. This scene shocked everyone, even if it wasn't the first time Zephyr saw him. It was shocked again. The 1,000-meter high Guanyin statue appeared out of thin air, and the most frightening thing was the arms that circled around like a peacock on the screen. This Guanyin statue was born with pure berry ability coupled with the physical quality of life return. The general powerhouse might immediately lose the intent to fight when he saw this scene, but when Garp saw this scene, his expression became savage and crazy. With morbid excitement, he rushed over with a wild laugh. On top of the Buddha, thousands of arms smashed down like a meteorite, with great momentum and earth-shattering power. Many fists were crushed into powder by huge pressure in the distance before they even touched Garp. But these huge arms were almost endless and could be replenished at any time. As one after another huge arms smashed down, those fists were getting closer and closer to Garp, and some fists directly hit Garp's body. "Shiraha, do you think this can stop me?" Garp growled, rushing over like a mad dog. "Isn't it enough? Then all go together." Thousands of huge fists waved together and hammered them down at the same time, tearing the air with each bombardment. In an instant, there were countless explosions and roars on the court. The entire sea area was covered by huge fists. Except for the huge sound and countless fists and dust, nothing could be seen on the field. As the audience watched nervously, they only saw the ruining scene and the godlike existence, staying high in the air. With one hand hanging in the air, looking down at everything, the countless fists and the huge Guanyin statue were created by this man. He proved his strength. Morgens looked at this scene in the live video with a frantic expression on his face, and he called out "nice and awesome." End of this chapter. 198. The world is shocked. The birth of a new legend. Chapter 198. The world is shocked. The birth of a new legend. Garp, are you okay? Shiraha asked with a playful smile, sitting high in the air. The move to top the Buddha is so powerful that it is Shiraha's current largest attack and the strongest move developed by the forest berry's ability. It's not that he doesn't want to develop tricks on his own, but isn't it better to stand on Titan's shoulders? When the voice fell, Shiraha's open palm also fell. The countless fists were so fast that they couldn't tell the truth of hollow, and they turned into countless afterimages and killed Garp. With the power of this trick, even Garp couldn't resist. While taking out words to swear at Shiraha taunts words. The scene of the god coming to the world appeared in the eyes of audiences all over the world, shocking the world, and letting people all over the world remember his name. Blood Sword Shiraha, he laughed. In this way, people will focus on this trick. Even if this trick is known to others, what can they do? They can't compete, they can only make Shira's power and bounty to a higher level. On the sea surface, Arya's sky was full of explosions and roars. The power of countless fists knocked down in an instant was earth-shattering, and the overwhelming fists blocked any direction of Garp's advancement. A shocking blast sound can be heard on the court, which proves that Garp is still smashing his fists. Kong, who was guarding the Marine headquarters, was dumbfounded. This is the bastard who told me that Shira's basic strength is inferior to those big pirates. Physical fitness can only be said to be average. Only that sword is very powerful. I want to dismiss him. This is obviously the strength of the top power in the sea. Kong has never eaten berry, and knows that a strong person who can develop berry to this level will certainly not have poor physical fitness. And in the meantime, Shira played against the three of them, and the hard resistance against Garp would prove this. Marshal Sora, this is the evaluation made by the Crane Vice Admiral, a Marine coward. When Kong heard that it was Crane, he closed his mouth and looked at Shira in the video with serious eyes. The evaluation made by Crane must not be wrong. It will be like this now. There is only one reason for the fact that the blood sword Shira has become stronger in such a short period of time, to the current level. Is it possible? Is he a monster? Kong looked at the monster in the video, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, after this time, if Shira is not arrested and brought to justice, he will be offered a bounty. I decided to increase his bounty to 5 billion. What, Marshal? This bounty is too exaggerated. So far no pirate in the sea has such a high bounty. This is not an exaggeration. It is not an exaggeration to offer any reward for what he has done today. Kong said solemnly, act the body of Tenryu Bito. Shake the prestige of Marine and the world government, and bear the precious food. Seed. This kind of big pirate can't be exaggerated even if it offers a reward of 10 billion. The people watching the live broadcast were not only stunned by Kong, but Rocks, Wanan, Green Pepper, CP0, a group of people were all stunned. When did this kid become so strong? Didn't I just help him get a devil berry to make him so strong? It wasn't so strong when I was on the boat. The last time I was able to survive, I was really lucky, only to be robbed of a pile of silent stones and treasure maps. Ha ha ha. It's amazing. Hit Garp's mad dog severely. It seems that cooperation with him this time is necessary, as well as that kind of high-yield food. Little ones, come with me to support. This kind of existence can no longer allow him to grow. Inform another Marine Admiral who is watching to join the battle. I hope Marine can capture him back. What if it doesn't work? Then wait for the other guy to bring his prey back, and let us entertain him in the future. Holy place Maria. All kinds of strange laughter sounded in a building. I said, you must die today, no one can save you. I said. Shira took the opportunity to move quickly in the direction of the man in black, shouting murderously, damn, are you crazy? The black man said in horror. He didn't expect that this monster could come to chase and kill Garp while using its ability to contain Garp. What kind of hatred or grievance was this? Didn't he just save the Shikibukai? If you want to kill, go and kill that Shikibukai. The black-clothed man yelled anxiously, Zephyr, Alf, can't you two just watch it? This is live broadcast under the noses of audiences all over the world. Think about your identities. Come and do it. Zephyr clenched his fists, thought of Marine Admiral's identity, thought of the justice behind his back. After all, he rushed up with an ugly face and went all out to deal with this world-watched battle. Marine's prestige could not be corrupted in his hands. Blood Monk Ulf looked at the situation on the field, considering all the conveniences that Shikibukai's identity brought, thinking that so many powerful men besieged, as long as it is an individual, it is impossible to have a chance to live. He made up his mind, full of evil spirits gushing out, and one of his palms was covered with blood. He came to deliver. After slowing Zephyr a step, Ulf followed closely, still having other thoughts in his mind. With Marine Admiral rushing forward, even if the monster wants to kill Marine Admiral first. He sent a slap from a distance with all his strength, and the palm of his blood stretched across the space and slammed towards Shiraha. Suddenly, the sky and the earth instantly became cold, and even the air became dignified, as if the world had slowed down and the speed of time had slowed down. What happened to this? Blood Monk Ulf is very self-aware, and all the changes around him have nothing to do with him. Instead, his hands and feet have become cold, and even the blood is about to be frozen. What is this inexplicable feeling? Bzhang's bloody palm also disappeared halfway, as if Ulf hadn't launched an attack. He told me that everyone has their own value, even if it is a flash in the pan. They must prove their existence in this world. I really like what he said about the flash in the pan, but I can't find the flash in the sea. Hearing the traces of regret and pity in these words, Ulf, who was strangely surprised, saw a black-clothed, dark-haired Kurum with a cold temperament in front of him. It was Shikibukai Rovka, who was born as a killer. Seeing the deep, noble and elegant colleague in front of him, Ulf was a little scared subconsciously. He wanted to stay away from being a killer. Rovko still said to himself, "I can see that you have no value at all. Don't make any more moves, or you will die in my hands." This colleague didn't say a lot, but this didn't put his blood monk Ulf in his eyes. Seeing the cold eyes in front of him, "This time I let this colleague go." No one noticed this episode. After Shikibukai, who was born as a killer, left, Ulf stood stiffly on the spot, not daring to move. The situation on the court changed to Marine Admiral Zephyr rushing to support, and the two CP-0s were ready to withstand the storm's attack. "Interesting. My goal is not you." Shira's voice came from the other side, and the young Xiao sword in his hand was also dyed red. Conqueror's haki is fully open. Compared with the eruption of a volcano, a tsunami more shocking aura spurted from Shiraha, and the surrounding area was covered by a powerful area of pressure. Even Zephyr, who came to support, felt the terrifying conqueror. The young Xiao sword burned like fire, and its arrogance rose. "Die, my first prey." The blood monk was dumbfounded. A moment ago, it was not that he was still attacking the man in black, and vowed to say that CP0 would definitely die, but turned his head and rushed towards him. "What about trust between people? You shot me. Do you think I can block it? I can't stop it." Ulf suspected his life on the spot. He was frightened, and his body kept trembling and frightened. When death comes, few people are not afraid. He is afraid that he will die soon. No one will come to rescue him this time. If he knew, he should make more friends and build a good relationship with his colleagues. In extreme fear, he used armament, covering all parts of his body with a thick layer of armament, and even that layer of evil spirit was released without hesitation. Blood monk Ulf is like a hedgehog. He has put up the thorns all over his body, wanting to live, but his whole body armament coverage is doomed to death. Shiraha came to this Shikibukai, raised his hand and killed him with a sword. With such a weapon, Conqueror Constrict was almost indestructible, and even a small armament defense was worthy of blocking. Seal the throat with a sword. The young Xiao sword broke through the armament without any hindrance, and slashed past it like cutting tofu. Ulf's head rolled down instantly and fell into the sea. Another fall of Shikibukai. This news has not only been seen by a large number of viewers, it will also be spread all over the world soon. After the defeat in the Valley of Gods, the world government recruited 7 great pirates in order to restrict the Shikibukai system established by the Rock's remnants in advance. Among them are Charlotte Linlin and Guy from the Rock Remnant Party. As a result, under Shira's efforts, 2 Shikibukai died in just one day, and they were killed in front of the whole world. Such a move is another huge blow to the world government. With lessons learned, those big pirates in the sea who are still considering joining Shikibukai will probably remain hesitant. Damn. Another Shikibukai died. Kong said with a headache, "I'm busy now." Those who have long doubted and questioned the Shikibukai system may have to use this incident to make use of the topic. Kong naturally understood that it was not that these Shikibukai were too weak, but that the monster of the blood sword Shiraha was too strong. Conqueror's Haki's Constrict. Terrifying berry ability. powerful and invincible swordsmanship, ordinary people have one thing enough to be called a great pirate, and that monster has three at the same time. Kong is really afraid that there will be another monster like rocks on the sea. Maybe this monster will surpass rocks in the future. After killing the Shikibukai, Shiraha sighed and smiled and said, I was almost besieged and beaten to death by you. If I had been together in the first place, I would have been beaten as a Chan now. Huahaha. Thank you. The familiar guy just now. Shiraha thought that there was no corner that could not be dug. Simply staring at Shikibukai, the two Shikibukai who died didn't suit his appetite. Their strengths were good, and the potential was just like that. The Shikibukai, who looks normal, seems to be pretty good, so he turned it over if he had a chance. The feud between him and Guy Duo had been accumulated for too long, bit by bit, and it was still on the Rock's ship. At that time, he was only vaguely aware of it. Shiraha regretted that she met Guy Duo the last time and failed to kill him, but the next time it was Guy Duo's death. I am really losing too much blood now, and my head is beginning to faint. You are doing a good job. Shiraha realized that the huge vitality in the body could not completely repair the injury in the body. And then he realized the horror of Garp. Forest Berry's own resilience and life return can only repair the injuries in his body at a very slow speed. The last time I was directly killed, I didn't feel too deeply after the resurrection. This time he was not beaten to death, only to understand how it would feel for Marker to get Garp's punch in the front in the future. The only difference is that he got a lot of punches. You actually killed another Shikibukai. Zephyr found out what was wrong, and was about to turn around to see Shikibukai Ulf whose head had fallen into the sea, and said with shock on his face, In my heart, the flowers bloomed with joy. Well done, little bastard. Zephyr, depending on our relationship, I can let you go and get out of here. Shiraha waved his hand and said loudly, Who has anything to do with you? Nothing at all. I didn't take you down last time, this time I must take you back to Marine headquarters. Zephyr did not say to Marine, but wanted to take Shiraha to Marine headquarters. And your state, when Garp comes out, who do you think you can beat? Huh? That. Shiraha pointed to the middle-aged man in black with a broken arm and said. Seeing the heavily injured black-clothed man, Zephyr's face turned dark, and he said, You are spending a lot now. The injuries on your body are not light. I advise you to obediently surrender and follow me back to Marine headquarters. Shiraha Mimic said in Pelusalino's tone, I don't do it. Zephyr furiously said, Little bastard, don't force me to smoke you with them. Shiraha chuckled, This is a live broadcast of the world. Pay attention to the image of Marine, Zephyr Admiral. Zephyr's face darkened. Everything just now has been transmitted through live broadcast, and many people all over the world can see that the relationship between Zephyr and the pirate is a bit strange. But what shocked them even more was that only one person fought against many powerful men, and in front of Marine and the world government. They killed two Shikibukai. The Battle of the Valley of Gods. These people don't know. But Shira's record has never been heard before. The age of rocks had passed in their eyes, and now they felt that a new legend was born before their eyes. End of this chapter. 199 No one can keep the person I want to kill. Chapter 199 No one can keep the person I want to kill. Shiraha, what do you want to do? What is the purpose of your coming? Zephyr cried out in confusion. The relationship between your rocks pirates is not very good. Don't you tell me you are here to help Golden Lion Shiki. If you really are here to help Shiki, why are you here? What I want to do. This is what I want to do. Shiraha smiled and pointed to Zephyr and said, I just don't want the world government, Marine and other unrelated people to intervene in this battle that belongs to them. Leave that black CP0, you can leave here. The corners of Zephyr's mouth twitched constantly, and he couldn't believe it was from Shira's mouth, who is in distress now. Even if two Shikibukai died and one Shikibukai disappeared, there were still 4 people on their side. On the other hand, Shiraha has only one person, and the injuries on his body are not light. Who gave him the courage? Shira's use of Devil Berry's ability to deal with Garp is indeed terrible. but the cost is definitely much greater than them. Zephyr thought a lot at this time, and also considered Shira's possible resurrection body, but judging from the strength of the two sides, he did not see Shira's hope of winning. "You kid isn't going to run away, right?" Shiraha panted and was delaying time. Hearing Zephyr say this, he smiled and shook his head, and said, "I said that the Black Sea Zero must die. I will not leave this sea before killing him." "Yes, you guys, please leave here together." "I just won't go. Hey, just play with you." Seeing that the black-clothed man hadn't died under the Shiraha sword, Zephyr moved the position deliberately and kept his distance. Shiraha took a deep breath, not angry. Not long ago, he was able to completely control the secrets of Conqueror Constrict's weapons, and he still had to kill people in battle to master these skills faster. Conqueror is released again. Shira's eyes became scarlet, and the Cloud Sky sword was dyed red, and a powerful aura came out of his body, shocking the audience again. He really couldn't beat the 4 people present if Garp crawled out from under the surface of the sea. He basically has no chance of winning. In normal battles, he can also fight like those freaks in the sea for days and nights. Nothing at all. But as soon as the battle started, Conqueror's haki was released as if it cost no money, only to realize that Conqueror Constrict consumes a lot of money. The most important thing is that the injuries on his body need a lot of vitality to repair, especially the damage that Garp caused him. "Oh, are you still alive?" Shiraha smiled slightly after feeling the familiar breath of a beast. The Buddha on the top has been completely over, and the great momentum over there has also ceased. Peng! A figure rushed out from under the sea, picked up a huge wave, and set off a wall of water nearly 100 meters high. This person is the marine hero Garp. He was beaten directly into the sea by that trick, just like the last time Shiraha was beaten into the sea by him, except that he never died once. Although he held the move head, Garp didn't feel well. His head was dripping with blood, and his fists were also covered with blood. "Not bad, kid." Seeing Garp smile at himself, Shiraha felt a bad feeling. He felt that Garp in this state was even more terrifying, just like a bloody boss in the game. "I've probably figured out your trick. It wouldn't be so embarrassing if I hadn't insisted on taking all the fists, but how many times can you use your powerful ability?" Garp squeezed his fists and laughed asked. "The guarantee should be able to activate 50 times. Shiraha answered honestly. After listening, the smile on Garp's face gradually disappeared. "Are you kidding me?" Zephyr yelled. "If it can be activated so many times, Garp will have to avoid it. It is impossible to hardwire it so many times. It can be said that Rox, Patrick and others cannot hardwire it many times." "Do you think him joking?" Shiraha replied naturally. "If you use this trick several times, it won't work. Didn't I become a prey to be slaughtered?" His current state of mind is not very good, or even worse. However, it is still possible to do resurrection several times, and each resurrection has one benefit, that is, the physical condition is restored to its heyday. The consumption of the Buddha on the top is quite large, and with his current physical strength, he can activate it more than 20 or 30 times. This can only be done with the support of the return of life. "You are such a monster. It was a mistake to fail to leave you in the Valley of Gods last time." Garp said this in a calm tone. In fact, he also has no good feelings for the world government. On the contrary, he has a pirate like Shiraha. There is not much discussed. They have different positions. The whole world will be changed because of you. The turmoil caused by this incident is so big that it will kill many people. Do you really know what you are doing? Of course I know that if I don't do these things, don't people die? Will people die less? Shiraha sneered. Garp, you are between the real justice and the ideal justice. Wandering around, but there is no way to make up his mind. Garp sighed and laughed at himself. The dead are normal. We will all die. Maybe there are some things that I really don't want to think about. I can only say that I will not live up to what I think of justice. nor will I be just. Regret it. No wonder you will suffer that kind of pain in the future. It is Garp who has been hit hardest by Ace's death. That kind of position is the most painful position. Shirahar invited, Garp, come and do it with me. Let us come. To truly change the world, I will be responsible for your marine's military expenses. How about? What nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think I am, bastard? I'm a marine hero. Looking at Shirahar, who invited himself to the audience, Garp shouted angrily, I beat you up last time. It's like that. You won't forget it? I didn't forget. That's why you are so embarrassed now. Shirahar pointed to Garp flatly. Zephyr looked at Shirahar, thinking about another thing. Can this kid really afford it? Marine's huge expenditure is not affordable by 1 or 2 countries. No power in the ocean can afford their marine wages except the world government. In the conference room of Marine headquarters, Kong frowned. His loyalty to the world government cannot be said to be too high. Just to protect Garp from sanctions by the world government, he needs a high status, and even let Garp hide the power, just because the world government will directly remove it. Garp, the world government is very nervous about one of D's family, but 3 of the strongest monsters on the sea are from one of D's family, and Garp is also one of them. When it comes to loyalty to the world government, Sengoku among marine generals is very loyal, and this time after returning from the world government headquarters, the loyalty may be even higher. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black was a little uncomfortable, and immediately shouted, Garp, don't forget your stand. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. Garp stared at the CP0 with disdain, and asked with a booze, isn't the world government's order to capture him alive? Are you defying the world government's order? The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes were getting colder and colder, and he gave up with a snort. Your kid is gaining momentum. Zephyr, do it. Garp noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted. When Zephyr heard it, Armament covered his arms. His face was tensely blocked in front of the 2 CP0s, but he firmly remembered that Shirahar wanted to kill the hapless guy from the world government. Garp squeezed his fist, ejected his body, and dashed through the aisles in midair, preparing to intercept Shirah's attack path. The 2 CP0s are even more like enemies. The middle-aged man in black instantly shrinks his pupils, and the monster is coming towards him. Danger. Take me a sword. Shirah's momentum had already reached the peak in his momentum. He roared at an astonishing speed. In a flash, he traversed a distance of several thousand meters, past Zephyr, and turned towards the black man in front of him. The sword cleaved homeopathically. Conqueror Constrict was on the sword, and the blood-red Conqueror dyed the Yunxiao sword completely red. Shirahar ignored Garp behind him and the attack that was about to fall on him, nor did he see the worry and hesitation in Zephyr's eyes behind him. I said you will die here. No one can save you. Only a blood-red was left in the eyes of the man in black. At the moment of life and death, his body style was even more ghostly. His feet slid weird steps, and his body was like a fish swimming in a completely unreasonable posture, passing by Shinigami, evading the sword. This sword slashed the sea, and its power didn't gradually disappear until dozens of kilometers away. The black man broke out in a cold sweat. Do you think you survived? Don't you remember what I said? If 1 sword fails, then 2 swords and 3 swords. Shirahar saw the enemy's death period. The interlocking sword moves formed a sky full of sword aura, turned into a fierce sword net, shrouded in front of the black man. The black-clothed man still chose to avoid. He was so scared that he lost his intent to fight after losing an arm. He didn't want to die here, under the eyelids of audiences all over the world. The man in black can dodge through the gaps in the Shirahar sword net every time at an incredible pace. The thrilling scenes made all the audience breathe. The situation on the court is like Shirahar is doing useless work, spending a lot of time still failed to win the black man. Take me a punch. Click. The sound of bone cracking sounded. Shirah's back was distorted in an irregular shape. and viscous blood squirted out from his mouth. The eye-catching bones pierced Shira's body and the flesh was naked in front of audiences around the world. The bloody scene was scared. Many timid audiences have lost their souls. Morgans opened his mouth in shock. Shira! Charlotte Linlin Rage yelled, "Long loaf, and you drive the boat over for me." "I'm going to kill them." "Linlin, that place is too dangerous." "You went." Longbread looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was about to run away, took the words back, and said, "Morgans, let's go there." "Okay." Morgans didn't even think about betraying Shira. Everything he had was given by Shira. If Shira died here, he would be finished. As expected of Shira, "I admire you very much." Even in the ruthless world of pirates, I have to talk about Jin's righteousness. Charlotte Linlin said sadly, "The last time I abandoned Ginny because of Guy, I also abandoned the captain who treated me well, and this time I won't abandon him." Her tone was very regretful for abandoning the captain, and they left, but also lost the opportunity, a chance to get closer to them. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group who was not too far away stared at this scene. "Uncle!" Marco shouted, almost collapsed. In the future, the reason why their Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed is that the uncle died in this battle. Ahayu. Tanayushi watched this scene with tears and let out a stern growl. She knew Shira would not die, but she still couldn't stand this scene. Whitebeard watched gloomily, the strength of the Naginata in his hand getting stronger. Puff. "I understand Akaka's feelings. This is really not the pain that humans can bear." The pain of the Shoretsu instantly swept through Shira's body. He endured the pain and said to the live broadcast, "Remember to close your eyes and watch this show with your parents." "Asshole father, is he really okay?" Ajiyu asked scaredly. "Okay, listen to Shira sang. Don't look at it." "What happened to Garp just now?" Zephyr asked with a worried expression. "I don't know what happened. I haven't done it yet." Garp looked at the strange man and asked, "Who are you?" "There is no you in Shikibukai." There were so many strong players on the field that no one noticed that anyone came to them. Even Shikibukai Garp, who was born as a killer, could vaguely notice that he was hiding nearby. "My lord, you are here. Really, idiot?" the man who had just revealed his figure said coldly as he looked at the man in black. The man in black asked for help with an expression of horror in front of him, but found that his majestic body was constantly disintegrating, and he couldn't speak. Despair, fear, and fear far exceeds the pain itself. He doesn't want to die here. In the end, it turned into a pile of minced meat and sank into the sea, staining the sea area red. "I said you will die in my hands. No one can save you." "It's a perfect performance." "My sword is not easy to hide." Shira pulled out a crazy smile and laughed. "Yours fist is far worse than Garp. If it were Garp, at least it would give me a chill." "You should be one of the strongest lackeys of the world government. I guess your devilberry ability is stealthberry. I am afraid I am still awakened. I guess right." There are so many dogs we met today. End of this chapter. 200 I Miss You, Fall 7. Chapter 200 I Miss You, Fallen 7. Zephyr looked at Shira's eyes a little uncomfortable. Wouldn't this little bastard even scold him in? That must have nothing to do with him. He is Marine Admiral, not a dog. Zephyr's face suddenly darkened. "Garp, didn't you make the sound just now?" Zephyr asked with a puzzled face. "How did you hit someone?" "Another strange guy." "It's my voice, but I haven't hit him yet." Garp saw Zephyr's doubts, and asked, "Before hitting someone, isn't it a common thing to say a strong aura?" Garp's words made him unable to refute. "Who is that weird guy?" Zephyr asked, pointing to the newcomer. "That kid Shira didn't mean it. Tenryu Bito's dog," Garp said with a grinning ear. The last words that the dead CP0 said just now, it's impossible for people on the court to hear it. Grown-ups. The people from the world government hide really deep, and even Marines like them don't know the existence of this person. Garp. Zephyr couldn't help but growl. He didn't expect that Garp would say this in a natural tone in front of audiences all over the world. Then Marshal Kong will definitely have a headache again. Now that Kid Shiraha is really going to die. After being captured by the world government, they have nothing to do with Marine. In front of audiences from all over the world, another living CP0 left this place and stepped aside. And Shiraha began to speak further, smiling and saying, "You entered the battlefield from the beginning. You have been waiting for the opportunity. You clearly saw that I was playing with the dead guy. You had a chance to save him, but you know, the world government does not raise waste. At least he is still somewhat useful at the last minute." The CP0 stared at Shiraha playfully. He was not in a hurry, but answered the question instead. "Oh, it's worthy of being a dog raised by the world government. It's really ruthless." Seeing CP0, who was gradually disappearing in front of him, Shiraha sneered and gritted his teeth with pain. "But I want to praise you for one thing. You follow what I learn later is quite fast. I used language to interfere with the opponent, and you launched the attack the moment Garp spoke. I have to say it was the perfect timing. My first reaction to the attack on my back was that I couldn't believe it. It was Garp's voice, but it was another guy's voice. The truth is that you really did a trick that hit me hard, relying on your amazing berry ability, but if it weren't for Garp, you wouldn't have succeeded in attacking me at all, and I didn't take you as a running dog in my eyes. Shiraha felt the injury behind his back and found that he couldn't stand up straight. The pain in the Dramoretsu almost made him lose his mind. "Interesting. It seems that you are a very conceited and confident person." The strange CP0 smiled slightly, looked at Shiraha, and nodded and said, "You do have the ability to be confident and conceited. In yours I can't compare to you in my age, but it's great to be able to meet someone like you here. Do you know? What I like most to see is the desperate, broken eyes of people like you." Can penetrate deeper. I like someone like you. This time I really came to the right place. Our goal seems to be over early. The CP0 said coldly, "I didn't beat you to death on purpose. My order is to capture you alive, and what do you do in this state?" The expression in Shiraha's eyes, who was panting, was, "Your world government is really a bunch of confident stupid people." The CP0 didn't show up but was hiding somewhere, but the voice came from all directions. "I know what you are thinking. You should be able to resurrect, and I will make this performance very exciting. Don't you like to guess? Then guess what my berry ability is?" Shiraha dilated his pupils instantly. Could it be that he guessed wrong about the berry ability of this CP0? Impossible. If it wasn't for Paramecia to hide berry, what berry would it be? This guy doesn't want to distract him! Exclamation mark. A bad feeling came to my heart. Not only did he not notice the existence and breadth of this CP0, but even the surrounding airflow and subtle changes could not detect anything wrong. This CP0 seems to have disappeared from this world. Even seeing, hearing and color can't notice it. This is not the invisible berry awakening. What else would it be? Berry? Shiraha couldn't detect the breadth of that CP0. Neither did Garp and Zephyr. The sight of everyone on the court seemed to be out of order, and it was useless under this devil berry ability. Forest berry middle. Life perception. Shiraha activated his ability and wanted to find the specific location of the CP0 by sensing the awkward places nearby, but found that there was no such a breath of life. and there was no problem nearby. Feeling dangerous, hide. When Shiraha tried to dodge the blow, he finally found the position of the CP0. His mother's not far away. Still can't see the figure of this CP0, but the power of the attack changed the airflow nearby, making him aware of it in advance. Bang! The swift attack fell on him at an alarming speed. Shira's arm was hit in an instant. This CP0 exerted force with his 5 fingers, plunged deeply into the flesh, and severely tore a piece of flesh off his right hand. What? Damn! Can't hide. Shiraha noticed it, but the distance was too close, the speed was quite fast, and he was still injured. But this was not the main reason. The injury on his body had already affected his strength. Everyone on the court is aware of this. This CP0 attacked Shiraha one after another with smackdown. Most of his attacks were effective attacks, causing him a certain amount of damage, but did not give him a fatal blow, as if he was playing prey. You must be confused. Why didn't I kill you quickly? Because it's so funny. Aren't you playing moss like this? Or do you commit suicide yourself? The bantering voice of this CP0 spread all over the sea. At this time, Shiraha's injuries had accumulated to an unpredictable level. The knees on both thighs were like a faucet opening. The blood flowed out without money, and the 2 bloody arms fell completely beside him. I can't even hold the sword anymore. Garp looked at Zephyr, who was walking by, and subconsciously blocked Zephyr's eyes, shook his head and said, "Zephyr, we are Marine, with justice on our backs." "Is that really justice?" Zephyr stopped and asked, looking at Shiraha, who was completely suppressed, with an unspeakable feeling in his heart. He and Shiraha have also met twice, both of which deeply influenced him, and even made him change a little. Under the reminder of the kid, he protected his lover and relatives very well, and sent him to a safe place. The place that was Whitebeard's hometown. Zephyr didn't know this, but he knew that Shiraha would not do anything to him, nor would he make fun of his relatives, and he would really consider him again. If he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive the last time he teamed up with Whitebeard. He is really different to that kid and the Whitebeard pirates. Do we really protect justice? Zephyr, don't be impulsive. Garp stopped Zephyr, fearing that Zephyr would do something extraordinary in front of the world. A guy said, I can be a hero who illuminates this world. This world, this era, can I really do it? Zephyr sighed and asked in confusion. He knew the power of the world government, and he also understood that the controlled Marine headquarters could only be a useful knife in the hands of the world government. Their Marine headquarters was also a pirate organization wearing a cloak of justice. I may be a dog for the rest of my life. Once Shiraha is caught, the food seeds will definitely fall into the hands of the world government, not into the hands of civilians. Suicide. It seems like a good choice, Shiraha said with a slight smile. I will force you to ultimate. And then I can't bear the picture of suicide being spread to the whole world. This CP0 revealed his true face, and gradually said with a crazy expression, you are not the only one who can broadcast the world. I also can do it. By the way, let me tell you again, my devil berry is not invisible berry, you guessed it wrong. Shiraha then understood what the thoughtful CP0 was thinking. This bastard wanted to ruin everything he did. No matter how much he did, he couldn't compare to the world government's cards in front of audiences all over the world. Noodle. Because he is a pirate. Once he really commits suicide in front of the whole world, even if he can be resurrected, his efforts will be in vain. In the eyes of the audience, he was forced to commit suicide by the lackeys of the world government. At that time, most of the audience will think, can you believe the words of a pirate? This is how people are, let alone those people with low IQs in the pirate world. Even in his previous world, public opinion would fall from one side to the other in an instant, and this phenomenon is not uncommon. This CP0 is very good in strength and scheming, and in this case, he doesn't need to lie to himself. This shows that I really guess Strongberry owned by this CP0. Shiraha can't commit suicide now, but even if he doesn't commit suicide, This CP0 has the ability to kill him at any time, as long as he is killed, even if he is resurrected again. There is no way to achieve a shocking anetaphor. I am afraid that he will be beaten to death again by the 4 people who go all out. What a dilemma. Pirates in this world have a bad reputation. Coupled with the long-term control of news and ideas by the world government, unknowing civilians have a strong affection for the world government. Shiraha is a pirate with the label of a pirate. You should have found out, even if you can be resurrected, can you resist everyone? As long as I catch you, you should understand what the effect will be. You who don't have a silver gun, the only one, it's really useless. Do you think anyone will come to helping hand you a pirate? The pirate is so sad. It's ridiculous. He is a pirate. The pirate is disgusting. Who would be willing to go to helping hand as a pirate? They are all rubbish. The world government is so strong. If this pirate is caught this time, the world government will definitely hand over the food seeds to everyone. Shiraha could think of the consequences. Where's your silver gun? I heard that the little girl named Silver Gun was always by your side. Why was she not there when you were so miserable? Did she think you were too trash and ran away with other men? Shiraha was seriously injured and tired when he heard this sentence. He was rage, and this sentence completely made him crazy. At the same time, he also understood that he could not live in this world alone. It is very difficult to protect yourself in this cruel world of pirates and let yourself live well. Even with his strength, he can't fight against a large number of strong men. He also saw the unfathomable background of the world government. The CP0 who died in his hands alone is better than the 2 Shikibukai. Shiraha looked at everything on the court, whether it was Zephyr who was still at the banquet not long ago and was drinking together with a smile, or Garp who had grievances in the Valley of God's battle, and the audience watching her live broadcast from all over the world. All of them are just connected existences. He feels that he has been integrated into the world of pirates, that this world is not too difficult, and everything will follow his heart. It's just that he thinks too much. In this cruel world, it is the crew, the partner, and his woman who can really stand by his side. The meaning of partner is how precious the word loyalty is. He has always had it, but it's too casual. Luochi, if I escape this time, I will definitely find you, and I will never let you go next time. Without the sword, he still has fists. Shiraha squeezed his fists. His scarlet eyes stared at the CP0 indifferently, and said with a frantic killing intent, I will definitely kill you because of your last insult to Luochi. She is a good girl. I am too rubbish. If someone like me can own her, it must have taken my luck in my last life. Tanayushi is also a good girl. This is the mistake he made as an immature man. Because of his selfishness, he intervened in the fate of that girl. Since you have made a mistake, you must make up for it. He doesn't want to let go of either, so he has to spend more energy and time to make up for them. I thought about it. I was really overconfident, and I did make a lot of mistakes. Shiraha grinned and said, you are really a good sensei, so please go and die. Ha ha ha, have you grown up? It won't be so funny, right? The strongest shield laughed and said, I'm afraid of being laughed to death by you. Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want to be beaten to death by me? I miss you, Luochi, I miss it more than usual. Shiraha ignored taunt in front of him, thinking silently in his heart. End of this chapter. Important notice in text. Important notice. This book. No eunuch. Although subscriptions have declined severely and continue to decline, at least they can still be mixed in full attendance. And when they can't be mixed in full attendance, they can consider other things. Sending this notice, mainly because I am too happy. I finally proved that my prediction a long time ago was correct. Conqueror Constrict is what I predicted many years ago. I know someone will say that I'm an afterthought, but this is not true. Even my book uses Conqueror in Rocks more than half a month earlier than Ada. The foreshadowing of Rocks Conqueror's previous foreshadowing is even further. And I have been watching Pirates for so many years and have predicted a lot of plots, including the pre-future site, conquer a constrict also guessed many years ago. I remember it for years. I was scolded badly at that time, all kinds of sprays. Of course I was also put on the hat of red hair blowing. Now I finally stand up again. The chapter of One Okuni is really hard to say. The previous blockbuster films turned out to be the kind of plot. I guess Oda also took this into consideration and began to shift the center, shifting the focus of the 9 heroes of the country and the samurai to Luffy and the others. For One Okuni, I still look forward to Oda's real ending, but it's really not good unless someone disrupts the situation and is still an important person. Otherwise, just relying on Luffy to wipe out Guy Duo, at most in exchange for some fans who like to watch bloody battles, cannot make up for One Okuni's previous failure. I decided to predict the direction of One Okuni anonymously again, hoping not to be sprayed too badly. I was only 8 years old when I saw the pirate for the first time. So many years have passed since I dazzled my eyes. I really don't want to see the failure of One Okuni. I hope Oda can really end it with a turning point. Key point: don't worry about paying readers of this book. I'm not an eunuch if I can pick it up all the time. It's almost the end of the month, and I will probably get full attendance and go to the hospital for an examination. So don't worry too much. It says there are no more people. End of this chapter.